By an unexpected turn of events, Gu Feng finds himself transported back 5 years, precisely on the first day of university registration. On this fateful day, 5 years ago, a girl resembling an ethereal being confessed her feelings to him. In his naivete, he failed to accept her affections, a decision he now bitterly regrets. Having been reborn 5 years later, he must seize this opportunity with unwavering determination. Su Liuli, this time you cannot escape. Chapter 1. I adore you. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at Fuxing University, Gu Feng, clad in casual attire and clutching a black plastic bag, was an expression of utter bewilderment. This is Fuxing University. How did I end up here? Standing still and surveying his surroundings, Gu Feng's gaze eventually lands on the black plastic bag in his hand. Such a familiar bag. Oh, inside of my clothes. Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? He raises his hand to pat his head, and in a daze, strange images flicker through his mind. After several long minutes, Gu Feng finally regains his composure. He distinctly remembers boarding a private jet that morning bound for the southwest, only to encounter a thunderstorm that caused the aircraft to lose power and plummet from the sky. In the midst of the chaos, he nearly lost consciousness. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Could it be, I've been reborn? He mutters to himself. This notion stemming from his frequent reading of novels during his school days, where protagonists often experience reincarnation or time travel. He meticulously examines his body and becomes increasingly convinced that he has indeed been reborn. What is up with this person? No idea. He seems like a newcomer. A newcomer? Surely not. Why do I feel like he might be somewhat unhinged? Gu Feng, standing in place, clutching the black plastic bag and lost in thought for nearly half an hour, occasionally murmurs to himself. To outsiders, he undoubtedly appears to be a madman. However, at this moment, Gu Feng is clearly unconcerned with the opinions of those around him. Habitually raising his wrist to check the time, he realizes he is not wearing a watch. Setting the bag down, he rummages through his belongings and retrieves his phone. September 1st, 2019. September 1st, a Sunday. 5 years ago. Calculating the timeline, Gu Feng is astonished to discover that he has indeed been reborn to 5 years prior. September 1st, 2019 marks the very first day he registered for university. Wait, September 1st. Su Liuli, a radiant figure flashes through his mind. Su Liuli, a senior at Fuxing University, a prodigy in the music department. 5 years ago, on the first day of his freshman registration at the school gate, he was unexpectedly confessed to by this enchanting senior. At that time, he was a mere novice, unaccustomed to such encounters, and was so startled that he fled. It was only later that he learned the girl who confessed to him was none other than the universally acknowledged beauty of Fuxing University, Su Liuli. Throughout his subsequent life at school, they crossed paths many times, but after Su Liuli graduated, he lost all contact with her. Now, having been given a second chance, will the scene from that day replay itself? With this thought, Gu Feng halts, scanning the area, yet finds no sign of Su Liuli. Could she not have come? As he ponders, he continues forward with the black plastic bag in hand. After approximately 2 minutes, a melodious voice, like that of a tinkling bell, suddenly calls out behind him. Hello. Excuse me, are you a new student? Gu Feng turns around to find Su Liuli, her face flushed with nervousness, her previously flawless complexion now slightly rosy. Having never had a boyfriend throughout her life, the thought of confessing to a boy face-to-face was something she had never dared to imagine. Today, her roommates insisted on playing truth or dare, and she unfortunately lost. With no other option, she summoned her courage to find the most extraordinary boy in the crowd to confess to. Observing the black plastic bag in Gu Feng's hands, she couldn't help but wonder if it contained a myriad of plastic bottles. Almost instantaneously upon hearing her voice, Gu Feng turned around. Before him stood Su Liuli, her slender figure clad in a black dress, her elegantly long legs exposed to the air. The moment she stood there, she captivated the attention of everyone around. Yes, I am a newcomer. Senior, is there something you need? After a brief hesitation, Gu Feng feigned confusion, his expression one of utter perplexity. Su Liuli, taken aback by his question, felt her anxiety intensify, her hands fidgeting together, her cheeks flushed. To confess on their first encounter felt exceedingly awkward. She wished she could vanish into the ground. Alas, the arrow had already been loosed, and there was no turning back. In the distance, a few similarly tall girls watched the scene unfold. Xiaoyu, Jia, do you think Liuli really dares to confess? She has never had a boyfriend. I hope she doesn't embarrass herself. Wang Manny, worry etched on her face, gazed at Su Liuli and Gu Feng from afar. They were merely joking, never intending for their dear friend to face humiliation. She shouldn't. With Liuli's looks, who would dare let her embarrass herself? Let's just watch. If things go awry, we'll intervene. That sound good? The trio of unreliable roommates stood by, observing intently. In the distance, facing Gu Feng's inquiry, Su Liuli finally mustered her courage. My name is Su Liuli, And I wish to confess to you, I like you. Her voice rang out clearly. Almost all the students passing by could hear her. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Liuli would speak so loudly. 5 years ago, during her previous confession, her voice had been barely audible, and he hadn't even heard it. Now, in this second encounter, everything had changed. You like me? Coincidentally, I am currently without a girlfriend. I accept. My high school teacher was indeed correct. University life is delightful. I arrive for registration and find myself a girlfriend. Senior, may I have your number? In this reincarnation, he possessed no other notable traits but an audacious demeanor. Before Su Liuli could respond, Gu Feng pulled out his phone. Senior, could you kindly share a phone number? Su Liuli stood frozen, her long eyelashes fluttering lightly. She had not expected this classmate to deviate so dramatically from the norm. Even if you were to ask her why, she could have explained. How could he directly agree and then request her phone number? Isn't this our first meeting? Aren't you worried I might be a bad person? Her expression grew anxious. Gu Feng's reaction was wholly unexpected. A bad person? With such beauty, how could a senior like you possibly be a villain? Gu Feng shook his head resolutely. Anyone could see that Su Liuli, with her enchanting demeanor, was definitely not a bad person. Clutching his phone, he awaited her to provide her number. Faced with Gu Feng, Su Liuli was so nervous that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. My phone number is. After much hesitation, she ultimately relented and provided her number to Gu Feng. With ease, Gu Feng obtained the number, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Senior, I still need to register, so I shall take my leave for now. I will call you this evening, and we can dine together. With that, without giving Su Liuli a chance to respond, Gu Feng nonchalantly turned and walked away, the black plastic bag in hand. Left standing there, Su Liuli could only watch his retreating figure, feeling utterly flustered. What had begun as a simple game of truth or dare had unexpectedly led her to become someone's girlfriend. Chapter 2. This joke has gone too far. Noticing Gu Feng's departure, Wang Manny and the others hurriedly jogged to Su Liuli's side. At that moment, Su Liuli appeared to be in a daze, her beautiful eyes intently fixed on the direction in which Gu Feng had vanished. Liuli, what is wrong? How did the confession go? Wang Manny inquired cheerfully, skillfully looping her slender arm through Su Liuli's. Lu Xiaoyu and Dong Jejia beside her wore almost identical expressions. They had observed from a distance for quite some time, witnessing Gu Feng pull out his phone to jot down a phone number. Manny, Jejia, Xiaoyu. It's all your fault. Now, look, the confession was a success, and I've dragged myself into this too. A slight blush adorned her exquisite oval face, and her enchanting eyes were filled with a flurry of confusion. Did he agree? That can't be right. Did this junior not realize you were joking? Wang Manny's mouth gaped in shock, for it was only logical that anyone with a sane mind would see it was all in jest. Oh no, our Liuli has found herself a partner. This joke has truly escalated. Dong Jejia, ever the comedian, couldn't resist cracking a few jokes at this moment. Jejia, you're still teasing me. With a soft huff, Su Liuli turned her head away, recalling how Gu Feng had specifically mentioned wanting to take her out for dinner that evening, and yet she didn't even know his name. Never mind, Liuli. Don't fret. At worst, you can find an opportunity to explain later. The new student evening party is tomorrow night. You're still scheduled for rehearsals in the afternoon. So let us hurry back and change outfits. Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward, gently linking her arm with Su Liuli's. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyu mention the afternoon rehearsal, Su Liuli snapped back to reality. Regardless of the evening's circumstances, the afternoon rehearsal took precedence, and they should prioritize that. Clutching a black plastic bag, Gu Feng made his way toward the registration window. Along the way, many enthusiastic upperclassmen greeted the incoming freshman, yet none approached him to offer assistance. Fortunately, he remembered the route to the registration office. I wonder if those fellows have arrived yet. I believe they should be here by now. 5 years ago, upon his arrival, his 3 unreliable roommates had already gathered at the dormitory by the time he registered. Following the route ingrained in his memory, he arrived at the school's registration office. After completing the registration, he returned to the dormitory as per the information on the form. Entering the boys' dormitory, he climbed the stairs to the second floor. Dorm 246. I'm back. Gazing up at the dormitory number, a surge of emotions washed over Gu Feng. He had never envisioned that one day he would return here. As he raised his hand to push the door open, it swung open before he could exert any force. A young man of modest stature, with a fair complexion that exuded a certain delicate charm, stood before him. Classmate, are you Jiangyu? He inquired, staring at Gu Feng with a puzzled expression. I'm your roommate. My name is Gu Feng. Where are you up to? I'm heading out to buy some things. Hello, Gu Feng. I'm Jiangyu. Jiangyu raised his hand, about to offer a handshake. Seeing Jiangyu's courteous demeanor, Gu Feng smiled and engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries. Such politeness was nothing compared to what was to come. Once they became familiar, the antics would be exaggerated. Forget handshakes. They might even end up calling each other dad upon meeting. Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai have also arrived. They just stepped out. How about I help you tidy up? And we can head out together to buy some items? Gu Feng thought it best to have company rather than go out alone. And it would also serve to enhance their camaraderie. Sure, I don't have much, just a few pieces of clothing. I just need to stow them away. The bedding had already been prepared by the school, so they only needed to bring change of clothes. Gu Feng raised his hand to show Jianyu the black plastic bag, which left Jianyu momentarily stunned. Not bringing a suitcase is one thing, but coming to school with just a black plastic bag? What's going on? Gu Feng, Jianyu pointed at the plastic bag, his eyes nearly popping out. My apologies, it's a bit embarrassing. This is all my family prepared for me. I had no choice. Gu Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he recalled his mother. After all, he was heading to college. And not only did they not send someone to accompany him, but they also provided him with just a black plastic bag for his clothes. Anyone unfamiliar might think he had come from scavenging. No worries. I have an unused backpack here. You can take it for now. Let me get it for you. Unable to bear witnessing Gu Feng's plight, Jianyu opened a nearby cabinet without hesitation and casually handed a brand new backpack to Gu Feng. Stunned by Jianyu's generosity, Gu Feng clutched the backpack, his expression caught between surprise and gratitude. To Jianyu, this look was one of profound emotion, so much so that words failed him. Go ahead and unpack. I'll wait for you over there. Sensing that Gu Feng might feel awkward, Jianyu deliberately walked over to a chair a short distance away. Looking down at the backpack in his arms, Gu Feng reminisced about his first day at the university 5 years ago, when it was Tiniu who had given him a backpack, and the following day, it was Xiao Kai who treated him to dinner. Now, having returned to this life, the giver of the backpack was Jiangyu. He couldn't help but wonder who would treat him to dinner this time. Though his 3 roommates appeared carefree on the surface, each had a heart of gold. Faced with Jiangyu's kindness, Gu Feng did not decline. After neatly folding his clothes and placing them in the cabinet, he called for Jiangyu, and the two of them set off to purchase toiletries together. Upon arriving at the nearest supermarket to the dormitory, they found it already teeming with people. It was filled with freshmen, most of whom were purchasing daily necessities: basins, thermoses, towels, and toothbrushes. There were even many girls buying oversized plush toys. Hey, Jiangyu, what took you so long? As they stood at the entrance of the store, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. Hearing the voice, Gu Feng and Jiangyu turned to see 2 figures, one plump and one slender, approaching them. Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai. Tiniu, Xiao Kai, let me introduce you. This is our roommate, Gu Feng. Jiangyu was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai's faces brightened even more with smiles. Hello, Gu Feng. I'm Zhang Tiniu. Just call me Tiniu. I'm Xiao Kai. Gu Feng, just don't call me Kai Z. Oh, nice to meet you. Tiniu and Kai Z. Feigning ignorance, Gu Feng replied with a grin. The moment Zhang Tiniu and Jiangyu heard the name Kai Z, their expressions turned comically animated, while Xiao Kai appeared utterly dumbfounded. Ha ha, Gu Feng, are you doing this on purpose? By the way, weren't you 2 here to buy things? Where are your items? Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai stood empty-handed, clearly having purchased nothing. Now that you mention it, we wanted to buy something too, but look at the line. Can we even get in? Zhang Tiniu glanced at the supermarket, where students were already queuing outside, making entry impossible. They had hoped to check out other supermarkets on campus, but to their dismay, all 4 supermarkets were packed to the brim. Chapter 3. The campus belle is naturally Sister Su. With no chance of getting supplies from the campus supermarket, Zhang Tiniu suggested, shall we head outside instead? Noticing the chaotic scene in front of the supermarket, where the crowd had swelled, he realized that if they wanted to buy daily necessities, they would likely have to wait until evening. Jiangyu and Xiao Kai nodded in agreement, and Gu Feng, standing beside them, followed suit with a nod. The 4 of them set off toward the school gate, preparing to venture outside in search of living essentials. Have you guys heard about our department's flower? Xiao Kai, walking ahead, turned back and whispered to Gu Feng and the others. The beauty of our finance department seems to be named Lan Feier. Lan Feier? Kai, where did you hear that? Xiao Kai's words drew confusion from Jiangyu and Zhang Tiniu, both of whom were unaware. As for Gu Feng, he had known of Lan Feier for 5 years, having shared the same department for several years and even crossed paths numerous times. While Lan Feier was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Su Liuli, whose combination of beauty and poise was unparalleled among ordinary girls. Seeing that Zhang Tiniu was also shaking his head, Jiangyu turned her gaze to the silent Gu Feng. Gu Feng, have you heard of Lan Feier? Me? I haven't heard anything. It's the first day, and I don't even know who our instructor is. Gu Feng shrugged, shaking his head. None of the 3 had heard of her, yet Xiao Kai appeared quite pleased, rolling up his sleeves to enlighten them. It's evident you guys didn't do your homework before the semester started. Let me tell you, our department's Lon Fayer is a sophomore, recognized as the belle of the finance department. I even saw her photo in the group chat before school started. She is undoubtedly a top-notch beauty. Xiao Kai's excitement was palpable, as if he were an old acquaintance. Hearing this, Jiangyu chuckled. Kai, since you know about our department's flower, do you know who the campus beauty is? Upon mentioning the campus beauty, Xiao Kai perked up even more. Are you testing me? The campus beauty of Fuxing University is undoubtedly Su Liuli, Senior Su. Haven't you seen her on the school's official website? Lon Fayer is indeed beautiful. But compared to Senior Su, well, she still falls a bit short. Xiao Kai clicked his tongue, his expression tinged with a hint of regret. I've seen her too. She truly is breathtaking, worthy of being the school's recognized beauty, even more stunning than I had imagined. Unfortunately, Senior Su is already in her 4th year, and after this year, there won't be any chance to see her. Jiangyu remarked this, and Zhang Tiniu immediately chimed in. But I heard that Senior Su will perform at the freshman gala, right? I checked the program list, and indeed, Senior Su will be performing a song and dance. Jiangyu, Zhang Tiniu, and Xiao Kai chatted animatedly as they walked, transitioning from discussing the department flower to the campus beauty, while Gu Feng silently trailed behind, his expression quite intriguing. They were blissfully unaware that the stunning campus beauty, Su Liuli, had just confessed her feelings to him at the school gate. Most crucially, he had agreed to a dinner date with her that evening. Almost forgetting the main event, as the group continued their conversation, Gu Feng took out his phone and found Su Liuli's contact. He composed a text message, stating he would wait for her at the girls' dormitory at 5 o'clock, not to be missed. Meanwhile, in the music classroom of the school, Su Liuli, rehearsing, felt her phone vibrate. She tied her hair up with a scrunchie and moved to her desk to pick it up. Upon opening a message from an unknown number, her face paled, and tension filled her features. The boy who had confessed to her at the school gate had sent a message, saying he would wait for her at the dormitory, and the most significant part was that she did not even know his name. Senior Su? What's wrong? You look rather anxious. A girl in a dance outfit approached, noticing Su Liuli's unusual demeanor. If Xiao Kai were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that this girl was none other than Lon Fayer, the belle of the finance department. In the spacious rehearsal room, there were 7 or 8 girls, each possessing looks and figures that rivaled Lon Fayer, with some even surpassing her. Liuli, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we should wrap up rehearsal for today. It's been nearly enough, and the freshman gala tomorrow should be manageable, Ning Yongyong suggested gently. Having a height that exceeded Lon Fayer's, her long legs accentuating her stunning figure. Hearing their words, Su Liuli shook her head lightly in refusal. The freshman gala was crucial, and she could not allow her discomfort to hinder their practice. It's fine. We should continue rehearsing. She placed her phone back on the desk, resolute in her decision. As Su Liuli expressed her desire to continue, Lon Fayer and Ning Yongyong returned to their previous positions. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and the others had exited the supermarket, their chatter unceasing. Besides discussing the campus beauties, they also talked about the school's leadership, including the elusive principal. After half an hour, they finally discovered a large supermarket with fewer people. Just as they were about to browse, Gu Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. Curiously picking it up, he was taken aback to find it was a reply from Su Liuli. The message was succinct, containing only 3 words. Got it. Holding his phone, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. He never expected Su Liuli would reply to him. Noticing Gu Feng grinning at his phone, the trio halted, with Xiao Kai sneaking up. Gu Feng, what are you grinning about? So happy. Did you find a girlfriend? Immersed in the joy of the text, Gu Feng was startled by Xiao Kai's sudden interruption. Kai, you nearly scared me to death. I wasn't trying to scare you. It's just that you've been staring at your phone with a goofy grin. Honestly, have you found a girlfriend? Is she from our school? What department is she in? What's her name? Chapter 4. The Campus Beauty's Girlfriend. Standing beside Gu Feng, Xiao Kai was filled with curiosity. Finding a girlfriend on the first day of school was extraordinary luck. Faced with Xiao Kai's relentless questioning, Gu Feng could only chuckle awkwardly, unable to respond. If he were to reveal that he was grinning because the campus beauty of Fuxing University had texted him, he wondered if Xiao Kai would drop his jaw in disbelief. Kai, we should prioritize shopping. Let us get the shopping done first, Gu Feng suggested, patting Xiao Kai on the shoulder and hastily moving toward the supermarket. Zhang Tiniu and Jiangyu followed suit, leaving Xiao Kai standing there, puzzled. How mysterious, he murmured to himself, but Gu Feng was unwilling to elaborate. So he quickly followed the others. After selecting a myriad of daily necessities, it took the 4 of them some effort to carry everything back to the dorm. Wow, I'm exhausted, Xiao Kai exclaimed, collapsing onto his bed after placing the items under it. While the items hadn't, he felt heavy at first. Maintaining one posture while walking had nearly dislocated his arm. Gu Feng and Jiang Yu were not much better off than Xiao Kai, while Zhang Tinyu seemed unfazed, appearing relaxed. Being sturdy certainly had its advantages, as moving these items felt like child's play for him. What do you guys want to eat tonight? It's the first day of school, and I'm treating, Zhang Tinyu announced, grinning at the exhausted trio. I might not have time tonight. Some of my high school friends also got into Fuxing University. We've arranged to have dinner together, Jiang Yu said, scratching her head apologetically. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng immediately spoke up. Tinyu, I also have plans for tonight. How about we eat together tomorrow instead? I'll treat tomorrow night. He patted his chest. And upon hearing Gu Feng's offer, Jiang Yu was taken aback. No, let me treat. Tomorrow night, let us all have dinner together. No need for anyone to hold back. I'll take care of it. Gu Feng was acutely aware of his family's financial situation, a knowledge unbeknownst to others. How could he possibly expect someone else to treat him? Haha, very well. In light of this, I shall dine with Kai this evening. However, it must be agreed upon that you shall treat tomorrow night. Zhang Tinyu approached Jiang Yu, giving a light pat on her shoulder. The gesture was so vigorous that it nearly left her in disarray. After resting in the dormitory for an extended period, at 4:30, Gu Feng emerged from his residence, making his way towards the girls' dormitory. As he strolled from the boys' dormitory towards Su Liuli's building, his mind began to wander, contemplating the possibility of re-establishing his commercial empire. Prior to his reincarnation, with the assistance of his family, he had founded his own business empire. Now, having returned to 5 years in the past, a resurgence seemed entirely feasible. Before his rebirth, he primarily engaged in research, real estate, and gaming. Over the past 5 years, the real estate sector had continued to flourish, leaving some room for investment. However, 5 years hence, the industry would face a severe downturn, and further investment would be tantamount to digging his own grave. Research demanded an exorbitant amount of capital, making it impractical in the short term. At present, the gaming industry appeared to be the most accessible field to embark upon. Peak Competition, a game that should still be in development, was a prime candidate. 5 years ago, investing in gaming had proven immensely lucrative. A mere 30 million investment had yielded over 10 billion in profit within 2 years, marking it as his most successful endeavor. This game originated from a hobbyist group within the computer science department of MO University, initially requiring 30 million for investment. At this juncture, the game should still be in the early stages of development, necessitating far less capital. Currently, he possessed only over 1 million, a sum gifted by his grandmother before his academic journey commenced. Lost in thought about his resurgence, he reached the foot of the girls' dormitory before he realized it. In stark contrast to the freshman dormitory, the senior building was noticeably less populated. Standing at the entrance for 5 minutes, he only observed 2 senior girls coming and going, leaving the atmosphere exceedingly desolate. Another 5 minutes passed, and just as the clock approached 5, Su Liuli, clad in a black dress, appeared on the staircase. She maintained the same attire as before, lingering on the steps, hesitant to descend. Her gaze fixated on Gu Feng, anxiety coursing through her as her heart raced. After locking eyes for several seconds, she finally mustered the courage to approach him. I'm sorry for being late. Her hands were tightly clasped together, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, unable to meet Gu Feng's gaze. Su Liuli's cheeks flushed with shyness, while Gu Feng remained remarkably at ease. After all, as someone reborn, his perspective was far more mature than that of the innocent girl before him. It's not yet 5, you haven't arrived late. What would you like for dinner? I'm open to anything, even dining at the school cafeteria. Her voice was soft, and after a brief glance at Gu Feng, her gaze darted away once more. At the school cafeteria? With the influx of freshmen today, it will be exceedingly crowded. I'll take you somewhere else. You seem a bit nervous? Gu Feng noted, a subtle smile curving his lips as he observed her flustered demeanor. No, I just find it a bit overwhelming. I don't even know your name yet. Suppressing her fluttering heart, Su Liuli gradually lifted her gaze, her long lashes fluttering as she regarded him. My surname is Gu, and my name is Gu Feng. After his introduction, Su Liuli nodded slightly. I'm Su Liuli. I know. His smile remained, and now, Su Liuli appeared utterly charming, shedding any trace of the aloofness typically associated with a campus beauty. You know, Su Liuli's brows furrowed at his revelation. She had never disclosed her name to him. How could he possibly know? Of course. Su Xiuejia is the campus beauty of Fuxing University. I imagine very few people here are unaware of your name. Speaking of which, I consider myself quite fortunate to find such a beautiful girlfriend on the very first day of school. Gu Feng expected Su Liuli to refute his statement. Yet to his surprise, her cheeks deepened in color, and she silently acquiesced to his words. Let us go. It's time to eat. After lingering for a moment, the clock had passed 5, and it was indeed time to venture out for dinner. Gu Feng turned, and Su Liuli quietly followed at his side, walking in unison. Perhaps due to Su Liuli's figure and beauty, as they walked, fellow students, both male and female, cast curious glances their way. Chapter 5. In the years to come. Please take care of me. Su Liuli trailed quietly beside Gu Feng, oblivious to the inquisitive stares of those around them. As the campus beauty, she was accustomed to attention, and over time, it had become second nature. As for Gu Feng, with his thick skin and focused primarily on Su Liuli, he naturally paid little heed to the gazes directed their way. Upon exiting the gates of Fuxing University, the street outside was dominated by restaurants, occupying nearly 80% of the storefronts. Have you decided what you'd like to eat? Walking side by side, since he was treating Su Liuli, he felt it only right to let her choose the meal. Upon being asked again about her preference, Su Liuli paused, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance for a moment. How about noodles? The beef noodles over there are delicious. My roommates and I frequent that place. Raising her delicate hand, she pointed in the direction she mentioned, and Gu Feng indeed spotted a modestly sized restaurant. The sign read beef noodles, and from the steady stream of customers at the entrance, it appeared to be quite popular. All right, let us have the beef noodles then. Let us go. Originally intending to treat Su Liuli to a lavish meal, he found it hard to refuse her suggestion for beef noodles. After ensuring no vehicles were passing, the two crossed the road to stand before the restaurant. Upon entering, the dining area was relatively spacious, yet was equally bustling with patrons. After ordering 2 bowls of beef noodles at the front desk, they were led by a server to a cozy corner table. Gu Feng sat on the outside, while Su Liuli took the inner seat against the wall. Once seated, their eyes met, and an air of awkwardness enveloped them. In truth, Su Liuli hesitated, wanted to explain something. Just as Gu Feng prepared to inquire, she seemed to gather her resolve. Actually, confessing to you today was an accident. I was out wandering with a few roommates, and during a game of truth or dare at the entrance, I lost, which is why I approached you. Having spoken her truth, Su Liuli sought Gu Feng's reaction. To her surprise, he appeared completely unfazed. Aren't you upset? Upset? Why would I be? Unless you wish to retract your confession? He chuckled softly, reaching for the water jug, filling a cup, and placing it in front of Su Liuli. In response to Gu Feng's probing, Su Liuli immediately shook her head. No, I didn't mean that. I merely wished to clarify. Well, that's a relief. I thought you were going to say you didn't want to be my girlfriend. Upon hearing Gu Feng's remark, Su Liuli fell momentarily speechless, stammering for some time. I've never had a boyfriend, so I lack experience. And you, how coincidental. I've never had a girlfriend either. Given that, I hope you will guide me along the way. He raised his water cup towards Su Liuli in a playful gesture. This simple action brought a smile to Su Liuli's face, easing her previous tension. All right, I look forward to your guidance in the future. She too lifted her water cup, gently clinking it against his before taking a sip. As the girl had already taken a drink, Gu Feng, of course, could not fall behind. He brought his cup to his lips and took a hearty gulp. Ah, too hot. Initially intending to take a hearty sip, I was taken aback by the scalding temperature of the water in my cup. Observing this, Su Liuli, seated across from me, promptly reached for a nearby tissue and extended it towards me, her expression laced with concern as she inquired, "Are you all right?" After dabbing at the dampness at the corner of my mouth, I placed the cup back onto the table. I'm fine. Fortunately, the water isn't excessively hot. Otherwise, it would surely affect my enjoyment of the beef noodles. At that moment, Su Liuli murmured softly, "Even now, you're still thinking about food." Coincidentally, the waiter arrived with our freshly prepared beef noodles. We ate in silence, neither of us uttering a word. Once we had finished, I had planned to take Su Liuli for a stroll, but she received a phone call informing her that she needed to rehearse for a performance that evening. Alas, my intentions were thwarted, and I could only escort her back to the school. As we walked shoulder to shoulder near the academic district, Su Liuli gradually came to a halt. I can manage to get to the classroom by myself. It's the first day of school. You should head back and rest. The rehearsal room was situated in the opposite direction of the dormitories, making it unnecessary for me to accompany her. After a moment of hesitation, I ultimately acquiesced to her request. I watched her retreat until her figure faded from view before redirecting my gaze. As I made my way back to the dormitory, my phone unexpectedly vibrated in my pocket when I was less than 100 meters away. Upon retrieving my phone and seeing the caller ID, my expression froze. Pressing the answer button, I held the phone to my ear. "Mom, you still remember me? You little rascal. Are you looking for a beating?" In the capital city, within the grounds of the Gu family estate, my mother, Song Huilan, lounged on the sofa clad in a tailored suit. Opposite her sat my elderly grandmother, leaning on a cane, her hair a cascade of white. "Please, calm down. I certainly don't wish to be punished." My mother's threat prompted a sheepish chuckle from me. I knew better than to provoke a woman who could easily intimidate even my father. It's your grandmother who misses you. She asked me to call and let you speak with her. Mom, please pass the phone to Grandma. I stood and handed the phone to my grandmother, who accepted it with a warm smile. Xiao Feng, how do you find your first day at school? Suddenly moving to the magic city. The house feels empty without you to talk to. Her familiar voice on the other end stirred a bittersweet feeling within me. Grandma, I'm doing well. Once the military training is over in a few days, I will come back to visit you. Good, I'll be waiting. Make sure to cultivate good relationships with your classmates, and do try to find a girlfriend. You're a grown young man. It's high time you experienced romance. I couldn't help but chuckle on my grandmother's words. I had anticipated such a conversation. Even back in high school, she had been urging me to find a girlfriend. Her progressive mindset was indeed unparalleled among typical parents. Rest assured, Grandma, I will make it a priority to find a girlfriend soon. By the way, while I'm away, please keep an eye on my mom. If I bring home a girlfriend, what if she gives her a hard time? Give her a hard time? Impossible. You should know your mother better than that. In all these years, I've only seen her bully you and your father. She has always been polite to your grandmother, let alone a future daughter-in-law. My grandmother's tone was certain. She knew her daughter-in-law well, and if she were ever to meet a future daughter-in-law, she would undoubtedly dote upon her. We chatted for over 20 minutes, only disconnecting when my mother reminded her to hang up. Chapter 6, for ticket stubs. After my grandmother ended the call, I made my way back to the dormitory. Jiangyu was attending a classmate gathering, and Zhang Tiniu was on the basketball court. Only Xiao Kai remained, seated on his bed, engrossed in a video game. Gu Feng, you're back. Have you seen the program list for tomorrow night's welcome party? It's going to be epic. Not only will the school beauty perform, but even the flower of our department, Lan Feier, will be on stage. Climbing onto my bed, I listened as Xiao Kai excitedly set his phone aside. Really? Then we must secure a good spot. Leaning against my blanket, I calmly remarked, knowing that Su Liuli would be performing at the welcome party. The school beauty he referred to must surely be Su Liuli, as she was the only one of her kind at our university. That goes without saying. We absolutely need to find a prime location. Xiao Kai affirmed, then continued. The welcome party is in the playground, and claiming a seat in the audience won't be easy. What if we head over right after lunch to secure our spots? Taken aback, I replied, but the welcome party starts at 6. Isn't it too early to go at noon? A couple of hours in advance would suffice. If we go at noon, we'd be sitting out in the sun for over 4 hours. The weather isn't exactly pleasant. And even if I don't faint from heat, I'll be too exhausted to enjoy the show. Too early? Just look at our school's forum. Many people are planning to head over right after breakfast to grab seats. According to them, if we wait until noon, we might not even get a spot. The welcome party at Fuxing University was akin to a grand spring festival gala, attracting not just freshmen, but even upperclassmen were eager to attend. I pulled out my phone to check the university forum. To my surprise, there were indeed several people intending to occupy seats right after breakfast. 5 years ago, it didn't seem this exaggerated. Have I simply not been paying attention? I muttered softly, recalling that Su Liuli had performed at the welcome party 5 years ago, and I had arrived just in time to grab a spot in the corner with a stool. While my view had been somewhat obstructed, the sounds of the performances had been crystal clear. Gu Feng, what are you mumbling about? Are we going to claim our seats tomorrow at noon or not? Xiao Kai pressed, having missed what I'd said. Yes, we will. What is 4 hours? It's no trouble at all. After all, I need to support my girlfriend's performance. All right, once Tiniu and Jiangyu return, I'll let them know we're heading out after lunch. With that, Xiao Kai resumed his game. Around 7 in the evening, Zhang Tiniu returned, dressed in his basketball uniform, casually greeting us before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Jiangyu, however, didn't return until 9:30, just as the dormitory doors were about to close. After informing the two about our plan to reserve seats, they both readily agreed. As the clock struck 10, just as I was preparing to lie down for the night, my phone vibrated beside my pillow. To my surprise, it was a call from Su Liuli. Hello, I just finished rehearsing and am on my way back to the dormitory. Tomorrow morning at 7. Wait for me in front of your dormitory building. I have something to give you. Her gentle voice resonated through the phone. Where are you bringing me? That's a secret. I must go back to my dorm now. Remember, tomorrow morning at 7, wait for me. With that, Su Liuli hung up, leaving me perplexed and curious about what she intended to deliver. And so, the night passed in silence, leading us into the dawn of a new day. At the crack of dawn, just past 6 o'clock, while Xiao Kai and his companions were still in the throes of slumber, Gu Feng had already rolled out of bed and made his way to the balcony to tidy up. He was determined not to be late for the rendezvous with Su Liuli at 7 o'clock, as tardiness was not in his nature. By 6:45, having donned a simple outfit, he stealthily exited the dormitory. Upon arriving in front of the dormitory building, he immediately spotted Su Liuli standing at a distance. The morning chill enveloped the air, and Su Liuli, clad in a flowing white dress and a cropped top, appeared strikingly tall, her attire accentuating her graceful figure. Didn't we agree on 7 o'clock? It's only 6:50, he mused, noting that Su Liuli seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Last time you waited for me. This time it's my turn to be early. Here, this is for you. Her bright, clear eyes met Gu Feng's as she handed him several tickets. What are these? Gu Feng inquired, confused, as he examined the tickets, stamped with the seal of Fuxing University. These are front row seats for tonight's welcome party. 4 tickets in total, she replied. Front row seats for the welcome party? Liuli, where did you acquire these? Gu Feng raised an eyebrow, astonishment flickering across his face. The seats in the front rows were infinitely superior to those in the bleachers, offering not only proximity, but also an ideal viewing angle. Typically, the first row was reserved for the principal and various school leaders, while the subsequent rows were designated for faculty and exemplary student representatives. It was already commendable for ordinary students to secure a spot in the audience for such performances. Have you forgotten? I'm one of the performers. Each performer receives several tickets, and I was given 4. Feel free to bring your roommates along, she stated, pressing the tickets into his hands before he could respond. I have plans to grab breakfast with my roommates, so I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. With her eyes sparkling, she waved at Gu Feng and gracefully departed. Clutching the tickets, Gu Feng waited until Su Liuli's figure had vanished from sight before turning to leave himself. With these 4 tickets, there would be no need for them to queue at noon. However, the question lingered. How would he explain the tickets to Xiao Kai and the others? He couldn't simply say he found them. Such a flimsy excuse would hardly convince them. Lost in thought about how to clarify the ticket's origins, Gu Feng made his way to the second floor. Unbeknownst to him, a few freshmen passing by to buy breakfast were momentarily stunned upon witnessing Su Liuli and Gu Feng engaged in quiet conversation, regardless of their familiarity with each other. Su Liuli's striking beauty and poise left them awestruck. Who was that senior just now? She looked so familiar. Is she not the renowned campus beauty? Su Liuli? Su Liuli, the senior from the 4th year. No, that is impossible. How could Senior Su be here? And, judging from the way they were interacting, it's clear their conversation abruptly halted, and they exchanged glances, each aware that the rapport between Su Liuli and Gu Feng strongly suggested a romantic involvement. The illustrious campus beauty had seemingly found a boyfriend. News of this would undoubtedly stir considerable excitement. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Kai and the others remained fast asleep. Gu Feng tucked the 4 tickets into his wardrobe and took a seat at his desk. At this hour, returning to slumber was impractical. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, a thought occurred to him about the game development team at Moda University. With the morning free, he could certainly pay a visit to Moda University. Resolute, he stood and left the dormitory, meandering towards the school gates. He purchased a crepe for breakfast, and after eating, he hailed a taxi to Moda University. The distance between Fuxing University and Moda University was roughly 10 kilometers. However, due to the morning traffic, the journey took over half an hour instead of the usual 10 minutes. After settling the fare, he strode confidently into Moda University. Familiar with Moda University due to its proximity, Gu Feng often wandered its grounds. Professor Wu, he thought, I should seek him out first. Professor Wu was a faculty member in the computer science department at Moda University and had spearheaded the research on the Game P competition alongside his students. What he was uncertain about, however, was the current stage of the game's development. After a brisk walk to the vicinity of the teaching building and inquiring with several students, he finally located Professor Wu's classroom. Upon entering, Gu Feng found the professor engrossed in organizing relevant data at his computer. The spacious classroom was empty save for Professor Wu. Hearing a knock at the door, he adjusted his thick black glasses and called out, "Come in. Good day, Professor." Gu Feng greeted him, his demeanor humble as he approached. "Ah, is there something you need, student?" Professor Wu inquired kindly, clearly assuming Gu Feng was one of Moda University's students. "Professor, I hope to discuss something with you. I have a moment of your time?" Gu Feng's tone was polite and respectful, reflecting his admiration for the professor both before and after his rebirth. Upon hearing this, Professor Wu smiled warmly. "Of course. I always have time for students. Please have a seat. What brings you here?" "To be candid, I wish to learn more about the Game P competition that you and your students are developing," Gu Feng stated directly, recognizing the professor's valuable time. "A P competition, yes indeed. There is such a game in progress. The students have excellent ideas, but we lack technical support. I merely provide occasional assistance in that regard. Are you interested in joining the team?" No, Professor, you misunderstand. I am not a student from Moda University's computer science department. I am a student from the finance department at Fuxing University. I am here to discuss the possibility of investing in P competition, Gu Feng explained earnestly. Professor Wu was taken aback, momentarily doubting his hearing. "You wish to invest in P competition? I must have misheard you. he said, seeking clarification. You heard correctly. I indeed wish to invest in this game. While Modi University has a project incubation center, the support it offers is limited to equipment and space. The funding you can apply for is insufficient for the game's development. As a finance student, I understand the gaming industry to some extent. To put it plainly, a large-scale game like Peak Competition will require substantial server infrastructure, and the subsidies from Modi University are far from adequate. Gu Feng spoke with calm assurance. While Professor Wu's astonishment grew, not only was he surprised by Gu Feng's intent to invest, but also by the young man's articulate demeanor. For someone of Gu Feng's age to possess such poise and eloquence was truly remarkable. You make a valid point. Without external investment, Peak Competition may not even reach the testing phase. But do you know how much it truly costs to fully fund this game? Just for the testing phase, we would need a starting capital of at least $1 million. Once the game is launched, the funding required could ascend to tens of millions. This is merely the initial phase. The expenses for promotion will be calculated separately. Professor Wu rose from his seat and gently patted Gu Feng's shoulder. It was not a matter of disbelief, but rather the sheer magnitude of the investment required. We're a publicly listed company to approach him for discussion. There might be a semblance of credibility. Professor Wu's stance was anticipated by Gu Feng from the outset. A faint smile graced his lips as he stood as well. Professor, you need not concern yourself with financial matters. As long as Peak Competition is willing to accept my investment, several million, even tens of millions, would pose no issue for me. What do you think? Allow me to leave you my contact information. Please confer with your colleagues and provide me with a response in a week. This was a decision that Professor Wu could ultimately make on his own. His words were not only intended to afford the professor time, but also to grant himself a reprieve. He had already boasted in Haikal, yet currently possessed only a little over $1 million. As Professor Wu had pointed out, investing in Peak Competition would hardly sustain him for long. After contemplating Gu Feng's words for a considerable time, Professor Wu eventually nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall discuss this with my classmates and provide you with an answer in a week. Thank you, Professor, Gu Feng said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Following a brief conversation with the elder, Gu Feng exited the computer lab. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, Gu Feng leisurely strolled about the campus of Modi University. Setting aside the matter of promotion, the funds required to sustain Peak Competition until its launch were approximately $10 million. With only $1 million at his disposal, transforming that sum into $10 million within a mere week proved to be a formidable challenge. The stock market and mutual funds required a longer time frame, rendering them unfeasible. He distinctly recalled several stocks poised for significant surges, but they were not ripe for investment at this moment. A long-term hold was necessary. Lost in thought, an epiphany struck him suddenly. Virtual cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. He vividly remembered that on the third day of the semester, Bitcoin experienced a substantial surge, exceeding 10%. A 10% increase would be insufficient if he merely purchased the currency. Thus, he would need to employ contract leverage. By leveraging at 100 times, he could secure a return of precisely $10 million if Bitcoin appreciated by 10%. However, this approach came with the peril of potential liquidation due to the high leverage. Based on his understanding of the cryptocurrency market, every time there was a significant upsurge, there would be a slight decline beforehand, akin to gathering momentum. To ensure safety, placing an order tomorrow would be the most prudent course of action. As he approached the roadside to hail a cab back to Fuxing University, Gu Feng received a call from Jiang Yu, who immediately inquired where he had disappeared so early in the morning. After offering a brief explanation to Jiang Yu, they agreed to meet at the cafeteria. Upon returning to campus, Gu Feng hurriedly made his way, spotting Jiang Yu and the others waiting outside the cafeteria. Gu Feng, over here. Jiang Yu was the most enthusiastic, waving energetically upon spotting him. Gu Feng quickened his pace to join them. Where have you been this morning? Off on a date? As he reached them, Xiao Kai narrowed his eyes and smirked mischievously. Absolutely not. Who goes on a date at such an early hour? Dates are best suited for the evening, under the cover of night. Then what were you doing this morning? Don't tell me you were jogging on the playground. We just passed by there and didn't see you. Jiang Yu wore a puzzled expression. Without a date or morning exercise, where had Gu Feng spent the entire morning? Faced with their curiosity, Gu Feng patiently explained, I took a trip to Modi University. I have a few classmates there and wanted to see how they were doing. All right. It's nearly noon. Shall we eat? Is it breakfast or lunch? Having delayed on the way, it was approaching 10 o'clock, far too late for breakfast. The cafeteria has food. Let's just grab a bite, Xiao Kai said with an air of camaraderie. It's our dorm's first meal together. What do you want? It's on me. He thumped his chest in a boastful manner. Upon hearing Xiao Kai's offer, Gu Feng and the others exchanged knowing glances, already formulating a plan. Given the time, a light meal would suffice. I'll have crab casserole rice. How about you two, Gu Feng and Tiny Yo? Jiang Yu grinned. looking toward Gu Feng and Zhang Tainyao. Understanding the unspoken message in Jiang Yu's gaze, they quickly replied in unison, the same. We'd like to try the crab casserole rice at the cafeteria. Xiao Kai, sorry to make you foot the bill. It's just a lunch, I can still afford it. Come on, crab casserole rice it is. With a grand gesture, he led the way into the cafeteria, and Gu Feng and the others followed closely behind. The crab casserole rice station was situated in the center of the cafeteria, and, compared to other stations, it had but a few patrons, perhaps due to the time of day. Upon noticing their approach, the attendant, who had been idly playing on his phone, quickly stood up to serve them. Hello, would you like some crab casserole rice? Yes, we'll have 4 portions of crab casserole rice. Xiao Kai, ever the generous one, held up 4 fingers. All right, just a moment. It will be ready shortly. The attendant worked swiftly, and within 2 to 3 minutes, all 4 portions of crab casserole rice were prepared. Each of you gets an egg. If you enjoy it, do come again. Thank you. Each received a portion of crab casserole rice, along with an egg from the attendant. How much is it? 200 in total. What? The price took Xiao Kai by surprise as he fumbled for his wallet. Upon hearing the total, he momentarily froze. Wide-eyed as he glanced at Gu Feng and the others, his heart sinking. 200 for a simple lunch? Here. He reluctantly handed over 200 yuan to the attendant, finally grasping why so few people frequented the crab casserole rice station. Spending 50 yuan on a meal was decidedly extravagant for a campus setting. You 3 conspire to drain my wallet. How shameless. Ah, come on, don't be so dramatic. Jiang Yu laughed heartily, while Xiao Kai rolled his eyes. Of course it hurts. Would it not pain you? Indeed, it stings quite a bit. How about this? To ease your suffering, I'll treat you to dinner after tonight's performance. We'll go to a restaurant and ensure you have a delightful meal. Well, that doesn't sound too painful. Xiao Kai chuckled, patting his chest as laughter erupted from him. Seeing this, Zhang Tainyao remarked, Xiao Kai, were you a performer in your past life, with how quickly you change expressions? Jiang Yu, won't it be too late to eat after the performance? Shouldn't we eat earlier? Gu Feng suggested softly as he settled down with his crab casserole. In response, Jiang Yu shook her head. Have you forgotten? We need to reserve our seats shortly. If we wait until after dinner, the best spots will be gone. Right? Jiang Yu has a point. Securing our seats is paramount. A later dinner won't matter much. Compared to attending the grand, welcoming gala, dinner had become secondary in importance. Coughing lightly, Gu Feng swallowed his rice and said, Actually, we don't need a rush for seats. What are you getting at, Gu Feng? Nothing much. I managed to snag a few ticket seats this morning. With these tickets, we can sit in the front rows for the performance. No need to reserve seats. Gu Feng's words had barely left his lips when Xiao Kai, unable to contain himself, spewed rice all over Zhang Tainyao. What the hell? Kai, what have you done? He hastily rose, grabbing a napkin to wipe the grains from his clothes. Xiao Kai, equally apologetic, joined in the effort. Once they had settled down, they turned their attention back to Gu Feng. Tickets for the seats? Gu Feng, are you serious? Those front rows are reserved for school leaders and outstanding students. Where did you procure your tickets? You wouldn't happen to have some connection with the school administration, would you? Following Xiao Kai's incredulous remarks, Jiang Yu and Zhang Tainyao also cast skeptical glances in his direction. Kai, your thought process is truly unique. These tickets were given to me by a friend. They have nothing to do with the school leaders. In short, we don't have to queue up this afternoon. We have tickets. With unwavering confidence, Gu Feng buried himself in his meal. The 3, seeing his demeanor, decided not to press further and joined him in a hearty feast. After lunch, upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Feng immediately retrieved the seating tickets that Su Liuli had given him from the wardrobe. There really are tickets. Gu Feng, I adore you, he exclaimed, laughter erupting. This is splendid. We won't have to queue anymore. Of the 4 tickets, Gu Feng kept 1 for himself, leaving the remaining 3 for Jiang Yu and the others, each receiving 1. With tickets in hand, what was there to worry about? They could head online in the afternoon. Jiang Yu, let me know when we're going out for a meal. I'm off now. With the ticket carefully tucked into his pocket, Xiao Kai left the dormitory, only to be halted by Jiang Yu's voice. Wait, I'm coming with you. Upon hearing Xiao Kai was heading online, Jiang Yu immediately insisted on joining him. The 2 left together, leaving only Zhang Tainyao and Gu Feng in the dormitory. Gu Feng, I want to play basketball. Do you want to come along? He inquired, knowing that being alone in the dormitory would be rather dull. Sure, let us go together. Having played basketball frequently in high school, Gu Feng's skills were decent enough for a casual game. They spent the entire afternoon sprinting on the court for nearly 4 hours. As the clock struck 5, Gu Feng received a call from Jiang Yu, asking them to return to the dormitory to change clothes in preparation for dinner. It's about time to head back. All right. After sinking the last shot, he picked up the nearby water bottle, and the 2 walked back to the dormitory side by side. Upon their return, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai had already prepared. They donned fresh outfits, appearing quite sprightly. "You two, hurry up and change. We still have to catch a performance after dinner." While adjusting his hair in front of the mirror, Xiao Kai urged Gu Feng and Zhang Tiniu to get ready quickly. After a quick shower and a hasty change of clothes, they had spent no more than 15 minutes, an impressively swift turnaround. At 5:30, the four departed from the dormitory. They found a small restaurant nearby and casually ordered a few dishes, indulging in a delightful meal. Chapter 9. The school bell sings, the departmental flower dances. After finishing dinner in 20 minutes, with only 10 minutes remaining until the welcome party, Gu Feng and his companions hurried towards the playground. Upon arriving at the entrance, they halted in their tracks. There are so many people. They had anticipated a large turnout, but the sheer number was staggering. The vast lawn was nearly filled with students. The same was true for the distant audience seats, which were completely packed. If it weren't for the small size of the chairs, one could easily imagine two people squeezing into a single seat. "Let's go in." Each of them held a seating ticket, and under Gu Feng's guidance, they proceeded into the playground. The lawn and seats were already teeming with people, yet the area closest to the stage appeared somewhat sparse. A cursory glance revealed around 100 chairs arranged in 5 rows, with 20 chairs per row, except for the first 10 seats reserved for school leaders. The rest were occupied by students. Their tickets, fortuitously, corresponded to seats in the 3rd row, which were quite favorable. As they approached the seating area, before they could locate their spots, a teacher clad in a Zhongshan suit swiftly approached them. "Dear students, this is a designated area. If you wish to watch the welcome program, please proceed to the audience seats or the lawn at the back." His tone was gentle and courteous. "Hello, teacher. We have seating tickets. We just haven't found our seats yet." In front of the male teacher, Gu Feng and his friends promptly presented the tickets they had been holding. Upon realizing they possessed tickets, the teacher appeared somewhat surprised, but still took the tickets for a closer inspection. After confirming their validity, he personally escorted Gu Feng and his companions to their designated spots. "Here are your seats. The welcome party is about to commence, so please take your seats promptly." "Thank you, teacher." They chorused in unison as they settled into their seats. "This is fantastic. Gu Feng, this spot is unbeatable." They gazed towards the stage, and from this vantage point, the view was simply impeccable. "I never imagined I would one day sit here." "Gu Feng, can you tell me who gave you these tickets? It's incredible. Seats in the first 3 rows, and 4 of them at that." Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu were all exhilarated, and it was no surprise. Most of their fellow students were seated in the audience, while those who arrived later stood on the lawn. How could they not feel elated to have secured such prime positions? Respected school leaders, dear students, good evening. The 121st welcome party is about to begin. The school has prepared stools for everyone. Please make sure to collect your stools from the back of the stage if you're standing. Perhaps considering how tiring it would be to stand for the performances, the school had thoughtfully arranged stools for everyone. Hearing the host's announcement, Gu Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. In his previous life, he had brought his own stool to the welcome party, never expecting the school to provide them this time. Originally scheduled to start at 6, it seemed the event would likely be delayed by about half an hour. Once everyone had collected their stools, there were hardly any remaining standers on the playground. Respected leaders, dear students, good evening. I am your host on stage. The 4 hosts took turns introducing themselves, followed by a lengthy introduction. According to tradition, the principal was to be the first to speak after the hosts opened the program. Principal Lin Guifeng of Fuxing University was considered a legendary figure in the education sector, having previously worked in a national education unit. She was later appointed as the principal of Fuxing University, where she had served for over a decade. Initially, Fuxing University was not regarded as a prestigious institution in the Magic City. However, under Principal Lin's leadership for more than 10 years, she had elevated Fuxing University to a status comparable to that of the top universities in the city. Whether it could surpass those institutions in the future remained uncertain. As the seasons change, we are filled with nostalgia. In the spring, we return with joy that is difficult to contain. We reflect on the past years, where we ignited hope with our passion and realized dreams with our sweat. Now, let us welcome Principal Lin Guifeng to the stage for her address. With the host's words, the applause erupted throughout the playground. Dressed in a gray professional outfit with her hair elegantly styled in a bun, she appeared every bit the formidable woman in her 50s. Ahem, students, before I begin, I want to ask you all a question. Would you prefer to listen to this old lady's ramblings or watch the exciting performances of the welcome party? Instead of beginning her speech, she posed a question to the audience. Upon hearing Principal Lin's words, the entire playground fell into an abrupt silence. A few seconds later, a loud shout erupted from an exuberant student. "Look at the spectacular show!" Laughter erupted, a cacophony of mirth filling the air. Which student dared to call out, "Please come to my office afterwards." With a beaming smile, Principal Lin surveyed the crowd with her microphone before continuing, Just a little joke for everyone. As your principal, I warmly welcome you to Fuxing University. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to visit my office. With these simple yet impactful words, she handed the microphone back to the host, leaving the crowd in awe. Wow, our principal is quite the character. I expected a lengthy speech, but it was over in less than 3 minutes. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai murmured softly, while Zhang Tiniu displayed a similar look of surprise. They were not alone. The new students gathered on the playground likely shared the same sentiment. After Principal Lin descended the stage, the host promptly announced the commencement of the program, with the Dance Academy taking the stage first. Now, please welcome the Dance Academy to perform a classical court dance. Leading the performance is Ning Yongyong, with participants Li Li and Wang Shutong, accompanied by the Guzheng Peaceheim Mountains and Flowing Water, performed by Wang Tai from the Music Academy. As the host concluded, a group of senior dancers from the Dance Academy gathered center stage. Behind them, Wang Tai from the Music Academy elegantly took her seat, a senior with a name as striking as her presence. Sitting beside Gu Feng, Zhang Tiniu scratched his head, surprised to discover that Wang Tai, whom many assumed to be a boy, was actually a beautiful senior. As the belle of the Dance Academy, Ning Yongyong glided gracefully into the spotlight, captivating the audience with her enchanting dance as the music began. A few minutes later, as the performance concluded, the audience emerged from their trance, erupting into thunderous applause. Truly, Ning Yongyong embodied the essence of the Dance Academy, her figure rivaling that of professional models. The dance was mesmerizing, yet all too brief. In the audience, students whispered while applauding. Upon hearing one comment, someone nearby replied, "This is just the beginning. The best performances are still to come." Ning Yongyong will return for the final act. And do you know who will be singing? It's our university's belle, Su Liuli. The excitement was palpable as the names of accompanying dancers were mentioned, prompting curious ears to lean in. In addition to Ning Yongyong, there were also Lan Feier by Yaxin, Dong Qingxue, and Xia Yan. The first boy to speak rattled off a list of names. Anyone familiar with the Fuxing University Campus Forum would recognize these illustrious figures. Ning Yongyong was the belle of the Dance Academy. Lan Feier represented the Finance Academy. Bai Yaxin was the belle of the Computer Science Academy. Dong Qingxue of the Foreign Language Academy, and Xia Yan from the Business Administration Academy. Beyond these 5, there were 7 more from other faculties, clearly selected by the school to provide the new students with an unforgettable welcome experience. My goodness, so many seniors, how can we possibly cope? Come on, just keep your eyes peeled. Such a spectacle is rare. With the first performance concluded, the subsequent acts included crosstalk, skits, and opera. But the most surprising was undoubtedly the acrobatics. The acrobatics were truly breathtaking. Upon seeing them listed in the program, I expected a mere formality, yet they delivered a genuine spectacle. Xiao Kai clapped enthusiastically while whispering to Jiang Yu, "What's next? A stand-up comedy?" After the comedy, the most anticipated act awaited. Su Liuli and the Gathering of Bells would soon take the stage. I recalled the program indicated a performance duration of half an hour, yet I was perplexed. Xiao Kai pondered this, having studied the program, which indeed noted the performance times. However, the preceding acts lasted only a few minutes, with the longest barely exceeding 10. The final act, a song and dance, was marked for 30 to 50 minutes, leaving him curious about the specifics. Chapter 10. The Dance of the Feather Garment. Who cares about the specifics? The program is arranged for a reason. Besides, it's Su's personal performance. With all the bells accompanying her, wouldn't a longer duration be splendid? Jiang Yu mused, even suggesting that half an hour felt too short, given the chance. He would gladly accept an hour or two. There was nothing wrong with that sentiment. "Huh," Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu whispered as the stand-up comedy commenced. Though the seniors performed admirably, the audience's enthusiasm clearly lay with the impending final act. After much anticipation, the host returned to the stage. "Students, we have now arrived at the final program of the welcome party. Those who have seen the program know this is the grand finale. Are you eager to watch?" The female host smiled, surveying the crowd. "Absolutely. Yes. Let us get started." The audience erupted in an enthusiastic chorus. The hosts exchanged delighted glances, and the opening host continued. The next performance is the Dance of the Feather Garment, as one of the 10 most representative classical dance pieces. It not only expresses reverence for the celestial maidens, but also showcases the prosperity of court music and dance. The performance features the Music Academy's Su Liuli, with dancers from the Dance Academy, Ning Yongyong, Finance Academy's Lan Feier, Computer Science Academies by Yaxin, and Foreign Language Academy's Dong Qingxue. On stage, the host announced 13 names in quick succession, each one capable of inciting a commotion at Fuxing University. As the music began, the 4 hosts exited the stage. The moment had arrived. All eyes were transfixed on the stage as Ning Yong and her fellow dancers, adorned in traditional garments, gracefully took their positions. As the pure music played, the lights converged, ultimately illuminating Su Liuli in her stunning red dress. Her tall figure, elegantly styled hair, and the exquisite red gown combined to create a breathtaking vision. A fairy. How beautiful! Only Su Liuli could pull off such a dress. Others would falter. Countless whispers filled the audience. While Ning Yong and her fellow belles were stunning in their own right, they paled in comparison to Su Liuli in that radiant red gown. Standing center stage, Su Liuli's enchanting gaze swept over the audience, finally landing on Gu Feng. Upon seeing him, a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips. Wow, was that just an illusion? Jiangyu, did you see that? It looked like Su Liuli was smiling at us. Completely captivated by the stage, Xiao Kai was the first to notice Su Liuli's unusual demeanor. In fact, it wasn't just him. Jiangyu, Zhang Tiniu, and Gu Feng all clearly observed the moment. You weren't imagining things. Su Liuli is indeed looking our way. How peculiar. Jiangyu shook his head, unsure of the reason behind it. As the notes transformed on stage, Ning Yong, Lan Feier, and the others began their enchanting dance. Finding the rhythm, Su Liuli picked up the microphone in her hand. In the past, I accompanied Emperor Su and Minister Xian at the royal banquet in Zhaoyang. Countless songs and dances abound. Yet my heart is most entranced by the dance of the rainbow garment. As the enchanting melody began to play, the performers on stage gradually shifted positions, their movements light and graceful, exuding an ethereal aura with every gesture. As a distinguished student from the Music Academy, Su Liuli's voice resonated beautifully, captivating the audience and enveloping them in a spell of enchantment. The dancer at the front, with a visage as lovely as jade, wore no mundane attire. Clad in rainbow robes and adorned with a crown, her jewelry cascaded elegantly. She moved with a grace that seemed to defy the very fabric of reality, lost in the melody that hung in the air. Truly, the dance of the rainbow garment was both a feast for the ears and the eyes. A few spectators gazed intently at the stage. Jiangyu mumbled, though her eyes remained glued to the performance. Across the entire playground, all eyes converged on the stage. Each person's expression focused, fearful of missing a moment of this splendid display. Although Gu Feng had returned from a rebirth 5 years prior, the experience of hearing Su Liuli perform the dance of the rainbow garment still left him profoundly moved. This piece, a contemporary court dance, clearly illustrated the heights to which ancient royal dances could ascend. As you say, it is indeed true. Please listen to my words with composure. If one seeks to convey the beauty of a nation, they must fear that humanity will forsake this dance. The distinctions of beauty and flaw are often but reflections of human appreciation. As the final notes faded, the accompaniment abruptly ceased, and the performers gathered once more, preparing to bow. Bravo! Spectacular! Su Shuejia is so beautiful. Campus goddess! Campus goddess! Campus goddess! Another one! Another one! Another one! Following the conclusion of the performance, the entire playground erupted in excitement, the distant cheers rising and falling like waves. In terms of sheer entertainment value, it surpassed even a grand concert. Standing together, they bowed in gratitude to the audience before making their exit. Simultaneously, the four hosts returned to the center of the stage. Wait, didn't the program state a performance duration of 30 to 50 minutes? How could it end so quickly, after only 10 minutes? Xiao Kai clapped while murmuring to himself. The program clearly indicated a performance time of 30 to 50 minutes, yet only half that time had elapsed. Classmates, was the recent performance not exhilarating? I see you all still appear to be longing for more. Would you like our senior sisters to perform again? The host inquired with a gentle smile, addressing the entire audience. Yes, yes. The fervor of the students was palpable. Perhaps you all noticed that the final act listed in the program, the Dance of the Rainbow Garment, has a performance time of 30 to 50 minutes. I can now reveal that today's welcome party includes a hidden performance. What? There's a hidden performance. Indeed, I knew it couldn't be that simple. Xiao Kai, who had been puzzled, was instantly revitalized upon hearing of the hidden act. An encore performance as the grand finale could only be extraordinary. The hidden performance is a choice among 3 options. You can now open your phones and enter the school's official forum, where a voting window created by the computer science department awaits. There are 3 hidden acts. Choose your favorite and cast your vote. The one with the highest votes will perform. As the host concluded, nearly everyone immediately took out their phones. Of course, Gu Feng was no exception. In his memory, there had been no hidden performances 5 years ago, perhaps due to his rebirth. Many events had shifted in one way or another. Chapter 11. Both genders favor. Opening his phone to access the forum, he discovered that the 3 hidden acts were a dance from the Dance Academy, led by Ning Yu, a Guzheng appreciation performance by Wang Tai from the Music Academy, and finally, a song performed by Su Liuli, with the selection being random. As her boyfriend, Gu Feng intended to cast his vote for Su Liuli. Gu Feng, have you voted? Vote for Su Liuli. Trust me, vote for Su Liuli. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu all unified their votes for Su Liuli, not forgetting to urge Gu Feng to vote alongside them. All right, that was my plan all along. Even if Jiang Yu and the others didn't say anything, I would vote for Su Liuli. At the moment he cast his vote, the voting statistics displayed, Su Liuli has achieved a staggering 98% of the votes. My goodness. Truly, the eyes of the masses are discerning. Gu Feng couldn't help but be taken aback upon seeing Su Liuli's 98% approval rate. This meant that a remarkable 98% of all students present in the playground had cast their votes for Su Liuli. As the campus goddess, Su Liuli truly had garnered admiration from both genders. There is still 1 minute left until the voting closes. Please make haste. As time slowly passed, the host on stage reminded everyone that only 1 minute remained. In the blink of an eye, that minute had elapsed. All right, voting has concluded. Let's discover which hidden act will take the stage. The 4 hosts on stage also pulled out their phones to check the voting results for the 3 acts, which yielded no surprises. Meanwhile, backstage, Su Liuli, now donned in a stunning black evening gown, wore a look of resigned inevitability on her exquisite face. Liuli, it seems we were not mistaken. It is indeed you, giggled Ning Yu. Now we can finally take it easy. In front of Su Liuli, Ning Yu stretched her arms, while several senior sisters from the Dance Academy, along with beauties from various departments, beamed with joy. You all did this on purpose, didn't you? Making me take the burden? Su Liuli feigned annoyance, her beautiful eyes blinking. Normally, the final act is a performance requested from the Dance Academy by the Student Council. Yet Ning Yu and her friends proposed an entertaining process. To create a lively atmosphere, they decided to offer 3 acts for voting. Little did they know, Su Liuli's influence as the campus goddess was far too great. Her mere presence had overshadowed the dance that was meant to be performed by the Dance Academy. Liuli, it is primarily your charm that is overwhelming. None of us can compare to you. Isn't that right, Tai? Ning Yu remarked while winking at the grinning Wang Tai beside her. Hee, I knew from the start that I wouldn't be selected, but as for Liuli, her charm is indeed remarkable. Even I, as a girl, find it irresistible. Not to mention the boys. Wang Tai chuckled, expressing her genuine thoughts. All right, Liuli, hurry and prepare to take the stage. Don't forget, the song is random. Let us go to the front of the stage to cheer for you. Go! Su Liuli. The girls chattered excitedly as the host on stage began to announce the performer. Su Liuli, with no choice but to comply, donned a faint smile of resignation on her flawless face and stepped back onto the stage. In her elegant black evening gown, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The moment she stood on stage, everyone held their breath in awe. Is this really Su Liuli? She looks entirely different. Wow, if I didn't know better, I think we'd welcomed a stunningly aloof beauty. Indeed, the aura she exudes is as if she were a completely different person. As Su Liuli graced the stage once more, the lighting crew instantly focused all the spotlight upon her. Su Liuli, with the song being random. I wonder what you have prepared for us. The host approached Su Liuli, microphone in hand, and gently inquired. This question not only piqued the curiosity of the host, but also that of everyone present. I could sing anything, but are there any songs my classmates wish to hear? Suddenly summoned to the stage without prior preparation, she truly was at a loss for what to sing. I want to hear Above the Moon. I want to hear Rice Aroma. I want to hear Beethoven's Concerto. Su Liuli's inquiry, rather than clarifying, sent the audience into a frenzy, with nearly every suggestion imaginable being shouted out. Even one classmate boldly calling for the hero's song. Given the enthusiasm of the classmates, perhaps we could have Senior Su draw lots to decide? Having heard some song titles just now, we could write them down on pieces of paper for Senior Su to select from. The host, ever resourceful, quickly found a sheet of paper, penned 6 song titles, and fashioned them into uniformly sized paper balls for Su Liuli to choose from. She extended her delicate hand and randomly selected one from the multitude of paper balls. Upon unwrapping it, she revealed the bold letters inscribed, Beautiful Myth. I have drawn Beautiful Myth. While this song is indeed lovely, it is a duet. Might it not be somewhat unsuitable? That's simple, Senior Su. You can invite a male classmate to join you in singing. Faced with this suggestion from the host, Su Liuli hesitated noticeably. Grasping the microphone, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Feng, seated in the 3rd row, momentarily stunned before an idea seemed to strike her. All right, I will choose someone. Clutching the microphone before her, she scanned the surroundings with intent. Jiang Yu, hoping to be selected as the male partner for the duet, thought, could I be the one chosen? This is nerve-wracking. Xiao Kai, gripping Jiang Yu's arm tightly, stared at the stage with anxious anticipation. In stark contrast to their expressions, Gu Feng and Zhang Tiniu appeared remarkably calm. Tiniu, why do you seem so indifferent? Don't you want to go on stage? Gu Feng queried, his curiosity piqued. Of course I do. I doubt there is anyone here who wouldn't. Then why not? I simply cannot sing. The songs you all know so well. I've never even heard of them. Sighing, Zhang Tiniu expressed his frustration, lamenting that had he known it would come to this, he would have watched more dramas and listened to more songs. His explanation left Gu Feng utterly bewildered. He had assumed that Tiniu was merely nonchalant, not that he lacked the ability. Su Liuli continued her search, and eventually, her gaze naturally settled in Gu Feng's direction. Classmate, may I invite you to join me in singing? With a sweet smile, she resembled her demeanor from their dinner the previous day. Just as Gu Feng was about to rise, a boy behind him suddenly sprang to his feet, making a beeline for the stage. This unexpected scene stunned not only the audience, but also Su Liuli, who wore an expression of nervousness. Wait, brother, hold on a moment. Su Liuli had clearly issued the invitation to Gu Feng. What was this fellow doing? Xiao Kai, with his characteristic impatience, sprang up to intercept the boy, who mistakenly believed he was the one being summoned. Are you not inviting me? He inquired, confusion etched on his face. Given the close proximity, it was only natural for him to assume Su Liuli meant him. My apologies, but you seem to have misunderstood. I was inviting him. Gu Feng, hurry up and get up here. Perhaps flustered by the situation, Su Liuli inadvertently called out Gu Feng's name, her tone imbued with playful exasperation reminiscent of a couple. The moment she uttered his name, she realized her slip, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stood there momentarily dumbfounded, forgetting what to say next. Gu Feng, equally taken aback, quickly regained his composure, offering a calm smile as he made his way to the stage. The spectacle sparked hushed whispers among the majority of classmates. Su Senior actually knows him. Who is this person? How could a freshman be seated there? I wonder if he's really Su Senior's boyfriend. My goddess. In the distance, from the audience, Wang Manny mused aloud, having procured an apple from somewhere, taking a small bite while grumbling. Beside her, Dong Jia glanced at Wang Manny and, in the next moment, snatched the apple and took a hefty bite. Didn't Liuli say she had given him her number? I bet they're definitely together, but are just too shy to tell us. Jia, give me back my apple. You're driving me crazy. Dong Jia continued munching, while Wang Manny's face turned green with envy, having brought that apple with great effort, only to have it snatched away after a single bite. All right, Jia, return it to Manny. She looks ready to explode. After Lu Xiaoyu's interjection, Dong Jia finally returned the apple to Wang Manny. Last time you took my banana. This time I took your apple. Manny, we're even now. Let us agree not to steal from each other again. Jia, you really hold grudges, truly a sly woman. With her apple restored, Wang Manny resumed her gaze towards the stage, taking small bites. Under the watchful eyes of all, Gu Feng ascended the stage. Observing this, the host promptly approached with a microphone. Liuli, I'm not the best singer. I might go off key, he said softly, holding the microphone but not bringing it to his lips. Instead, standing still before Su Liuli. No worries, as long as it's not too far off, it'll be fine. You're not nervous, are you? She stepped closer, her expression serious, as she tilted her head to inquire softly. I shouldn't be. Although he had never stepped onto a stage before, let alone performed, he felt a flutter of nerves, despite having experience from past life. Hey, what are Gu Feng and Senior Su whispering about up there? We can't hear anything. Exactly. We can't hear a thing. They seem to know each other, Jiang Yu remarked, her expression momentarily frozen. You think? Of course they know each other. Didn't you hear? Su Senior directly called Gu Feng by name. Could Gu Feng actually know Su Senior? Wow, this guy is hiding quite a bit. I must interrogate him thoroughly tonight. Xiao Kai murmured, exchanging glances with Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu, who nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion, the accompaniment began to play on stage. Perhaps worried that Gu Feng would be anxious, Su Liuli grasped the microphone, her gaze fixed on him, their eyes locking as she playfully blinked. The familiar face in my dreams, you are the tenderness I await. Even if tears drown the world, I shall not let go. Although the first verse was meant for a male voice, concerned that Gu Feng might struggle alone, Su Liuli decisively transformed it into a duet. From the in-ear monitor, the effect seemed quite pleasing. As the first verse concluded, Gu Feng gradually found his footing. The familiar emotions between us, love, must awaken. Through all of time, only love remains the eternal myth. As tides rise and fall, true love's promise endures unscathed. As they sang, a poignant and desolate feeling emerged, perhaps due to the song itself, especially Su Liuli's voice, lingering in the air, evoked a sense of longing and anticipation for love that brought tears to many. Unbeknownst to them, the song came to an end, and Gu Feng returned the microphone to the host, having completed the task. The singing was rather unremarkable. After all, he was not a professional. Given the circumstances, he performed commendably. Heartfelt thanks to Senior Su and classmate Gu for their splendid rendition, as the welcoming party neared its conclusion. I hope that all students will sail smoothly through their forthcoming academic pursuits. Best wishes to everyone. The four hosts took their bows in unison, and thus, the grand welcoming soiree came to an end. As the event concluded, a throng of people began to surge towards the exit of the playground. With such a large crowd, even standing in line for a moment would not suffice to exit. Gu Feng returned to his seat and decided to quietly wait alongside Xiao Kai and the others. When the time was right, they would make their move. Gu Feng, are you hiding something from us? You actually know Senior Su. How would you keep that from us? That's quite inconsiderate. Xiao Kai, unable to contain his impatience, complained about Gu Feng's secrecy, though his face betrayed a sense of curiosity. In his view, if Gu Feng truly had any connection with Senior Su, it would undoubtedly elevate the status of their entire dormitory. Just imagine, casually mentioning that his roommate was dating the campus belle. How splendidly impressive. Gu Feng attempted to clarify, but to his astonishment, an exquisitely beautiful figure approached them directly. Gu Feng, do you have time this evening? A clear and familiar voice rang out. Xiao Kai and the others turned in unison, and upon seeing Su Liuli standing there, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Senior Su, greetings. The three, regaining their composure, greeted her in unison. Hello. Su Liuli responded courteously. Nodding at the three, they were Gu Feng's roommates, and she felt it necessary to extend them the courtesy. Moreover, their reactions were quite entertaining. Yes. Please wait here for a moment while I change clothes. Dressed in a striking black evening gown she wore for her performance, although it was indeed stunning. It was rather ostentatious for the outside world. A more casual outfit would be more fitting. With that, Su Liuli turned gracefully and made her way towards the changing room. As Xiao Kai and the others snapped back to reality, their expressions shifted from curiosity to admiration. Had it not been for the crowd, they might have wished to bow down to Gu Feng in reverence. Gu Feng, you're incredible. The romantic hero, you are the pride of our dormitory. Am I dreaming? Xiao Kai exclaimed. Iron Bull, give me a punch to see if I'm awake. Upon hearing this audacious request, Zhang Tiniu raised his fist, which resembled a sandbag. Wait, let me do it myself. Watching Zhang Tiniu's fist descend, Xiao Kai's heart raced, and he opted to take matters into his own hands. He pinched his thigh, feeling a sharp pain. This is no dream. Faced with the excitement of Xiao Kai and the others, Gu Feng wore an expression of amusement. Are you all unwell? Why the excessive excitement? Gu Feng, Senior Su, is the campus belle. She actually came to find you. How can we not be thrilled? Xiao Kai replied, Fortunately, this is something only we know. If others found out, you'd be the enemy of every boy in the school. Jian Yu spoke with conviction, leaving Gu Feng momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, he realized that her words rang true. If he were to win the heart of the only campus belle at Fuxing University, he would indeed become the target of envy among all the male students. Gu Feng, we'll take our leave now. You wait here for Senior Su. As the crowd in the playground began to thin, Jiang Yu and the others prepared to depart. They exchanged brief farewells and waved at Gu Feng as they left. Standing still for 10 minutes, Gu Feng waited, and soon after, Su Liuli returned, having changed into a white t-shirt and jeans. Her white canvas shoes exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Where are your roommates? Have they all gone? She asked, scanning the area for familiar faces. They were in a hurry and left. Have you not eaten dinner yet? Not yet. Gu Feng nodded, acknowledging that he had not eaten since he had only snacked during the rehearsals earlier that day. It's late, and the cafeteria is likely closed. Let me take you out for dinner. Come on. All right, Gu Feng replied, and without hesitation, Su Liuli agreed, having intended for them to dine together. They strolled side by side as they exited the playground, and perhaps due to the darkness of the night, few people noticed them. The final performance of the welcoming party. Was it added at the last minute? You seemed unprepared. Gu Feng casually inquired as they walked. Indeed, it was a last-minute addition, just before the event started. The student council discovered an error in the program schedule for the last performance. It was supposed to last 10 to 30 minutes, but it was mistakenly written as 30 to 50 minutes. They quickly added 3 new acts for selection, and I ended up being chosen, Su Liuli explained, her tone gentle, revealing her sense of resignation. Originally, she had anticipated relaxing after the final song and dance performance, but unexpectedly, she found herself with an additional act to perform. I see. Gu Feng nodded in understanding as they reached the school gates. What would you like to eat? I want beef noodles. Su Liuli exclaimed without hesitation after pondering for a moment. Beef noodles? All right, I'll take you for some. Since Su Liuli desired beef noodles, he had no choice but to oblige. They returned to the same restaurant as yesterday, and each ordered a bowl of beef noodles. After approximately half an hour, they finished their meal. Gu Feng intended to pay the bill, but was stopped by Su Liuli. You treated me last time, so this time, I'm treating you. Naughty fuses, or I won't go out to eat with you next time. Her expressive eyes, framed by elegant eyebrows, fixed firmly on Gu Feng, conveyed her sincerity. Fine. Unable to resist Su Liuli's insistence, Gu Feng reluctantly agreed. After settling the bill, they exited the noodle shop and strolled down the road to the west. This entire street, besides dining options, also housed numerous supermarkets and several chain hotels at the end, all primarily serving the students of nearby universities. Fuxing University was surrounded by 5 or 6 other institutions, and in the evenings, the streets were typically filled with students out for a leisurely stroll. As they walked side by side, Su Liuli and Gu Feng exchanged very few words. It's quite tranquil tonight. Usually, this place is bustling with people, Su Liuli murmured, glancing around until a thought struck her. What time is it? Let me check. It's quite late. It's 10:50. After watching the welcoming party, waiting at the playground for a while, and then dining and strolling for an extended period, it was now nearing 10:50, just 30 minutes before the dormitory curfew. What should we do? Su Liuli's face paled noticeably, panic evident as she realized she had lost track of time while meandering about. Gu Feng felt a pang of concern. This was indeed a predicament. With the dormitory already locked, were they to spend the night outside? It was one thing for him, being a man. But what about Su Liuli? Let us go. I'll help you find a place to stay, Gu Feng declared, stepping forward. But Su Liuli stood frozen in place, clutching her clothing tightly. After taking several steps, he noticed she had not followed him and returned to her side. What is the matter? And no, it's nothing. Where are we going to stay? I didn't bring my ID. The voice was exceptionally faint. Had it not been for the tranquil surroundings and Gu Feng's keen hearing, it might have gone unheard. Chapter 14. The couple's king-sized room. You forgot your ID? No waities. Mean. He had kept his ID on him since the enrollment process, never anticipating it would prove useful now. As soon as he mentioned possessing his ID, Su Liuli's expression transformed into one of anxiety, even instinctively taking a small step back. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't premeditated. I only happened to have it from earlier. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Liuli was momentarily taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She had initially assumed he was being intentional. But a single ID could only secure a room for one person. What to do? No problem. I'll simply book a room. Book a room. Su Liuli bit her lip. Her face flushed to the point it seemed she could drip water. Indeed, one ID could only be used for one room. Just wait for me at the hotel entrance. I'll reserve a standard room and come back to fetch you. In his mind, as long as they didn't inquire with the hotel staff, they would likely not be scrutinized, and given the peculiar circumstances, spending a night like this was not an issue. All right, with Gu Feng's assurance. Su Liuli reluctantly nodded in agreement. As they walked towards the hotel, Su Liuli received several calls from her roommates. Upon learning she was with Gu Feng and unable to return to the dorm, whether it was Wang Manny, Dong Jiejia, or Lu Xiaoyu, their astonishment was palpable. While they expressed concern for Su Liuli, they couldn't resist gossiping about where the two would be staying that night. Embarrassed and irritated by her friend's teasing, Su Liuli wanted to retort, but feared Gu Feng might overhear, so she hurriedly ended the call. After hanging up, Gu Feng slowed his pace. Halting in front of a hotel. I'm going in to book the room. Wait for me here. Okay. Nodding slightly, Su Liuli felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This was her first time in a hotel with a boy. Once she confirmed, Gu Feng entered the hotel, and only after he was inside did Su Liuli muster the courage to look up. Inside, a middle-aged woman stood at the front desk, quickly smiling and greeting him upon his arrival. Hello, are you here to check in? Do you have a reservation? No reservation. I'd like to book a standard room. Approaching the front desk with his ID in hand, Gu Feng maintained a calm demeanor. No reservation? One moment, let me check. Young man, we currently have only one vacant room, which is a king-sized room. Would that be acceptable? She examined her computer closely, revealing that only one king-sized room remained available, while all others were fully booked. A king-sized room? That seems rather unsuitable. He chuckled awkwardly. It was nearly impossible to share a king-sized room with Su Liuli without her misconstruing the situation. Thank you, but I'll look elsewhere. He began to turn away. Wait a moment, young man. The woman insisted. I recommend you take this room. It's Friday, and all surrounding hotels are fully booked. This king-sized room just became available. Gu Feng paused, recognizing the validity of her words. It was indeed commonplace for hotels near the school to be fully booked on a Friday night. All right then. I'll take it. Great. The woman took his ID and proceeded with the check-in process. Once he received the room key, Gu Feng stepped back outside the hotel. Are you ready? Su Liuli approached him quietly as he emerged. Yes, but there's only one room left, and it's a king-sized room. The front desk informed me that all the other hotels are fully booked tonight. He looked at her, gauging her reaction. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli froze momentarily. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. As Gu Feng had pointed out, it was a Friday, and all hotels were indeed booked solid. They couldn't possibly stand by the roadside all night. Having a room was better than having none. Then let us head inside, leading Su Liuli through the entrance. The front desk lady noticed them, but refrained from making any comments. It was only after they entered the elevator that she glanced up. These young people today are quite shy, she mused to herself, confidently asserting that the room would surely meet their satisfaction while continuing to play solitaire on her computer. Taking the elevator to the 5th floor, they found a room at the end of the corridor. Following closely behind Gu Feng, they reached the door. He inserted the key card, and as the lights illuminated the room, a radiant red glow enveloped them, leaving Gu Feng momentarily stunned. In the center of the room was a heart-shaped king-size bed, draped with red gauze. A couple's king-sized room? He stood in a daze, while Su Liuli, standing behind him, was equally taken aback upon seeing the decor. Ahem. Liuli, let me explain. I truly had no idea this was a couple's room. The front desk lady only mentioned it was a king-sized room. Gu Feng's face was flushed with embarrassment. He felt as if he couldn't possibly redeem himself now. It's fine, as long as we have a place to stay. That's all that matters. Please close the door. Her cheeks suffused with crimson. Su Liuli turned to shut the door and then quietly took her place beside the bed. Glancing around, she ultimately settled on the sofa beside the bed. Her fair complexion glowed under the light, radiating an iridescent sheen akin to ivory. And her bashful demeanor was utterly enchanting. However, Gu Feng quickly regained his composure. Redirecting his gaze, he pushed open the bathroom door, revealing a clean restroom with a separated wet and dry area. Liuli, do you want to freshen up? Gu Feng indicated towards the bathroom. Huh, I showered last night. Su Liuli, misinterpreting his suggestion for her to bathe, replied with a look of tension. With the two of them alone in the room, she felt too shy to wash up. Moreover, the bathroom design posed an issue. Only the central area had coverage, leaving the top and bottom exposed. If she were to bathe inside, Gu Feng would have a clear view. You showered? Gu Feng chuckled, realizing he meant for her to freshen up rather than bathe. Even though Su Liuli misunderstood him, he had no intention of clarifying. Teasing her seemed harmless. Su Liuli, in her current bashful state, was undeniably adorable. The usually aloof and regal campus belle had a surprisingly delicate and charming side. Su Liuli sat quietly on the sofa, while Gu Feng settled onto another sofa across from her. They sat in silence, the room enveloped in an unusual stillness. When you plan to sleep, you can sleep on the bed. I'll take the sofa. Ultimately, it was Su Liuli who broke the silence, her lips parting slightly, her autumn-like eyes fluttering as she looked at Gu Feng. Chapter 15, You Can't Touch Me. After all that effort to check into the hotel, they certainly couldn't spend the entire night seated on the sofa. Under Su Liuli's watchful gaze, Gu Feng quietly rose. You should sleep on the bed. I'll take the sofa. It would be quite unchivalrous of me to let a girl sleep on the sofa. Chivalrous? Su Liuli stifled a laugh, her long lashes fluttering. Exactly, chivalrous. Don't you feel it? Standing before her, Gu Feng deliberately spread his hands. He even glanced down at his attire. While his clothing might not be remarkable, his demeanor should still hold some merit. Amused by his antics, Su Liuli rose with her hands braced on the sofa. Then I'll take the bed. The sofa cannot be comfortable. If you want to change your mind, now is your chance. No problem. If I can't sleep, I can squeeze in beside you, he chuckled, intending to tease Su Liuli further. As expected, upon hearing those words, Su Liuli momentarily froze, a faint blush creeping across her fair complexion as her gaze swept towards the heart-shaped bed not far away. Humph, if you dare to come over, I shall kick you down. As she spoke, she took the initiative to approach the bed, picking up a pillow and placing it on the sofa, scrutinizing it closely before finally gathering the blanket from the bed. Standing in place, Gu Feng was momentarily perplexed, unsure of her intentions. What are you doing? I'm preparing the bed for you. Even if you sleep on the sofa, you need a blanket, right? While saying this, she began to bend down to make the bed for Gu Feng. I'll cover myself. You need not bother. Stepping forward, he intended to take the blanket from Su Liuli's hands. I'm not cold. I don't need a blanket. Su Liuli persisted, leaving Gu Feng with no choice but to relent. Thus, he silently observed as she made the bed for him, even placing the pillow on the other side of the sofa. Once everything was arranged, Su Liuli glanced towards the washroom, hesitating for a moment before finally heading over. 2 minutes later, the sound of the toilet flushing ceased, and Su Liuli emerged from the washroom. She sat down on the edge of the bed, preparing to remove her shoes before getting in. Casually glancing over her shoulder, she inquired, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Having already removed her white canvas shoes. Her delicate feet, adorned with white socks, were now exposed, making her somewhat bashful to lift her leg onto the bed under Gu Feng's gaze. "Sleep. I'll just use the restroom. You go ahead and sleep first." Standing there, Su Liuli felt somewhat shy, and in order to allow her to rest comfortably, Gu Feng decided to step away to the toilet. After emerging from the restroom, he found Su Liuli already reclining on the bed. Her long legs curled up, and her hands were clasped in front of her, revealing a hint of discomfort. Returning to the sofa, observing Su Liuli's demeanor, Gu Feng decisively took the blanket back to the bed. "Cover yourself up. You might catch a chill if you sleep without a blanket." "No need, I'm fine." Su Liuli attempted to refuse once more, but Gu Feng had already draped the blanket over her. Given the circumstances, "You certainly wouldn't want to suffer from a stomachache tomorrow, would you? Trust me, just cover up." "What circumstances?" Su Liuli was baffled by Gu Feng's words. Turning to glance at the restroom, she suddenly realized, having forgotten to cover the sanitary pad she had just changed, that Gu Feng must have seen it. "Aye," she murmured, her cheeks burning as if on fire. Seizing the opportunity, while Gu Feng was distracted, she swiftly curled up beneath the covers, not forgetting to conceal her head with the blanket. Watching Su Liuli snuggled under the covers, Gu Feng couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. He had merely caught a glimpse of it without mentioning it, yet this girl was still feeling shy. He reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, leaving only the corridor light outside the restroom on, casting the room into a dim ambience. A few minutes later, sensing Gu Feng had settled back on the sofa, Su Liuli cautiously poked her head out. Stealthily glancing at the sofa, she noticed Gu Feng had already laid down. "Oh, Su Liuli, how embarrassing you are." Reflecting on Gu Feng's earlier words, she wished she could find a hole to burrow into. After lying under the covers for a while, she looked again at Gu Feng on the sofa, but due to the limited length of the sofa, even curled up, her feet could not touch the ground. Watching Gu Feng on the sofa, Su Liuli hesitated. Casting a glance at the spacious bed below her, after much deliberation, she quietly climbed out of bed. Slipping on a pair of disposable slippers, she stealthily approached Gu Feng from behind. "Are you asleep?" Upon hearing Su Liuli's voice, Gu Feng immediately turned around. Perhaps due to the sudden movement, Su Liuli lost her footing and was about to fall. "Ah!" she gasped, her exquisite face instantly pale with fright. Fortunately, Gu Feng's reflexes were quick. He reached out to grab her arm, pulling her forcefully, and they both tumbled onto the sofa. Their heads collided softly, and Su Liuli found herself completely sprawled atop Gu Feng. Once they both regained their composure, Su Liuli hurriedly pushed herself up. The fragrant breeze brushed past, and Gu Feng clearly felt a sense of lingering desire. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Saying this, she lifted her gaze to Gu Feng, ultimately mustering the courage to say, "Why don't you come sleep on the bed as well? There is plenty of space for both of us." "You want me to sleep on the bed?" Gu Feng replied incredulously, thinking he must have misheard. "Yes, but you mustn't touch me." The last part of her sentence was whispered so softly that Gu Feng almost didn't catch it, considering it was just the two of them in the room. After all, he was a man, and with his girlfriend making such a suggestion, if he didn't seize the opportunity, he would indeed become a fool. "All right. Sleeping on this sofa is certainly uncomfortable." To Su Liuli's surprise, Gu Feng agreed rather readily. As she saw him maneuver around the end of the bed, preparing to lie down, she too slowly approached the bedside. Removing her shoes and socks, she gently reclined, sharing a bed and a blanket. Gu Feng could even clearly detect the fragrance emanating from Su Liuli. Lying on opposite sides, as time passed, Gu Feng eventually lost track of when he fell asleep. In the depths of the night, he felt a sense of suffocation, as if something heavy were pressing down on him, unable to bear it any longer. He woke from his slumber, and the first thing he saw was Su Liuli sprawled atop him, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her head resting against him, and one slender leg draped over his abdomen. Her delicate little foot occasionally stirred on his calf. "Wow, is this how you sleep?" Gu Feng thought to himself with a wry smile. He found himself in a predicament, unable to move in any direction. Any movement on his part would surely awaken the slumbering Su Liuli, while remaining still meant that his arm, trapped beneath her weight, was beginning to tingle. After much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of moving. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, noting the time was nearing 5 in the morning. Before long, dawn would break, so it was better to endure a little longer. As Su Liuli slept soundly atop him, Gu Feng took the opportunity to admire her. Observing her up close, he found her beauty to be utterly flawless, and after gazing for a while, he couldn't resist the urge to steal another glance. Chapter 16. Liuli, Are you trying to murder your husband? It was unclear how much time had passed. The curtains were drawn tightly, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was already dawn outside. His arm, pinned beneath Su Liuli, had lost all sensation, and one of her long, graceful legs was exaggeratedly draped over his stomach. At that moment, Gu Feng felt as though he were ensnared by an octopus, too afraid to move. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside rang. Seizing the opportunity while Su Liuli remained asleep, Gu Feng swiftly reached out with his left hand to answer the call, not even glancing at the caller ID before pressing the answer button. "Hello, you little rascal. Who are you with?" A familiar voice echoed from the other end, startling Gu Feng. It was his mother calling him early in the morning. "Mom, is it you?" Realizing who it was, Gu Feng muttered softly, but it seemed Su Liuli had heard something as she stirred slightly, and the next moment, her eyes gradually fluttered open. With a look of drowsy surprise on her stunning face, she was startled to find herself sprawled across Gu Feng. "Ah!" she exclaimed, abruptly sitting up. In her panic, she nearly pushed Gu Feng off the bed. "Ouch!" Gu Feng inhaled sharply as his right arm, now completely numb, protested against the sudden movement. "Who? Gu Feng? Where are you?" A girl's voice echoed through the phone. "Aren't you at school?" On the other end of the phone, Song Huilan, who was having breakfast, was utterly taken aback, the milk almost spilling from her lips as she directly inquired of Gu Feng. "Mom, I have something to attend to. I'll call you back later. I must hang up now." Su Liuli, still appearing flustered, prompted Gu Feng to end the call with his mother to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. At that moment, within the dining hall of the Gu family estate in the imperial capital, Gu Feng's grandmother and his father, Gu Jinghua, bore expressions of bewilderment, mirroring that of Song Huilan, who was still clutching the phone. "Huilan, what did Xiao Feng say? What was that girl's voice? Has the child found a girlfriend?" With curiosity etched across her kindly face, the grandmother set aside her snack. It was only the third day of school, if he truly had found a girlfriend. Her eldest grandson was indeed remarkable. Placing the phone aside, Song Huilan hesitated, glancing at Gu Jinghua, who, under his wife's scrutinizing gaze, was equally at a loss. He awkwardly bit into a piece of bread, swiftly diverting his gaze elsewhere. "Mom, I too am unsure what transpired. I just called Xiao Feng, and there was a girl's voice on the line." He respectfully explained to his mother-in-law. Based on the voice he had just heard, it was evident that the situation was more complex than it appeared. It was rather early in the morning for socializing. There must be some hidden nuance. Yet, such thoughts could not be shared with his mother-in-law, for if she were to learn, she would undoubtedly indulge in gossip. A girl's voice? How could there be a girl's voice? What is that child up to? The elderly lady murmured to herself. Observing this, Song Huilan deliberately cast a glance at Gu Jinghua. Realizing his wife's intent gaze, Gu Jinghua swiftly comprehended. "Mom, it's quite normal for Xiao Feng to be out for a morning run at this hour. There are bound to be a few female classmates on the playground. I have a meeting soon, and Huilan has to get to work, so let us finish our breakfast quickly." "Yes, let us eat." Though they harbored doubts, lacking any concrete evidence, the elder couple resigned to let the matter rest for the time being. In a hotel in a magical city, a fully awake Su Liuli sat blushing, curled up at the head of the bed. On Gu Feng's side, he rubbed his arm, the lingering tingling sensation gradually subsiding over a span of 3 to 5 minutes as he regained full sensation. "How did you sleep last night?" Suddenly hearing Gu Feng's question, Su Liuli lifted her head gracefully. "It was fine. Is your arm all right?" Gu Feng kneaded his arm as she observed it keenly. It was undoubtedly the result of her resting upon him all night, causing a restriction of blood flow that led to the tingling sensation. "I didn't mean to." She was well aware of her own sleeping habits. Last night, she had been restless, treating Gu Feng as if he were her plush toy from the dormitory, thus embracing him without a second thought. "I didn't mean it," she reiterated. With a subtle smile, Gu Feng looked at Su Liuli with curiosity. Upon hearing his remark, Su Liuli hastily continued, "I truly didn't mean it. Perhaps I just slept too soundly. I mistook you for my stuffed toy from the dormitory. So are you hungry? Let us tidy up and have breakfast." With that, Gu Feng rolled out of bed, swiftly putting on his shoes before heading directly to the bathroom. Observing this, Su Liuli also approached the bedside, putting on her shoes and neatly folding the blanket. By the time Gu Feng emerged from the bathroom, Su Liuli had tidied up the room, the blanket folded impeccably, even disposing of the disposable slippers into the trash bin. "I've cleaned up. You go wash up," she said. "All right." Su Liuli entered the bathroom, and 5 minutes later, the two of them proceeded to the front desk to check out. The receptionist, upon seeing them, greeted them with exceptional warmth, promptly processing their checkout while extending an invitation for their next visit. Once they managed to leave the hotel, Su Liuli walked beside Gu Feng. "Was that your mother's call this morning?" The moment she opened her eyes, she noticed Gu Feng on the phone, seemingly with his mother. In response to Su Liuli's inquiry, Gu Feng nodded without a moment's hesitation. It really was my mom. Did she hear my voice? Stopping in her tracks. She covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes filled with apprehension, given how loudly she had called. It was likely that even someone standing outside their hotel room could have heard everything clearly. She did, and she asked me who I was. What should we do? Should you explain it to her when you call back? Explain? Explain what? Of course, explain that last night was an accident, that we didn't tea. At this juncture, Su Liuli realized that Gu Feng was looking at her with an amused expression. Did you intentionally lead me to say that? Huh? No, I didn't say anything. With a feigned look of grievance, Gu Feng shrugged. In Su Liuli's eyes, his expression was evidently contrived. I honestly don't know how to explain. What do you mean we didn't do anything last night? Gu Feng provocatively pressed on, causing Su Liuli to smirk. Her lips curving into a crescent as she reached out, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Ah, Liuli, are you attempting to murder your husband? Gu Feng exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise as he felt the pinch. Seeing his pained expression, Su Liuli giggled joyfully. Who told you to bully me? With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Gu Feng standing there bemused. Quite the grip you have, he muttered, hurrying to catch up with her. Nearby, there were numerous breakfast shops, and they chose one with relatively few patrons, finding an empty table to sit down. Military training starts today. Are you prepared for it? The military training at Fusheng University is notoriously rigorous. Sitting in her chair, Su Liuli rested her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes fixed on Gu Feng. It should be no problem. Oh, that's good. As breakfast arrived, the waiter served 2 bowls of millet porridge, 2 eggs, and a vegetarian bun for each of them. After finishing breakfast, they returned to school. Gu Feng accompanied Su Liuli to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, watching her enter before turning to leave. As he made his way back to the boys' dormitory, he pulled out his phone, ready to call his mother. He needed to clarify the morning's events thoroughly. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, you little rascal. Do you know you should call your mother back? As the call connected, Song Huilan's teasing voice rang out. Upon hearing his mother's words, Gu Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Mom, of course I must call you back. Are you busy? If so, I can hang up. Wait, quite the coincidence. I'm not busy at all today. Now, explain to me why there was a girl beside you so early in the morning. Didn't you sleep at the dorm last night? In her office at the headquarters of the Jojo Group in the imperial capital, Song Huilan leaned back in her chair. Her tone was calm, yet a faint smile graced her lips, clearly indicating her delight at the thought of her son being accompanied by a girl. Ahem. I indeed didn't return to the dormitory. However, Mom, it's not as you imagine. Gu Feng attempted to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by Song Huilan on the other end of the line. If it's not as I imagine, then what is it? Tell me, what is that girl's name? When did you two start seeing each other? Do you have a picture of her? Send me one. Unwilling to hear any more unnecessary chatter, Song Huilan's sole focus was on uncovering the name and appearance of her future daughter-in-law. Mom, we just got together. I truly don't have a picture. No picture? Are you trying to fool me? Do you believe I won to tell your grandmother? She would be even more eager than I am and might insist on going to the magical city. I want to be able to stop her. Her tone was remarkably lighthearted, yet the underlying threat was palpable, practically oozing through the phone screen. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile. This matter must remain hidden from his grandmother for the time being. Mom, as they say, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. You truly are remarkable. Older and spicier? You little rascal. Are you implying that I am old? No, you're youthful, younger than anyone else. I will find some photos for you and send them over in the next couple of days, but you mustn't tell Grandma. Reluctantly conceding, Gu Feng ended the call, while Song Huilan on the other end was positively elated. What is the girl's name? Her name is Su Liuli. Su Liuli. Ah, splendid. That is a beautiful name. You had better send me those photos promptly, otherwise I might have to investigate. All right, I understand. By the way, Mom, I have something else to attend to, so I will hang up now. With the fear of further inquiries looming, Gu Feng decisively cut the call. Suddenly, silence fell on the other end, as Song Huilan, seated at her desk, had yet to register what had just transpired. This child, I was merely inquiring. Is it truly that terrifying? Placing her phone on the desk, she pressed the intercom button, saying, Xiaoya, come in for a moment. In less than a dozen seconds, a woman clad in professional attire briskly entered the office. Chairwoman, you summoned me? The woman appeared to be in her 30s, slender and poised, with her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an air of confidence. Xiaoya, I recall you mentioned the International Fashion Week in the capital recently showcased a plethora of garments, correct? Song Huilan's unexpected question caused Wang Xiaoya to pause momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, but why the sudden inquiry, Chairwoman? Oh, it's nothing significant. I have a young relative, around 20 years old, and I wish to gift her some clothing. Would you mind attending the Fashion Week to select a few pieces for me? The styles need not be overly extravagant, They should simply be suitable for everyday wear. Once you have selected the garments, ensure to acquire the copyrights and inform the organizers that similar designs need not be marketed later. Chairwoman, may I inquire about the height and weight of this young lady? At the assistant's question, Song Huilan could not help but chuckle, realizing she had become so engrossed in the gift that she had forgotten to inquire about her future daughter-in-law's dimensions. In that case, please assign someone to investigate a girl named Su Liuli at Fuxing University. I only wish to ascertain her height and weight. Do not delve into other details. Understood, Chairwoman. If there is nothing else, I shall attend to this matter. Go ahead. Watching Wang Xiaoya depart, a smile unconsciously graced Song Huilan's face. My son isn't as dull as I thought. Just a few days into the semester, and he has already found a girlfriend. Not bad at all. Arriving at the boys' dormitory, Gu Feng was about to ascend the stairs when he suddenly sneezed twice. Achoo, achoo. Am I catching a cold? How strange. Rubbing his nose, he pondered that perhaps it was due to insufficient rest the previous night, and he hurried back to his dormitory. Early in the morning, upon opening the dormitory door, he expected his roommates, Xiao Kai and others, to still be sound asleep. To his surprise, the moment he pushed the door open, the three occupants of the beds sat up in unison. You startled me. What time is it? Why are you all awake so early? You brat, you finally returned. You didn't come home last night. Now tell us, where did you take Senior Su? Chuckling, Xiao Kai jumped out of bed, with Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu wearing curious expressions as well. They had been waiting for Gu Feng to return, eager for a thorough interrogation. No one had anticipated that they would still be waiting when the dormitory door finally closed without Gu Feng's appearance, leaving the three of them quite excited. What might have transpired during a night out? Senior Su? What's Senior Su? I stayed at a hotel outside the school last night. Senior Su returned to her dorm long ago. Lying through his teeth, Gu Feng's face remained impassive. The others exchanged glances, puzzled. Gu Feng, you weren't with Senior Su last night? You all left together, didn't you? Jiang Yu still seemed skeptical. We did leave together. We had a brief chat, and then she returned to her dorm. I went for a late-night snack, and when I returned, the doors were already locked. So I had no choice but to spend the night at a hotel. Did you think I was out all night with Senior Su? What nonsense! Maintaining a facade of calm, he climbed onto his bed amidst the banter. The fact that he had spent the night outside with Su Liuli was certainly not something he could reveal to Xiao Kai and the others. If they found out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. TSK, I told you it was unlikely. Jiang Yu, I was right, wasn't I? But on another note, Gu Feng, what is your relationship with Senior Su? Don't tell us you are just ordinary friends. The way she looked at you last night was filled with affection and warmth. Clearly more than just friends. Chapter 18, I feel like throwing up. Zhang Tiniu's confusion echoed that of Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai. Even though they had their suspicions about the nature of Gu Feng and Su Liuli's relationship, they could not help but seek confirmation from him. It's indeed not simple. Gu Feng chuckled, reclining on his bed. Senior Su confessed her feelings to me, but I haven't given her an answer yet. Ah, you rascal. How could you say such shameless things? Senior Su actively pursued you? I can't take this anymore. I feel like throwing up. I want to hit someone. What should I do? Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, the three of them reacted with exaggerated disbelief. Had Gu Feng claimed that he and Senior Su were officially a couple, they would have believed it without hesitation. But for him to assert that the illustrious campus belle had pursued him was simply too brazen. Do you not believe me? Gu Feng grinned mischievously. The three exchanged glances and almost simultaneously exclaimed, We believe you, big-headed ghost. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. With that, he lay back down, ready to catch a few moments of rest. Having been pressed by Su Liuli all night, he had barely slept, leaving him utterly drained. As Gu Feng settled down for a brief nap, Xiao Kai, Jiang Yu, and Zhang Tiniu refrained for further questioning. We're heading out for breakfast. Do you want us to bring you something? No need. I already ate when I got back. All right then. We have the military training opening ceremony at 9 o'clock. You should rest a bit, and we'll call you when we return. After speaking to Gu Feng, the three of them left the dormitory together. Closing his eyes to sleep, Gu Feng lost track of time until he was stirred by faint calls. Groggily awakening, he opened his eyes to see Jiang Yu's beaming face suddenly appear. Gu Feng, it's almost 9 o'clock. Hurry up, we need to head to the meeting. Oh, responding with a grunt, he hastily tidied himself and followed Jiang Yu and the others out of the dormitory. The military training opening ceremony was held on the playground, and by the time the four of them arrived outside, a considerable crowd had already gathered on the expansive field. Naturally, 99% of them were freshmen. Excuse me, which college are you from? The School of Finance. What class? Class 2. All right, please follow me. Upon hearing that Gu Feng and his companions were from Class 2 of the School of Finance, a senior wearing a volunteer armband led them to their designated area. Director Liu, These four are students from Class 2 of your School of Finance. Please arrange seating for them. The senior guided them to a portly man in his 30s, who, for some reason, gave off an oddly endearing impression at first glance. Director Lu Bo was someone Gu Feng was quite familiar with. He had been their counselor for the past 4 years. Though he was a hefty fellow, he possessed a remarkable agility, making him a lively and amusing character. All right, for students, please introduce yourselves. I am your counselor, Lu Bo. In the forthcoming 4 years, I shall accompany you, merely to extend a handshake. With a cheerful demeanor, I introduce myself while ensuring to shake hands with each individual present. Greetings, instructor. The instructor, displaying utmost politeness, receives a respectful response from the four of us. Cool, me. Let's take our seats at the back. The stools have already been prepared, each bearing the name of its rightful owner. It is imperative to safeguard your own stool, for it shall serve as your resting apparatus during the impending military training. Should it be misplaced, one would have no choice but to rest upon the ground. Fear not. Instructor, we shall diligently protect our stools. That rascal, Xiao Kai, seems to be in a whimsical mood, as he abruptly salutes Lu Bo with a young pioneer salute. To the astonishment of those nearby, Lu Bo reciprocates with a similar salute. This amusing exchange elicits hearty laughter from our fellow students, with those in the front row of the neighboring class nearly toppling from their stools in mirth. Xiao Kai, are you daft? How old are you to be saluting with a young pioneer gesture? At the very least, one should offer a military salute. Jiang Yu, trailing behind Xiao Kai and feeling the gaze of onlookers, finds her cheeks burning with embarrassment. My apologies, I momentarily forgot in my nervousness. Xiao Kai admits sheepishly. Taking their places at the end of the line, the group settles down. Not long after their seating, many more familiar faces arrive, stirring a complex mix of emotions within Gu Feng. Before graduation, they were all well acquainted, with everyone maintaining close relationships. Yet after graduation, he had lost contact even with Xiao Kai and the others, let alone others. At precisely 9 o'clock, all the freshers gather. In the distance, the vice president responsible for the military training ascends the stage, microphone in hand, to deliver an opening speech. Following his address, the allocation of instructors to each class commences. Initially assumed to be all male, keen-eyed students in the front row soon spot several female instructors. Wow, female instructors. It would be splendid if our class were assigned one. I've heard they're quite gentle. There are only 3 female instructors. How could we possibly be assigned one? Stop dreaming. Gu Feng, do you think we might get a female instructor? Jiang Yu, seated beside Gu Feng, gazes eagerly into the distance. I doubt it. It will likely be a male instructor. Perhaps even an elderly one. An old man? Impossible. If not a female instructor, how could they assign us an elderly man? As the students whisper among themselves, the school officials begin assigning instructors to each class. The first 3 female instructors are promptly assigned. Upon reaching the second class of the Finance Academy, an elderly man in his 40s or 50s is allocated without hesitation. This is instructor Guo Jian, a retired squad leader, primarily responsible for the military training of the second class of the Finance Academy. Please welcome him. At the command of the school leader, the surrounding students erupt into enthusiastic applause. Jiang Yu, taken aback, glances at Gu Feng and joins in the subdued clapping. Gu Feng, you must have some sort of clairvoyance to have predicted this. Gu Feng's words ring true. They indeed receive an elderly instructor, appearing significantly older than several other instructors. As for Jiang Yu's remark, Gu Feng simply smiles in silence. In this rebirth, many things have shifted, yet some remain strikingly unchanged. For instance, the instructor remains the same, as does the military instructor. Chapter 19. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Following the military training opening ceremony, the official start time is set for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the ceremony, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu plan to visit an internet cafe, while Zhang Tiniu heads to the basketball court. Gu Feng, will you accompany me? Zhang Tiniu halts his steps. No, I think I'll return to take a nap. All right then, I'll head off first. With Gu Feng opting for rest, Zhang Tiniu turns to leave alone. Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu make their way toward the school's internet cafe, while Gu Feng watches them depart before turning back to his dormitory. Bitcoin should be operable now, he muses, his mind oscillating between the desire for rest and the urge to engage in cryptocurrency trading. On the return journey, he retrieves his phone, fiddling with it for nearly half an hour before successfully placing a contract order. Observing the current trend, it appears rather mundane, giving no indication of a significant rise. Whether it succeeds hinges on tonight. I wonder, in this rebirth, will such matters proceed without complication? Gu Feng contemplates. His return has indeed influenced many events, albeit with varying degrees of change. He cannot claim absolute certainty in predicting outcomes. Upon reaching the dormitory, He sets his phone aside and climbs into bed, succumbing to slumber. He sleeps soundly from morning until noon, awakening groggily around 1 o'clock. In the dormitory, he finds himself alone, as Xiao Kai and the others have yet to return. Just as Gu Feng prepares to rise and tidy up, his phone suddenly rings. Assuming it to be Xiao Kai or the others, he picks up the phone only to find it is a call from Su Liuli. Hello, Liuli. At 2 o'clock, we have military training. Which class are you in within the finance department? On the other end, Su Liuli, clad in a pristine nightgown, sits atop her bed, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, a sweet smile adorning her face. Since her return this morning, she has been intermittently smiling foolishly. Liuli has indeed fallen into the throes of love. Gu Feng muses. Ah, how true it is that a woman in love experiences a decline in intelligence. Wang Mani, Lu Xiaoyu, and Dong Jijia stand at the foot of the bed, their expressions filled with astonishment as they observe Su Liuli engaged in conversation. Having lived together for over 4 years, they know her well. She has always maintained an ethereal demeanor around outsiders. They have never witnessed her being so proactive, especially calling a boy. After finishing her conversation with Gu Feng, Su Liuli puts down her phone, only then noticing the 3 friends standing nearby. Manny, Xiaoyu, Jijia. Why are you all staring at me? She gently inquires, her hands covering her cheeks. Why are we staring at you? Liuli, as a girl, we must maintain some decorum. Look at you, grinning inexplicably since this morning. We know you have a boyfriend, but there is no need to flaunt it so openly. Is there? Huh? Wang Manny approaches the bed, seizing the opportunity when Su Liuli is distracted to reach for her slender waist. Feeling the unexpected touch, Su Liuli quickly recoils, simultaneously retorting. I have always been quite reserved. This afternoon, I plan to buy some fruit. Would you like to join me? Buying fruit? Is it for your little boyfriend for the military training this afternoon? Liuli, you claim to be reserved. Yet it seems you've reached the point where a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Liuli, who would have thought you harbored such a side? The teasing remarks from Dong Jijia and the others cause Su Liuli's face to flush crimson, prompting her to retort, a day apart feels like 3 autumns? Jijia, Xiaoyu. Manny, who are you to speak? I wonder who it was that, after lights out, still ventured out to find her boyfriend? With a defiant glare directed at Dong Jijia, Wang Manny and Lu Xiaoyu immediately join in the laughter directed at Jijia. Jijia, who could Liuli be referring to? Indeed, who could she be talking about? Dong Jijia stands dumbfounded, realizing that with one statement from Su Liuli, Wang Manny and Lu Xiaoyu have turned the tables on her. It's me. You two laugh at me, yet you vanish every Friday, not returning for 2 consecutive nights. With a triumphant smile, Dong Jijia revels in the moment, while Wang Manny and Lu Xiaoyu's faces flush with embarrassment, knowing all too well that she speaks the truth. Well then, Lu Li, what a masterstroke you've executed, leading us into chaos. Are you hoping for us to turn against one another? Wang Manny smiled brightly as she glanced at Su Liuli. By the way, this afternoon, do you wish for us to accompany you to deliver fruits? Shall we go? Indeed, we absolutely must. Although we have only seen each other from afar, we ought to take the opportunity to introduce ourselves. Dong Jijia answered without hesitation, with Wang Manny and Lu Xiaoyu nodding in agreement. Without further ado, let us venture out to purchase some fruits. Onward. In terms of enthusiasm, Wang Manny and her companions were positively more eager than Su Liuli, the very instigator of the plan. At that moment, Gu Feng had already prepared himself and was about to exit the dormitory. Coincidentally, just as he opened the door, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu returned together. Why are you only just returning now? I thought you would head straight to the playground for assembly. Not at all. We haven't even changed our clothes yet. There's no way we could gather without doing so. Quickly, hurry and change. The clock read 1:30, leaving half an hour until assembly. Departing from the dormitory now still afforded them ample time. I lost track of time. Had it not been for Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai, I would still be playing basketball, Zhang Tiniu explained, panting as he hastily changed his clothes, with Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai performing similar motions. And what about you two? We initially planned to play until 12:30, just in time to be forced to log off. Who could have anticipated that the school's internet cafe system would malfunction, causing a delay of over half an hour? Upon returning, we noticed Tiniu still playing basketball, so we called out to him and hurried back. Jiang Yu explained while changing his shoes. Seeing this, Gu Feng had no choice but to sit and wait for the trio. As the minutes ticked away, the 3 finally finished changing. Quickly, let us go. Grabbing their portable stools, the 4 dashed out of the dormitory, drawing curious glances from their fellow students along the way. However, the urgency of their mission rendered them oblivious to the attention. Upon reaching the playground, they found many teams already assembled. After locating the position of Class 2 from the Finance Academy, they noted it was precisely 2:01. Good day, instructor. The four paused in unison to greet the elderly man before them. Upon seeing them, Instructor Gu broke into a radiant smile. Xiao Kai and the others assumed there was nothing amiss, but Gu Feng felt a pang of concern. Chapter 20. The old man is a schemer behind that smiling facade. In his previous life during military training, every time Instructor Gu smiled like that, it often preceded some unpleasant occurrence. This time, it was likely to be no different. Sure enough, with a cheerful demeanor, he approached the four and patted their shoulders in succession. Many students just informed me that they're unsure how to stand at attention. Why not have you for demonstrate? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng and his companions exchanged tense glances. Since no one objected, they resigned themselves to the task. Gulme, stand at attention. Instructor Gu bellowed with a grin, prompting the four to straighten their postures immediately. Hands at your sides, chests out, heads held high. Yes, maintain this stance and serve as a model for your classmates. While Instructor Gu smiled, the four felt a sense of dread. Their silence did not equate to consent. Being punished with standing at attention on the very first day of military training was certainly not an auspicious sign. Classmates, the military stance exemplifies a soldier's spirit. It must not be executed lazily, and your mental focus must remain sharp. These four students are performing quite commendably. All present, at ease. Everyone, take a seat and observe for 1 hour. The students, who had been standing under the blazing sun, promptly pulled out their portable stools to sit down at Instructor Gu's command. With smiles plastered on their faces, they collectively turned their gazes towards Gu Feng and his companions. Thanks to the four's tardiness, they were able to rest for an hour, and gratitude shone in their eyes. As for Instructor Gu, after a cursory glance at the four, he casually moved to the other side and sat down leisurely. Wow, this old man is quite the cunning fox, Jiangyu muttered softly while standing straight. Isn't that the truth? Zhang Tiniu responded quietly, at that moment inadvertently caught in the act of speaking by the instructor. It seems these two students are quite enthusiastic. What are your names? With his trademark smile, Instructor Gu stood up and cheerfully approached Zhang Tiniu and Jiangyu. Report. My name is Jiangyu. Zhang Tiniu. Very well. Jiangyu and Zhang Tiniu. You two shall demonstrate the correct stance for horse riding posture to the class. Spread your legs, lower your body, and raise your arms horizontally. What began as a simple demonstration of military posture quickly escalated to a full horse stance. Gu Feng and Xiao Kai, standing nearby, couldn't help but revel in the misfortune of their friends as they watched Zhang Tiniu and Jiangyu begin to squat. They stifled their laughter, faces reddening from the effort. Classmates, the horse riding stance demands considerable physical prowess, and these two students' form is relatively commendable. It is now 2:20. We will observe until 3 o'clock. After glancing at his watch and addressing the class, Instructor Gu returned to his seat. In the distance, many teams had begun to organize themselves, while the group of four remained, a spectacle for the rest as they executed their stances. Having never practiced the horse stance before, Jiangyu and Zhang Tiniu found their legs trembling after less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, outside the playground, several elegantly dressed senior sisters approached. The leading sister, upon her arrival, captured the attention of most students nearby. Liuli, you truly excel in your charm. The three of us emerge, and yet no one gazes our way. Dong Jia playfully linked arms with Su Liuli, gently swaying while also indulging in a bit of flirtation. Jia, that's not quite accurate. When Xiaoyu and I emerged, some students did stare, but when you joined us, they seemed disinterested. Manny, what do you mean by that? Are you itching for a scuffle? Do you dare to challenge me? With a playful smile, she gestured towards Wang Manny, who, upon seeing this, raised a hand to her chest and swiftly stepped back. This is outside, Jia. You ought to keep your composure. Confess, were you wrong? She looked at Wang Manny with a smug expression. Intimidated by her, Wang Manny could only obediently nod, aware that in front of so many onlookers, if Dong Jia were to tease her, she would lose all face. Jia, I realized you truly are Manny's nemesis. All right, aren't we meant to accompany Liuli to meet her little boyfriend? Let us hurry inside. Wang Manny approached Su Liuli, and the group appeared with several boxes of fruit at the playground. There's the Finance Academy. Over there, let us go take a look. The playground was bustling not only with first-year students, but also with many second, third, and even fourth-year students. Some were organizing activities for their clubs, while others simply lounged around, observing the military training of the freshmen while playing cards. The scene was exceedingly pleasant. Standing still, Su Liuli scanned the area, but could not find Gu Feng. How odd, where could he be? Hey, Liuli, look. There are a few juniors standing at attention over there. Could Gu Feng be among them? Noticing the group standing at attention, Lu Xiaoyu was the first to spot Gu Feng's silhouette. Upon closer inspection, Su Liuli immediately recognized that the figure on the left was indeed Gu Feng. It's him. Is it really him? Indeed. He truly is someone remarkable, capable of winning Liuli's affection. To be punished with standing at attention on the very first day of military training is no ordinary feat. He. Dong Jejia chuckled, joined by Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu, who also smiled lightly. Though they initially wished not to laugh, the sight of their three roommates giggling was infectious, prompting Su Liuli to cover her mouth and join in the laughter. Let us go over and take a closer look. Having arrived, even if it meant standing in punishment, they felt compelled to approach and take a look. Otherwise, what would have been the point of their visit? The moment Su Liuli and her companions appeared, the surrounding freshmen engaged in training, as well as the onlooking upperclassmen, collectively directed their attention toward the four of them. More precisely, their gaze was fixed upon Su Liuli. At that moment, Gu Feng and his friends, due to their position with their backs turned, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. They could only observe that the classmates who were initially focused on them had simultaneously shifted their attention elsewhere. Just as Gu Feng was left in a state of confusion, a striking and familiar figure came into view. Liuli. He never anticipated that Su Liuli would choose this moment to visit him. Wow, what impeccable military posture. And she's even doing horse dance. Without uttering a word, Su Liuli's companions, including Dong Jejia, were laughing gleefully. Gu Feng and his friends felt a touch of embarrassment, particularly Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu, whose prolonged horse dance made their appearance quite comical. Anyone witnessing them could hardly suppress their laughter. Let me take a few photos. Standing not far from Gu Feng, Su Liuli smiled gracefully and pulled out her phone, beginning to snap pictures. Initially thinking she had come to offer comfort, he was taken aback when this girl began photographing him. Chapter 21, A True Romantic. She took several pictures, capturing him from every conceivable angle. While Su Liuli was engrossed in her photography, Instructor Gu in the distance appeared utterly indifferent, leisurely remaining seated on the ground. As for the students from Class 2 of the Finance Academy, along with the others engaged in training nearby, they displayed expressions of astonishment. They could hardly fathom what charm Gu Feng possessed that could compel such a beautiful girl as Su Liuli to photograph him. It was evident that the two were acquainted, and their relationship was not trivial. Isn't that Senior Su? Who is that? Is he Senior Su's boyfriend? No way. Isn't Senior Su's boyfriend a freshman? This guy is incredible. Just a few days into college, and he has managed to win over the campus beauty. Wow, he is practically a romantic genius. All right, you all, stop being so envious. Even if he doesn't pursue Senior Su, she wouldn't look our way. A goddess with such grace is akin to a celestial being, meant to be admired from afar, not trifled with. The classmates whispered amongst themselves. After capturing the photos, Su Liuli did not take her leave, but instead joined Wang Mani and others to stand quietly nearby. They waited until 3 o'clock when Instructor Gu finally rose leisurely from the ground. Gu Feng and Xiao Kai managed to hold their military stance. But as for Zhang Tiniu and Jiang Yu in their horse stance, their legs were completely beyond their control, trembling as if they were about to collapse. Their state was one of utter instability. Your military stance is commendable. However, the execution of your horse stance leaves much to be desired. Shall we extend it by 10 more minutes for you to refine your technique? Instructor Gu remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, glancing at Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu, whose horse stance was anything but steady. Upon hearing the prospect of an additional 10 minutes, Jiang Yu quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Instructor Gu, we were wrong. Truly wrong. Please, we beg you, do not extend it any longer. We cannot endure it. Yes, Instructor, we were in the wrong. Please show mercy. Zhang Tiniu chimed in, following Jiang Yu's lead. This was hardly the moment for pride. As long as they could avoid further punishment, they had no qualms about admitting their faults. What about you two? Do you recognize your mistakes? Instructor Gu shot a glance at Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu, still struggling in their stance, before shifting his attention to Gu Feng and Xiao Kai. We understand, Instructor. We were wrong. We assure you it won't happen again. Indeed, there will not be a next time, Xiao Kai initiated, with Gu Feng adding a supplementary affirmation. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to improve is a mark of good character. You may take a brief respite. We shall commence training in half an hour. Who is that girl over there? Hurry and return within half an hour, or you shall be marked tardy. After glancing at Su Liuli in the distance, Instructor Gu returned to his previous position and resumed his leisurely posture. Family member? Gu Feng, Su's senior has arrived. Shouldn't you hurry to see her? Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu looked up at the distance, and just as Gu Feng took a step forward, they called out unexpectedly, Gu Feng, could you perhaps negotiate with the seniors about not posting those photos on social media? If it must be posted, could you perhaps blur my face? I still haven't found a girlfriend, sob. Jiang Yu lamented, with Zhang Tiniu wearing a similarly distressed expression. Their horse stance appeared so standard and appealing, while they had been trembling since the very beginning. This awkward position was not meant for too many eyes. It was already embarrassing enough, and if those photos circulated, it would be like exposing their vulnerabilities to the world. All right, I understand. Gu Feng replied succinctly before making his way towards Su Liuli and the others. You were late today? Late on the first day of military training and facing punishment? Su Liuli approached Gu Feng, her face radiating warmth as she inquired. Yes. You saw it all. Not only saw it, but you also took pictures? Hmm? He raised his hand to gently pat Su Liuli's head, intending to admonish her. But the gesture instead came off as somewhat affectionate, evoking a playful banter. Gu Feng hesitated momentarily, after being lightly patted on the head. Su Liuli realized the intimacy of the action and felt her cheeks flush crimson. I merely wish to take some photos for keepsake. Do you still have military training tonight? Would you like to have dinner together? Su Liuli, fixated on Gu Feng's now rosy cheeks, asked earnestly. I'm uncertain about the military training, but there will certainly be time for dinner. Once the training is over, I shall give you a call. All right. The two stood together, conversing quietly, while the gaze of everyone around was fixed upon them. Surprisingly, upon closer inspection, Gu Feng and Senior Su appeared quite well matched. Ha ha ha. Indeed a perfect match. Having a roommate who is the boyfriend of the campus beauty, we can flaunt it to others. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu chatted merrily while seated on their stools. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Feng returned, prepared for training, while Su Liuli and Wang Manny turned to leave the training ground. The majority of the afternoon had been spent practicing formations, with a 20-minute break every hour. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, it was time for dinner. Training concludes here for today. There will be no attendance required tomorrow morning. I will check the dormitories and teach you how to fold blankets. Instructor Gu addressed the gathered crowd with a commanding voice. No questions? Good, at ease. Stand at attention. Dismissed. Thus concluded the afternoon military training, with Gu Feng and his companions carrying their stools as they walked out of the training ground. They were all drenched in sweat, intending to return to drop off their stools and change clothes before heading to dinner. Upon reaching the dormitory and quickly changing into fresh attire, Xiao Kai, Jiang Yu, and Zhang Tiniu went off for dinner, while Gu Feng dialed Su Liuli's number. After receiving Gu Feng's call, Su Liuli hurriedly tidied herself up and, within a few minutes, arrived at the girls' dormitory entrance. At that moment, Gu Feng was already waiting outside. Where are we going? Su Liuli asked, looking up at Gu Feng with a bright smile. Let us go out for a stroll, come. All right. Following Gu Feng outside, just as they were about to exit the school gates, Gu Feng's phone rang with a call from his mother. It's my mom. Oh, then you should answer it quickly. Hearing that it was Gu Feng's mother calling, Su Liuli's expression shifted with surprise, instinctively taking a small step back. Despite living in an era where love is liberated, she found herself unable to quell her nerves in the presence of her boyfriend's parents. Chapter 22. I won't tell you. Pressing the answer button, she spoke at length in front of Su Liuli. Standing quietly, Su Liuli seemed very obedient, her feet naturally together, her gaze silently fixed on Gu Feng, who was on the phone. Under her watchful eyes, Gu Feng turned to look at her. What is wrong? Covering the phone with one hand, Gu Feng, his face flushed with embarrassment, said, Liuli, my mom wants to talk to you. Ah. Su Liuli's cherry lips parted slightly, her delicate frame quivering. Gu Feng also felt helpless. His mother, oblivious to the situation, insisted on speaking with Su Liuli after much deliberation. Perhaps I should just take the call, she suggested. Hand me the phone. After a moment's hesitation, Su Liuli resolutely decided to answer. Since Auntie had explicitly expressed a desire to speak with her, she could hardly refuse. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng hesitated briefly before handing the phone to Su Liuli. He was well aware of his mother's caring nature. Her wish to speak with Su Liuli stemmed from genuine concern, and he doubted she would broach any other topic. His reluctance to let Su Liuli take the call was primarily due to his concern that she might feel uneasy or anxious. Hello, Auntie. With the phone in hand, Su Liuli began to chat softly with Song Huilan on the other end, creating a small distance from Gu Feng in the process. Initially, Su Liuli appeared somewhat tense, but after 5 minutes, her exquisite face was adorned with smiles, leaving no trace of her earlier anxiety. After nearly 20 minutes of conversation, Su Liuli finally set the phone down. When Gu Feng took the phone back, he realized that his mother had already hung up. Wait, that was it, he exclaimed. Liuli, what did you two talk about? His curiosity piqued. He wondered how they could converse for a full 20 minutes. We talked about a lot. A lot? What exactly did you discuss? I won't tell you. Gu Feng was eager to inquire further, but Su Liuli playfully huffed and declared, I want to tell you. Still not willing to divulge, Gu Feng shook his head in resignation. Since Su Liuli was unwilling to share, he chose not to press the matter. After finding a restaurant outside, they had a simple dinner before strolling until 9 in the evening, at which point they each returned to their dormitories. Upon arriving back, Zhang Tinyu and Jiang Yu were already fast asleep, while Xiao Kai sat on his bed, seemingly preparing to sleep as well. They're in bed quite early today, Gu Feng noted, recalling how their legs had trembled during dinner. Our instructor Gu is truly a smiling tiger, he.s. ruthless. Reflecting on the afternoon's military posture drill, Xiao Kai couldn't help but complain. I need to sleep as well. Gu Feng, remember to turn off the lights before you sleep and get to bed early. After instructing Gu Feng, Xiao Kai flopped onto his bed and was soon snoring within 5 minutes. Wow, that was quick. Gu Feng chuckled. I'll go take a shower. 10 minutes later, feeling refreshed, Gu Feng lay comfortably on his bed. Before sleeping, he glanced at the Bitcoin trends, which exhibited minor fluctuations without significant gains. Connecting his phone to the charger, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next day arrived swiftly. At 8 in the morning, the dormitory occupants were still soundly asleep. Bang, bang, bang. The loud sounds reverberated from outside the dormitory, startling Gu Feng and the others awake. Get up. 10 minutes until inspection of the dormitory. Those who fail to meet the standards will carry their blankets to the playground. The familiar voice of instructor Gu echoed through the hallway, prompting Xiao Kai and the others to spring into action upon hearing that they had only 10 minutes to prepare. In just 1 minute, they donned their clothes. In 2 minutes, they folded their blankets and tidied their beds. And by 5 minutes, they were already sweeping the floor. Approximately 7 minutes later, they opened the dormitory door. You four? Gu was somewhat surprised to see Gu Feng and his friends as the first to finish. Have you all tidied up? Yes, we're ready for inspection. Okay, let's take a look. Upon hearing that they were ready, instructor Gu stepped into the dormitory. He first examined the floor, nodding slightly before turning his attention to the blankets on the beds. His expression shifted from mild disapproval to evident displeasure as he scrutinized their work. Is this how you fold your blankets? Is this a military blanket? Pointing to the bed closest to the door, he asked, whose blanket is this? Zhang Tinyu quickly stepped forward. Instructor, it's mine. I'll show you how it's done. He took the blanket from the bed and brought it to the computer desk, unfolding it entirely. Instructor Gu began a meticulous demonstration. In just 3 to 5 minutes, a perfectly square blanket lay before them. Now, do you understand how to fold it? You three, fold your blankets according to this standard and call me in when you're done. Instructor, I can use mine, Zhang Tinyu hesitated to offer. If you wish to practice again, then take it apart and redo it. With that, Instructor Gu turned and left the dormitory. Huh, it seems I need to redo mine. The implication was clear, and Zhang Tinyu understood it well. However, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu had different thoughts as roommates. They felt obligated to share both the joys and hardships. Hee, let me see. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Yu raised his hand and unfolded the neatly folded blanket right in front of Zhang Tinyu. Jiang Yu, ha Tinyu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and refold it. Sharing joys and burdens, you don't think you can leave us behind, do you? Gu Feng and the others exchanged incredulous glances, chuckling as they shrugged their shoulders before returning to their own beds to fold their blankets. With the previous impressions still fresh, Zhang Tinyu had no choice but to follow suit and refold his blanket alongside the others. The entire morning was consumed by the task of tidying up. By noon, with no message from Su Liuli, Gu Feng surmised she was likely in class. He took out his phone, intending to check the Bitcoin market. Wow, despite mentally preparing himself, he was still taken aback by the explosive upward surge of Bitcoin. A towering red candlestick nearly filled the entire screen. Upon opening the profit panel and witnessing a series of earnings, Gu Feng wasted no time and clicked to liquidate his position. The size of his holdings was substantial, and after more than 10 minutes of trading, he finally closed his position completely. After deducting the transaction fees, he withdrew all the funds from his account to his bank card, 1 million in leverage, yielding a profit of 12 million. Those who went long reaped enormous rewards, while those who shorted faced nearly 90% liquidation. Indeed, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Such ventures are fraught with uncertainty. Without absolute confidence, I would truly hesitate to engage in them. He pondered silently, grateful for his prior knowledge. Had he acted on impulse without any prior experience, he might have lost every penny of that million. Such wild surges are phenomena that only occur in the realm of virtual currency markets. Chapter 23. The International Fashion Week in the Imperial Capital. A profit of 12 million was just about perfect for acquiring the peak competitive game. As long as he could hold on until the game's launch, profits would surely follow. After lunch, Gu Feng and his friends took a midday break in the dormitory. The military training was scheduled for 15 days, and today marked the second day. During these 15 days, there were no breaks on weekends. meaning they would undergo continuous training for 15 days before they could rest. As the midday break came to an end, the afternoon training resumed on the playground. When the clock struck 6, the day's arduous training finally concluded. Gu Feng, the three of us are going out for dinner. Are you joining us? Jiang Yu quietly approached Gu Feng, his expression brimming with excitement. After such a tiring military training session, he had already resolved to indulge in a delightful meal at a restaurant. Xiao Kai chuckled alongside Zhang Tianyou, having previously conspired to coax Jiang Yu into treating them to crab casserole rice that evening. Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, a waft of fragrance enveloped him, and he turned to find Su Liuli appearing behind him. Dressed in a flowing black dress and adorned with sandals, her silky black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Compared to her earlier attire of jeans and canvas shoes, this ensemble radiated elegance and charm. Upon spotting Su Liuli, Jiang Yu momentarily froze, before swiftly comprehending the situation. Ahem, Gu Feng, you take good care of Senior Su. We'll be on our way. Bye. With a knowing glance towards Gu Feng, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai promptly turned and departed. Once the trio had walked some distance away, Gu Feng finally turned to Su Liuli. Are you in class today? Yes. My aunt mentioned she sent over some items. After dinner, could you accompany me to collect them? Earlier that morning, while engaged in class, Gu Feng received a call from his mother, informing him that she had purchased several items. She had intended for Su Liuli to decline the offer, but as the items had already been delivered and his mother insisted she accept them, she felt compelled to agree. My mom sent something? Gu Feng inquired, bewildered. What? You didn't know? Gu Feng's expression was one of confusion, mirrored by Su Liuli's surprise. She had assumed Gu Feng was aware of this arrangement, but it appeared he too was left in the dark. I genuinely had no idea. Well, since something has been sent, I suppose we should accept it, even if I am unsure of its contents. With a cheerful demeanor, he guided Su Liuli to the nearest campus dining hall. It was undeniable that Su Liuli, the campus belle, possessed a significant influence. The moment the two appeared in the dining hall, Gu Feng felt the weight of countless gazes fixated upon them. Indeed, the campus belle of Fuxing University is quite formidable. Standing beside you, I have also become a center of attention, Gu Feng jested as they walked together. Upon hearing his playful banter, Su Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and a hint of pride graced her lips. Are you feeling pressure standing next to me? She halted, puffing her cheeks as she gazed at Gu Feng. Of course not. With a campus belle as my girlfriend, I can only bask in pride. How could I feel any pressure? Gu Feng replied. Is that so? Su Liuli, wearing her crystal sandals, took a small step back. Just as Gu Feng pondered her intentions, she shyly raised her delicate hand, clumsily wrapping it around his arm. If their relationship was previously a matter of speculation, this action unequivocally signaled to those around them that they were indeed a couple. Wow, Senior Su actually took the initiative to hold that guy's arm. My goodness. ISNT, he just a freshman? How did our campus belle end up with a freshman? The simple gesture sparked a whirlwind of conversations among the diners, with some even discreetly capturing the moment on their phones. The news of Su Liuli having a significant other was bound to create quite a stir across Fuxing University. Caught off guard by Su Liuli's sudden affection, Gu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the usually shy and easily embarrassed Su Liuli would clasp his arm in such a public setting. Liuli, what is the matter? He asked, noticing the faint blush on her fair cheeks as she silently looked up at him. Oh, nothing. I'm just surprised. I never realized you could be so bold, he chuckled. Without further ado, Gu Feng led Su Liuli towards the dining hall window, under the watchful eyes of onlookers. They enjoyed their dinner together. After leaving the dining hall, Gu Feng escorted Su Liuli to the campus parcel station. Upon seeing the large box sent by his mother, both were momentarily taken aback. So big, Su Liuli gasped, while Gu Feng wore an expression of incredulity. The box, measuring a meter in diameter, left them both curious about its contents. Let us lift it together, Gu Feng suggested. No need, I can manage it myself. Su Liuli bent down and effortlessly lifted the box. Despite its size, it was surprisingly light, allowing her to carry it with ease. After securing the box, Gu Feng escorted Su Liuli to the dormitory entrance. I'll call Man and I and the others to help me. You take a break, she said, retrieving a tissue from her bag to dab the sweat from Gu Feng's brow. Though the box wasn't particularly heavy, the awkwardness of carrying it had made it somewhat strenuous. Upon receiving Su Liuli's call, Wang Man and I and her companions quickly descended the stairs. The sight of the enormous box left them all astonished. Wow, what is in such a large box? Liuli, could it possibly be something delicious? I have no idea. Just help me carry it inside, Su Liuli replied, shaking her head, genuinely unaware of the box's contents. Get some rest. We have military training tomorrow. I have class in the morning and some matters to attend to in the afternoon. I'll call you once I'm done. Su Liuli softly stated beside Gu Feng. All right. He nodded in agreement, watching as the girls returned to the dormitory before turning to leave. After a laborious effort to bring the large box back to the dormitory, Dong Jia promptly found a pair of scissors and, with Su Liuli's consent, proceeded to open the box. Wow, it looks like clothes. Inside, they discovered numerous packaging bags, at least 6 or 7. No wonder the box was so large yet light. It contained several garments. As Dong Jia extracted one bag, revealing a delicate floral dress, she remarked, "Wait a minute, this dress seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Holding the floral dress aloft, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly had an epiphany. "I remember. This is the dress showcased at the last Imperial Capital International Fashion Week. We saw it online." The 3 girls exchanged astonished glances, realizing the significance of what they had found. This is indeed a limited edition from the International Fashion Week. The material, could it be real? Their expressions reflected sheer disbelief as they turned to Su Liuli, who was equally bewildered. She too had followed the Fashion Week online, and the design was unmistakably identical. However, it was inconceivable that such items could be mass-produced so quickly. "Let's check the others," Dong Jia suggested, still clutching the floral dress, while Wang Man and I picked up another bag, unveiling a deep red evening gown adorned with crystal embellishments. "This one too, Liuli. It seems all the clothes in the box are limited editions from the Fashion Week." "Wow, Liuli, what does Gu Feng's mother do? She sent so many pieces of such exclusive clothing. These R&T items that can simply be purchased with money," Dong Jia exclaimed, while Su Liuli remained in a daze, having anticipated treats or cosmetics instead of such luxurious garments. "I should make a call." Unsure whether to accept such valuable items, Su Liuli hesitated before dialing Gu Feng's number. At that moment, Gu Feng had just returned to his dormitory and was preparing to take a shower. As he held the basin and had yet to step outside, the phone on the bed suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Su Liuli, Gu Feng answered without hesitation. When he learned that his mother had sent clothes, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not gold or silver jewelry. Had it been such extravagant gifts, he would have been at a loss for how to explain it to Su Liuli. Even though it was merely clothing, upon discovering that each piece was quite valuable, Su Liuli still hesitated to accept them. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince her to accept the garments. They also made a pact to set aside some time to choose gifts for his mother, Song Huilan, to send to the capital as a token of gratitude. After hanging up with Su Liuli, Gu Feng felt at ease and decided to take a hot shower. After an afternoon of military training, everyone was rather fatigued, and before 11 o'clock, they all retired for the night. The next day, military training resumed as usual. Notably, during the afternoon session, he received a call from Professor Wu inviting him to attend a lecture at Magic City University. The lecture was centered around the development of the peak interest group in the computer science department. While the invitation was ostensibly for a lecture, Gu Feng was acutely aware of the true intentions behind it. Setting down his phone, Gu Feng hesitated as he glanced over at Instructor Gu. The agreed time for the lecture was tomorrow morning, and, as military training was currently in session, he would need to request a leave of absence. This required notifying both his instructor and the drill sergeant. The instructor was easy to deal with. A simple word was all it took to secure permission. However, he was uncertain about his chances of obtaining leave from the drill sergeant. During a brief respite, he decided to call his instructor first. To his surprise, it took little effort. Upon hearing that he wished to request leave, the instructor didn't even inquire about the specifics, granting approval immediately. After communicating with his instructor, Gu Feng approached Instructor Gu with a sense of trepidation. At that moment, Instructor Gu was preoccupied with fiddling with an old black mobile phone. Noticing Gu Feng's presence, he slowly looked up. "Gu Feng, is there something you need?" The previous incident of standing punishment had left a notable impression on Instructor Gu. "Instructor Gu, I would like to request a leave of absence. I have some personal matters to attend to tomorrow morning. Would it be possible to grant me half a day off?" He stood there, trying to appear as compliant as possible. "Leave of absence? Have you discussed this with your instructor?" "I have already spoken with my instructor, and he has agreed. Since your instructor has approved it, you may go." Instructor Gu nodded, showing no further curiosity. Gu Feng was quite taken aback by how easily approval was granted. Just as he was about to lower his head and return to studying his old phone, he noticed Gu Feng still standing there with a foolish grin. "Is there anything else?" "And no, nothing. Please continue with your work." Gu Feng quickly gestured for Instructor Gu to resume his tinkering and hurriedly turned to leave. Having secured his leave for the following morning so effortlessly, he didn't dare linger, fearing that if the instructor were to change his mind, it would complicate matters considerably. After a brief rest, military training resumed. It continued until 6 o'clock in the evening. Glancing at his watch, Instructor Gu issued the command to disperse. All the squads in the training ground simultaneously broke apart, surging toward the exit. Gu Feng, we're heading to dinner. All right. Waving goodbye to Jiangyu and the others, Gu Feng took out his phone, preparing to call Su Liuli. The line rang continuously. Yet Su Liuli did not answer. Confused, he made his way to the entrance of the training ground, patiently waiting. After 10 minutes, his phone finally rang. Su Liuli was calling him back. After waiting another 5 minutes, Gu Feng's gaze wandered to the distance, and he spotted Su Liuli approaching. As she drew nearer, he noticed her brow furrowed in concern. What happened to your foot? He asked, observing her slow and awkward gait. It's nothing. Just my shoes don't fit well and have rubbed my skin raw. Standing before Gu Feng, Su Liuli gently shook her head. I want to take a part-time teaching job today, but unfortunately, my shoes weren't suitable, and now my ankle and heel are quite sore. Is it really that bad? Let me take a look. Upon hearing about her injury, Gu Feng immediately crouched down to inspect her foot. No need. It's fine. I could just buy a Band-Aid later. Su Liuli retreated slightly, a hint of urgency flashing in her eyes as she quickly explained. As Gu Feng crouched down, he could clearly see the redness on Su Liuli's ankle where her shoes had caused irritation, and the heel bore similar marks. Where'd you go to end up with such injuries? I was teaching a class. Noticing she hadn't clarified, Su Liuli added, I teach 3 classes a week at Blue Sky Kindergarten. Teaching kindergartners? Yes, I found this part-time job last semester, but I didn't expect my shoes to hurt this much. Mentioning her discomfort, Su Liuli slightly frowned, clearly still in pain. Cool, I'll take you to the infirmary. Turning his back to her, Gu Feng crouched down. What are you doing? Seeing Gu Feng suddenly crouch with his back turned, Su Liuli felt her heart race. I'm carrying you to the infirmary. With your foot in this condition, you can't be expected to walk there. Come on, Gu Feng urged, but Su Liuli hesitated, not out of unwillingness, but from shyness. If you don't want me to carry you, should I just carry you in my arms instead? Gu Feng stood up, smiling as he extended his hands, pretending to lift her. No, I'd rather you just carry me on your back. Nervously akin to a startled rabbit, upon hearing Su Liuli's words, Gu Feng crouched down again, turning his back to her. Watching Gu Feng's back, Su Liuli couldn't help but smile slightly. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she gingerly climbed onto his back. It was her first time being carried by her boyfriend, and she felt quite nervous, tightly wrapping her arms around Gu Feng's neck. Despite being on campus, this display attracted quite a bit of attention. Gu Feng, with his thick skin, paid no mind to the gazes of those around him. As for Su Liuli, she buried her face deep into his back, her eyes tightly shut, her lashes fluttering, completely too shy to look around. After approximately 10 minutes with her eyes closed, she heard Gu Feng's familiar voice say, We've arrived. Oh! Only then did Su Liuli slowly open her eyes as she realized they had reached the infirmary. Stepping down from Gu Feng's back, she found herself facing a doctor who regarded her with a puzzled expression. Several students nearby, receiving IVs, looked at her with curiosity as well. In an instant, her previously pristine face flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated that Gu Feng would carry her directly into the infirmary. Hello, young lady, what seems to be the problem? A female doctor inquired softly. My foot is scraped up quite badly. It's rather serious. Could you please take a look? Please have a seat over there. I'll examine it. Upon hearing Gu Feng's explanation, the doctor gestured for Su Liuli to sit down on the sofa while she crouched down to inspect the injuries on her ankle and heel. These abrasions are quite severe. It seems your shoes are not suitable for you. You shouldn't wear them again. If not treated promptly, you risk infection. The doctor offered a few cautions before turning to retrieve some iodine and gauze from the counter. There is no need for a prescription. I'll just clean the wounds with iodine, but it might sting a bit. That's all right. Su Liuli replied. Considering that she had managed to walk back in her shoes, a little sting from disinfecting was nothing to her. Before the two of them, the doctor poured iodine onto a cotton ball and gently cleaned Su Liuli's wounds. Throughout the process, she didn't flinch even once, her calm demeanor surprising Gu Feng. After tending to her injuries, the doctor wrapped the gauze around her ankle 2 times. All done. For the next few days, avoid washing your foot and keep it dry. Once the scab forms, there will be no issues. All right, we understand. Thank you, doctor. Holding his phone, Gu Feng approached the medical station, where he spent a total of 3 yuan on a roll of gauze and some iodine. After settling the bill, Gu Feng returned to Su Liuli's side. Upon seeing Gu Feng approach, Su Liuli blushed and quickly stood up, insisting, I can walk on my own. Fearing that Gu Feng would continue to crouch down and carry her, she took the initiative to express her capability to walk. Walk. Gu Feng chuckled, pointing at Su Liuli's foot, which was wrapped in gauze. It seems you can't walk without shoes, since he had already carried her once. He thought it wouldn't hurt to do so again. Come on, classmate, let your boyfriend carry you. Her other foot was slightly swollen, and walking for too long could easily cause further injury. You need to change into a pair of shoes quickly, Gu Feng added, and the female doctor echoed his advice. After a moment of silence, Su Liuli could only nod gently. Watching Gu Feng crouch in front of her, her heart racing with anticipation, Su Liuli slowly leaned down. With Su Liuli on his back, Gu Feng exited the infirmary and headed straight back to the girls' dormitory. He escorted her to the base of the dormitory, urging her to go upstairs and change shoes while he waited quietly below. 20 minutes later, Su Liuli descended, wearing a pair of white canvas shoes. Ready? Let's go. I'll take you out. He gently patted Su Liuli's head, and they walked side by side towards the school gate. Where are we going? It's still early. Come with me for a stroll. Accompany you for shopping? Su Liuli blinked her long eyelashes, her mouth slightly agape as she looked at Gu Feng in confusion. Isn't it usually girls who enjoy shopping? What's wrong? Don't you like shopping? Su Liuli appeared surprised, and Gu Feng initially thought she didn't enjoy it. No. Su Liuli gently shook her head. I just didn't expect you to want to shop. I heard from Manny and Jia that their boyfriends particularly dislike shopping. Following Gu Feng, Su Liuli softly explained, as she had little experience with boys and only knew what her roommates had shared. Ha ha ha. People are different, Gu Feng replied. I, for one, actually enjoy wandering around. Though he stated this, in truth, he had rarely shopped, especially not accompanying a girl. This was his first time. Engaged in conversation, they strolled out of the school. Not far from Fuxing University, there was a bustling shopping mall, a product of its location in a higher education zone. Upon arriving at the mall, they found the plaza teeming with people. In addition to those walking about, numerous stalls lined the area. Shall we go in? Sure. They entered the mall together, where 90% of the first floor was filled with women's clothing stores, with very few dedicated to men's attire. Along the way, they spotted only two. Let's take a look here. Coming to a halt, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon a women's clothing store, which appeared to be more upscale than the surrounding shops based on its decor. This is a women's clothing store. Who are you buying clothes for? Not immediately following Gu Feng inside, Su Liuli opted to stand still and inquire softly. Shopping, of course, is about browsing. Let's go. He took Su Liuli's delicate hand, not giving her a chance to respond. Hello, welcome. Upon noticing customers entering, the salesperson at the entrance greeted them warmly. From the outside, the store seemed substantial, but once inside, they discovered it was indeed quite spacious. Besides clothing, there were many women's shoes for sale, and numerous customers were trying on outfits. Let us just browse. Sir, over here are our latest arrivals. You can take a look. This dress is lovely. Would you like to try it on? After walking a few steps, Gu Feng's attention was caught by a black dress adorned with red lace, appearing exceptionally exquisite. Before Su Liuli could speak, the salesperson chimed in, Sir, you have a great eye. This dress is a new arrival and one of our bestsellers. Your girlfriend will surely look stunning in it. As a salesperson, she possessed the basic acumen to discern that Gu Feng and Su Liuli were clearly a couple, and one that had recently begun their relationship. Could you help us get down to try on? Of course. Upon hearing Gu Feng's request to try on the dress, the salesperson hurried off to fetch the same style. Su Liuli stood beside Gu Feng, clutching the hem of his shirt tightly. I already have plenty of clothes. My aunt just bought me so many, so there's no need to buy more. That was a gift from my mom. This is for me. They don't conflict, but... Su Liuli wanted to continue, but the salesperson had already returned with the dress in hand. Given the situation, it was unrealistic for her to refuse to try it on, so she obediently accepted the dress from the salesperson. Ladies, please follow me. Leading Su Liuli to the fitting room, the salesperson kindly opened the door for her. While Su Liuli was trying on the dress, Gu Feng turned his attention to the nearby women's shoe section. Hello, I'd like to choose a pair of high heels. Certainly, sir. May I ask what style your girlfriend prefers? Upon hearing that Gu Feng was looking for shoes, the salesperson immediately inquired enthusiastically. The heels shouldn't be too high. Just something ordinary, as her previous shoes always hurt her feet. Chapter 26, still a bit conservative. Trust me, sir, our shoes here will never cause discomfort. Shoes that hurt are typically poorly designed. Please take a look at these styles and pick a pair you like. Your girlfriend could try them on later. The salesperson pointed to a row of heels, speaking softly. The heels before him were quite appealing, and after some consideration, his gaze finally settled on a pair of silver-white heels. The height of these shoes was moderate, and their style resembled Su Liuli's previous pair. I'll take these. Size 37. Certainly, sir. I'll find the appropriate size for you. The salesperson turned and entered a nearby storage area, returning shortly with a shoebox in hand. Just then, the fitting room door swung open, and Su Liuli emerged, clad in the black dress. Wow, ma'am, that dress looks absolutely stunning on you. The salesperson approached with astonishment on her face. This was no mere flattery. Su Liuli did indeed look breathtakingly beautiful in the black dress. The combination of the black dress with white canvas shoes showcased her delicate, slender legs, while her fair neck caught the attention of everyone around them. This dress is truly beautiful. Is there another one? Can I try it on as well? And ma'am, I want to try it too. Thanks to Su Liuli. Several girls nearby who were selecting outfits turned their attention to the dress. The salespeople, delighted by the attention, hurried to retrieve the dress from storage based on the girls' sizes. As Su Liuli stepped out of the fitting room, Gu Feng approached her slowly. How does the dress fit? Upon hearing Gu Feng's question, Su Liuli hesitated for a moment before walking over to him. It's too expensive. Let's go to another store. Her voice was so soft that even the salesperson standing not far behind Gu Feng could barely hear her. It's all right. These shoes are also chosen for you. Just try them on. Gu Feng simply replied, placing the shoebox on the ground while gently guiding Su Liuli to sit on the sofa. He took the shoes from the box, preparing to help her put them on. As he crouched down before her, Su Liuli felt her eyes welling up slightly. Knowing that Gu Feng was determined to buy her clothes today, she no longer resisted, merely turning her head away gently. At this moment, Gu Feng had yet to notice the peculiarity in Su Liuli's demeanor. Once he had put on his shoes, he raised his head and observed that Su Liuli's emotion seemed somewhat askew. Liuli, what troubles you? He inquired. I'm fine, she replied. Are you feeling unwell? He pressed. Su Liuli merely shook her head gently, refraining from voicing her discomfort. The shoes fit her perfectly, a significant improvement over the previous pair she had worn. Naturally, the price was quite substantial, amounting to over 2,000 for an outfit and a pair of shoes. After settling the bill with a card, Gu Feng and Su Liuli departed the women's clothing store, accompanied by the enthusiastic farewells of the sales staff. Are you truly all right? He asked again. It's fine. Let us head over there and take a look, she replied, her mood evidently lifting a little. As Gu Feng carried the shopping bags, Su Liuli grasped his wrist, and they arrived outside a men's clothing specialty shop. You should buy me some clothes. Coincidentally, I also wish to purchase something for you. Come, join me inside. Once inside, the simplicity of men's clothing was a stark contrast to the women's selections. Su Liuli diligently helped Gu Feng choose items for quite some time. The onlookers, all there to shop, cast envious glances at Gu Feng, marveling at his fortune to be accompanied by such an exquisite beauty as Su Liuli. Moreover, it was evident from her careful selection that she was genuinely invested in the process. After considerable deliberation, they finally settled on a shirt and a pair of trousers. Su Liuli took her phone to make the payment, while Gu Feng quietly contemplated the bags in his hands. After a swift checkout, they resumed their leisurely stroll. The joy of shopping was fleeting, and before they knew it, the clock struck 8. I'd like to purchase a few more things. Could you wait for me here for a moment? Su Liuli stopped, casting a slightly embarrassed glance at Gu Feng. Sure, he replied, unsure of her intentions. Gu Feng decided to comply and waited patiently. Setting his bags aside, Su Liuli retraced her steps. Minutes ticked by, and after nearly 20 minutes of waiting, Gu Feng still did not see Su Liuli return. Where could she have gone? He wondered aloud, peering down the corridor lined with women's clothing stores. He noticed a large clothing supermarket at the far end. Carrying his bags, he proceeded toward the supermarket, glancing into the adjacent shops. Yet there was no sign of Su Liuli anywhere. The only plausible location left was the expansive clothing supermarket ahead. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of both men's and women's sections and soon found himself in the lingerie area. She wouldn't be here, would she? He muttered to himself as he prepared to check the nearby women's section. Just as he turned away, a familiar figure darted past in the women's lingerie section. Liuli? In the distance, Su Liuli, resplendent in a white long dress, stood out prominently. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Feng's eyes. He anticipated finding Su Liuli in the lingerie section. As soon as their eyes met, Su Liuli froze, clutching a blue piece of lingerie in her hands, her expression turning flustered and uncertain. Approaching her, Gu Feng watched as she hurriedly tucked the item behind her. What brings you here? She asked, her cheeks flushing with shyness. He had clearly seen the blue lingerie she was holding, which, while modest in style, was not something he dared to comment on in her presence. I've been waiting outside for quite a while, and thought I'd come in to look for you. Oh, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by a middle-aged saleswoman who chimed in. Young lady, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome young man. You should listen to Ani. These underwear are fantastic and would match perfectly with the lace lingerie you just picked. Plus, they're made of pure cotton and are quite breathable. The saleswoman's enthusiastic recommendation only deepened Su Liuli's embarrassment, making her wish she could vanish into thin air. Chapter 27. ID? I seem to have forgotten mine. Ani, I'll take this one along with the others to check out. Quickly, she placed the blue lingerie into a black bag and turned towards the cashier. Her gaze averted from Gu Feng's young man Would you like to select a few more items for your girlfriend? All our lingerie is made from pure cotton, and with so many styles, your girlfriend would look stunning in them. As Su Liuli departed with her black bag, the saleswoman continued to promote her wares to Gu Feng. Even he, with his thick skin, found himself at a loss for words amidst the awkwardness. Clearing his throat to alleviate the tension, he replied, "Thank you, but I really don't need anything. Please, continue with your work," before hastily pursuing Su Liuli. Upon reaching the cashier, he found that she had just completed her transaction, and they were preparing to leave. Suddenly, the saleswoman called after them, "Wait a moment, young lady." "Yes, auntie? Is there something wrong?" Su Liuli asked, her black bag in hand. The saleswoman, having rushed over, revealed, "I realized I had some complimentary gifts for you. Remember to come back next time." She swiftly placed a square box in Su Liuli's black bag, so quickly that Gu Feng barely registered what it was. "Thank you, auntie," Su Liuli exclaimed, expressing her gratitude despite not knowing what the gift entailed. "Let us go," Gu Feng urged. All right. With their purchases in hand, they prepared to leave the mall, the hour growing late and the time until the dormitory's curfew dwindling. Stepping outside, they found that night had already fallen. Since they had yet to dine, they stumbled upon a small restaurant near the campus where they had a simple dinner. Throughout the meal, Su Liuli scarcely spoke, seemingly lost in thought, still processing the saleswoman's recommendations. After finishing their meal, the time read 9:40, with just 50 minutes remaining before the dormitory would close. However, their location was quite close to the school, and the walk back would take less than 20 minutes. Just as they began walking back to campus, Gu Feng's phone rang unexpectedly from his pocket. "Excuse me for a moment," he said, pulling out his phone. "It's my roommate." "Hello, Jiangyu," he answered. And on the other end, Jiangyu's voice came through, laced with concern. "Gu Feng, where are you? Are you coming back to the dormitory tonight?" "Yes, why?" Gu Feng replied. "You're actually coming back." Jiangyu's voice rose in surprise. "Of course. Are you expecting me to sleep on the streets?" No. But I need to ask, are you with Su Xuejie right now?" "Yes," Gu Feng confirmed. "Oh dear, while I was bathing earlier, I slipped and fell. Could you bring me some band-aids?" Jiangyu's tone was weak, as though he might faint at any moment. "Band-aids? From the sound of your voice, it seems like you need more than that. Should I bring you some quick-acting heart-saving pills instead?" Gu Feng's jest elicited a laugh from Su Liuli, who stood beside him. "What quick-acting heart-saving pills? Just bring the band-aids," Jiangyu insisted. "Remember to bring them back. My life depends on you." With that, he abruptly hung up. "By the way, Xiao Kai, do you think this act of ours will actually work? There is still over 40 minutes until lights out. What if Gu Feng really makes it back?" Setting aside his phone, Jiangyu gazed in bewilderment at Xiao Kai, who sat cross-legged on the bed, exuding an air of vitality that belied any hint of injury. "Rest assured," he chuckled, "Gu Feng and senior sister Su must be returning to the dormitory, undoubtedly lingering nearby on campus. He had brought adhesive bandages, but there was a 90% chance he would consider purchasing them from the infirmary. With the infirmary closing early today, a trip to the nearest pharmacy would be futile unless Gu Feng were Iron Man. Time was certainly not on his side. What if, and I stress if, Gu Feng first escorted senior sister Su back and then went to buy the bandages? What then? Zhang Tinyu's words struck Xiao Kai like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. No way. The three steadfast roommates strategized within dorm, while Gu Feng and Su Liuli remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Upon their arrival at the school infirmary, they discovered, to their dismay, that it had closed an hour earlier than expected. With merely 20 minutes until lights out, time was of the essence. "I'll take you back to the dorm first," Gu Feng suggested, glancing at the time on his phone. "Can you manage alone?" Su Liuli replied, her eyes resolute. She wanted to accompany him. If he returned her to the dorm, he could not go back himself. Her concern would linger. "What if I can't get back?" "It's all right. I've stayed out before. I trust you." Those four simple words left Gu Feng momentarily speechless. All right, a single affirmative word. He grasped her wrist with one hand while holding the bag with the other, and together they exited the school gates. Fortunately, there was a pharmacy nearby. After purchasing a box of adhesive bandages, the two found themselves beneath the boys' dormitory. At 10:40, they were already 10 minutes past the dorm's closing time. "Gu Feng, you're back?" A deliberately lowered voice echoed from above. On the second floor, Jiangyu peeked through a slightly open window. "How am I supposed to get back? How will you get the bandages to me?" "Here, tie the bandages to this string, and I'll pull it up." A makeshift rope fashioned from shoelaces was tossed down, and to Gu Feng's surprise, it was attached to his own identification card. Upon seeing Jiangyu and then the ID on the rope, the realization dawned on him. All the talk of falling in the shower and buying adhesive bandages had merely been a ruse. The sole objective was to prevent him from returning to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to Su Liuli, the ID was still attached to the string. After securing the bandages, Gu Feng pulled them back up, only for Jiang Yu to abruptly shut the window. This maneuver even caught Su Liuli, standing just behind Gu Feng, off guard. Since we can't go back to the dormitory, let us head out for now. Su Liuli nodded silently in agreement. Exiting the school, despite having shared a hotel room once before, she still felt a flutter of nerves. After walking a few dozen steps, she halted. I have my ID with me today. Do you have yours? She retrieved her ID from her bag, having brought it along to update her information for her part-time job. ID? I seem to have forgotten mine. Then we'll need to book a room. Gu Feng had left his ID behind, but Su Liuli harbored no suspicions. After all, who would carry their ID after military training? They continued on until they unknowingly arrived outside the hotel they had previously stayed in. I'll handle the registration. You wait here. Su Liuli softly instructed, holding her ID. Gu Feng nodded in response. Watching her enter the hotel, he slowly pulled out his own ID from his pocket. After a quick glance, he tucked it back away, pondering how Su Liuli would react if she discovered it. 5 minutes later, Su Liuli emerged from the hotel, waving at Gu Feng from the entrance. Recognizing her signal, he approached, the receptionist seemingly oblivious to their presence. They took the elevator upstairs, and unlike last time, Su Liuli had reserved a twin room this time. The room was impeccably tidy, with a small table placed between the two beds. After placing their belongings against the door, Gu Feng made his way to the bedside, while Su Liuli, perhaps fatigued from shopping, joined him at the edge of the bed. I would like to take a shower tonight. Gu Feng stood by the bed, preparing to sit down when he suddenly heard Su Liuli's gentle voice. At that moment, her beautiful eyes held a hint of shyness. She had spent the entire afternoon working in a kindergarten and was drenched in sweat from the heat. If she did not shower tonight, sleep would evade her. Do you want to shower now? We can wait a bit. Better sooner than later. Let us do it now. I'll turn off the air conditioning. As he spoke, he walked over to the control panel and switched off the air conditioning. Su Liuli, with her striking dark eyes, gazed intently at Gu Feng. When he turned back, he noticed her staring dreamily at him. With her raven hair cascading down, Su Liuli slowly rose. Passing by Gu Feng, she halted, her lashes fluttering. I'm going to shower. You must not peek. Rest assured, I would never. He raised 3 fingers in promise. Upon hearing his words, Su Liuli felt reassured enough to step into the bathroom. After 2 to 3 minutes of soft splashing, Gu Feng stood outside, clearly hearing the sound of running water. Having promised not to sneak a look, he took the opportunity to tidy up the bed. Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of water ceased. The bathroom door swung open, and Su Liuli, wrapped in a towel, tiptoed out, her feet clad in disposable slippers, her calves exposed to the cool air. A closer inspection revealed droplets of water glistening on her skin. Emerging from the bathroom, Su Liuli didn't glance at Gu Feng, instead darting straight for the bed. Pulling the blanket over her towel-clad form. Liuli, are you sleeping in a towel? Gu Feng was momentarily at a loss, torn between laughter and disbelief. My dress is wet. Curling up on the bed, Su Liuli felt a wave of helplessness. Despite her best efforts to avoid it, she had accidentally soaked her dress. With no option to wear it, she had no choice but to emerge in a towel. Thankfully, her undergarments had escaped unscathed, or she would have truly been in tears. Very well. Stay put on the bed. I'll use the hairdryer to dry your dress. After addressing Su Liuli, Gu Feng strode into the bathroom. Inside, he found Su Liuli's white dress hanging on a rack, notably soaked through the middle and upper sections. After over 20 minutes of diligent effort, the dress was nearly dry. He emerged, intending to hand it to Su Liuli so she could change before sleeping. To his surprise, Su Liuli was already fast asleep on the bed. Curled up, only her head was visible, and while she lacked the stunning allure of wakefulness, she exuded a newfound cuteness. Not wanting to disturb her slumber, Gu Feng hung the dress on a nearby rack, turned the air conditioning back on, and then lay down to sleep himself. A night of silence passed. As dawn broke the next day, the proximity to the window combined with the inadequately drawn curtains allowed a faint beam of light to filter through, casting a glow on Gu Feng's face. Groggily awakening, he immediately reached for his phone to check the time. It was barely past 5 o'clock, and due to the summer season, the outside world was already bright. 5. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up straight, Gu Feng's gaze drifted towards the bed beside him. Upon seeing the peacefully slumbering Su Liuli, he was immediately taken aback. The towel wrapped around him had somehow slipped to the floor, revealing his upper body, with delicate arms crossed in front and most of his white underwear exposed. Fortunately, the lower half was securely covered. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered a nosebleed. He opened his mouth, but could only manage a wry smile. Having experienced a similar situation before, he felt somewhat seasoned. Compared to the last time, when he had been embraced by her like an octopus in deep slumber, this situation seemed trivial. Not wishing to disturb the still sleeping Su Liuli, Gu Feng quietly made his way to the bathroom. When he emerged, Su Liuli was still lost in her dreams. Considering it was still early, he returned to the bedside, intending to catch a few more winks. After an undetermined span of time, he once again opened his eyes, only to find that Su Liuli had already risen and had even changed into a lovely white dress. "You're awake. I heard you snoring," she exclaimed, her brows arched playfully, standing gracefully by the bed and smiling at him. Her every smile and frown exuded an indescribable beauty. "Did I snore?" "Surely not," Gu Feng replied, sitting up, slightly bewildered. He believed himself to be a quiet sleeper. "Perhaps I was just exhausted from military training. It's nearly 7. We need to head back to school." "Oh, all right," Gu Feng responded to Su Liuli's words, rising to quickly tidy himself up. 20 minutes later, the two exited the hotel. The morning sun shone brightly in the bustling metropolis, and the fresh morning air was invigorating. Upon leaving the hotel, they did not stop for breakfast, and each returned to their respective dormitories. As Gu Feng entered the boys' dorm, he found Xiao Kai and the others just waking up. They were scheduled for training on the field at 8 o'clock, and with the time already past 7, they needed to hurry to avoid being late. Upon seeing Gu Feng push open the door, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai's faces lit up with excitement. Jiang Yu set down the towel in his hand, while Zhang Tianyo and Xiao Kai, toothbrushes in their mouths, rushed over to Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, how was last night? Aren't we good friends?" "Ha ha ha." Jiang Yu was the first to speak, with Xiao Kai and Zhang Tianyo laughing heartily, nearly spilling toothpaste on the floor. "Jiang Yu, aren't you on the brink of collapse? What's going on? Is this a miraculous recovery?" At Jiang Yu's words, Gu Feng froze momentarily. "What miraculous recovery? Jiang Yu, don't act coy. You know we were all racking our brains for you last night. Come on, Jiang Yu. Who do you think came up with the plan? You merely executed it adequately." They chimed in, leaving Gu Feng standing silently, unable to interject a word. "All right, I am grateful for your kindness. I will treat you all to a meal another day." Reluctantly, Gu Feng spoke, for he knew if he let them continue, they could go on indefinitely. That's what we've been waiting for. With Gu Feng's promise to treat them, Xiao Kai and the others swiftly turned back to finish getting ready. Once the trio had donned their military training uniforms, they suddenly remembered that Gu Feng had already taken leave for the morning. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they departed, leaving Gu Feng alone in the dormitory. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was still before 8. He had ample time to head to Magic City University. Changing into a more presentable outfit, he exited the dormitory, hailing a taxi at the school gate, and set off towards the university. Arriving outside Magic City University, the clock struck 8. It was still early, so he decided to grab breakfast. At 8 o'clock, the first class was just beginning, and as he strolled through the campus, he made his way to the nearest dining hall. Upon entering, he found it nearly empty. After purchasing a quick breakfast, he waited until 8:30 before dialing Professor Wu's number. On the call, Professor Wu instructed him to meet at the basement of Comprehensive Building Number 3. After hanging up, Gu Feng headed directly to the building. Upon reaching the basement, he spotted Professor Wu waiting at the door from a distance. Seeing the professor, Gu Feng quickened his pace. "Professor Wu, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Approaching him, Gu Feng offered a calm smile and extended his hand for a shake. "You're quite the mature one. You're the first student to come up and shake my hand directly," Professor Wu remarked, chuckling. In that moment, Gu Feng was struck with the realization that he was still a student, momentarily forgetting his identity. "Professor, I'm terribly sorry. I was just so excited to see you." "Haha. All right, the members of the Peak Competition Project Group are inside. Let us go take a look." With a gentle pat on Gu Feng's shoulder, Professor Wu motioned for him to enter first. "Please, you go ahead." "All right." Taking Gu Feng's politeness in stride, Professor Wu entered the classroom first, followed closely by Gu Feng. Inside the spacious lecture hall, which boasted hundreds of seats, only the front row was occupied. About 15 or 16 students. "Come, let me introduce you. These are the members of the Peak Competition Project Group. This is the project leader, Lu Qi," leading Gu Feng to a chubby boy wearing thick black frame glasses. With a rosy complexion, Lu Qi stared in surprise upon meeting Gu Feng. He had heard from Professor Wu about an investor for their project, but had not expected it to be a young person like himself. "Lu Qi, this is the investor I mentioned," Professor Wu announced, and upon realizing Gu Feng was indeed the investor, both Lu Qi and the other group members were momentarily taken aback. Despite their shock, they quickly regained composure. For an investor personally confirmed by Professor Wu must have his reasons. Lu Qi greeted Gu Feng politely. "Hello, E.M. Lu Qi, the project leader of Peak Competition." "Hello, E.M. Gu Feng." With the investor present, it was clear that discussions about investment were imminent. Lu Qi then began outlining the project. "All right, Professor Wu, please, both of you take a seat." He guided them to the center of the front row, where he positioned himself at the podium with his laptop. "Now, I will explain the Peak Competition Game project. Lu Qi began detailing the game's planning, development mechanisms, and its current progress. To think that the project group had managed to develop the game to this stage with the modest resources of the university's incubation base was quite astonishing. Investor, how do you feel after listening? Lu Qi concluded, turning to Professor Wu with a smile. I find it very promising, Gu Feng offered, his admiration evident. According to Lu Qi, the development was nearing completion, with only testing and server setup remaining. As Gu Feng conversed quietly with Professor Wu, Lu Qi closed his laptop and approached them. Lu Qi, I'm very interested in this game. For the remaining development, including testing and server setup, how much do you anticipate will be needed? Gu Feng inquired directly. Taken aback by Gu Feng's candidness, Lu Qi did not hesitate to respond. Preliminary estimates suggest around 5 million. 5 million? Gu Feng smiled and shook his head. Observing this, Lu Qi assumed he was asking for too much and cast a glance at Professor Wu beside him. Further development could indeed continue at Modi University, yet to launch. Testing and server setup were imperative. Modi University lacked such conditions. When it came to server construction, we needed to consider the number of users. Being overly conservative could lead to server crashes post-launch. Lu Qi, please refrain from impatience and allow Gu Feng to finish speaking. Professor Wu remained unperturbed. He had previously conversed with Gu Feng and understood that a mere 5 million will be grossly insufficient to genuinely operate the game Pinnacle competition. I will invest 10 million. What? 10 million? Are you serious? Gu Feng's declaration of a 10 million investment nearly dropped Lu Qi's jaw in disbelief. If such funding could indeed be secured, he was confident of launching Pinnacle competition in the shortest possible time. Absolutely. The project team need not continue developing at Modi University. I will establish a company that fully collaborates with you. As for the server setup and testing, you may handle it as you see fit. I have but one request. Pinnacle competition must launch as soon as possible. Certainly, Lu Qi agreed without hesitation. They had labored long on this game, and the prospect of its imminent launch was exhilarating. Chapter 30, Yunding Technology Development. I will manage this during this period, at the latest within a week. I will take you to the new office. Great. Lu Qi readily assented, and the project team members in the distance were also brimming with excitement. After finally seeing a glimmer of hope, they were determined to seize this opportunity. Once Lu Qi and his group departed, Professors Wu and Gu Feng exited the classroom together. What are your thoughts on forming a company? Professor Wu inquired with a cheerful tone as they walked. I am considering directly acquiring a small company to retain most of its current employees, which would alleviate the hassle of recruitment. Ha ha ha. Gu Feng, I truly did not anticipate your business acumen. Professor Wu initially wore a look of astonishment, followed by hearty laughter. He had intended to suggest this very idea, only to find that Gu Feng had beaten him to it. I happen to know of a rather decent company currently facing operational difficulties. Would you be interested in taking it over? Oh, which company? A small technology firm called Yunding, primarily handling outsourcing projects. The computer science department at the university previously collaborated with them, but it appears they're now struggling. If you are interested, I can inquire on your behalf. Whether an agreement can be reached will depend on both parties' willingness. After Professor Wu's explanation, Gu Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor, please assist in making contact. We can discuss the specifics in person. All right, when are you generally available? I am usually free after 6 in the evening. If we arrange a meeting, we can set it for dinner. With military training at the university, I just managed to secure a leave this morning. There are still several days of training left, and it won't be easy to request more time off. I will ask about it at noon today, and I'll leave your contact number with them. The two of you can agree on a specific time. Sound good? Gu Feng readily accepted. As they exited the comprehensive building, they had a brief conversation before Professor Wu headed off to teach a public class, while Gu Feng prepared to return to Fuxing University. After resting for 2 hours in the dormitory, he went for lunch with Xiao Kai and others, only to resume military training in the afternoon. The entire afternoon of training was incredibly tedious. As the clock struck 6, Instructor Guo announced the immediate dismissal. Jiang Yu and the other two swiftly approached Gu Feng. Gu Feng, are you still dining with Senior Sister Su tonight? No. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Gu Feng shook his head. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Su Liuli, indicating that she would be dining with a few of her roommates that evening. Not dining? Gu Feng, you haven't been abandoned, have you? With a look of surprise, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tinyu all turned their gazes towards Gu Feng. Is that so? Do you all wish for me to be abandoned? Huh? What are you talking about? We certainly do not wish for you to be abandoned. Exactly. You are now the pride of our dormitory. Being the boyfriend of the campus belle at Fuxing University was something to boast about. Your senior sister Su is dining with her roommates tonight. By the way, I promised to treat you all to dinner. How about we do it today? Suddenly recalling his promise from earlier that morning, Gu Feng thought it fitting to seize the moment. Great. Let us go. Let us go. I need to change clothes. Upon hearing Gu Feng's intention to treat, Xiao Kai and the others were thrilled, eagerly pulling Gu Feng's arm as they hurried out of the playground. Back in the dormitory, after a quick wash, the four of them changed clothes. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Feng's phone vibrated, revealing an unfamiliar number. Confused, Gu Feng pressed the answer button, and a woman's voice came through. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Gu? Yes, this is Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, this is the first time someone has addressed him as such after his rebirth. I represent Yunding Technology Development Company, as introduced by Professor Wu. Our general manager, Wang, wishes to meet with you. May I ask when you are available? After a brief hesitation, Gu Feng replied, today might not be feasible, but I am available after 6 tomorrow evening. How about we meet at Fuxing Road, at the Fuxing restaurant tomorrow evening after 6? All right, Mr. Gu. I will inform General Manager Wang. Goodbye. After politely bidding farewell, the secretary hung up the phone. Gu Feng, who was that on the phone? It wouldn't happen to be senior sister Su, would it? If it is, you should accompany her. We can eat another time. Jiang Yu approached, patting Gu Feng on the shoulder. They felt that whenever it came to dining, senior sister Su should take precedence. When did you become so magnanimous? Magnanimous? Jiang Yu was taken aback, then chuckled. Magnanimity is relative, you know. Throughout all of Fuxing University, no, all of Modu, only senior sister Su can inspire such generosity in us. The key is to avoid upsetting her and causing you to be cast aside. Whispering softly, Jiang Yu's words made Gu Feng want to kick him. It's not your senior sister Su, it's someone else. But speaking of which, what do you all want to eat? Have you decided? Since he was treating, it was only right to consider Jiang Yu and the others' preferences. The barbecue outside the school is quite good. The weather is splendid. How about we have barbecue? Barbecue? Sounds great. I also agree with barbecue. Xiao Kai chimed in, and Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu raised their hands in support. Given that all three had decided on barbecue, Gu Feng promptly concurred. The four of them exited the dormitory and walked out of Fuxing University. As evening fell, the barbecue stalls near the school were buzzing with activity. After passing several stalls, they found no available seats. Continuing forward for over 100 meters, Jiang Yu spotted an empty table at a corner barbecue stall. There's an empty table over there. Hurry. Finding an empty table was more exhilarating than discovering a new continent. The four quickly crossed the road and seated themselves. Here is the menu. Please take a look and decide what you would like to eat. With numerous tables at the barbecue stall, but only 2 busy waitstaff, the atmosphere was lively. Placing the menu on the table, the waitress turned to fetch the dishes. Order whatever you'd like. Order whatever? Gu Feng, are you serious? Then we'll really order whatever. Upon hearing order whatever, Xiao Kai's eyes lit up as he grabbed the menu. Tiniu, I'll take the lead. You keep track. Let us start with 30 lamb skewers, 1 vegetable platter, and, with the menu in hand, Xiao Kai made several selections before passing it to Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu for their choices. Once they had made their selections, they called the waitress over. Despite the crowd, the dishes were served promptly. Not long after placing the order, in less than 10 minutes, nearly all the skewers arrived in succession. Cool, mate. Let's raise a glass, Jiang Yu remarked, somewhat awkwardly lifting his wine glass. Since his school days, he had seldom indulged in alcohol. I'm not adept at drinking either. Just a little will suffice. Observing the surroundings, it became apparent that everyone was indeed enjoying beer with their skewers. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu acquiesced, and Gu Feng followed suit. From 7 in the evening until nearly 10, Jiang Yu had already succumbed to slumber, sprawled across the table. While Xiao Kai too was feeling the toll of the evening. Even Gu Feng himself felt a bit dazed. In stark contrast, Zhang Tiniu, seated nearby, appeared unfazed, casually sipping his drink while nibbling on snacks. Chapter 31. Gu Feng's affectionate intentions. Tiniu, your family doesn't run a distillery, do they? You seem quite the drinker. Gu Feng, slightly tipsy, exclaimed in astonishment. He prided himself on his alcohol tolerance, yet compared to Zhang Tiniu, he felt like a novice. Not at all. I hail from the north, where I frequently drank lamb milk wine as a child. Drinking beer is no different for me than drinking water. Would you care for another? He reached for a nearby beer bottle, poised to refill Gu Feng's glass. No, let us refrain. If we drink any more, who will settle the bill? Hastily withdrawing his glass, Gu Feng realized that if he continued, he might very well collapse on the floor in slumber. Sensing that the time was right, Gu Feng rose to settle the bill. Upon his return, Zhang Tiniu was nearly finished as well. Let us head back to school, he called out. Jiang Yu, wake up. You rascal. Jiang Yu lay on the table, sleeping soundly as if he were a dead pig. Observing this, Zhang Tiniu stood up, moved to Jiang Yu's side, and helped him to his feet. Let us go. Move. As they walked along the road towards the school, just as they reached the entrance, Gu Feng's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Picking it up, he discovered it was a call from Su Liuli. Given the late hour, a call from her was undoubtedly urgent. Signaling for Zhang Tiniu to wait, Gu Feng halted to answer the call. Hello, is this Gu Feng? I am Liuli's roommate. We are at a restaurant near the school. Could you come over? The voice on the other end was not Su Liuli's. From the tone, it was clear that there was some pressing matter at hand. Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng immediately inquired, Where are you? At the Qinyuan restaurant nearby. He was familiar with Qinyuan restaurant, a small eatery close to the school. All right, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, before Gu Feng could speak, Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai rapidly asked, What happened? Should we accompany you? No need, Tiniu, Xiao Kai. You two take Jiang Yu back first. I will check it out. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. With urgency, Gu Feng quickly relayed his instructions to Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai before dashing towards the school gates without a backward glance. Tiniu, should we follow him? Forget it. It's likely nothing major. Let us first get Jiang Yu back to the dorm, and then call Gu Feng to check in. Given Gu Feng's explicit instruction not to accompany him, plus Jiang Yu being inebriated, they decided it was best to return him first. Parting ways with Zhang Tiniu and the others, Gu Feng nearly sprinted toward Qinyuan restaurant. Fortunately, being near Fuxing University, it was not far. As he approached the restaurant, he spotted a police car with its lights flashing outside. Standing nearby were a few individuals, including Su Liuli's roommates, Wang Manny and Dong Jiejia. Rushing to them, Gu Feng immediately inquired what happened. Where's Liuli? Upon seeing Gu Feng, Wang Manny hurriedly explained, Liuli is inside. Xiao Yu is with her. Upon hearing Wang Manny's words, Gu Feng hastened into the restaurant, quickly spotting Su Liuli, who was sound asleep with her head resting on the table. Beside her, Lu Xiaoyu sat in a daze, tear streaks evident on her face. Liuli? What transpired? Approaching Su Liuli, it appeared she was deep in slumber, unresponsive. Gu Feng, you're here. Don't worry. Liuli is fine. She just accidentally drank a shot of vodka. Lu Xiaoyu softly reassured him, striving to steady her emotions. Accidentally drank a shot of vodka? Perceiving Gu Feng's confusion, Lu Xiaoyu elaborated, They were celebrating my birthday, and the vodka meant for Jejia was mistakenly consumed by Liuli, as if it were plain water. It was only a small cup, it's not a big deal. She never had alcohol before, hence. Upon learning that Su Liuli had merely succumbed to slumber after mistakenly consuming a shot of vodka, Gu Feng gradually felt relief wash over him. What about the police car outside? We encountered an inebriated man who insisted on getting my contact information. When I refused, he struck me, which prompted Manny to call the police. Lu Xiaoyu clarified, at which point Gu Feng noticed the distinct handprint on her face. Are you alright? He asked, concerned. I'm fine. We need to go to the police station shortly. Could you keep an eye on Liuli? It wouldn't be convenient for her to accompany us in this state. Of course, no problem. Since the police had already been contacted, it was best to let them handle the situation. Gazing down at Su Liuli, Gu Feng gently assisted her to sit up. Oh, Gu Feng, what brings you here? As Su Liuli opened her eyes and saw Gu Feng, her face lit up with joy. In her inebriated state, she threw her arms around him, refusing to let go. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile at the sight. Liuli was just calling your name. She really likes you. Please treat her well. Hearing this, Gu Feng looked down at Su Liuli nestled in his arms, who promptly returned to her peaceful slumber. All right. Supporting Su Liuli, he exited Qinyuan restaurant, where Wang Manny and Dong Jiejia approached them. Gu Feng, I brought glucose for Liuli. Please gear some later. Wang Manny handed him a bag containing 2 tubes of glucose. Thank you. You've been so kind to look after Liuli. If anything comes up, please call us. With that, Lu Xiaoyu prepared to accompany Wang Manny and Dong Jiejia to the police station to provide their statements, observing Su Liuli resting in his embrace. Gu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, he realized he could not return Su Liuli to her dorm. After all, it was a female dormitory, and he wouldn't be permitted entry. Clutching the glucose in hand, he carefully lifted Su Liuli, being cautious with each step, mindful of the alcohol in his own system, as well as the weight of the person he was carrying. As they passed the school entrance, he continued onward. Arriving at the hotel where they had previously stayed, this time they had forgotten their identification. Fortunately, the receptionist was accommodating, volunteering to look after Su Liuli while Gu Feng dashed back to the dorm to retrieve his ID. With the ID in hand, he checked into her room once more and led Su Liuli inside. In just a few short days, they'd already found themselves in a hotel 3 times. It was hard to believe that nothing untoward had occurred. Gently laying Su Liuli on the bed, he removed her shoes. As he reached for a blanket, Su Liuli slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Feng standing beside the bed, she momentarily thought she was dreaming. Gu Feng, give me a kiss. Struggling to sit up, she wrapped her arms around his neck and puckered her lips for a kiss. The speed of her actions left Gu Feng momentarily stunned. A fleeting softness brushed against his lips, rendering his mind nearly blank. After what felt like an eternity, he finally wrapped his arms around Su Liuli's waist, guiding her back down to lie comfortably. Liuli, if you continue like this, I truly might lose control, he said with a wry smile, glancing at Su Liuli on the bed. As a man, especially after having had some drink, his resolve was wavering against such temptation. Chapter 32. I am a virtuous gentleman. They say women are like flowers. When they bloom, they are captivatingly beautiful. Presently, Su Liuli lay on the bed, her delicate neck a soft pink, her cheeks flushed, far more enchanting than any blossom in full bloom. After a prolonged period of dazed contemplation, Gu Feng suddenly felt a parching thirst that he could no longer endure. This simply would not do. I must splash some cold water on my face. As a robust man, he was certainly not like Lu Xiaohui. Who could resist such temptation? He turned and retreated into the bathroom, repeatedly splashing cold water on his face at the sink for what felt like an eternity. When he finally emerged from the bathroom again, he raised his gaze towards Su Liuli on the bed. To his astonishment, the once supine Su Liuli was now sitting up, leaning over to retch into the garbage bin. Perhaps due to having consumed very little, her efforts yielded little more than a scant amount. He hurried to her side and gently helped her back down onto the bed. It was then that Gu Feng noticed the remnants of her earlier sickness had stained not only his own clothing, but also marred Su Liuli's attire. The stains were not extensive, yet the odor was undeniably pungent. Could a mere glass of vodka possess such potency? Sighing softly, Gu Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was evident that Su Liuli was not accustomed to drinking. Otherwise, she would not have been so thoroughly intoxicated from just one glass. Furrowing his brow as he surveyed the unsightly mess on himself and Su Liuli, he muttered to her softly, Liuli, you must trust me. I truly am a man of integrity. I need to wash our clothes, otherwise we shall have nothing to wear tomorrow. Noticing her lack of response, he swiftly removed his own short-sleeved shirt. Being young and regularly exercising, his skin still boasted a healthy sheen. Holding his shirt, he placed it at the edge of the sink and returned to the bedside, contemplating how to remove Su Liuli's dress. Although only the upper portion was soiled, to wash it properly, he would have to remove the entire garment. Hesitating at the edge of the bed, Gu Feng struggled with his resolve, reciting silently in his heart, a man of integrity. I am a man of integrity. He reached out to assist Su Liuli in removing her dress, but unexpectedly, she seemed to sense discomfort and, in her dazed state, inadvertently pulled down the zipper on her back. Her delicate shoulders were now exposed, her skin as smooth as cream, her elegant brows framing her slightly intoxicated expression, leaving Gu Feng momentarily spellbound. Thou shalt not gaze upon that which is improper. I swear to the heavens, I did not undress you. You did so of your own volition, he murmured to himself, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and clumsily removed the entirety of her white dress. Squinting, he hastily draped a blanket over her. Although he acted swiftly, he still caught sight of more than he intended. With his head still clear, he took Su Liuli's dress into the bathroom, standing by the sink to wash his own shirt first. Following that, he addressed the stains on Su Liuli's dress. Concerned it would not dry by morning, he focused only on the upper half of the dress. After half an hour of diligent work, he successfully cleaned the garments and hung them in the bathroom. Grabbing a hairdryer, he dried them until they were nearly dry. Phew, they should be dry by morning. Once everything was in order, he stepped out of the bathroom and beheld Su Liuli, peacefully sleeping, her cheeks flushed and slightly rosy from the remnants of alcohol, her beauty further enhanced. Suddenly a thought struck him, glucose. Yes, glucose. After staring at Su Liuli for a while, he remembered that her roommate Wang Manny had given her 2 packets of glucose before they returned. He retrieved the packets and found 2 disposable cups beneath the bedside table. Breaking the glucose into pieces, he poured it into the cups. Liuli, wake up and drink something. He sat at the edge of the bed and gently propped her up. After she managed to consume some glucose, he laid her back down, and she resumed her peaceful slumber, observing the remaining glucose in the cups. Gu Feng hesitated briefly before tipping his head back and downing the contents in one go. It would be a waste not to drink it. After consuming the glucose and enduring the lengthy ordeal, he realized it was quite late. The room contained only a large bed, with no sofas in sight, just a solitary chair in the corner. It seemed you would have to share the bed with Su Liuli for the night. Fortunately, the bed was spacious, and Su Liuli was positioned near the edge, allowing for a considerable distance between them even as he lay down. Turning off the bedside lamp, Gu Feng drifted into a deep slumber. In the midst of his dreams, he vaguely felt a warm presence encroaching upon him, likely due to the effects of the alcohol, preventing him from awakening immediately. After an indeterminate period of time, he was suddenly jolted awake by a shrill cry. The unexpected scream startled Gu Feng upright. What happened? His gaze swept the room, and he soon noticed Su Liuli curled up in a corner of the bed, clutching the blanket. Looking down at himself, he realized he was shirtless and clad only in shorts. Liuli, please don't misunderstand. Allow me to explain. He could tell from her expression that she had clearly misconstrued the situation. Gu Feng attempted to clarify, but before he could utter a word, Su Liuli, still clutching the blanket, spoke first. Could you please put on a shirt? Oh, yes. He nodded vigorously and hastily leapt from the bed. The matter needed clarification. Otherwise, he would find himself in a situation far beyond redemption. If any wrongdoing had occurred, it would not have been unjust. However, as he had done nothing wrong, being falsely accused would render him a modern-day doe. Wait, could you please bring my clothes over? Su Liuli's cheeks flushed as she realized she was only in her undergarments, unable to continue the conversation while holding the blanket. Of course, he readily agreed, rushing in the bathroom to don his short-sleeved shirt before retrieving Su Liuli's white dress. Thanks to the hairdryer, the dress was finally dry. He approached the bed, holding the dress out to her, and Su Liuli looked up at him with her bright, expressive eyes. Her delicate features, as fair as snow, bore a slight smile, suggesting she was not as angry as Gu Feng had feared. Liuli, you're not upset? He asked, astonished as he held the white dress. In response, Su Liuli playfully quirked her lips. Why would I be angry? Her single question rendered Gu Feng speechless. Indeed, upon reflection, nothing untoward had transpired. Why would she be angry? Please take the dress. Turn around so I can change. As he placed the white dress before her, Gu Feng faced the bathroom, listening to the soft, rustling sounds behind him. All done. He waited until Su Liuli announced she was ready before turning back. You vomited quite a bit last night and accidentally soiled your dress, so I thought it best to help you remove it for washing. Naturally, mine was the same. Su Liuli, now fully dressed, stood before him as Gu Feng explained. I understand. Although it was a bit hazy, I do retain some memories. And thank you for your help last night. With a playful arch of her brow and a twinkle in her eye, she gazed at Gu Feng. The fact that he had not behaved improperly towards her was a testament to his character. The reason for her startled reaction this morning was the realization that she had somehow ended up in Gu Feng's embrace again. The last time she had at least been clothed, but this time was different as she wore only her undergarments while he was bare-chested. The contact between their skin had momentarily disoriented her, hence her startled outburst. Chapter 33. Happiness comes too suddenly. Thank me? Yeah. Gu Feng, caught under Su Liuli's gaze, was momentarily taken aback before scratching his head in an awkward smile. The suddenness of happiness was almost overwhelming. He had anticipated being misunderstood, yet to his surprise, she harbored no doubts about him at all. To express my gratitude, I shall treat you to breakfast. You can tidy the bed while I freshen up. With her beautifully luminous eyes blinking twice, Su Liuli sidestepped Gu Feng and headed straight for the bathroom. It was only after she had fully entered that Gu Feng began to fold the blankets. It is generally understood that when one stays at a hotel, it is rare for guests to take the initiative to neatly fold the blankets. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, on 3 consecutive occasions, Su Liuli has taken it upon herself to arrange the bedding meticulously after rising. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she quietly awaits for 5 minutes. After this brief interlude, she emerges from a bathroom, well prepared, and proceeds to the front desk to check out, where the two of them exit the hotel together. What would you like to eat? How about some soup dumplings? I'll treat you to them. Following closely behind Gu Feng, Su Liuli turns. There is a shop just outside the school that makes delightful soup dumplings. Although a tad pricey, the quality of the ingredients is exceptional. All right, no problem. He, not being particularly picky, had no objections, especially since it was a girl treating him. They continue walking together until they halt in front of a small dumpling shop near the school gate. Surprisingly, there are quite a few patrons for such an early hour. The interior is filled with diners, and even the tables outside are occupied. Grandma, could we have 2 baskets of dumplings, please? A young girl and a silver-haired grandmother are the only 2 outside the dumpling shop. Upon seeing Su Liuli, the grandmother's face lights up with joy. Grandma, I had some matters to attend to today, so I woke up a bit earlier. Oh, good. You sit down first. I'll personally bring the dumplings to you shortly. Thank you. The elderly lady, clearly busy, does not linger. Standing a short distance behind Su Liuli, Gu Feng, intrigued, asks, Liuli, you seem quite familiar with this grandmother. Did you often come here to eat? As they settle at an empty table, he inquires further. I worked part-time here during my freshman year, just like that girl. Her gaze drifts toward the girl in an apron bustling about, and Su Liuli is filled with nostalgia, seeing a reflection of her former self in the girl. You work part-time here? Gu Feng expresse surprise. He had not anticipated that the belle of Fuxing University would have taken up a job in a dumpling shop. Of course. However, I had to stop when my second-year classes became quite demanding, leaving me little time. It was until my third year that I found a part-time job at a kindergarten. As she speaks softly, the grandmother returns with 2 baskets of dumplings. My dear girl, is this your boyfriend? The grandmother places the dumplings down and, upon seeing Gu Feng, kindly inquires. Faced with the grandmother's question, Su Liuli blushes subtly and nods silently. My dear, you have good taste. This young man looks quite spirited. You too enjoy your meal. If you need more, just let me know. Aware that there are many tasks awaiting her attention, the grandmother does not linger long. Taking a dumpling, Su Liuli bites into it, savoring the exquisite flavors. It is hard to believe that such a small dumpling could be so juicy. Liuli, you've been working part-time because... Gu Feng hesitates, unsure whether to probe further. He does not wish to pry into her family circumstances, but his heart aches at the thought of her continuous labor. My family situation is quite unique. Although I receive a scholarship for tuition, I still must manage my living expenses on my own. Her tone is calm, and from her demeanor, Gu Feng cannot detect any sense of grievance. In your family, my parents divorced before I started elementary school, and my mother moved abroad. Not long after, my father passed away, and I have been living with my grandfather. His health isn't great, and it has been quite difficult for him to support my education through middle and high school. I work part-time at school to send him some money whenever I can. Compared to before, Su Liuli's mood noticeably darkens. Holding a dumpling with her chopsticks, Gu Feng silently observes her, unsure of how to comfort her. It is no wonder that she cried when he helped her put on her shoes at the mall, perhaps since elementary school, apart from her grandfather. No one has shown her such care. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it over time. If you don't eat your dumplings soon, they'll get cold. She gestures toward the dumplings in front of Gu Feng, who, having only finished one, pales in comparison to her, who has already devoured half a basket. Oh, I'll eat. In front of Su Liuli, Gu Feng hastily finishes the dumplings before they head to the counter. The grandmother, however, adamantly refuses to accept payment. And in the end, Su Liuli has no choice but to place cash on the counter before quickly departing with Gu Feng. Upon returning to campus, they find that it is still early, and they decide to head back to the dormitory first. As they push open the door, they are greeted with the sight they had anticipated. Xiao Kai, Jiang Yu, and Zhang Tiniu sprawled across their beds, deep in slumber. Even as they enter, the trio remains oblivious. They're sleeping soundly. Glancing at the time, which reads just past 6, Gu Feng notes that they still have nearly an hour until they need to wake up. He removes his shoes and lies down, preparing for a brief nap. As time ticks by, it soon becomes 8 o'clock. Zhang Tiniu is the first to awaken, and upon seeing Gu Feng lying on the opposite bed, he rubs his eyes in disbelief. Gu Feng, wait a minute. Weren't you supposed to stay out last night? When did you come back? The previous night, along with Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu, had returned to the dormitory, intending to call Gu Feng later. However, before he could do so, Gu Feng had already entered. Tiniu, you're awake. Gu Feng rises quietly, and soon, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu follow suit. Gu Feng, you're back. Zhou asks calmly, while Jiang Yu's face is filled with confusion. Gu Feng, you weren't in the dormitory last night? I think I might have blacked out from drinking. Jiang Yu mumbles, rubbing his head, which still feels a bit foggy. Jiang Yu, don't even start. With your drinking capacity, you can't hold a candle to my cat. Next time you go out, just bring your own juice. Hey Kai, do you look down on me? Jiang Yu glares at Xiao Kai in indignation. Ha ha ha. I certainly do not. You said it yourself. All right, let us hurry up and get ready, so we can grab some breakfast, Zhang Tiniu declares, immediately swinging his legs over the side of the bed. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai follow suit. Gu Feng, aren't you getting up to get ready? I've already tidied up. Fine then. The three of them get out of bed and begin to prepare. By the time they finish washing up and changing their clothes, it's already too late for breakfast. They wait in the dormitory for about 5 or 6 minutes before heading out to the playground to meet up. They spend the morning practicing military posture, and, after lunch, they continue with stance drills, running laps around the playground without counting how many they complete. Finally, at 6 in the evening, the instructor announces a break. Thank goodness. It's finally over. Today has been exhausting. Indeed, we hardly had a moment to rest. Upon the instructor declaring the end, murmurs of relief fill the air. Everyone feels the day's military training has been particularly grueling, and Gu Feng and Jiang Yu are no exceptions. I can't take it anymore. Dianyu, Diao, Gui. One of you go to the cafeteria and bring me back a pancake. My little frame can't take another step. Jiang Yu squats on the ground, his face flushed. Standing in military posture has already been tiring, and he hadn't anticipated all the running afterward. Jiang Yu, your physique is far too weak. I'll go to the cafeteria and bring you back a pancake. Tiniu, could you also grab one for me? Xiao Kai's lips twitched slightly, revealing a bitter expression. All right, I'll bring them all back. Gu Feng, would you like me to get you a portion as well? Turning to face Gu Feng. Compared to Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu, Gu Feng appeared to be in slightly better spirits. At least he looked quite energetic. No need. I have matters to attend to later. I have an appointment and must leave first. The time had already surpassed 6 o'clock, and the scheduled meeting with Yunding Technology Development Company was set for after 6. Although Fuxing Road was not exceedingly far from here, walking would still take about 20 minutes. As Gu Feng departed, Zhang Tiniu and Jiang Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Gu Feng was going on a date with senior sister Su? It didn't seem likely. Whatever the case, let us head back. I need a good night's sleep. With her gaze shifting away from Gu Feng, Jiang Yu struggled to rise and, with Xiao Kai's assistance, exited the playground. Meanwhile, Gu Feng hurriedly arrived at the school gate. Scanning the surroundings, he raised his hand to flag down a taxi. Driver, to Fuxing Road, Fuxing Restaurant. All right, the taxi driver responded, pressing down on the accelerator. In less than 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a steady halt in front of Fuxing Restaurant. Upon alighting from the car, Gu Feng took out his phone, locating the number that had called him and dialing it again. Hello, Mr. Gu. As the call connected, a mature and alluring voice resonated in his ear. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Feng lowered his phone and turned around in confusion. Not far behind him stood a woman clad in professional attire, seemingly in her 30s. Upon spotting Gu Feng, she offered a slight smile, exuding an enchanting charm. Holding her phone, the attractive woman gracefully approached Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, the voice I heard on the phone was quite youthful. Indeed, you are a remarkable young talent. Are you Secretary Wang's assistant? Yes, Mr. Gu. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Annie, but you may call me Shaoan. With a radiant smile, Annie extended her hand. Though her beauty could be described as merely average, when paired with her devilishly alluring figure, she possessed an irresistible allure for most men. However, for him, she evidently lacked a certain flair. Setting aside Su Liuli's breathtaking beauty, even in his previous life, his secretaries were of a similar caliber. After a brief handshake, Gu Feng immediately inquired, Secretary Annie, where's Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang is waiting for you inside. I will take you in right away. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Gu Feng spoke, while a glimmer of incredulity flickered in Annie's eyes. Despite his youth, Gu Feng's calm and collected approach was quite striking. Leading Gu Feng into Fuxing Restaurant, they were greeted by a waiter who guided them to the private room. As they entered, a balding middle-aged man sat prominently at the head of the table. His physique rather corpulent and not particularly tall. Upon seeing Annie escort Gu Feng inside, Wang Li immediately rose to his feet. Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, this is our Wang from Yunding Technology Development. As Wang Li stood, Annie took the initiative to introduce the two. Ha. Mr. Gu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Professor Wu has spoken highly of your youthful achievements. I must say, seeing you in person is truly impressive. At your age, to have attained such accomplishments is nothing short of inspiring. From a moment Wang Li laid eyes on Gu Feng, he began to shower him with flattery. Typically, Gu Feng held little interest in such sweet nothings. After a brief handshake, he cut to the chase. Mr. Wang, you are too kind. Let us sit down and discuss. Certainly, let us take a seat. Annie, please instruct the waiter to serve the dishes. Mr. Gu and I will converse while dining. Following Wang Li's instructions, Annie swiftly exited to summon the waiter. Mr. Wang, since this introduction comes from Professor Wu, I shall be straightforward. I intend to buy your Yunding Technology Development. What price do you consider appropriate? Raising his water cup to take a measured sip, Gu Feng spoke calmly. Clearly unprepared for Gu Feng's directness, Wang Li momentarily faltered, then forced a smile. Mr. Gu, your straightforwardness is refreshing. Though we publicly claim to be struggling financially, the reality is that we are somewhat overwhelmed. As those of us in the technical field know, our health has long been compromised. He gestured to his thinning hair with a rueful smile. Here are several projects currently underway in our company. Each has its own profit potential. If Mr. Gu is interested, excluding liquid assets, Yunding Technology can be transferred for 600,000. Wang Li presented the prepared materials to Gu Feng, revealing the price he had in mind. Examining the documents handed to him, Gu Feng carefully reviewed them. Mr. Wang, in my opinion, these projects are rather minor. Even if they generate profit, it would only amount to a few thousand. The price of 600,000 seems somewhat inflated. Despite his youth, Gu Feng had once managed the Jojo Group before his rebirth. If he lacked such discernment, how could he possibly oversee such a vast enterprise? Mr. Wang, Mr. Gu, the dishes are ready. Annie returned with the waiter, who promptly brought all the prepared dishes to the table, in accordance with Mr. Gu's intentions. What price are you prepared to offer? Chapter 35. A Confession Tonight? Leisurely seated in his chair, Gu Feng calmly regarded Wang Li before raising his palm. 500,000. This includes all the projects. The offer of 500,000, given the current scale of Yunding technology development, was neither excessively high nor low, comfortably within Wang Li's range of acceptance. 500,000. Mr. Gu, is that price not somewhat on the lower side? Would you consider raising it to 550,000? Wang Li sought to negotiate further, but Gu Feng's stance was resolute as he gently shook his head. I cannot increase the offer. Mr. Wang, you should realize that 500,000 is not a loss for you. This is my maximum offer. I hope you will consider it carefully. Gu Feng's firmness rendered Wang Li's expression slightly grim. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. This transaction represented a choice for Gu Feng, yet for Wang Li, it was an opportunity. Should he fail to seize this chance, finding another buyer in the future might prove to be a long wait. Mr. Gu, when shall we finalize the contract? When will be convenient for you, Mr. Wang? Though he intended to sell the company, it was unlikely to happen immediately. At the very least, a few days of grace would be necessary. How about a week from now? I will take care of the remaining matters, and in a week, Yunding will officially be in your hands. That sounds fine. Gu Feng agreed without hesitation. After a brief meal, he departed the restaurant, accompanied by Annie and Wang Li. The following week was filled with military training, with no exceptions even on weekends. On the last day of training, after participating in the closing ceremony, the grueling military regimen finally concluded. Oh my goodness, it's finally over, Jiang Yu exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief. Indeed, after more than 10 days of training, it has finally come to an end. We are fortunate. My classmates from a neighboring school have to endure a full month of training. Xiao Kai muttered, recalling that their training commenced on September 1st and would only conclude on October 1st with the National Day holiday. In comparison, they were indeed quite fortunate. Brothers, shall we celebrate tonight? Celebrate? With your drinking capacity? I'd rather not carry you back. Xiao Kai shook his head, knowing that going out for drinks with Jiang Yu would only lead to trouble. Jiang Yu, I really can't tonight. I have an appointment. Let us postpone it. Hey, Yu, you're not saying you found a girlfriend, are you? During this time, he had frequently dined with Jiang Yu, while Zhang Yu and Gu Feng seemed to vanish during dinner hours. Gu Feng was likely off with senior sister Su, but who was Zhang Yu accompanying? Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Observing Zhang Yu's demeanor, Gu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Yu, have you really found a girlfriend? In their previous life, all four roommates graduated as confirmed bachelors. To their astonishment, in this new lifetime, Zhang Yu has found himself a girlfriend. As for Gu Feng, Jiang Yu, and Xiao Kai, they have not yet officially entered into a relationship. Perhaps the girls merely harbor a slight affection for them. In the midst of their conversation, a faint blush unexpectedly lit up Zhang Yu's face. This rugged northern lad, now displaying a hint of shyness. What a sight. Goodness gracious. Yu, how could you possibly expect the young lady to take the initiative? What is the purpose of that nose of yours? You must charm her with sweet words and honeyed flattery. Despite having never had a girlfriend, Xiao Kai is brimming with theoretical knowledge. Feeling the validity of Xiao Kai's words, Zhang Yu paused for a moment, scratching his head with an innocent grin, and asked, so what should I do? Should I confess tonight? Confess tonight? Wait. Gu Feng hastily raised his hand to interject. While it's true that one shouldn't prolong such matters, neither should you rush headlong into it. We must deliberate carefully. Why not subtly inquire tonight to gauge whether the young lady truly has feelings for you? Gu Feng suggested. Indeed, Gu Feng is correct. Let us first ascertain her feelings. The matter of confession can wait until tomorrow or the day after. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Zhang Yu listened intently to the plans concocted by Gu Feng and his companions. As others gradually departed from the playground, only Gu Feng and his friends remained, fervently discussing their strategy. Let us proceed with this plan. We'll assess the situation tonight. Agreed. Jiang Yu proposed to observe the circumstances later that evening, and the others voiced no objections. After leaving the playground, Zhang Yu headed to the school cafeteria, while Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu returned to their dormitory, leaving Gu Feng waiting quietly in place. After 5 or 6 minutes, a graceful girl appeared behind Gu Feng, clad in a lovely yellow gown. She wore the very shoes Gu Feng had previously purchased at the mall. The long dress paired with high heels accentuated her exquisite figure. Silently approaching Gu Feng, she gently covered his eyes with her hands. Guess who I am? Suddenly blinded, Gu Feng heard Su Liuli's voice, hushed and playful. Liuli? How did you know it was me? Upon hearing her name, Su Liuli removed her hands, her soft lips forming a playful pout, her eyes sparkling like clear water, utterly adorable. Your voice seems a bit different, but I'm quite familiar with your scent, Gu Feng explained earnestly. Su Liuli tilted her head and took a gentle whiff. Is it the scent of shampoo? She never used perfume. The only possibility was indeed the fragrance of her shampoo. I don't know. It could also be your natural scent. Ah, you think it's my natural scent? Su Liuli paused momentarily, then smiled with a twinkle in her eyes, teasingly asking, Are you being improper? Her words carried a hint of bashfulness. Not at all. I am quite serious, Gu Feng declared, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Well then, since the military training is over today, shall we go for a stroll? Have you ever been to the heart of Magic City? Su Liuli looked at Gu Feng eagerly. Having just started university a few weeks prior, if he hadn't visited Magic City before, he certainly hadn't explored its bustling center. As an international metropolis, the vibrancy of Magic City rivals that of the capital, standing as one of the foremost cities. Absolutely. I've been to the city center a few times. In his previous life, Gu Feng had visited the city center more than once, and even spent an entire month at the Oriental Pearl Hotel there. Then let us set off now. All right. Gu Feng and Su Liuli walked together towards the school as exit. Initially, Gu Feng intended to take a taxi to the city center, but before he could raise his hand, Su Liuli pulled him toward the nearby bus stop. The bus is only 2 yuan, while a taxi costs 100. Taking the bus is much more economical, Su Liuli explained earnestly. Upon hearing her reasoning, Gu Feng found it quite sensible. Waiting at the bus stop, they noticed a considerable number of people, primarily students from their university, as this was the first stop for the bus. Within 5 minutes, a bus slowly approached. One by one, people lined up to board. Fortunately, the two of them found an empty seat just in time. Let us sit here. Gu Feng gently grasped Su Liuli's wrist, guiding her to a seat. The journey from their university to the city center typically takes about 50 minutes if traffic is light, but if congestion occurs, the time could vary. Thankfully, the bus moved at a decent pace, and within an hour, Gu Feng and Su Liuli disembarked. Look at that bustling pedestrian street ahead. Let's go take a look. Su Liuli pointed excitedly. This pedestrian street is undoubtedly the most vibrant in the heart of Magic City, lined with shops and bustling with throngs of people every day. Indeed, following closely behind Su Liuli as they entered the street, Gu Feng couldn't help but admire the lively atmosphere. The street was filled with various renowned brand stores, and countless food stalls lined the sides. Are you hungry? Su Liuli paused, her sparkling eyes fixed on Gu Feng, standing before him in her yellow gown. She radiated an ethereal grace. The passers-by, regardless of gender, couldn't help but steal glances at her. Such beauty is rare. I'm all right, not too hungry. Since it's noon, let us grab something to eat. Okay. Su Liuli took the initiative to grasp Gu Feng's hand, and feeling the warmth of her delicate grasp, Gu Feng found himself blushing slightly. With a girl of such enchanting demeanor holding his hand, it was hard for anyone to remain composed. Together, they arrived at a dim sum shop. Hello, what would you like? The attendant warmly welcomed them upon their arrival. Could we please have some dim sum? I'll take this one and that one. Let us get a little of everything. Certainly. The attendant nodded and promptly began packaging the dim sum. Gu Feng could tell from Su Liuli's adeptness that she frequently visited the shop. How much is it? Gu Feng stepped forward, but before he could take out his phone, Su Liuli had already presented a membership card. I'll treat you. There is still money left on this card. This card had been obtained during a previous outing with the roommates, and it still held over 100 yuan. The dim sum they selected came to nearly 100. Please proceed. Thank you, Madam. After processing the card, the attendant handed the receipt and card back to Su Liuli. We look forward to your next visit. Thank you. Holding the bag of dim sum, Su Liuli opened it in front of Gu Feng. Though this dim sum is a bit pricey, it's absolutely delicious. Do try it. In the midst of a crowd, Su Liuli gently offered a piece of dim sum to Gu Feng's lips, her face adorned with a smile. Seemingly unaware of how intimate the gesture appeared to onlookers, Gu Feng opened his mouth and took a generous bite, savoring the flavors. After chewing thoughtfully, his eyes lit up, and he nodded approvingly. Delightful. It truly tastes amazing. The flavors were fragrant, but not overly sweet, with a subtle hint of floral notes. Hee. I'm feeling a bit hungry too. Before Gu Feng, Su Liuli delicately brought the remaining half of her pastry to her lips and took a gentle bite. With the treat in hand, she ambled along, occasionally feeding Gu Feng a morsel or two. In a mere 10 minutes, they had devoured one entire box of pastries. Liuli, I suddenly feel a peculiar sensation, Gu Feng remarked with a cheerful smile, trailing behind Su Liuli. At his words, Su Liuli paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing her pure and unblemished face. What sensation? I feel as though I'm being kept. Over the course of this time, whenever they dined out, he had scarcely had the chance to pay, as Su Liuli consistently settled the bill. While most men spend on their girlfriends, in his case, it was his girlfriend who was spending on him. Let it be, if I can afford to support you, Su Liuli replied with a playful smirk, her eyes narrowing slightly. At this, Gu Feng found himself momentarily speechless, only able to shake his head with a smile. The two continued their leisurely stroll for another 20 minutes until Gu Feng came to a halt. Liuli, shall we go inside and take a look? Century jewelry? Yes. It seems quite lively in there. Let us go in and see. Gu Feng had seen the Century jewelry chain in the capital before. The last time, it was where his mother had ordered a birthday gift for his grandmother. Grasping Su Liuli's wrist, he headed straight into the jewelry store. The entrance boasted a grand sign, and upon entering, they discovered the interior was even more spacious. It was divided into several sections, one for gold and silver jewelry, another for jade and gemstones, and a premium area for exquisite jewels. Each section was bustling with sales associates, each one exceedingly busy. After meandering through the gold and silver jewelry section, Gu Feng led Su Liuli to the jade and gemstone area. Peering through the glass displays, they noticed that even a single jade pendant was priced in the tens of thousands, and the most stunning jade bangles soared to several $100,000. Everything here is exorbitantly priced, Su Liuli remarked softly, standing beside Gu Feng, her eyes wide at the sight of the jade prices. Who can afford such casual sums? Indeed, it is quite costly. Let us venture into the gemstone section. It is likely even pricier there. As they entered the gemstone area, Gu Feng's assumption proved correct. Every gemstone necklace and bracelet displayed had a price tag exceeding 100,000. Some limited editions nearby were even marked at $1 million. The surroundings were filled with many onlookers, yet there were few brave enough to request the sales associates to let them try on such expensive pieces. Liuli, do you find this necklace beautiful? Gu Feng asked, pointing towards a $1 million necklace in the display. It was exquisitely crafted, featuring a jade and agate pendant shaped like a penguin coin, with a 5-pointed star hanging within, adorned with various rubies and sapphires. Under the light, it sparkled brilliantly. Su Liuli examined the necklace closely, acknowledging its beauty. But as her gaze fell on the price tag below, she quickly shook her head. A necklace over $1 million? I doubt many here could afford it. Excuse me, may we try on this necklace? Gu Feng inquired, pointing at the necklace inside the display case. Su Liuli remained silent, and the sales associate, who had been idly standing nearby, looked as though she might have misheard. Sir, you wish to try on this necklace? She asked, her tone uncertain and slightly awkward as she sought confirmation from Gu Feng. Yes, the Pingon star. I apologize, sir, but this necklace belongs to our membership line. You will need to provide a membership account for verification before we can allow you to try it on. Membership account? What is that? Gu Feng, having never shopped there before, was perplexed by what the sales associate meant. The membership account is your registered phone number, she clarified. Oh, my phone number. I can provide the membership account. Let me check. 156. His mother had shopped there before, so Gu Feng immediately recited her phone number. The sales associate typed the number into her tablet. Upon seeing the membership level, she was instantly flabbergasted. The lowest reception person listed was none other than the chairman themselves. She refreshed the screen multiple times, but it still indicated the chairman. I apologize, sir. It seems there might be an issue with our system. Please hold on. I will consult with our manager. Having never encountered such a situation before, the sales associate was equally bewildered. In her years of service, she had only seen the lowest reception person listed as the store manager a handful of times. Clutching the tablet, she hastily departed. Meanwhile, Su Liuli, standing beside Gu Feng, finally regained her composure. Gu Feng, that necklace is far too expensive. I do not wish to try it on, she said, gripping his sleeve tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. It's merely for a moment. Don't worry, he reassured her, gently holding her hand and casting a comforting glance her way. With Gu Feng's encouragement, Su Liuli reluctantly nodded in agreement. In the manager's office of Century Jewelry, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The manager looked up from her monthly report upon hearing the knock. Manager, could you please check if there is an issue with this membership account? The sales associate hurriedly approached, tablet in hand. An issue with the membership account? The manager's curiosity piqued as she rose slowly, following the sales associate's gesture. Upon seeing the lowest reception person listed as the chairman, she was taken aback. Where's the customer? Outside. You, go and attend to the customer immediately. Fulfill all their needs. I will call headquarters right away. As the manager, she often attended training sessions at headquarters. Among the training topics, one of the most critical was the handling of major clients. A major client is identified by having the store manager as the lowest reception person, usually comprising top-tier clientele. However, a rare few have the chairman listed as the lowest reception person. Whenever such clients appear, it is imperative to report to headquarters immediately and cater to their every requirement. Gu Feng and Su Liuli stood outside for no more than 2 minutes when the sales associate emerged, flustered, with the tablet in hand. I apologize for the wait, sir. I will retrieve the necklace for you right away. As she spoke, she took the keys from her waist and swiftly unlocked the glass display. The sales associate felt a thrill of apprehension as she handled the $1,000,000 necklace, fearful of damaging it even slightly, as such a loss would be irreparable. Carefully, she extracted the necklace and placed the Pingon star gently onto the tray. Madam, this Pingon star necklace was collaboratively designed by 3 designers, symbolizing peace and prosperity. The entire piece features a Pingon coin design with a 5-pointed star intricately carved from gemstone, and on the reverse side of the coin, there are 6 guiding words. The chain is crafted from hollowed platinum. Should you find it uncomfortable, we can provide a necklace cord free of charge. I will help you try it on. Let's see how it looks. Opening a small door adjacent to the display, the sales associate approached Su Liuli, lifting the necklace and gently placing it around her elegant neck. It was undeniable. Su Liuli's innate grace and poise elevated the necklace's allure to unprecedented heights. Wow, it's stunning. This girl is the most beautiful I have ever seen, exclaimed several onlookers, captivated by Su Liuli trying on the Pingon star. Gu Feng stood quietly beside Su Liuli, captivated by her beauty. Is it beautiful? She asked softly, her eyes shyly glancing at him. Unbothered by the opinions of those around her, her only concern was for Gu Feng's approval. As long as he found her appealing, she felt elated. Absolutely stunning. Far more exquisite than those models. He unabashedly lavished her with praise, taking her hand and guiding her to the mirror. Isn't it magnificent? With a silent nod, Su Liuli turned to the sales associate beside her. Could you please take this down for me? Wait, Gu Feng interjected. If it looks good, you should wear it. We've been together for quite some time, and I haven't given you a gift yet. Consider this necklace my first present. He firmly requested the associate to wrap it up. From the moment she had tried it on, his intention to purchase it was resolute. The sales associate's face lit up at the prospect. A necklace worth millions, if sold, would yield her a substantial commission. Certainly, sir. I'll prepare the invoice right away. Before Su Liuli could react, the associate had already returned to the counter to process the sale. Gu Feng, this necklace is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. She grasped his arm tightly, her expression anxious, tears welling in her eyes as she nearly burst into sobs. Please accept my gift. You've treated me to meals on numerous occasions. It's only natural for me to buy you something in return. His gaze was steady, imbued with tenderness, and her racing heart began to calm. While the associate busily prepared the invoice, the store manager strode over with purpose. Good day, sir. I'm a manager here. I see you have taken a liking to this necklace? Yes, Gu Feng affirmed. As our esteemed customer, it is our privilege to serve you. The manager, with a humble demeanor, presented 2 gift boxes to Gu Feng. This is a small token from our branch in the Magic City. I hope you will accept it. Thank you, Gu Feng replied, and the manager smiled as he assisted the associate with the paperwork. In less than 3 minutes, all the invoices were completed. Handing his bank card to the cashier, he finalized the transaction for the 1.2 million piece star necklace. Sir, madam, please take care. We look forward to your next visit. The manager escorted Gu Feng and Su Liuli to the door, watching them depart before returning inside. Manager, is there really such a distinguished client that requires the chairman's personal attention? The sales associate, thrilled at having completed a significant sale, asked. Just because a client is marked as needing the chairman's attention doesn't mean he must attend personally. It's merely a membership level. Achieving this status isn't solely about wealth. The manager continued, I'll hold a brief meeting tonight to clarify this for all of you. You must stay attentive in the future. Overall, the service was commendable, and I will apply to headquarters for a bonus for you. Really? Thank you, manager. The prospect of a lucrative bonus alongside her commission for the necklace excited the sales associate. She wished to encounter more high-profile clients like this one. As Gu Feng and Su Liuli exited the jewelry store, she remained by his side, her delicate hands tightly clutching the necklace. Liuli, what troubles you? Why are you so kind to me? Her long eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at him with affection. Why else? I like you. Like. The unguarded admission sent a warm rush through Su Liuli. Gu Feng's affection for her was reciprocated, and she felt a flutter of joy. But could you promise me not to buy such extravagant gifts in the future? I truly fear losing them. The thought of misplacing a necklace worth over $1 million left her in distress. All right, I promise. You invited me to shop. Is there nothing else you wish to buy? Su Liuli had suggested the outing, yet aside from the necklace, they had only enjoyed some snacks at the start. Actually, I wanted you to accompany me in selecting gifts. I wish to buy something for my mother. After purchasing so many clothes for herself recently, she had been contemplating what to get for her mother. With some free time today, she had taken this opportunity to shop alongside Gu Feng. Let me think, Gu Feng said, stroking his chin, struggling to recall what his mother liked. You, as her son, don't know what your mother enjoys? Su Liuli teased, her lips forming a playful pout. She had hoped Gu Feng would provide some ideas, but seemed he was equally stumped. Ahem. Of course I know. It's just that the things she likes are... Well, we can't really get them. He coughed lightly, an odd expression flickering in his eyes. Can't get them? Are they very expensive? No. Not expensive in that sense, just rather difficult to acquire. Gu Feng's hesitant words only deepened Su Liuli's confusion as she inquired further. From my observations over the years, she has a particular fondness for children, especially grandchildren. Perhaps. He flashed a mischievous smile at Su Liuli. Her cheeks flushed crimson at his suggestion. Completely unprepared for such a playful comment. You're being ridiculous. Bad boy. She lightly scolded him, seizing a handful of his side in a playful manner while he was distracted. I'm sorry. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Gu Feng quickly retreated a few steps. Liuli, please calm down. You asked me what my mother liked, and I spoke the truth. She genuinely adores little children. Really? She exclaimed, her face still flushed with embarrassment, her feet stomping in a mix of indignation and shyness. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, she would have wished to hide away. Chapter 38. Selecting Gifts. Su Liuli, her face a portrait of embarrassment, stood before him, her delicate and fair visage almost endearingly charming. This playful banter could not continue. After some contemplation, she suggested, shall we head to the mall? Her dark hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. All right, let us go to the mall. Since they were unsure of what to buy, they decided to explore the mall first. As they walked, Su Liuli softly inquired, by the way, what does your uncle enjoy? Do you have other elders besides your parents? I have a grandmother. Gu Feng replied. However, gifts for my dad and grandmother are easier to find. Let me help you prepare. No, I want to do it myself. It's a token of my sincerity. Su Liuli promptly declined Gu Feng's offer to assist. Choosing gifts for elders was a matter of heartfelt intention, and she couldn't allow anyone else to take that responsibility. Very well, you can prepare them. Gu Feng acquiesced. Following her lead, upon entering the mall, they strolled through the first floor without finding anything suitable. Riding the escalator to the second floor, Gu Feng paused after about 10 minutes, his gaze drawn to a nearby women's clothing store. How about a scarf? Let's go inside and take a look, he murmured, pulling Su Liuli along with him. Hanging in the left center of the store was a lovely light pink scarf with a stripe pattern, quite appealing. What a beautiful scarf, Su Liuli exclaimed. But is giving a scarf too simple? Standing elegantly beside Gu Feng, she spoke softly. Simple? I find this quite intricate. Did you not just mention that the essence of gift-giving lies in the sentiment behind it? Although a scarf may be small, it is imbued with heartfelt intentions. Standing beside Gu Feng, Su Liuli exuded grace and elegance, her gaze fixed intently upon the scarf for an extended period. Very well, let us proceed with the scarf then. Excuse me, how much is this scarf? She raised her delicate hand, summoning the sales assistant over. Good day, madam. This scarf originally retails for over 1,000. However, it is currently on sale for just 690. The sales assistant smiled as she provided the information. Upon hearing the price, both Su Liuli and Gu Feng were taken aback. A pure cotton scarf, costing 690. Such exorbitant prices are indeed reflective of a place where every inch of land is precious. That is quite all right. Please wrap it for us. With a complexion glowing like ivory, Su Liuli exhibited no hesitation in the face of such steep pricing. Certainly, madam. Upon hearing Su Liuli's words, the sales assistant promptly removed the scarf and proceeded to the cash register to package it. After paying 690, Gu Feng carried the scarf as they exited the store. Liuli, shall we return home for now? We can select gifts for dad and grandma another day when we have more time. Su Liuli's earnings were hard-won through part-time labor, and this place was indeed excessively expensive. Continuing to shop here could lead to unforeseen expenditures. As Gu Feng's words lingered, Su Liuli did not respond immediately. Instead, she withdrew her phone from her bag. It appeared she had received a call. Hello, Jejia? I'm out right now. What is it? This evening? All right, I understand. I will head back now. With these few simple exchanges, Su Liuli ended the call. Then let us go back. All right. They made their way out of the mall and boarded a bus heading back to Fuxing University. This evening, I will be dining with my roommates, so you may have to fend for yourself. After disembarking from the bus and arriving at the school gate, Su Liuli paused, holding the shopping bag in her hand. Her pair of dark, clear eyes fixed upon Gu Feng. All right, are you heading back now? Yes. She nodded gently. I shall escort you to your dormitory. Gu Feng accompanied Su Liuli all the way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Only after she had entered did he turn to leave. It was still early, allowing him the opportunity to contact Wang Li and finalize the contract with Yunding. After exiting the school, he took a taxi to Yunding Technology Development. After nearly half an hour, Gu Feng arrived at the location of Yunding Technology Development, the Hongfeng building. Standing in place, he looked up at the towering structure, estimating it to be quite aged compared to the surrounding new buildings, which rendered it rather dilapidated. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Yunding was merely a small company valued at a few $100,000, and in a high-end city like Magic City, what could one expect in terms of an office space? Upon entering the lobby, he took the elevator to the top floor. Wang Li, accompanied by his secretary, was already waiting at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing Gu Feng, they hurriedly approached. "Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize for requiring you to come in person." Wang Li extended his hand as they reached him. "It is quite all right, Mr. Wang. We are here to finalize the remaining contracts. Of course, Mr. Gu, please follow me." Having prepared the contracts in advance, Wang Li personally guided him to the office area of Yunding Technology Development. Though termed an office area, it was merely less than 200 square meters, housing only a handful of employees. As Wang Li led Gu Feng directly towards the office, the employees at their desks cast curious glances at the newcomer. "So, this is Mr. Gu? Goodness, he is so young. I heard that Mr. Gu bought our company to invest in a large-scale game. I wonder if we will be laid off." The future appears bleak. Typically, when a company is sold, 99% of the existing staff are let go. They were likely facing a grim fate. "Mr. Gu, please take a look at the contract." Wang Li placed the contract on the desk, and Gu Feng sat down to review it meticulously, ultimately confirming that there were no issues. No problems. He picked up the pen beside him and signed both copies of the contract. "Mr. Gu, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. The employees outside are my technical backbone, each exceptionally capable. If, and I emphasize if, you are willing to retain them, I believe they will not disappoint you." Wang Li spoke somewhat awkwardly to Gu Feng. Logically, he should not have made such a statement, but considering that the employees had been with him for so long, he found it hard to bear the thought of abruptly severing their livelihoods. "Very well, I shall consider this matter. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I have completed my preparations. This office now belongs to you." Rising, Wang Li nodded at Gu Feng, his gaze scanning the surroundings with a hint of reluctance before he stepped out decisively. He had already conducted a meeting with all the employees regarding their future. The decision of who would stay or go was ultimately left to Gu Feng, the new owner. Chapter 39, Blossoming a Second Time. Secretarian, how many employees are currently at the company? With Wang Li's departure, Annie, serving as the president's secretary, naturally remained in the office. Whether she would continue in her role depended on Gu Feng's disposition. There are a total of 18 people. Recently, 6 have resigned, leaving us with 12, including myself. Is there a meeting room available? Yes, there's a small conference room. Please gather everyone in the meeting room. I have a few matters to address. Understood, Mr. Gu. Being in a position of authority, it was only natural for her to fulfill her duties diligently. Gu Feng entered the meeting room ahead of time, and under Secretarian's notification, 11 individuals joined them, in addition to the 2 of them. Please take a seat. I have a few matters to convey. Today, I officially took over Yunding from Mr. Wang, and from this point forward, Yunding will be renamed Yunding Technology. All of you present are the company's key personnel and veterans. You may choose to remain with the company or depart. For those who choose to stay, your salaries will align with the new compensation structure. I have reviewed your current salary framework, and I assure you that my offered salaries will not fall below your existing levels. Does anyone have any thoughts? Mr. Gu, are you truly not going to lay us off? The employees were taken aback, never expecting their new boss to make such a statement. Why would I dismiss you? The upcoming game, Pinnacle Competition, will be our primary project. You are all seasoned developers. Is there any necessity to terminate you and then recruit anew? After Gu Feng's words, the individuals present exchanged glances, all expressing their willingness to remain. Could the finance personnel come in, please? After concluding the meeting, Gu Feng returned to his office. Secretarian, please contact Professor Wu and have the Pinnacle Competition team relocate to our company as soon as possible. Additionally, I noticed that there are many vacant office spaces on this floor. Please arrange to lease all available areas. Understood, Mr. Gu. Upon hearing Gu Feng's directives, Annie quickly nodded in agreement. After addressing the office space matters, the next priority was to infuse capital into Yunding Technology. What's your name? Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm a finance officer. My name is Du Jingjing. Du Jingjing appeared to be around 30 years old, similar in age to Annie. Very well, Jing's sister. I will personally inject 10 million in working capital into Yunding Technology. Please prepare the necessary documentation. For every expenditure in the subsequent development, have the Secretarian sign off on it. 10 million, despite having anticipated a substantial amount. Hearing Gu Feng state 10 million left her utterly astounded. As the sole finance officer, her previous dealings had never exceeded 1 million. And now there was an influx of 10 million. Understood, Mr. Gu. I will expedite the preparation of the financial report. After the finance officer agreed, she turned to leave. Gu Feng stood up, taking a moment to quench his thirst with the water on the coffee table before departing. as the sun began to set. Around 6 in the evening, Gu Feng returned to school from Yunding Technology, accompanied by Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai. The trio made their way to the dining hall for dinner, while Zhang Tiniu had a date with a charming companion. After their meal, the clock struck 7. Su Liuli and a few of her dormitory mates ventured out for dinner, leaving Gu Feng to idly lie on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Time ticked by slowly, and before he knew it, it was 9:30. Just as Gu Feng was preparing to indulge in a hot shower and retire for the night, his phone vibrated, revealing an unexpected call from Su Liuli. Concerned that something might have gone awry at such a late hour, Gu Feng hastily answered the call. To his astonishment, the voice on the other end was none other than Wang Manny. Gu Feng, could you come over? We're at the east gate of Fuxing University, near the Western restaurant. Liuli seems to have had a bit too much to drink, Wang Manny explained, her tone tinged with embarrassment, as she had not anticipated that a single glass of wine could lead to Su Liuli's inebriation. What? All right, I'll be there shortly, Gu Feng replied, bewildered, entirely uncertain about the situation. Last time, it was a case of mistakenly consuming vodka. Surely this time it couldn't be another blunder? Hey, where are you going? Jiang Yu inquired as she spotted Gu Feng hastily getting out of bed. I have something to attend to. Oh, something? Wait, take your ID with you. At this hour, you probably won't be back, Jiang Yu reminded him, prompting Gu Feng to remember to grab his identification. He quickly turned to retrieve it before rushing out toward the Western restaurant at the school's east gate. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he scanned the surroundings and eventually spotted Su Liuli with her 3 companions in a corner. As Gu Feng approached, Wang Manny and Dong Jiejia awkwardly stood up, while Su Liuli leaned against Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, her complexion flushed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Gu Feng, we truly didn't mean for this to happen. Look, this is the wine I had stored here, with an alcohol content of less than 13 degrees. We all shared half a bottle, Dong Jiejia said, her face suffused with embarrassment. She had merely intended to let everyone experience something new and regretted not having requested juice instead. Gu Feng, equally perplexed, could hardly believe that they had only consumed a small amount of wine. Yes, just a little wine, Dong Jiejia confirmed, explaining that she had kept the wine for 6 months and had invited her dorm mates over to sample it. But Su Liuli had become tipsy after just a few sips, ultimately falling asleep on Lu Xiaoyu within 2 minutes. How about I take Liuli home now? Gu Feng suggested. That works. We didn't intend to call you. Liuli mentioned she wanted to see you, and that's why I dialed. By the time you arrived, she had already dozed off, Wang Manny explained with a wry smile. Rest assured, I swear I will never let Liuli drink again, Dong Jiejia added, raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow, her sincerity palpable. They felt utterly ashamed, especially after having experienced a similar incident previously. It's not your fault. I wouldn't have anticipated this either. Gu Feng reassured them as he, with their assistance, gently helped Su Liuli to her feet. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist, cradling her in his embrace. The softness of her waist, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, made Su Liuli extraordinarily enchanting in that moment. Exiting the restaurant, Gu Feng looked down at Su Liuli in his arms and, lifting her effortlessly, carried her in a princess hold toward the hotel where they often stayed. The aunt at the hotel greeted them with a knowing smile as she quickly arranged a room, watching them enter the elevator with a bemused expression. Ah, youth truly is a blessing. Chapter 40, Blame Me. I couldn't resist, supporting Su Liuli as they entered the room. They approached the bed. I'm so thirsty. I want some water, she murmured softly, her hand grasping Gu Feng's arm. All right, I'll get you some water. Just lie down quietly, he said affectionately, ruffling her hair before setting off toward the water dispenser. After filling a cup with warm water, he returned to the bedside, gently lifting her to a sitting position. Here, drink some water. Oh, she responded instinctively, taking the cup and finishing the water in a few gulps. Gu Feng hugged me after quenching her thirst, her gaze dreamy. She opened her arms and leaned against him. The sudden embrace caught Gu Feng off guard, leaving him momentarily frozen, the water cup in his hand, unsure whether to move or remain still. Liuli, can I at least put the cup down first? He asked. Gu Feng hugged me, she insisted, her grip tightening around him, unwilling to let go. With no other option, he reluctantly placed the cup on the bedside table and remained there, allowing Su Liuli to envelop him in her embrace. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity, yet Su Liuli showed no signs of releasing him. Liuli? He called softly, but it seemed she had fallen asleep. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Feng gently pried her arms away and laid her back down. He then surveyed the room, ensuring she was comfortable on the bed, before taking a seat at the coffee table. While glancing at his phone, he frequently cast sidelong looks at Su Liuli, monitoring her tranquil slumber. As the night deepened, Gu Feng eventually rose to the bedside as the hour approached midnight. looking down at Su Liuli, who was sleeping soundly with a delicate blush on her porcelain face, her long eyelashes framing her breathtaking features. He thought, I should get some rest too. With only one bed in the room, it was inevitable that he would once again have to share it with Su Liuli. He climbed beneath the covers, stealing one last glance at her before closing his eyes. How can I remain composed in the presence of such a stunning beauty? He mused silently, feeling a sense of admiration for his own restraint. Without further contemplation, he shifted his gaze away and gradually succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, some time later, Gu Feng was roused from his slumber by a sudden warmth enveloping him. In his drowsy state, he felt a gentle breath against his face. Huh. As his eyes fluttered open, he was taken aback to find Su Liuli nestled in his arms, her cherry lips mere inches from his own. In that moment, Gu Feng's mind went blank. Do not gaze upon that which is improper, he mentally admonished himself, diverting his gaze elsewhere while muttering under his breath. Gu Feng, kiss me before he could gather his thoughts. Su Liuli murmured in her sleep, her body instinctively leaning closer, brushing her lips against the corner of Gu Feng's mouth. The warmth was sweet and soft. Faced with such temptation, any normal man would find it impossible to resist. Liuli, you're forcing me to commit a crime, Gu Feng lamented, feeling a mixture of bitterness and confusion, unsure of where to place his hands. As if in response, Su Liuli's delicate lips puckered. Liuli, you initiated this kiss, he said, adjusting his position to press his lips against hers. The sensation was tender and imbued with a hint of sweetness, perhaps due to her inexperience. Su Liuli awkwardly placed a hand on Gu Feng's shoulder. As the layers of clothing fell away, her beauty began to reveal itself. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke, and with the first rays of sunlight streaming into the room, Su Liuli slowly opened her eyes. In her dazed state, she felt an arm wrapped tightly around her, providing a comforting warmth at her front. As she lifted her gaze and beheld Gu Feng before her, a look of shock swept across her pure and serene visage. Lowering her eyes, she discovered, to her astonishment, that she was completely unclothed. Even Gu Feng, who lay beside her, was in a similar state. A gasp escaped her lips as she clutched the blanket and sat up, curling her body into a tight ball. Gu Feng, who had been peacefully slumbering, was abruptly roused by her unexpected exclamation. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Su Liuli sitting beside him. Wrapped in the blanket, her form curled up defensively. Liuli, I'm so sorry, His anxious gaze fell upon Su Liuli, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words. It was only then that Su Liuli, in her dazed state, began to recall the events of the previous night. What had seemed like a dream, with tears in her eyes and murmurs on her lips, was indeed grounded in reality. Vaguely, she remembered the happenings of last night. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that led her to believe it was merely a figment of her imagination. Clutching the blanket, tears cascaded down Su Liuli's cheeks. And Gu Feng, witnessing her distress, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, he felt that he was to blame for not exercising restraint. After about 5 minutes, Su Liuli's emotions began to ease slightly. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Gu Feng. In her heart, she realized that he was not entirely at fault. Had she not mistaken the situation for a dream, she would not have acted so recklessly. Gu Feng, I need to get dressed. Could you please turn around? Her exquisite face bore clear traces of tears, radiating a pitiable charm that tugged at the heartstrings. All right, I'll wait for you in the bathroom. He quickly agreed, hastily donning his clothes before stepping into the restroom. Once Gu Feng had departed, Su Liuli lifted the blanket and reached for her undergarments nearby. In the restroom, Gu Feng stood before the sink, turning on the tap and unhesitatingly splashing cold water onto his face. Gu Feng, what on earth have you done in this second life? Have you reincarnated into a dog? As he reflected on every little detail of Su Liuli's affection towards him, remorse washed over him. His actions had undoubtedly inflicted deep hurt upon her. After spending over 10 minutes in the restroom, he noticed that Su Liuli remained silent outside. Liuli, are you all right? He called out, gently pushing the restroom door open. Seated at the edge of the bed in a lovely yellow dress, Su Liuli had neatly folded the blanket. Upon seeing Gu Feng emerge, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she hastily pulled a pillow close, as if to conceal something. I'm not ready yet. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet Gu Feng's gaze. Surprised by her reaction, Gu Feng chuckled softly. I already saw when I got out of bed. What? You saw everything? Her expression turned anxious, her smooth cheeks puffing adorably. The blanket was indeed neatly folded, but a distinct stain marred the sheets. She had attempted to clean it with water, but to no avail. Approaching Su Liuli, Gu Feng, kneeling before her, said softly, Liuli, I'm truly sorry. Last night was my fault. I shouldn't have. If you wish to apologize, then you must compensate for the sheets, Su Liuli replied, gently, pointing at the bloodstain on the linens with her delicate fingers. Compensate for the sheets? Liuli, are you not angry with me? Her words left Gu Feng bewildered, crouched on the floor in confusion. Humph, did I ever say I was angry? She huffed playfully, her neck flushed with a rosy hue. Just put the sheets away. I'm going to freshen up. With a graceful movement, she rose, her silky black hair cascading down her shoulders, her petite nose held high as she turned towards the restroom. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, her steps appeared somewhat unsteady, as if she were feeling a bit off. Seeing that his girlfriend was not upset brought Gu Feng a sense of unexpected happiness. He swiftly removed the sheets, neatly folding them before placing them in a bag. By the time Su Liuli finished in the restroom, Gu Feng had everything tidied up. Upon reaching the front desk, he found the auntie quite agreeable when he expressed his intention to purchase the sheets. She simply charged him a nominal fee, allowing him to leave without further ado. After breakfast, Gu Feng escorted Su Liuli back to the girls' dormitory. With classes scheduled for the morning, he would head to the teaching building after dropping her off. As they arrived downstairs, Su Liuli halted, her hands clasped together adorably as she gazed up at Gu Feng. What is it? Whatever happened last night must not be disclosed to anyone else. Otherwise, I truly will not speak to you again. Her voice was soft, yet her cheeks bloomed with a hint of color. All right, I promise I won't tell anyone else. I swear. He raised his hand dramatically, but Su Liuli quickly interjected. I trust you. With those simple words, she turned and walked towards the entrance of the dormitory, glancing back to wave goodbye to Gu Feng halfway there. He waited until she entered before he turned to leave. The class began at 8, and it was only just past 7, so he had ample time. Arriving at the classroom, he found that there were hardly any students present, as it was still 20 minutes before the start of class. As time passed, and only a few minutes remained, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai rushed into the room, visibly flustered. Freshmen are being monitored closely. They even have the student council keeping track of late arrivals. Thank goodness we sprinted here. Otherwise, we would have been on the honor roll for tardiness. Plopping down in their seats without even unpacking their books, Xiao Kai began to complain first. I heard from a sophomore that freshman year is like this, but eases up a bit in sophomore year. The three exchanged banter, during which Jiang Yu curiously turned to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet today? In the past, Gu Feng would have chimed in during their discussions, but today, he sat in silence. Nothing, I'm not daydreaming. Wait, you must be up to something. Is it because of Su Liuli? Jiang Yu queried, while Xiao Kai and Zhang Tinyu looked on with curiosity. Gu Feng, you and Su Liuli didn't have a fight, did you? You better not mess this up. Such a beautiful senior must be cherished. After Xiao Kai's comment, Zhang Tinyu nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Just as he finished speaking, an elderly professor entered the classroom, carrying a laptop. Upon seeing the teacher, the trio ceased their inquiries. The entire morning was spent in class, and during lunch, Gu Feng attempted to call Su Liuli, hoping to invite her to share a meal. However, he learned that she was working at a kindergarten in the afternoon. With no other option, he joined Xiao Kai and the others at the school cafeteria. Tinyu, how are things going with that girl? Did she agree? As he munched on a chicken leg, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and looked at Zhang Tinyu with a knowing smile. Not expecting the question, Tinyu's face turned crimson, and he lowered his head in silence. After a moment, he nodded slightly. It seems she has some feelings for me, but I haven't figured out how to confess. His voice was barely audible, and Gu Feng, sitting nearby, could hardly make it out. Tinyu, what did you say? Can you speak up? Jiang Yu, not having heard clearly, put down the half-eaten chicken leg and stared at Zhang Tinyu with curiosity. I said, it seems the girl has feelings for me, but I still don't know how to confess. His voice rose several notches, and upon hearing this, Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. If she has feelings, then it's easy. We'll help you with the confession, they exclaimed. How about tonight? With the girl showing interest. Zhang Tinyu knew he had to act quickly, otherwise he might miss his chance. Tonight? Isn't that a bit too soon? Upon hearing the suggestion to confess that very evening, Zhang Tinyu's voice quivered with uncertainty. Having never had a girlfriend, I find myself utterly at a loss regarding what to do. Not to mention confessing my feelings in the evening. Even the mere thought of it sends waves of anxiety coursing through my mind. Ahem. This is indeed a situation in which we lack experience. Gu Feng, among us, you possess a modicum of experience. Why not impart some wisdom to Tinyu? In Jiang Yu's eyes, Gu Feng is the quintessential romantic who could easily win over the campus belle. A little guidance from him could ensure Tinyu's success in his confession, which would surely be a piece of cake. Me? Gu Feng chuckled awkwardly. I have little experience. As I mentioned before, it was Su Liuli who took the initiative to confess to me. You really are quite brazen. You're not some mythical figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of compelling Su Liuli to confess to you. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai found Gu Feng's assertion utterly unbelievable. Their skepticism was entirely justified, as even a 3-year-old might doubt such a claim. In my opinion, we should act swiftly. How about tonight at 7 o'clock at the school playground? Tainyo, make sure to dress nicely and invite her out. We'll prepare the perfect setting for your confession. Once Jiang Yu finished speaking, Gu Feng and Xiao Kai both directed their gazes toward Zhang Tainyo. As long as he nodded in agreement, they would make thorough preparations that afternoon. After a prolonged silence, he finally declared, "All right, I am all in. Confession. What my roommates have said makes sense. One should never procrastinate on matters of the heart. Ha ha ha. Let us hurry up and eat. After our meal, we'll head back to the dormitory to discuss the specifics." Tainyo's confession is a momentous occasion for their entire dorm, and every detail must be meticulously planned. After a hurried lunch, Gu Feng and the others returned to the dormitory. From 12:30 until 2:30 in the afternoon, they deliberated for a full 2 hours. Gu Feng, I'll take Tainyo out to buy some clothes. You and Xiao Kai should check out the playground. Yes, and don't forget to prepare the flowers. Remember to buy roses, and don't make a mistake. Once their discussion concluded, Jiang Yu pulled Zhang Tainyo's arm and rose to leave the dormitory, reminding Gu Feng and Xiao Kai before they exited. Don't worry, we'll take care of the playground. Xiao Kai patted his chest in assurance, prompting Gu Feng to stand up. Tainyo, what is the girl's name? You must tell us first. Right. In our excitement, we forgot to ask for her name. Lu Junying. Lu Junying? Wait a moment. You should write her name down for us. Which character is used for June and which for Ing? They quickly found paper and a pen, urging Zhang Tainyo to write down the name of his future girlfriend. Chapter 42. The confession is intercepted. Feeling satisfied with their plans, Jiang Yu took Zhang Tainyo out to buy clothes, while Gu Feng and Xiao Kai headed to a flower shop to order some flowers. After securing a bouquet of roses, they made a detour to an advertisement shop to acquire a large LED display. Once everything was set, they hurried to the playground to claim their spot. Jiao, Gui, what do you think of this location? Gu Feng pointed to the ground beneath his feet, perfectly situated in the center of the playground. The lawn was tidy and pristine, making it an ideal venue for a confession. Excellent. This will do. Just as he finished speaking, 3 girls approached from not far away, clearly freshmen as well. Excuse us. Senior brothers, may we request this spot? We have an event this evening, and we'll need to use it. One of the girls stepped forward, looking somewhat shy. This. Gu Feng turned to Xiao Kai, intending to discuss the matter, but to his surprise, Xiao Kai promptly agreed. No problem, we can stand aside. You really are magnanimous. Gu Feng muttered under his breath to Xiao Kai, and since Xiao Kai had already consented, Gu Feng felt it unnecessary to object. After all, there was ample space around them, so they had no choice but to move aside, to prevent being overtaken again. The two of them made sure to tie a ribbon around the area they needed, leaving behind a note and some candies. Tonight, as confession, please forgive us for occupying this spot. We offer everyone some sweets in advance. After leaving the note and candies, they returned to their dormitory. The confession was set for 7 o'clock, and Zhang Tainyo had already made his arrangements. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gu Feng received a call from Su Liuli, who had just returned to school. Upon hearing that Gu Feng would be confessing on the playground that evening, she expressed her desire to join in the festivities. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Yu returned with Zhang Tainyo. Clad in a brand new outfit, he may not have looked exceptionally handsome, but he certainly appeared spirited. At 6:30, Tainyo, go fetch the girl and bring her to the playground. We'll wait for you there. All right, he responded eagerly, filled with excitement as everyone began to mobilize. Upon arriving outside the playground, they coincidentally encountered Su Liuli, who upon seeing Gu Feng, hurriedly approached him, lifting her skirt as she ran. Her fair skin and delicate features radiated joy upon meeting Gu Feng. You're here. When does the confession start? With a spring-like smile illuminating her face, Su Liuli instinctively grasped Gu Feng's arm as she inquired. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai promptly greeted her with cheerful smiles. Hello, Su Liuli. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to join in the excitement. I hope it's not inconvenient. Su Liuli, it is our honor that you've come. Jiang Yu laughed heartily, nudging Gu Feng's shoulder. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take Su Liuli inside. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli stood quietly, her clear eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Feng. Your roommates have given their approval, but aren't you going to take me in? All right, let us go inside. Seeing Su Liuli's adorable demeanor, Gu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. As they entered the playground, the beautifully arranged area was already bustling with the crowd. Thanks to the note they left, most of the onlookers had come merely to witness the spectacle. So many people, my goodness. The sheer number of individuals gathered around sent Jiang Yu's heart racing. Jiang Yu, with such a crowd, What if the confession doesn't succeed? Xiao Kai whispered, taken aback by the unexpected turnout. Nonsense. With this crowd, there's no way it won't succeed. I bet that if Tai Nyo's confession fails, I'll circle the playground, eating grass. Jiang Yu asserted confidently, though his gaze drifted to the side. What are they doing over there? Are they planning to confess too? I'm not sure. A few girls came over and mentioned they had an event this evening. Xiao Kai provided a brief explanation, and Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. They set down the prepared roses, arranged the LED sign, and placed the decorative lights. Something feels amiss. Candles? The group nearby has candles. Why don't we have any? Where are the candles? Xiao Kai glanced over, noticing that the other group had heart-shaped candles in addition to flowers. Oh no, I completely forgot. Jiang Yu smacked his forehead, recalling that he had intended to buy some candles, but had rushed back too quickly and forgotten. Phew, it seems they still have quite a few left. I'll go ask if we can borrow some. Noticing that the three girls still had plenty of candles, Xiao Kai mustered his courage and strode over to them. Hello, classmates. Senior. No, wait, I'm also a freshman. Can we discuss something? I see you have some leftover candles. Could I possibly buy a few? He stood awkwardly, nervously rubbing his palms. Of course. We won't need these anymore. You can take them all. Since they had previously yielded their spot, the girls were more than willing to share some candles. Really? Wow, thank you so much. With a smile of acquiescence, Xiao Kai, pressed for time, hurriedly arranged a multitude of candles on the grass. A few minutes later, Zhang Tiniu arrived at the playground with Lu Junying in tow. They're here, Jiang Yu whispered, just as he was about to wave at Zhang Tiniu. To his surprise, the latter followed Lu Junying to a nearby open space. In the next moment, music began to play. Tiniu, I like you. Lu Junying, adorned in a cream-colored dress and holding a bouquet of flowers, boldly confessed her feelings to Zhang Tiniu. What the heck? Is this how the script is written? Jiang Yu gaped, and even Gu Feng and Su Liuli were equally astonished. They had painstakingly prepared for this confession, only to have it intercepted by the girl's side. Gulp. Xiao Kai silently swallowed hard. Jiang Yu, what should we do now? With everyone's attention diverted to the unfolding scene, they couldn't let their own efforts go to waste. After exchanging glances, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai simultaneously turned their gaze toward Gu Feng. Why are you two staring at me? Gu Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. Jiao, Kui. Change the name on the LED lights. What name should I change it to? Xiao Kai was utterly perplexed, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Of course. Change it to Gu Feng and Senior Su's names. Hurry up, Jiang Yu instructed. Su Liuli's face turned pale as she hastily grabbed Gu Feng's arm. She had merely come to see the spectacle, never anticipating that Gu Feng would confess to her in front of everyone. Jiang Yu, why are you changing our names? You little fine, you've set up this scene with such effort. It's your chance now. Give Senior Su a proper confession, so we can learn from it. Ha ha. Jiang Yu chuckled. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai swiftly altered the names on the LED sign to Gu Feng and Su Liuli. Once done, he didn't forget to shove the bouquet of flowers into Gu Feng's hands. Make sure to perform well. He winked at Gu Feng, chuckling to himself. On the other side, Lu Junying had presented her flowers to Zhang Tiniu, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he agreed that he would confess tonight? How had it turned into the girl confessing to him? Say yes. Marry her. The scene of a girl confessing to a boy was a rarity, and the surrounding classmates were buzzing with excitement. Zhang Tiniu's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to respond. Junying, I no need to say anything. I know your feelings, and you know mine. If you don't take the initiative, then I shall. Lu Junying gazed earnestly at Zhang Tiniu, clutching the bouquet. Tiniu, what are you waiting for? Accept the flowers. Jiang Yu and Gu Feng, watching Zhang Tiniu stand there dazed, felt an urgency to push him into action. Finally snapping out of it, he extended his hand and accepted the flowers from Lu Junying. Boom! The fireworks, prepared by the girl, erupted after the successful confession. Ha ha! It worked. Laughter erupted as Zhang Tiniu accepted the flowers, met with thunderous applause from the crowd. Tiniu has succeeded. Now it's your turn, Gu Feng, Jiang Yu urged, half pushing Gu Feng toward the streamers. Wow, there's another confession. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Just as they had witnessed one confession, another was about to unfold, and everyone's attention shifted to Gu Feng. Senior Su, Gu Feng is going up. Su Liuli's face turned crimson, her neck flushed with embarrassment. She had never imagined such a public declaration. As she looked at Gu Feng from a distance, she hesitated, but ultimately took a step forward. Wait, Senior Su, the campus beauty. The crowd gasped. Disbelief etched on their faces as they recognized Su Liuli. The campus goddess of Fuxing University openly confessed on the playground. Had they known this would happen, the venue would have been overcrowded. Jiang Yu, you really are something else. Don't mind it. Speaking of which, I haven't confessed to you yet, so this is a perfect opportunity. Gu Feng, holding the flowers Xiao Kai had given him, looked calmly at Su Liuli. The memory of their first encounter at the school gate resurfaced vividly in his mind. So, how will you confess? I'm quite eager to know, Su Liuli teased, winking playfully, her voice low enough for only them to hear. Gu Feng, why are you dawdling? Hand her the flowers. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai, watching from a distance, were growing impatient as Gu Feng remained frozen. Liuli, will you marry me? Gu Feng asked seriously as he slowly extended the bouquet towards Su Liuli. In that moment, the crowd gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. Even Zhang Tiniu and Lu Juning turned to look. Marry him? Isn't this a confession? When did it escalate to a proposal? Am I hearing things? The students began to murmur excitedly, while Su Liuli stood there, stunned. She had never expected Gu Feng to pose such a question. Liuli? Gu Feng softly prompted, noticing her dazed expression. I'm unwilling. Her voice was barely a whisper, but Gu Feng heard her clearly. In front of everyone, Su Liuli accepted the flowers into her embrace. Then, under the witness of the crowd, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Gu Feng on the left cheek. This simple kiss shattered the hearts of every boy present. Oh my God, she said yes. How could she agree? My goddess has been won over just like that? No way, oh my God. How can we live with this? The boys of Fuxing University felt as if their hearts had been stolen. As Su Liuli accepted his proposal, the crowd erupted into chaos, some even raising their phones to capture the moment. This event would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout Fuxing University. Wow, Jiang Yu, all this preparation wasn't in vain. Xiao Kai exclaimed excitedly, glancing at Jiang Yu, who stood with a self-satisfied smile. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, what is going on here? Zhang Tiniu, with Lu Juning beside him, approached curiously. This Tiniu, let me explain. This venue wasn't originally set up for you, but who knew you'd be pulled over there? Since we had gone through all this trouble, I thought we shouldn't waste it, so I pushed Gu Feng and Senior Su to the forefront. Jiang Yu elaborated, leaving Zhang Tiniu in shock. Oh, now it makes sense. No wonder Gu Feng suddenly thought of confessing. It was your doing. But with Senior Su's status at Fuxing University, Gu Feng's name will surely be known by everyone tomorrow. Su Liuli took the flowers from Gu Feng and stood silently for a moment. Then, they walked over to Jiang Yu and the others as the crowd cheered. Tiniu, congratulations on your successful confession. Congratulations to you, too. Let's self-clean up this place together. The confession has concluded, and it is high time to tidy up these items on the playground, including the lit candles. If we delay any further, we might inadvertently attract the attention of the security guard. Gu Feng, you and Tainyo should head off first. Xiao Kai and I will handle the cleanup here. Yes, indeed. As Jiang Yu rightly pointed out, you two should go on your date. Leave this to us. With a grand gesture, Xiao Kai stepped forward, grasping the arms of Gu Feng and Zhang Tainyo, pulling them aside. You must treat me and Jiang Yu to a meal next time. Chapter 44. The Power of Love. Absolutely. Order whatever you desire. This meal will be on Tainyo. Gu Feng readily agreed. Though the last remark left Zhang Tainyo somewhat bewildered. What did it mean that Tainyo would cover the meal? After exchanging hushed whispers, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu waved goodbye, signaling for the two to depart. Thus, Zhang Tainyo accompanied Lu Juning, while Gu Feng took Su Liuli's hand, and the four of them strolled out of the playground together. Sigh, when will I ever find a girlfriend? Watching the group leave, Xiao Kai couldn't help but sigh, to which Jiang Yu timely approached. Stop dreaming. Someone like you will never find a girlfriend. What? Jiang Yu, what do you mean by that? No, don't get worked up. I was merely joking, ha. Xiao Kai was flustered, and Jiang Yu quickly backtracked. Outside the playground, Gu Feng exchanged brief greetings with Zhang Tainyo before leading Su Liuli toward the academic building. Since the confession, Su Liuli had remained quiet, following Gu Feng in silence. Upon reaching a bench beneath the teaching building, she finally spoke, her beautiful eyes shyly saying, Please don't lose track of time tonight. I won't. There's still plenty of time. Let's sit here and rest for a bit. Taking hold of Su Liuli's wrist, he guided her to sit down first. He had just checked his phone. It was barely past 8, and there was still ample time before the dormitory closed, so there was no need to rush. I still need to buy gifts for my uncle and grandma. When shall we go shopping? We can take them back together when you return. Su Liuli spoke softly, to which Gu Feng hesitated. When I return, aren't you coming back with me? They sat side by side on the bench, chatting softly. Almost an hour passed, and the clock struck 9. Sensing the lateness, Su Liuli stood up, preparing to return to the dormitory. I need to focus on my thesis these days. I may not have much time. As the second semester of senior year approaches, internships are imminent, and some classmates have already made considerable progress on their theses. However, due to her part-time job, she hadn't penned a single word yet. The upcoming period would require her full attention. That's all right. You focus on your thesis. If you miss me, just call me. I'm always available. Oof, I won't miss you at all. With a playful huff, she pouted, turning away and leaving Gu Feng with a stunning view of her back. After taking a few steps, she noticed Gu Feng hadn't followed and turned back. Are you coming or not? All right. Responding to his girlfriend's call, Gu Feng quickly caught up to Su Liuli. He escorted her all the way to the girls' dormitory, and just as he was about to return to his own dorm, he received a phone call from his mother. His father, Gu Jinghua, and mother, Song Huilan, were going abroad for about a month. Initially, he had planned to take Su Liuli home, but it seemed that would have to wait until his parents returned. Back in the dormitory, only Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu were present. Zhang Tainyo had yet to return. I wonder if Tainyo will stay out tonight? Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed. It was now 9:30, and time was running short before the dormitory closed. Who knows? As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. So it's not surprising if Tainyo doesn't come back, haha. Xiao Kai was still laughing heartily when the dormitory door swung open and Zhang Tainyo entered, beaming with joy. Wow, speak of the devil. Tainyo, you're back. Xiao Kai's smile instantly froze, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked at Zhang Tainyo. Just a moment ago, he had been saying Tainyo might not return, and now he was proven wrong so swiftly. Huh, what's wrong? Can't I come back? With a puzzled expression, he approached Xiao Kai, his cheerful demeanor radiating happiness as if he had just won a $5 million lottery. Gu Feng, Jiang Yu, and Xiao Kai silently observed the beaming Zhang Tainyo. Indeed, the power of love is remarkable. In front of the others, Zhang Tainyo jumped onto his bed and began earnestly chatting on his phone. As for Gu Feng and the others, boredom set in, and they could only lie down to sleep. In the following days, Zhang Tainyo and Lu Juning were completely immersed in the throes of love, rarely returning to the dormitory until after 9 each night. Meanwhile, on the technological front, Annie called to report that Lu Qi and the development team had settled in, and the P competition project was steadily progressing. It was estimated that development would be completed in the short term, followed by the first round of testing. As for the official launch date, it was tentatively projected to be within 2 months. The first 2 months of a new student's enrollment were packed with courses, and with Su Liuli busy preparing her graduation thesis, the two would only see each other every 3 to 5 days over the course of more than a month. During this time, Gu Feng's name had spread throughout the entirety of Fuxing University, primarily due to the recent confession on the playground. As the boyfriend of the university's belle, Gu Feng had become something of a campus celebrity, even prompting the occasional inquisitive remark from their instructor. In the senior girls' dormitory, finally finished. This submission should surely pass, right? Sitting at her computer desk, Dong Jiajia gazed at her painstakingly revised thesis, feeling satisfied as she exaggeratedly stretched. Behind her, Su Liuli, clad in a pure white nightgown, stared blankly at the computer screen. Liuli, how is your thesis coming along? It's just the formatting that's off. It should be easy to fix. Dong Jiajia stood up, pulled out a chair, and moved beside Su Liuli. The dormitory was deserted. With only the two of them, Wang Man and I, and Lu Xiaoyu had gone shopping and had yet to return. Yes, I've fixed it. I'll submit it to the teacher shortly for her review. Liuli, what is wrong? You seem a bit off. Are you missing Gu Feng? Placing her hands on Su Liuli's delicate shoulders, Dong Jiajia asked cheerfully. They had been preoccupied with their graduation theses lately, with their lives revolving around meals and thesis revisions, leaving little excitement. At Dong Jiajia's question, Su Liuli's fair and beautiful neck flushed slightly. Missing Gu Feng? I think you're the one missing your boyfriend. Of course I miss him. That's why I'm going out now. Do you want to join me? Let me call and ask first. Picking up her phone, Su Liuli located Gu Feng's number and dialed. Chapter 45. Oh, it seems to be stockings. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Gu Feng, sitting idly in the dormitory, suddenly heard his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Su Liuli. Hello? Liuli, do you have time now? Let us go out for dinner. I've finished my thesis. Dinner? Sure. I'll tidy up and wait for you downstairs at your dorm. After not seeing each other for the past couple of days, it was a relief that Su Liuli took the initiative to call. He had to respond positively. He flipped out of bed and quickly tidied up his space. On Su Liuli's end, after finishing her call with Gu Feng, she happily approached her wardrobe, carefully selecting her outfit. Dong Jiajia stood dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. Just moments ago, Su Liuli seemed a bit off, but after one phone call, she looked like a completely different person. Indeed, Gu Feng is quite the charm. My beautiful school flower, what outfit are you planning to change into? Would you like me to help you pick one? I assure you it will be alluring and enchanting. With Liuli's figure and beauty, once we step out, he will surely be captivated. Liuli, what do you think of this? Bouncing over to Su Liuli's side, she retrieved a strikingly bold short skirt and spaghetti strap top from her wardrobe. Turning around, Upon seeing the outfit in Dong Jiajia's hands, Su Liuli decisively shook her head. Such attire was utterly unsuitable for her. Not only would it be inappropriate for a date with Gu Feng, but even for a swim at the beach, it would be excessively flamboyant. This one won't do. How about this instead? She suggested, presenting a tube skirt paired with stockings. I remember you have those stunning crystal high heels. When combined, it will exude a definite queen-like aura. She rummaged through her wardrobe for a bodycon dress and brought it to Su Liuli, immediately beginning to demonstrate how it would look. Jia, you should wear this yourself. I'm going for this instead. After searching her wardrobe for a while, she finally pulled out a white and yellow dress. The design was exceptionally elongating, completely covering the calves. Had it not been for Su Liuli's tall stature, an average girl would likely struggle to wear it. This dress was a gift from Gu Feng's mother, and she had yet to wear it even once. Such a lengthy dress. All right, you can wear that. I'll go with a denim skirt. Speaking, she took out a denim skirt from her wardrobe. Just as Dong Jiajia was about to turn a change, she suddenly noticed a peculiar box nestled in the middle of Su Liuli's wardrobe. Liuli, what is that box? Is it lingerie? Following the direction of Dong Jiajia's finger, Su Liuli paused momentarily. The box had been a gift from the sales associate during her last lingerie purchase, and she had tossed it into her wardrobe upon returning, forgetting to open it afterward. Perhaps it is. Let me take a look. She herself was unaware of its contents, and seizing the moment, she decided to open it. As Su Liuli prepared to unveil the box, Dong Jiajia watched with keen curiosity. Lifting the lid, inside lay a sheer black garment. It appears to be stockings. Liuli, don't you rarely wear stockings? In front of Dong Jiajia, Su Liuli removed the contents of the box entirely, and upon realizing what it was, her heart raced, leaving her momentarily speechless. Even Dong Jiajia, who is usually carefree, felt her cheeks flush. Liuli, what is this? She raised her hand in tremulous confusion, but the words eluded her. Regaining her composure, Su Liuli hastily shoved the item back into the box, her face and earlobes aflame with embarrassment. Jiajia, this isn't mine. It was a gift from the sales associate. I truly had no idea it contained this. Placing the box back in her wardrobe, feeling it was inappropriate, she retrieved it once more. Noticing Su Liuli's discomfort, Dong Jiajia's playful spirit ignited, and with a mischievous grin, she teased, Liuli, I believe you, but since you have it now, why not try it on? With your figure, you would look absolutely stunning. Giggles erupted from Dong Jiajia as she appraised Su Liuli, resembling a mischievous scamp. Jiajia, are you deliberately teasing me? If you find it appealing, then it's yours. Blushing fiercely, Su Liuli placed the box into Dong Jiajia's hands. Your gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. All right, I won't tease you any longer. What shall we do with this? Should we just toss it? At Dong Jiajia's inquiry, Su Liuli nodded without hesitation. Yes, if a few roommates see it, that is one thing, but if anyone else does, I wouldn't know how to explain myself. Oh dear, such a lovely item, what a pity. Liuli, are you truly not considering it? Jiajia, are you still trying to make me laugh? With her cheeks still tinted, Su Liuli turned her head aside while changing. Seeing this, Dong Jia chuckled and placed the item beside Su Liuli before moving aside to change her own clothes. As Su Liuli finished changing, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Dong Jiajia's eyes. Wow, this dress looks absolutely stunning. Liuli, wearing this when we go out, you'll surely turn every head. While it appeared to be a simple dress hanging in the wardrobe, once donned by Su Liuli, she resembled a celestial being descending to earth. Her flawless figure, complemented by her exquisitely pale face, left even herself in awe, let alone the boys around. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm in a rush, so I want to wait for you. Gu Feng might be ready by now. She grabbed her bag from the bed, casually tossing the box into it as she turned to leave the dormitory. Once outside the girls' dormitory, with Gu Feng yet to arrive and seizing the moment, she decisively discarded the item into the trash can. Phew, a sigh of relief escaped her. Thankfully, Gu Feng hadn't seen it, or she wouldn't know how to explain herself. Standing still, a minute or two passed before Gu Feng approached from afar. Upon spotting Su Liuli waiting downstairs, he quickened his pace. Liuli, didn't I tell you to wait until I arrived before coming out? How long have you been here? He reached Su Liuli, unable to suppress a soft inquiry while his gaze remained fixed upon her, a hint of astonishment glimmering in his eyes. In a flowing yellow and white dress, her hair cascading casually over her shoulders, clad in canvas shoes and sporting a flawless natural face, she was utterly breathtaking. I haven't been waiting long. I just came down. Do I look like this? Feeling Gu Feng's surprised gaze, Su Liuli's cheeks flushed as she glanced at her outfit. You look splendid. Truly splendid. You are already beautiful. Anything you wear looks good on you. Gu Feng generously expressed his admiration, and his words brought immense joy to Su Liuli. To be praised for her beauty by someone she cherished was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Chapter 46. The Scoundrel Who Abandoned His Wife and Children. Where shall we dine? I've been quite busy lately, and as a form of compensation, today I'll treat you. With skin as translucent as snow, glowing with an ivory hue. She flashed a sweet smile at Gu Feng. Gazing at his adorable and stunning girlfriend, Gu Feng let out a wry smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Treating me to dinner seems a tad simplistic. The neglect I've endured over this period cannot be mended with just one meal. Feigning grievance. Gu Feng fixed his gaze upon Su Liuli's lake-like eyes. What do you suggest would truly make amends? She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, curiously looking at Gu Feng. In response to Su Liuli's question, a knowing smile played on Gu Feng's lips as he raised his hand, pointing to his mouth. How about a reward? What kind of reward? Although she understood Gu Feng's implication, for the sake of teasing him, Su Liuli opted to play coy. What reward? After having neglected me for so long, isn't a sweet kiss a reasonable request? For kiss? That is quite excessive. With a playful huff, she turned away, ignoring Gu Feng as she walked ahead. Wait, can we negotiate? How about a kiss on the cheek instead? Gu Feng hurriedly caught up with Su Liuli, still smiling as he inquired. Initially, she had been suppressing her laughter, but at Gu Feng's question, Su Liuli could no longer hold back and burst into giggles. Struggling to regain her composure, she turned her head aside. Liuli, what do you say? If you keep walking that way, there will be more people around. They were near the senior girls' dormitory, with hardly anyone around, but if they continued forward, they would approach the school entrance, where crowds would be much denser. Given Su Liuli's naturally shy disposition, she would never dare to kiss him in such a public space. Sure enough, Gu Feng's words proved effective. Upon hearing that more people were ahead, Su Liuli gradually came to a halt. The bashful and charming Su Liuli observed Gu Feng silently. In the next moment, her delicate lips parted. Close your eyes. All right. Gu Feng chuckled, promptly shutting his eyes. Noticing that they were alone, Su Liuli's heart raced as she stepped in front of Gu Feng, tiptoeing, her eyes tightly shut, with her long, dark eyelashes fluttering gently. In the next instant, a soft breath enveloped him, causing Gu Feng to shiver. His arms instinctively encircled Su Liuli's slender waist, drawing her warmly into his embrace. What he had anticipated to be a simple kiss unexpectedly turned into him holding her tightly. Feeling the warmth emanating from Gu Feng and the tender air by her lips, Su Liuli found herself utterly weak. After about 10 seconds, courage surged within her, and she quickly freed herself from Gu Feng's arms. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her hands clutched together tightly, unable to meet Gu Feng's gaze. Fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, one could only imagine how shy Su Liuli might have become. You said just a peck at you. Her voice was barely a whisper, and it was evident that while Su Liuli feigned reproach, her heart bore no blame towards Gu Feng. Standing before her, Gu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. He was baffled by his own actions. A simple kiss had escalated into an embrace. Liuli, I'm sorry. I want to talk to you anymore. With a soft murmur, Su Liuli turned her back on Gu Feng, but after a few moments, she couldn't help but glance back. Are you hungry? If we don't eat soon, it'll be dark. Let us go, he exclaimed, rushing to her side, taking her wrist and hastening towards the school exit. Along the way, every passerby, regardless of gender, couldn't help but cast glances their way. The attention they garnered was primarily due to the enchanting Su Liuli by Gu Feng's side. Liuli, with you by my side, I feel like I've become the center of attention, Gu Feng remarked, following her, unable to suppress his thoughts. Her natural beauty, complemented by her outfit, was undoubtedly a magnet for gazes. After finally exiting the school, they found a quaint little eatery and sat down. After ordering, Su Liuli rested her chin on one hand, silently gazing at Gu Feng, lost in thought. Liuli, what is wrong? Do you have something on your mind? He observed her demeanor, noting her fluctuating emotions. I want to tell you something, but I don't know how to start. Her eyes revealed a mix of complexity, as if she had something significant to convey, yet found it difficult to articulate. Lifting his hand, Gu Feng gently placed it on the back of Su Liuli's hand. His expression serious. Speak, I'm listening. Gu Feng's words instilled great courage in Su Liuli. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, I didn't get my period last month. And this month is almost over, and it still hasn't come. Am I? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, and her delicate hands withdrew from Gu Feng's grasp, intertwining nervously. Initially, she thought it was merely a delay, but as the second month approached without any sign, her mind inevitably wandered to darker thoughts. You haven't gotten your period? Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's heart tightened. His concern was not for himself, but for Su Liuli. As a girl, if the situation were indeed as coincidental as it seemed, what would come next? Liuli, don't cry. Tomorrow, when I have time, I'll take you to the hospital. Don't be scared. He attempted to comfort her, yet realized that his words had little effect. It's probably just my anxiety. She wiped her eyes, pretending to be strong. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the hospital. Looking at Su Liuli, Gu Feng felt a profound sense of guilt. If it weren't for the previous incident, Su Liuli wouldn't be so frightened and anxious. Reflecting on his actions, he truly felt remorse. Perhaps due to the impending hospital visit, neither of them ate much. Although Gu Feng had intended to stroll around, Su Liuli expressed her desire to return to the dormitory to rest. Reluctantly, he accompanied her back. The next morning arrived swiftly. At 7 o'clock, Gu Feng stood beneath Su Liuli's dormitory building, and after nearly 10 minutes, her familiar figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing Gu Feng, Su Liuli ran over. In contrast to before, she had applied a simple natural makeup this time. Despite the cosmetic cover-up, traces of fatigue were evident in her eyes. Did you not rest well last night? He reached out affectionately to tousle her hair, feeling a pang of concern. A bit of insomnia. She looked at Gu Feng earnestly before suddenly whispering, just if, I really were to have a baby, would you abandon me? Abandon you? Silly girl, why would you think that? Gu Feng was taken aback by her unexpected question. Isn't that what they often portray on television? Television? Gu Feng's expression turned astonished, momentarily leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Liuli, you should watch fewer dramas in the future. Your boyfriend is not the type to abandon his partner. Don't overthink it. Let us head to the hospital. Chapter 47, Really Pregnant. Taking Su Liuli's delicate hand, he bestowed her with a reassuring glance. Hand in hand, they exited the school. Standing by the roadside, they hailed a taxi to the nearest Moto Women and Children's Hospital, a journey of merely 5 kilometers. Due to the morning rush hour, it took them several minutes to arrive. After about 10 minutes, Gu Feng brought Su Liuli to the hospital entrance. Coming to a halt, Su Liuli's eyes were filled with worry. Liuli, you go in and rest first. I'll take care of the registration. Don't be afraid. After reassuring Su Liuli, Gu Feng took her arm and led her into the hospital lobby. As the premier women and children's hospital in Moto, the lobby was quite luxurious. He guided Su Liuli to the waiting area, encouraging her to sit and wait patiently while he rushed to register. After obtaining the appointment with a specialist, he returned to Su Liuli's side. It's nearly 8 o'clock. Let us wait a few more minutes. Okay. She nodded obediently, and they waited until 10 minutes past 8 when the calling station began to announce names. Following the registration slip, they proceeded to wait outside the specialist consultation room. After the first patient finished, it was soon their turn. Leading Su Liuli inside, the attending physician was a kindly elderly lady with silver hair. Young lady, please take a seat. What seems to be the problem? She warmly invited Su Liuli to sit down. Doctor, we would like to check if she is pregnant, Su Liuli said, her face flushed and too shy to speak up, prompting Gu Feng to assist her. How long has it been since your last period? Last month, I didn't get it, and this month hasn't come either. When was your last intimate encounter? After nearly 3 minutes of inquiries, the doctor took the consultation card and ordered tests. Young lady, don't be nervous. I'll order some tests to confirm if you're indeed pregnant. A urine pregnancy test. Young man, please take this and go for the examination. Handing over the consultation card to Gu Feng, he replied, Thank you, doctor. Liuli, let's go for the test. Accepting the consultation card, he led Su Liuli out of the consultation room and took the elevator to the second floor. The urine pregnancy test was quite swift. Within half an hour, Gu Feng obtained the results. Returning to the consultation room with the results, the doctor adjusted her reading glasses and nodded. Yes, you are indeed pregnant. With the doctor's words, Su Liuli's heart sank, her delicate teeth biting her red lip as she struggled to control her emotions. Young lady, have you felt any discomfort in your body over the past month? Faced with the physician's inquiries, Su Liuli merely shook her head gently. At this early stage of pregnancy, it was entirely normal for her body to show no significant changes. The next step involved checking her progesterone levels to rule out an ectopic pregnancy. I recommend conducting a blood routine examination and an ultrasound as well. All right, please issue the order, doctor. For the sake of Su Liuli and the child within her, the doctor's advice was imperative to follow. After receiving the consultation card, Gu Feng escorted Su Liuli out of the examination room. The moment they stepped outside, Su Liuli could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Gu Feng stood beside her, raising his hand to offer his shoulder for her to lean on. After a couple of minutes, Su Liuli's emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Gu Feng, are you prepared for this child? With tearful eyes, she looked up at him with utmost seriousness. Yes, absolutely. He affirmed with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, Liuli, I will take care of everything from here on out. Let us proceed with the examinations. Gently wiping the tear stains from her cheeks, Gu Feng's tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. When the doctor had mentioned the pregnancy, she had been genuinely terrified that Gu Feng might want to terminate the child. If that were to happen, she had no idea how she would cope. She could never bring herself to harm her own child, no matter what. Together, they underwent the blood and ultrasound examinations. The results of the ultrasound came swiftly, while the blood test would take approximately 3 hours. Throughout this time, he remained by Su Liuli's side. Liuli, to be honest, I couldn't sleep last night either. Do you know what I was thinking about? He asked, his voice softening as Su Liuli's mood began to lift slightly. What were you thinking? She inquired gently. I was contemplating whether the baby, if it exists, would be a boy or a girl, what names we might choose, and whether the child would resemble me or you. I couldn't help but think about it. It was beyond my control. After he spoke, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Liuli's eyes, and she softly replied. I was doing the same last night, lost in my thoughts throughout the night. I was scared you might not want me, and even more frightened that you would want me to terminate the pregnancy. With a tender tone, she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, as if to feel the yet-to-be-formed baby inside her. Gu Feng smiled gently at her words. Does that make me more fearsome than a tiger to you? A tiger would never harm its own offspring. Just then, he added, coincidentally, we will be going home in the next few days. This significant matter of your pregnancy must be conveyed to our families. As for grandfather, I will go to him and accept whatever punishment he deems fit. I will bear it all as long as it placates him. While matters at his own home could be managed, it was a different story with Su Liuli's grandfather. The news of his granddaughter's pregnancy would not be taken lightly. If the old man were to truly lose his temper, a beating might be in order. How should I approach uncle and aunt, and even grandma? Previously, our relationship was merely that of boyfriend and girlfriend, but now it is different. I carry Gu Feng's child. What should I do when we meet? The most pressing concern was her anxiety about how her future in-laws would react. Do not worry, knowing my parents. If they discover you are pregnant, they will undoubtedly cherish you like a precious gem. As for grandma, she would go to great lengths to defend you. Even if it means breaking my legs, Gu Feng jested, though inwardly he shivered at the thought of his grandmother's temperament. She just might do it, depending on how their future granddaughter-in-law behaved. Chapter 48. Perhaps the baby is hungry. Break your legs? I find it hard to believe, Su Liuli whispered, utterly unconvinced. In response, Gu Feng could only offer a wry smile. He was speaking the truth, after all. According to his mother, because of the pregnancy, his father had faced his fair share of beatings in the past. If the grandchild was already causing such anxiety, one could only imagine how exaggerated things would become with a great-grandchild. As they continued their light conversation, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. This Saturday and Sunday, I will take you home. I have prepared a grand surprise. Previously, he had joked about his parents' fondness for children, and now it seemed that wish had come true. They were indeed bringing a child home. However, they were still unaware of whether it would be a boy or a girl, nor if it would be one or two. Liuli? Gu Feng spoke, but when he glanced down, he found that Su Liuli had unknowingly leaned against his shoulder and drifted off to sleep, resting peacefully on his shoulder. Her profile was exquisite, her porcelain skin resembling a delicate lotus blossom, her cherry lips tinged with a rosy hue, and the sound of her gentle breathing was soothing. Sleep well, he thought. After a restless night, she had finally found some respite, and he had no intention of waking her. Remaining still in his seat, he endeavored to ensure her comfort as she slept. An hour passed, and perhaps due to discomfort, Su Liuli slowly opened her eyes under Gu Feng's watchful gaze. Did I fall asleep? She mumbled, rubbing her eyes, still in a state of drowsiness. Yes, just for a while, he replied. What time is it? It's 11 o'clock in the morning. Has it really been that long? I slept for so long. In her hazy state, she felt as though she had only dozed for a brief moment, surprised to realize it had been over an hour. It's not too long. The examination reports likely won't be ready until the afternoon. Let us go grab a bite to eat. Having completed all necessary checks, and with Su Liuli still pregnant and having not eaten breakfast, it was vital she have lunch or her health would suffer. Just then, a low rumble echoed from Su Liuli's abdomen. The unexpected sound left her blushing with embarrassment, as she had not anticipated such a coincidence. I'm not that hungry. It must be the baby that's hungry. The baby? Well, it seems both babies are hungry, Gu Feng chuckled, rising to his feet and assisting Su Liuli as they made their way outside the hospital. As noon approached, the eateries surrounding the hospital were bustling with activity. Even with many patrons opting for takeout, the restaurants remained crowded. They passed by several establishments, each just as busy as the last. Where should we eat? It seems all the places around here are the same. Standing by the roadside, Su Liuli glanced at Gu Feng, contemplating whether they could afford to wait outside a restaurant if they weren't in a hurry, though she was uncertain how long the wait would be. Let's find a less crowded place and wait a bit. Ultimately, Gu Feng decided to take Su Liuli to a nearby restaurant. Once seated at a table in the back, they waited for what felt like an eternity before the waitress finally brought over the menu. After placing their orders, it took another half hour for the food to arrive. Although the service was slow, the quality of the dishes left much to be desired. Gu Feng, do you find this food palatable? Su Liuli asked, her expression clouded with concern as she held her chopsticks. Throughout her life, she had encountered many unappetizing dishes, but none compared to the ones before her now. The shredded potatoes were tasteless, the sweet and sour pork was nauseatingly acidic, and the vegetable and radish soup was topped with a greasy film that made it utterly unappetizing. Disgusting. Incredibly so. This is 100 times worse than the cafeteria food at my high school. Gu Feng responded earnestly. He had intended to share a simple lunch with Su Liuli, but was met with this disappointing fare. Forget it, let us leave. Unable to eat a single bite. Su Liuli set down her chopsticks, prompting Gu Feng to rise as well. If he, a grown man, could not stomach the food, it was even less reasonable to expect Su Liuli, who was pregnant, to do so. Upon exiting the restaurant, Gu Feng scanned his surroundings and suddenly spotted a street vendor selling crepes. Liuli, how about we grab a crepe instead? All right. Gu Feng took her wrist and led her directly to the crepe stand. The vendor was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing white gloves and bearing the marks of time on her face. Upon noticing customers approaching, she greeted them with warmth. Hello, would you like a crepe? Excuse me, can we have 2 pancakes with eggs, please? Certainly. Upon hearing Gu Feng's request, the woman skillfully began to prepare the pancakes. Beside her pancake stall stood a bicycle adorned with an abundance of candied hawthorns. Are those candied hawthorns yours as well? Yes, they belong to me too. Could I trouble you for a skewer of those? Of course. Seizing the opportunity while the pancakes were still heating, the woman briskly approached the bicycle and retrieved an exceptionally large candied hawthorn. As Gu Feng accepted the treat from her hand, he promptly offered it to Su Liuli. Liuli, have the candied hawthorn first. Oh, Su Liuli, without hesitation, took the candied hawthorn that Gu Feng presented. A gentle bite revealed the delightful sweet and sour flavor, utterly delicious. With a trace of candy wrapper clinging to her lips, Su Liuli's beautiful eyes curved slightly, her delicate face radiating satisfaction. How's the candied hawthorn taste, little girl? It's particularly delightful, made fresh this morning. Each hawthorn has been washed over 3 times, ensuring cleanliness. Observing Su Liuli's evident enjoyment, the middle-aged woman preparing the pancakes smiled broadly. It's very tasty, truly delicious. Gu Feng, you must try some. As she nodded in agreement, she encouraged Gu Feng to take a bite. Lowering his head, he sampled a piece of the candied hawthorn from Su Liuli's hand, savoring the flavor, and couldn't he help but nod in approval. It's scrumptious. The flavor of this candied hawthorn practically eclipses the meal we had earlier at the restaurant. It's no exaggeration to say one is celestial while the other is terrestrial. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 pancakes were ready. 2 pancakes, accompanied by a single skewer of candied hawthorn, amounted to less than 20 yuan, undeniably economical and advantageous in such a setting. Carrying their purchases, they returned to the hospital, settling in the waiting area. They remained there until 2 in the afternoon when Gu Feng retrieved the test results with the consultation card and led Su Liuli back to the examination room. Upon examining the results, the doctor's face broke into a smile. At present, the child appears to be very healthy. Everything is normal. Moving forward, both of you must remain vigilant, especially regarding diet. It is advisable to avoid consuming cold, raw foods, pickled, smoked, or spicy dishes. Moreover, do take special care with crabs and soft-shelled turtles, as they are cold in nature. They should never be regarded as health supplements for pregnant women. The doctor emphasized, recalling a previous case where a pregnant woman suffered a miscarriage due to dietary indiscretions, highlighting the dangers involved. Thank you, doctor. Gu Feng listened intently, fully aware that the well-being of Su Liuli and the child was paramount. Ensure that the pregnant woman maintains a normal diet, consuming ample fruits and vegetables, and avoid any strenuous exercise. Gentle walks are encouraged. For the time being, there is no need for folic acid supplements. Doctor, when should we return for the next prenatal checkup? This examination was merely a preliminary one. Many more tests will be necessary. It's prudent to inquire now so that you can bring Su Liuli back at the appropriate time. Around 16 weeks. A midterm examination will be required primarily for Down syndrome screening to assess any chromosomal abnormalities. A second ultrasound will be conducted at the 20th week to monitor the baby's growth, amniotic fluid, and position. Now that it has been over a month, you can return in 2 months for the next checkup. The doctor glanced at the examination report and promptly noted down the next appointment date. Very well. We shall return in 2 months. Thank you, doctor. Having spoken to the doctor, Gu Feng looked down at Su Liuli, preparing to escort her out. Wait a moment. There's one more thing. As you're in the early stages of pregnancy, it is advisable to refrain from intimacy, especially for young men like you. It is wise to exercise restraint. You can consider resuming intimacy once the pregnancy is more stable in the midterm. Seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli's youthful faces, the elderly nurse felt compelled to offer additional advice, given their lack of experience. It would be unfortunate if anything were to go awry. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Gu Feng felt a hint of embarrassment, while Su Liuli's face flushed with heat, yet she nodded gently in acknowledgement. Thank you, doctor, we understand. With a simple response, they exited the consultation room. Walking quietly beside Gu Feng, Su Liuli's mind was filled with the doctor's advice, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, her exquisite beauty radiating warmth. Liuli? Suddenly halting in his tracks, Gu Feng turned to find Su Liuli lost in thought, and she inadvertently stumbled into his embrace. Oh, I'm so sorry. Recovering from her surprise, she hurriedly lowered her head and repeatedly apologized to Gu Feng. What were you thinking? So lost in thought. I wasn't thinking of anything. She dared not confess that she was reflecting on the doctor's counsel, fearing it would mortify her. It's still early. Shall we head back to the dormitory or go for a stroll? Intending to take Su Liuli for a leisurely outing, he reconsidered, realizing she hadn't rested well the previous night and might benefit from returning to the dormitory for some rest. I'm feeling a bit tired. Perhaps we should return to the dormitory for today. All right, I'll accompany you back to the dormitory. Exiting the hospital, they hailed a cab and headed straight back to Fuxing University. Once they reached the girls' dormitory, Gu Feng paused. I'll call you at 6 this evening for dinner. Make sure to get a good rest. Gently ruffling Su Liuli's hair, her delicate face resembling a snow lotus, she nodded softly in response. As she acknowledged him. In a moment of boldness, Su Liuli rose on her toes and pecked Gu Feng's cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Goodbye. Being so proactive for the first time, Su Liuli's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze imbued with charm, leaving no opportunity for Gu Feng to respond before she swiftly turned and hurried toward the dormitory. As she walked, her heart raced wildly. Oh, Su Liuli, how bold you become. Silently chiding herself, she couldn't fathom why she had acted on impulse, leaning in to kiss Gu Feng. While Su Liuli felt a rush of shyness, Gu Feng was pleasantly surprised, having intended to tease her, but never anticipated her boldness. After Su Liuli returned to her dormitory, Gu Feng took his leave. With the afternoon free, he planned to visit Yunning Technology. In addition to checking on the progress of the peak competitive project, there was another matter of great importance. Arriving once more at the school entrance, he waited for a taxi for 5 or 6 minutes, but saw none approaching. Looks like it's time to arrange for a vehicle. With Su Liuli pregnant, she would inevitably need transportation at times, and standing at the roadside for a cab was quite inconvenient. After another 5 or 6 minutes, a taxi finally appeared. He hailed it and directed the driver toward Yunning Technology. Before long, he arrived at the company's entrance, but did not rush upstairs. Instead, he took out his phone and hesitated momentarily before dialing his mother, Song Huilan. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, in the boardroom of the Jiuzhou Group in the capital, Song Huilan maintained a cold demeanor as she presided over a meeting, surrounded by serious executives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the quiet conference room, the sudden vibration of her phone drew the attention of everyone present. Upon hearing the sound, Song Huilan's expression softened slightly. When she saw that it was a call from Gu Feng, she picked up her phone and stood up. All overseas projects are to be suspended, and the main responsible parties are to be temporarily relieved of their duties. With that curt directive, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, the faces of those present turning pale. Having delivered her cold ultimatum, Song Huilan exited the meeting room, her assistant trailing closely behind her. Once outside, she pressed the answer button. Impudent child, what is it? The familiar voice of his mother resonated on the other end of the line, prompting a radiant smile to illuminate Gu Feng's calm face. Mom, you and Dad are back from abroad? Yes, we are. Oh, you could have at least informed me. Gu Feng murmured softly, bringing the phone closer to his ear. Hearing this, Song Huilan's lips curled into a slight smile. You didn't even think to ask? You expect your father and me to call you first? Come on, what's the matter this time? Given her understanding of her son, she knew that an unexpected call would certainly not be a mere inquiry about their return. Hee, you are my mother after all. There's nothing I can hide from you. I'm thinking of starting a business, but I'm short on funds. Could you possibly sponsor me? He chuckled, but on the other end, Song Huilan fell into a profound silence. So, it's money he asks after? Just tell me how much you need, she finally responded. As he stepped outside his office, his assistant, Wang Xiaoye, opened the door for him. Ahem, it's not much really, just around 80 million. After his words fell, there was a protracted silence on the other end. Gu Feng continued, Mom, are you still there? When he received no reply, he pulled the phone away from his ear, astonished. No way. Did you hang up? You truly are my mother. Standing there with the phone in hand, he had no choice but to redial. As soon as the call connected, his mother's irate voice pierced through. 80 million? You little rascal. Do you think your mother runs a bank? I don't have 80 million. Ask your father. Chapter 50, 120 million. Come on, my dad is swamped with work. I wouldn't he dare trouble him with such trifles. If 80 million is too much, could you give me a little less? How about 70 million? If that's not feasible, 60 million will do. Gu Feng was undeterred, entering bargaining mode. On the other end of the line, Song Huilan rolled her eyes, feeling speechless. Why is it that my son is so exceptional? Yet negotiating for money feels like haggling at a market? 40 million. That's my bottom line. I can't go higher. Not wishing to prolong the back and forth with Gu Feng, she decided to settle for 40 million and be done with it. All right, 40 million it is. When will you transfer it to me? 40 million is quite a sum. And he dared not ask for more, fearing it might displease his mother. I'll have Xiaoya transfer it to you shortly, no later than tomorrow morning. You better put it to good use. If I find out you're squandering it, I'll have your father give you a good thrashing. Rest assured, I won't waste it. I'll be home this weekend, bringing you a grand gift. You can trust that this 40 million won't be in vain. All right then, I'll hang up now. Having succinctly concluded the conversation, Gu Feng ended the call before his mother could say anything further. Setting the phone aside, Song Huilan wore a bittersweet smile. This little rascal, truly, one cannot rise early without a profit. Muttering to herself, she turned to her assistant nearby. Xiaoya, please head to the bank later and transfer 40 million from my personal account to Gu Feng. Understood, chairwoman. Wang Xiaoye replied softly, standing still as if she had something to say, but hesitated. What is the matter? Do you have something else to discuss? Chairwoman, are you truly going to suspend General Manager Bai? She knew this matter was not her place to question, but given its relation to Bai Yufeng, she felt compelled to confirm whether the chairwoman's statement was merely a moment of anger. Yes, temporarily suspending her. This matter is more complex than it seems. Her suspension is a form of protection. By doing so, those behind the scenes will reveal themselves. I wish to see who dares to stir trouble under my nose. You need not disclose my intentions to her. Just expedite the paperwork for a group-wide announcement. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoye immediately understood and, after acknowledging, swiftly exited the chairwoman's office. Meanwhile, outside Yunding Technology, Gu Feng was not in a hurry to ascend the building. He methodically dialed his father's number. At the top floor of the international building in the imperial capital, Gu Jinghua was enjoying tea with several elderly gentlemen. Jinghua, have you any good ideas for the domestic economic development ahead? We old fellows are at a loss for strategies. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, one of the elderly men across from Gu Jinghua inquired with a glint in his eye. Those who follow the news would surely recognize him. Every time he appeared, significant changes were set to unfold in the domestic financial sector. Old Long, if you gentlemen can't devise a plan, what can a younger generation like me do? To stimulate the economy, robust capital support is essential. The real estate sector has reached its twilight. Relying on it to elevate the economy is no longer realistic. Taking a sip of his tea, Gu Jinghua spoke with a sense of calm. The elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although the real estate industry seemed to thrive, it had indeed peaked, and a gradual decline was inevitable over time. Just as Old Long was about to speak again, Gu Feng's call came through. Apologies, Old Long. I must take this call. With that, Gu Jinghua picked up the phone and walked to the window for where he could almost see half of the imperial capital. Xiao Feng, what brings you to call today? It's been ages since I heard from you. Gu Jinghua greeted with a smile, surprised to receive a call from his son after such a long time. Dad, are you busy? Not at all. Just speak your mind. Well, it's nothing major, really. I want to start a business. Could you provide some initial funding? His voice was low, almost shy. Starting a business? That is a good thing. Wait, hold on. You didn't ask your mother for money? Given his son's character, he typically would go straight to Song Huilan for financial matters. Why then? Was he calling his father this time? My mom wouldn't give me. So she told me to ask you instead. Considering my ambition, would you be willing to sponsor a little? He feigned a pitiful tone, though he was not lying. His mother had indeed asked him to approach his father for funds. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll sponsor you. How much do you need? As a father, he felt compelled to support his son's aspirations. Well, it's not much. Just 80 million. How does that sound? What, 80 million? I expected you to ask for a few 100,000 at most. And here you are asking for 80 million. No wonder your mother wouldn't give you. Why do you need so much at once? You haven't gotten into trouble, have you? Gu Jinghua's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Absolutely not. I promise. Gu Feng hastened to assure him. Besides that, think about it. What kind of trouble could I possibly get into that would cost 80 million? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Jingguo realized there was logic in his son's reasoning. Asking for 80 million outright did not suggest wrongdoing. All right, 80 million it is. I'll have someone transfer it to you shortly. Is there anything else? No, that is all. Dad, you're busy, so I want to keep you. With the sponsorship secured, Gu Feng quickly ended the call. With 40 million from his mother and 80 million from his father, he now had a total of 120 million, a substantial sum. This amount would not only suffice for promoting P competition, but could also fund several significant projects. Phew, please, Dad, do not call Mom. He silently prayed as he tucked his phone into his pocket and walked directly into the office building, taking the elevator up to Yunding Technology. President Gu, stepping out of the elevator, Annie had already been waiting for him. Yes, lead me to the conference room. Of course, President Gu, having prearranged with Annie, Lu Qi and the others were already waiting in the conference room. The current environment of Yunding Technology had improved significantly compared to before. The entire floor is dedicated to the office area of Cloud Summit Technology, with the technical department occupying a third of it. The company environment is pleasant. Has everything been running smoothly recently? Everything is normal. We have recruited some new employees, and they have integrated well. In addition to the peak competitive project, the technical department has developed a few small games. Later, Supervisor Lu Qi will introduce them to you one by one. Chapter 51, Girlfriend? Fiancé. Excellent. Under Annie's guidance, we arrived at the door of the conference room. By the way, Annie, there's a matter I would like you to assist me with. Mr. Gu, feel free to instruct me. When Gu Feng suddenly requested assistance, Annie was momentarily taken aback. It's nothing significant. If you have time, could you help me gather information about the villas surrounding Fuxing University? I am considering purchasing a property. Su Liuli is expecting a baby, and it would be inconvenient for her to continue living in the dormitory. It is best for her to move out. A standard residential area may not be particularly quiet. Acquiring a standalone villa would allow us to hire a few aides to assist with care. Mr. Gu, do you wish to purchase a villa in this vicinity? While it is not in the city center, it is near the higher education district, which may lead to a slightly elevated price. I am unsure of your budget. Shanghai is indeed a place where land is at a premium, and coupled with its proximity to several universities, the educational and commercial healthcare facilities are well developed, resulting in consistently high prices. Even if it cannot compare to the city center, it is not far behind. The budget is not an issue. I prefer a location that is relatively tranquil. Very well, Mr. Gu. I will take a look in the coming days. Thank you. After speaking to Annie, Gu Feng stepped into the conference room. Inside the spacious conference room sat 5 or 6 individuals, including Lu Qi and 2 key members of the technical department, as well as 2 from finance and human resources. Upon seeing Gu Feng enter, everyone stood up in unison. Mr. Gu, no need for formalities. Please take your seats. Annie, you two sit down. He gestured to the chair beside the main seat, indicating for Annie to sit as well. I am here today for no other purpose than to inquire about the testing progress of P competition. Annie previously informed me that testing is nearing completion and the server has been mostly established. Is that correct? Lu Qi stood up to respond. Yes. Mr. Gu, the server has been set up and P competition can be launched shortly. However, we are currently facing 2 issues. His tone was slightly somber, revealing inner turmoil. What issues? Please do not hesitate to share. Launching the game will inevitably require a series of promotions, and the company's funds may be somewhat insufficient. There is also a second issue. The server's user capacity is quite limited, and I am concerned that if too many users log in simultaneously, the server may not withstand the load. If it crashes within days of launch, it would result in significant user loss. Expressing his thoughts candidly, the primary concern boils down to insufficient funding. If there were ample funds, expanding the server capacity and investing heavily in promotions would not pose a problem. Peak competition would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. As for expanding the server and conducting game promotions, as long as the funds are secured, these matters are manageable. Annie, you must have discussed this previously. How much more funding is required? Lu Qi's ability to articulate this suggests prior discussions with Annie and the others, a certainty beyond doubt. In response to Gu Feng's inquiry, Annie did not hold back. Mr. Gu, based on Supervisor Lu Qi's requirements, our finance team has calculated that we need at least 10 million more. This includes the server setup and promotions. If we are to conduct large-scale promotions, even 10 million may not suffice. The company's account currently holds only 10 million, and after this period of operation, less than 3 million remains. Maintaining the launch of peak competition is feasible, but to expedite its market introduction is far from adequate. Before preparing to invest in peak competition, he had anticipated this predicament. Years ago, he had invested nearly 100 million in promotions, and within a week, Peak Competition soared into the top 10 of domestic game rankings. Within 3 months, it even claimed the #1 spot. Now, with such limited funds, such extensive promotion seems unrealistic, yet it cannot fall too short. 10 million is too little. My budget for promotion is around 30 million. Additionally, the server needs enhancement. That is indisputable. Jingjia, by tomorrow morning at the latest. I will personally inject 50 million in liquid capital. Annie, Lu Qi, you both expedite the promotion plan based on a 30 million budget. Gu Feng's simple statements left everyone present utterly astonished. According to Lu Qi's estimation, if the company cannot increase the promotional budget, launching Peak Competition might still be feasible. He truly did not expect Gu Feng to be so audacious, raising the promotional budget to 30 million and still reserving another 20 million for server expansion. Mr. Gu, are you not jesting? You intend to further inject 50 million in investments? I personally do not indulge in jest. Let us proceed with the promotion and server enhancement for now. Lu Qi, is there anything else that needs preparation before the launch? All source codes have been tested, and the only remaining element is the music. Music design available in the market is quite costly. I was wondering if we could enlist students from the Music Academy of Fuxing University to design some simple in-game music. As he mentioned music, a strikingly beautiful figure involuntarily appeared in Gu Feng's mind. Mr. Gu? In fact, the students from the Music Academy possess considerable ability. I believe they are not inferior to professionals. Gu Feng did not respond for a long while, and Lu Qi felt a slight pause, thinking perhaps Gu Feng had reservations about his previous comment. You are correct. The students from the Music Academy are indeed quite suitable. I happen to have suitable candidates. Annie, I will provide you with their contact information shortly. You will coordinate with them personally. Understood. In the conference room for nearly 2 hours, aside from reporting on Peak Competition, Lu Qi also prepared 3 puzzle games. Each boasts innovative design themes, and with Gu Feng's approval, the 3 games will launch simultaneously with Peak Competition. Upon leaving the conference room, Gu Feng returned to his office. Mr. Gu, regarding the designer for the music of Peak Competition, you. Yes. I will provide you with the contact information. He handed Annie the name and contact details of Su Liuli. Upon seeing that it was a girl, Annie looked at Gu Feng with a puzzled expression. Mr. Gu, is this Miss Su related to you? She is my girlfriend, or rather, it would be more appropriate to say fiancé. Su Liuli is expecting, so referring to her as my girlfriend feels inaccurate, and calling her my wife seems premature. Thus, fiancé is the most fitting term. When you make contact, do not mention me. Approach it in the name of the company. If she is willing, everything can proceed smoothly. If she is not, there is no need to press. Additionally, offer a higher compensation. The reason for wanting her assistance in designing music is primarily to spare her from seeking other part-time jobs. Designing music is undoubtedly much easier than working part-time at a kindergarten. Understood, Mr. Gu. I grasp your intent. Well, if there's nothing else, I should take my leave. You manage things here at the company. Feel free to call me if anything arises. After giving a brief directive, Gu Feng strolled out of the office, took the elevator down, glanced at the time, and noted that there was still some time until 6 o'clock in the evening. He could return to the dormitory for a brief rest. Chapter 52. Preparing to return home. At this hour, Jiang Yu and the others should be in the dormitory. Taking a taxi back to Fuxing University and pushing open the dormitory door, he was not surprised to find Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai inside. As for Zhang Tiniu, it was obvious he was out with his girlfriend. Oh, Gu Feng, why are you back? Did you not go out on a date with senior sister Su this afternoon? Upon seeing Gu Feng's sudden entrance, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were surprised. Ever since Gu Feng and Zhang Tiniu found girlfriends, they had frequently been absent from the dormitory. Not yet. It's not time for the date. I came back to rest for a bit. Have you two just been cooped up in the dormitory? Not even going out for a stroll? Standing by the bed, Gu Feng directed his gaze towards Jiang Yu. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yu cast a glance at Xiao Kai and smiled wryly. Going out with him? I'd rather take a nap in the dormitory. Huh, Jiang Yu. What do you mean by that? Is accompanying me for a shopping spree such a burden? Xiao Kai was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Yu to utter such words. No, that's not what I meant. I simply think it's pointless for 2 grown men to go shopping together. I find it much more comfortable to rest in the dormitory. Now that's more like it. The two exchanged a few more words, and Gu Feng could only smile in silence. Rolling onto the bed, he lay quietly on the pillow, intending to rest for just a moment, but to his surprise, he dozed off. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock? Oh no, I'm gonna be late. He hurriedly jumped out of bed. The time he had arranged to meet Su Liuli was 6 o'clock, and he had overslept. Gu Feng, are you coming back tonight? As Gu Feng was about to dash out, Jiang Yu, lying comfortably on the bed, asked with a cheerful smile. I'll be back. Definitely, he replied. pulling open the dormitory door and sprinting out without looking back. In just a few minutes, Gu Feng arrived near the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to call Su Liuli, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, clad in casual attire. Su Liuli looked stunning in her fitted jeans, which accentuated her figure perfectly. Her long, dark hair danced in the wind, and upon seeing Gu Feng, her eyes sparkled with charm as she jogged towards him. "You're here." Her delicate nose and slightly flushed cheeks made Su Liuli both beautiful and endearing in that moment. "Didn't we agree that you would call me when you came down? How long have you been waiting here?" "Well, it wasn't too long. I came down at 6, just a couple of minutes." She smiled lightly and looked up at Gu Feng. "What are we having for dinner?" "Let's go take a look first." "All right." Hee hee. Without a care for those around them, Su Liuli affectionately linked her arm with Gu Feng's, catching him off guard. "Is something the matter? Why do you seem so happy?" Gu Feng inquired curiously as they walked forward. In response to Gu Feng's question, Su Liuli nodded eagerly. "Yes, something happened. Someone contacted me today, asking for my help in designing a game soundtrack, and the compensation is quite generous." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a top student from the music academy, designing a game soundtrack wouldn't be too challenging for her if she had a bit more time. "Really? That is certainly something to celebrate. You mentioned the reward is substantial. How much are we talking about?" Gu Feng asked with a grin, eager to know the details. But Su Liuli simply shook her head. "I want to tell you." Sticking out her tongue and making an adorable expression, she released Gu Feng's arm and quickened her pace. "Still not telling me?" "Ah." Shrugging, Gu Feng decided not to press further. He had already instructed Annie, so he trusted that she wouldn't receive a meager amount. Strolling outside the school with Su Liuli, they eventually arrived at a noodle shop and each ordered a bowl of scallion oil noodles. After gauging the time, Gu Feng escorted Su Liuli back to her dormitory before returning to the boys' dormitory himself. The next day, in the morning, 2 phone calls arrived in succession. His mother's 40 million and his father's 80 million were deposited one after the other, with a total of 120 million in hand. He promptly contacted Du Jingjing to transfer 50 million to the corporate account of Yunning Technology. Almost simultaneously, Annie sent the promotional plan to his email. Promotion essentially means advertising. In today's society, advertisements are typically placed on television, movies, or popular variety shows. Annie's promotional plan focused on currently trending television shows and variety programs, allocating most of the budget to these platforms. From his perspective, the promotional plan seemed quite satisfactory. With the plan finalized, Lu Qi was rebuilding the server, and Su Liuli was preparing the background music. The peak competition was about to launch. 2 days later, Friday arrived. With no classes in the afternoon, he purchased a ticket for a 1 o'clock flight, intending to take Su Liuli home. Back in the capital, upon hearing that her grandson was bringing home his future granddaughter-in-law, Grandma had hardly slept a wink all night. Leaning on her cane, she sat on the living room sofa, wondering how many times she had asked the time. "Mom, Jingguo just called. They'll all be back soon. It's not practical for you to wait here. Why not go take a nap?" The flight from the bustling metropolis to home takes at least 3 to 4 hours. She couldn't sit there the whole time. Song Huilan brought a cup of warm water, desperately trying to persuade the elder to rest. However, consumed by thoughts of her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, the elder refused to budge. With no other option, she resigned herself to sitting on the sofa alongside the elder, waiting. In the bustling metropolis, outside Fuxing University, Gu Feng hailed a taxi with Su Liuli to the airport. Throughout the ride, Su Liuli remained silent, her delicate hand tightly gripping Gu Feng's, seemingly anxious. "Liuli, are you feeling a bit nervous?" She gently nodded, her gaze drawn back from the window. Previously, she had been nervous going as his girlfriend, but now, with a baby on the way, her anxiety had intensified. "My parents are easy to get along with, and my grandma is even better. You don't need to be nervous. You'll see once we meet." He instinctively reached out, gently pinching Su Liuli's delicate face. The driver, still focused on the road, was caught off guard by Gu Feng's affectionate gesture, causing Su Liuli's cheeks to flush crimson. After casting a glance at Gu Feng, she turned her head away, her gaze returning to the window. "By the way, didn't you say you were designing game music? How is that coming along?" He casually brought up a topic to distract Su Liuli from her nervousness. "Almost done. Jijia and Manny are making a few tweaks today before we send it for testing. It should be fine." Although the person who contacted her was familiar, the time constraint was pressing, so she had asked Dong Jijia and Wang Manny to assist with the production. After continuous design tests by the 4 of them, the draft sent last night had been approved this morning, and they just needed to refine it a bit more. Sitting in the car, they chatted intermittently, and after half an hour, the taxi came to a steady stop outside the airport. Gu Feng helped Su Liuli out, and with time running short, they passed through security and entered the terminal. At 12:40, before boarding the flight, he sent a text message to his mother, Song Huilan. At 1 o'clock, the plane took off as scheduled. It's still early, why don't you take a nap? Sitting beside Su Liuli. Gu Feng gently held her delicate hand and spoke softly. She nodded quietly, slowly closing her eyes. Leaning back in her seat, her stunning profile paired with her long eyelashes was simply breathtaking. As Su Liuli drifted into a peaceful slumber, Gu Feng withdrew his gaze and soon followed suit, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Gu family estate in the capital, Mom, Huilan and I can go pick them up. You're of an age. There is no need for you to make the trip. Just wait at home in peace. Gu Zhenghua and Song Huilan sat together while Grandma Gu, leaning on her cane, shook her head firmly at those words. It's their first time back. I must go greet them. The reason she had been waiting in the living room was to be the first to meet her future granddaughter-in-law. Fine, Zhenghua, let Mom come with us. Knowing her elder's stubbornness, Song Huilan, standing beside Gu Zhenghua, couldn't help but whisper her persuasion. All right then, I instructed the driver to bring the car over. As time passed, and the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the airplane commenced its announcements regarding the imminent landing. Upon hearing the broadcast, Su Liuli's heart began to race uncontrollably. It was inevitable to feel anxious about meeting her future in-laws. Minutes trickled by, and the aircraft landed smoothly. Accompanied by Su Liuli, I disembarked, retrieved the luggage, and made our way toward the airport exit. Outside, 2 brand-new, consecutively numbered stretch limousines awaited by the roadside, while an elderly lady with silver hair leaned on a cane, flanked by a middle-aged man and woman. Aim Freitand, Gu Feng, Su Liuli suddenly halted, her delicate face betraying her nervousness as she glanced at him. While she felt somewhat at ease on the plane, stepping on a solid ground made her feet feel unsteady. Frightened? Ha ha, Liuli, we're at the doorstep now. Is it too late to be scared? Rest assured, my parents are not monsters. They won't devour you. With a light chuckle, he grasped the handle of the suitcase with one hand while firmly holding Su Liuli's wrist with the other, striding confidently toward the roadside. Mom, look. Isn't that Gu Feng? Suddenly noticing a familiar figure in the distance, Song Huilan raised her hand to point ahead. The elderly lady, upon hearing this, turned her gaze in the direction indicated by her daughter-in-law, squinting for a moment before declaring, it is Xiao Feng. And is that the little girl, Liuli? Oh my. Upon closer inspection, they truly are a match made in heaven. A smile adorned the grandmother's wrinkled face as she attempted to approach. Mom, you stay here. I'll go greet them. With that, Gu Zhenghua strode toward Gu Feng, one of the 2 drivers closely tailing him. My dad is here. With those simple words, Su Liuli's expression froze momentarily, and she quickly gathered her composure. Dad. Hello, Uncle. Gu Feng addressed his father, and Su Liuli hastily echoed, Hello, Uncle. Ah, little Liuli. You have finally arrived. Come, let us get into the car. Your aunt and grandma came specifically to pick you up. They're over there waiting. Casting a glance at his son Gu Feng, Gu Zhenghua decisively sidelined him, warmly ushering Su Liuli forward. After walking a few steps, they approached Song Huilan and the grandmother. Su Liuli, blushing, promptly greeted, Aunt, Grandma, little Liuli, come here. The grandmother beckoned with her cane. You have finally come. Was the flight tiring? Are you hungry? You are truly beautiful. I was just saying that you and Xiao Feng make a splendid couple. Upon seeing you, it seems I was right in my praise of this little rascal. Grasping Su Liuli's hand, the grandmother chuckled, while Gu Feng, left out of the conversation, wore a dark expression. Liuli, we have prepared a plethora of delicious food for you. Let us head home first. Come, you and your grandmother get in the car. Song Huilan stood by the car door. Grandma, let me help you with the grandmother's warm demeanor, easing her nerves. Su Liuli raised her arm to assist the elderly lady into the vehicle. Liuli, you should also get in. Your grandmother hasn't slept well since she heard you were coming. Just look at how happy she is to finally meet you. Song Huilan said with a smile as she helped Su Liuli into the car. Once the 3 were settled, Gu Zhenghua followed suit, only to realize at the last moment that his son Gu Feng remained outside. Xiao Feng, why are you dazed? Hurry up and get in. After sitting in the car all afternoon, you must be exhausted. Let Liuli rest for a while. Song Huilan waved to Gu Feng, who, upon hearing her, felt his lips twitch slightly. Fortunately, you all still remember me. For a fleeting moment, he thought he might be left behind, but thankfully his mother had noticed him in time. If it weren't for Liuli, do you think we would have come all this way to pick you up? Liuli, do you have any favorite foods? Tell Andy, and I will prepare them for you. Annie, Su Liuli was about to respond when Gu Zhenghua interjected. Liuli, do not let your aunt cook. No one wants to eat her food. What? Say that again. Shifting her gaze from her future daughter-in-law, Song Huilan shot a frosty look at Gu Zhenghua. It's not that it's inedible. When one is starving, it can still be consumed. Laughter erupted as they continued along, with Gu Feng's grandmother and mother engaging Su Liuli in cheerful conversation. As the vehicle slowly entered the Gu family estate, Gu Feng escorted Su Liuli out. Upon witnessing the surroundings, Su Liuli's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. "This is your home?" Her voice softened as she moved closer to Gu Feng. The grand standalone villa, surrounded by lush green lawns adorned with welcoming pines, presented a breathtaking view, with a rockery behind the villa obscuring the main gate from sight. Chapter 54. Turtle Soup and Hairy Crabs? To Su Liuli's astonishment, several attendants were seen trimming the greenery nearby. "Liuli, come, let's go inside with Grandma." With her cane in hand, the grandmother beckoned, and Su Liuli hurried to her side. "Liuli, has Xiao Feng ever bullied you? If he dares to, you tell Grandma, and I will break his legs," the grandmother asserted, slowly advancing with her cane. Upon hearing such commanding words from the elderly lady, Su Liuli's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, she thought Gu Feng's claims were exaggerated, but now she realized the grandmother truly meant what she said. "No, Grandma, Gu Feng treats me very well." Su Liuli blushed as she spoke, causing the grandmother to beam with warmth. "So you are already defending him?" "Ha ha, although Xiao Feng is mischievous, he is quite serious when it comes to matters of the heart." As they conversed, Su Liuli assisted the grandmother into the living room. Upon glimpsing the opulent decor, Su Liuli was once again left speechless. Anyone entering would hardly believe this was a residence. The luxurious furnishings rivaled those of a palace. "Grandma, I brought you a piece of clothing. I hope it fits well. Please wait here while I fetch it." Before arriving, she had carefully chosen several gifts for her grandmother and uncle. Though not extravagant, they were selected with great thoughtfulness. "Dear, you even brought gifts for Grandma? Let me see." The grandmother, who had not received gifts in years, was filled with joy at the thought of her future granddaughter-in-law having prepared something for her. "Please sit, Grandma," Su Liuli urged as she dashed toward her suitcase. Observing this, Gu Feng stepped forward to assist. As the suitcase opened, in addition to Su Liuli's change of clothes, several gift bags emerged, all meticulously prepared. "Grandma, this is the clothing I brought for you. I hope it fits well. Please try it on." She retrieved a red top adorned with golden lace from the packaging, which appeared festive and vibrant. Elderly individuals often favored bright colors, and Gu Feng's grandmother was no exception. Seeing the garment presented by her granddaughter-in-law brought immense joy to the elderly lady. Using her cane for support, rose to her feet. "It is beautiful. Child, your taste is impeccable. Let me try it on." Setting aside her cane, she took the clothing from Su Liuli's hands and donned it right there. To everyone's surprise, the outfit fit her extraordinarily well, as if tailored specifically for her. "Zhenghua, Huilan, come here and take a look. This is the outfit the child bought for me. Isn't it lovely?" the grandmother exclaimed, inviting them to see. "Mom, I must say, that outfit looks stunning on you." Song Huilan stepped forward, assisting her mother-in-law in adjusting her top, and then smiled brightly, nodding her head. "Mom, Liuli has brought you a gift." As Gu Feng's words faded, Su Liuli unveiled a scarf amid Song Huilan's astonished delight. The sight of a gift made Song Huilan's smile blossom even more radiantly. She accepted the scarf with both hands, tying it around her neck. "Liuli, is this truly a gift for Annie?" "Silly girl, your mere presence brings me joy, and you brought a gift as well. Tomorrow, in the morning, Annie will take you shopping." For the sake of her daughter-in-law, she was willing to cancel any meetings at the company the next day. Such a considerate and beautiful daughter-in-law was genuinely cherished by her. As the head of the family, Gu Zhangguo watched with a wry smile as his mother and wife received gifts. "Dad, what expression is that? No one said you weren't getting a gift." He presented a gift box to his father. Before the box was even opened, the look of anticipation on Gu Zhangguo's face vanished, replaced by a cheerful grin. "I like it. I like it." "Oh, you're already saying you like it without even opening it?" He chuckled heartily, even unopened. "It's a token of the girl's affection." As he spoke, he opened the pen box and took out the pen, hanging it confidently in the pocket of his shirt. Dressed in a red top, Grandma, with her cane, approached her room. Moments later, to the astonished gazes of Su Liuli and Gu Feng, she emerged holding a box. "My dear, this is a bracelet I prepared for you. Try it on." Upon opening the box, a jade bracelet of vivid green appeared before her eyes. The exquisite quality of the jade was unmistakable, and even Su Liuli, lacking knowledge of jade, recognized its immense value. In front of her grandmother, she hurriedly declined. "Grandma, this is too precious. I cannot accept such a gift." "There is nothing too precious about it. The bracelet is a gift from your grandmother, and its significance is unparalleled. Come, Xiao Feng, help the girl put it on." Handing the bracelet directly to Gu Feng, he affirmed, "All right, Liuli, I will help you wear it." He took the bracelet and, under Su Liuli's uncertain gaze, slipped it onto her wrist, and to her surprise, it fit perfectly. Mom, when did you prepare a gift for Liuli? You didn't even inform us, and I completely forgot to prepare something. With an embarrassed expression, Song Huilan approached her mother-in-law, feeling awkward that the future grandmother-in-law had prepared a gift while she had not. Mom, Huilan, dinner is ready. Let us go eat first. Yes, yes. Let us eat dinner. Liuli, after such a long flight, you must be starving. Annie will take you to eat. Grasping Su Liuli's hand, they headed to the dining room. While Gu Feng assisted Grandma. You have excellent taste, my boy, to find such a beautiful and understanding girl like Liuli. You must treat her well, do you hear? Grandma chuckled at Gu Feng, her heart filled with satisfaction towards Su Liuli. Rest assured, I promise to treat her well. They arrived at the dining room, and once everyone was seated, several aunts swiftly brought out the prepared dinner. Liuli, this is turtle soup. Annie will serve you a bowl first. As Song Huilan reached the spoon to serve Su Liuli, Gu Feng interjected, Wait. Mom, Liuli doesn't tea like turtle. You need tea, serve her the soup. She doesn't tea like turtle? Very well. Then let us start with a hairy crab. These crabs were freshly bought by Annie this morning and are absolutely delicious. As she prepared to serve the crab to Su Liuli, Gu Feng quickly stopped her again. Wait, actually, Liuli doesn't tea like seafood either. Perhaps you should just give the crab to me. What a joke. With turtle soup and hairy crab. His mother's actions clearly indicated a desire to harm her own grandson. He distinctly remembered the doctor advising against consuming cold foods like turtle soup and crab. Liuli, is that true? You really don't like seafood? Song Huilan, holding the crab, looked at Su Liuli, uncertain, concerned for the health of the baby. And under Gu Feng's watchful gaze, Su Liuli gently nodded. It's all right, if you don't like it, then we won't have it. There are plenty of other dishes on the table. Tell Annie what you like, and she will serve you. It's all Gu Feng's fault. I called him, and he said you had no food restrictions. She complained while eyeing Gu Feng. Faced with his mother's accusations, Gu Feng had no retort. He had indeed stated that Su Liuli had no restrictions, but at that time, he was unaware of the pregnancy. Annie, I'll just have some vegetables. Just vegetables? That won't do. You must like chicken legs, right? Here, Annie will serve you a chicken leg. Song Huilan picked up the largest chicken leg with the serving chopsticks and placed it onto Su Liuli's plate. With just that one large chicken leg consumed, she likely wouldn't need any other dishes. Huilan, if Liuli likes vegetables, please serve her some from over there. The vegetables were all grown in Grandma's backyard, ensuring they were fresh and pesticide-free. While Song Huilan served the dishes, Grandma, seated at the head of the table, guided the process. Thus, throughout the entire meal, Su Liuli's plate continued to fill, eventually overflowing. Auntie, I'm truly full. As her future mother-in-law continued to serve, Su Liuli sat beside her, her delicate face tense. Feeling utterly at a loss, her stomach was round and full. Just looking at the food on her plate was daunting, and she couldn't possibly eat another bite. All right. Anyone serve you any more dishes? You can serve yourself what you like. If you can't reach, Annie will bring the dishes closer for you. Under the table, Su Liuli gently kicked Gu Feng's calf, her innocent big eyes blinking as she gazed at the food Annie had served. With just a glance, Gu Feng instantly understood her meaning. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, and, while his mother was distracted, he began transferring food from Su Liuli's plate to his own. Bit by bit, the mountain of food visibly diminished. Liuli, it's still early. Are you tired? Eat well. Song Huilan set down her chopsticks. I'm not tired. If you're not tired, would you like to accompany Annie for a stroll? The capital is quite lively at night. Annie will take you out. Today, she had intended to prepare a gift, but had been so busy that she had forgotten. If they could go shopping tonight, it would be the perfect opportunity to choose something. Sure, thank you, Annie. Su Liuli readily agreed without a second thought at the prospect of shopping. Gu Feng, would you like to join us? After swallowing his food, Gu Feng pointed to himself. Me? Yes, come along. Since it was Su Liuli's first visit, and she was still unfamiliar with his mother, he felt it would be better if he accompanied them to ease her nerves. Xiao Feng, I had no idea you could eat so much. As everyone else had nearly finished, only Gu Feng was still enjoying his meal. Since we're going together, hurry and finish your food. I'll call Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai, Mom, you're bringing Aunt Bai along too? Gu Feng's face involuntarily showed a hint of bitterness. Aunt Bai, as referred to by his mother Song Huilan, was none other than Bai Yufeng, one of the vice presidents of the Jojo group, a woman in her 40s with a quirky personality. He remembered being bullied by her significantly during his childhood. Indeed, she has been yearning to invite me for a shopping excursion lately, yet my schedule has been utterly consumed. Today, however, fate has aligned our paths. Furthermore, she is quite eager to meet Lu Li, as she has been incessantly expressing her desire to see her. Thus, it is fortuitous that Lu Li can join us for a brief acquaintance. Lu Li, your Aunt Bai is a close friend of your mother. Shall we extend the invitation for her to accompany us on our outing? Gu Feng's opinion holds little weight. The decision to bring Bai Yufeng along ultimately rests upon the future daughter-in-law's inclination. Of course, I have no objections, Liuli declared promptly, standing beside Gu Feng as she responded to Song Huilan's inquiry. Very well, I shall make a call to Aunt Bai now. You shall find her quite amusing. You will see when we meet. With a smile, Song Huilan raised her phone to her ear. While Song Huilan engaged in her call, Liuli turned to her grandmother. Grandma, Annie and I are going out. Would you like to join us? My dear, I am rather aged, and fear I may hinder your enjoyment. It is best if you young ones venture out alone, the grandmother replied, shaking her head as she settled into her chair. Deep down, however, she harbored a longing to step outside, having not done so in quite some time. Grandma, please come along with us, Liuli urged. Let Liuli accompany you. It will be perfectly fine. Understanding her grandmother's disposition well, she recognized that while her words suggested reluctance, her heart was undoubtedly yearning for the outing. My dear, do you genuinely wish for me to accompany you? Yes, I can assist you, Liuli affirmed. Ha ha. Very well then, I shall shamelessly tag along with you both. It has been far too long since I last breathed in the fresh air. After a brief span of 1 or 2 minutes, Song Huilan completed her call, and Bai Yufeng hurriedly made her way to Gu's estate upon receiving the invitation. After a hearty meal, the ladies tidied the dining room, with Song Huilan leading the way while Liuli supported her grandmother to the sofa. Liuli, take a moment to rest. Annie will prepare some fruit for you. What would you like to eat? Motioning for Liuli to sit beside Gu Feng's grandmother, Song Huilan picked up the fruit platter from the coffee table. Annie, I am not hungry. I truly cannot eat another bite. She glanced down at her abdomen, which had transformed from its usual flatness to a noticeable bulge. Huilan, just bring over some fruit. Anything will do, the grandmother interjected. Oh, I understand, mother. Song Huilan replied as she turned with the fruit platter, while the grandmother held Liuli's hand, happily engaging in conversation. Liuli, do your parents know you are here? Are they pleased with that rascal Gu Feng? Grandma, Liuli has been living with her grandfather. He is yet unaware of our relationship, Gu Feng interjected. Upon hearing this, the grandmother's warm gaze momentarily clouded, and even Gu Jinghua, sitting nearby, straightened up in surprise. My dear, I did not intend to pry. I was unaware of this beforehand. Please do not take my earlier words to heart. Trembling slightly, she took Liuli's delicate hand, her eyes filled with compassion. It pained her to think that such a beautiful and obedient child had endured such hardships, growing up alongside her grandfather without knowledge of affection. It is all right, Grandma. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. My grandfather has treated me well, and I wish to share my relationship with Gu Feng with him in person. Mother, Liuli is right. It would be best for Gu Feng to accompany her home to speak with the elders directly. Chapter 56. Morning Sickness? After Gu Jinghua's remark, the grandmother refrained from further inquiries. Approximately 10 minutes later, Song Huilan emerged with the fruit, just as a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman, clad in a fragrant windbreaker, entered the living room. Though not particularly tall, she exuded elegance, yet her most striking feature was undoubtedly her golden, curly hair, which sparkled under the sunlight. Viewed from the side, one might easily mistake her for a foreigner. Huilan, oh Gu Feng, you're back. Upon spotting Gu Feng seated on the sofa, Bai Yufeng approached and lightly patted his shoulder. Without waiting for him to turn, her gaze fell upon Liuli across the room. With skin as smooth as cream and a lithe figure, her exquisitely beautiful features instantly captivated Bai Yufeng. Liuli, my heavens, Liuli, you are stunningly beautiful, she gasped, her hand covering her mouth in exaggerated astonishment as she hastily made her way to Liuli. Liuli, I must say, in all my years of traveling, I have never encountered a girl as beautiful as you. Gu Feng is incredibly fortunate to have found such a lovely companion. Gripping Liuli's wrist tightly, Bai Yufeng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Song Huilan had mentioned that Bai Yufeng was quite the character, yet Liuli had not anticipated such exuberance. Liuli sat dazed on the sofa, momentarily at a loss for words. Yufeng, please, calm down for a moment. Can you not act so wildly and frighten Liuli? After placing 2 platters of fruit on the coffee table, Song Huilan chided lightly, taking Bai Yufeng's hand and guiding her to sit beside Gu Feng's grandmother. Liuli, do not be afraid. Your Aunt Bai has a rather eccentric and flamboyant personality. Here, I have washed some fruit for you. Please have a taste. Would you like some jackfruit? I just peeled it, and it is quite fresh. Holding out the plate of jackfruit to Liuli, Song Huilan explained that she had spent a considerable amount of time in the kitchen, carefully preparing it. Thank you, Auntie, but just as Liuli began, the aroma of the jackfruit suddenly overwhelmed her senses, causing her stomach to churn violently. Liuli, seeing her distress, Gu Feng quickly rose to assist her, guiding her toward the bathroom. What's going on? Does Liuli not enjoy jackfruit? Song Huilan exclaimed, hastily placing the platter down as she watched Gu Feng escort Liuli away. The expressions of Song Huilan and the others were filled with confusion as they sat beside the grandmother, while Bai Yufeng's eyes narrowed in realization. Lu Li's retching resemblance bore an uncanny similarity to that of a pregnant woman, recalling her own experience of morning sickness at around 6 weeks. Where even the faintest scent would induce nausea, Bai Yufeng exclaimed, "Wang Ma, please take this platter of jackfruit back to the kitchen." "Yes, madam." Following Song Huilan's instruction, Wang Ma swiftly removed the jackfruit from the coffee table. Inside the bathroom, Lu Li leaned over the sink, retching uncontrollably, while Gu Feng stood quietly behind her, holding a bottle of mineral water. After approximately 5 minutes, the nauseating sensation began to subside, allowing Lu Li to gradually straighten herself. "I am so sorry. I did not know what came over me. I suddenly felt the urge to vomit." Standing before Gu Feng, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of worry clouded her otherwise exquisite features, adding an air of poignant beauty to her appearance. "There is no need to apologize. Just have some water. Do you feel better now?" Gu Feng offered the bottle of water, his eyes filled with concern. "Much better. If you're worried about me, we could tell your mother and postpone our shopping trip until tomorrow morning." "No, I'm fine now. The others are waiting for us to go out, and I truly feel all right." The queasiness was merely fleeting. "Let us proceed," Lu Li asserted, taking Gu Feng's hand as they exited the bathroom. Upon seeing them return, Song Huilan hurriedly approached. "Lu Li, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Perhaps you should rest early tonight. I can take you shopping tomorrow morning instead." "It is quite all right. Annie, I think I may have just overeaten at dinner. I truly feel fine now." "Are you certain?" Song Huilan's brow furrowed slightly, still appearing somewhat unconvinced. "I assure you, I'm perfectly all right." "Very well, as long as everything is fine. Let's tidy up and head out for some shopping," Song Huilan declared. Su Liuli, with a sense of initiative, approached her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, allow me to assist you." "All right." Observing Su Liuli at her side, the elderly lady felt a profound joy in her heart. Bai Yufeng, noticing this, cheerfully approached Song Huilan and Gu Feng. "Aunt Bai, haven't you been abroad all this time? What brings you back now?" Gu Feng inquired quietly as they walked outside, directing his question to Bai Yufeng, who was beside his mother. Upon hearing this, Bai Yufeng cast a perplexed glance at Song Huilan, who appeared somewhat embarrassed by her son's remark. "I managed to return, and that is largely thanks to your mother." "Thanks to my mother? Did she bring you back from abroad?" Gu Feng expressed his astonishment, although he considered Bai Yufeng somewhat unreliable in her daily life. She was undeniably adept at managing a company. After years of assisting the Jojo group abroad, it seemed implausible that his mother would simply summon her back without cause. "Summon me back? Your mother suspended me." With a sidelong glance at Gu Feng, Bai Yufeng followed Su Liuli and the grandmother into the car, her demeanor cheerful. "Suspended? This is a long story, and I cannot explain it all in a short time." With that, Song Huilan quickly joined Bai Yufeng in the vehicle. Gu Feng, observing the situation, chose not to dwell on it further, reasoning that his mother must have her reasons for such actions. Before his rebirth, he had heard of Bai Yufeng's return while at school. It was likely that was when his mother had suspended her. However, in the subsequent 6 months, the Jojo group underwent a significant reshuffling of its upper management, particularly in the overseas divisions, which replaced nearly all of the mid-level and senior staff. In hindsight, this might have been directly linked to Bai Yufeng's suspension. Once everyone was settled in the car, Gu Feng instructed the driver to begin their journey. In the vicinity of the Gu residence, there were no high-end shopping malls, with the nearest being over 5 kilometers away. After a brief drive, they arrived at a larger commercial area. Su Liuli assisted her grandmother in disembarking first, followed closely by Bai Yufeng and Song Huilan. "Liuli, let's go this way. The mall over here is quite lively." Song Huilan gestured toward the adjacent shopping center, known as the Guemao building, which was wholly owned by the Jojo group. In essence, this mall was a family enterprise. As they entered the Guemao building, its opulent decor could only be described as resplendent. "Liuli, the first floor features various clothing sections. Let me take you to buy a few outfits," Song Huilan suggested. "Do see if anything catches your fancy." Surrounding the aisles were upscale women's clothing stores, lavishly decorated and offering attentive service, albeit at considerably high prices. "Aunt, I still have many of the outfits you gifted me last time that I have yet to wear. I cannot buy more," Su Liuli replied earnestly, holding onto her grandmother's arm. It was not mere politeness. She truly had enough clothes from the previous delivery to last her a while. What was given last time is in the past. This time is different. "A girl can never have too many clothes," Song Huilan insisted. "If you do not choose for yourself, I shall have to enlist your Aunt Bai and me to select for you." With this encouragement, Su Liuli glanced back at Gu Feng with a conflicted expression. "No need to look at him. Your aunt will buy you clothes, and he won't dare to object. Let us go." thinking Su Liuli was seeking Gu Feng's approval. Song Huilan shot him a glance before pulling Su Liuli into a nearby women's clothing store. Your mother is quite decisive in her actions. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and assist your grandmother inside. With her cane in hand, the grandmother beamed happily. Oh, I will support you, Gu Feng responded, raising his hand to help the elderly lady enter. Inside, his mother and Bai Yufeng each held several garments, while Su Liuli stood by, somewhat at a loss, merely observing. Come, Liuli, try on these two pieces first. I selected them. They are a tad more mature. Go try them on, Song Huilan encouraged, handing Su Liuli a long khaki dress paired with a vest, gently nudging her toward the fitting room. The store staff watched from outside as Song Huilan continued to browse for other clothing. 5 minutes later, Su Liuli opened the fitting room door. Upon seeing her in the khaki long dress, Song Huilan was momentarily stunned. Bai Yufeng was equally taken aback, and even the sales associate at the entrance stood agape. The khaki long dress bestowed upon Su Liuli an aura of pure elegance. How beautiful, Bai Yufeng murmured in awe. Liuli, come out and admire yourself in the mirror. You look stunning, truly a natural model. Regaining her composure, Song Huilan took Su Liuli's hand and led her to the mirror, where Su Liuli also felt quite lovely. Let's have this dress wrapped up. We will take it. Liuli, try this one on next. This is selected by Aunt Bai. It was a chic white crop top paired with a denim skirt, clearly reflecting Bai Yufeng's playful and cute style. As she gestured, Bai Yufeng pressed the clothes into Su Liuli's arms and, with gentle insistence, ushered her into the fitting room again. After another 5 minutes, as Su Liuli emerged from the fitting room, even Gu Feng, seated at the entrance, found himself momentarily stunned. Previously, Su Liuli had always exuded a mature, sophisticated charm. However, in Bai Yufeng's chosen outfit, she radiated an innocent and charming allure. Simply exquisite. My taste remains sharp, they declared. We shall take this outfit as well. Liuli, try this one on next. With each outfit, Su Liuli finally ceased to resist. As long as the two aunts were offering her clothes, she willingly accepted and headed to the fitting room. Gu Feng and his grandmother sat in the seating area, quietly observing from a distance. At the checkout counter, several shopping bags were neatly arranged. Seizing a moment while Su Liuli was trying on clothes, Bai Yufeng suddenly recalled the earlier conversation in the living room. Huilan, is there something you're not telling me? Is Liuli pregnant? With a twinkle in her eyes, Bai Yufeng leaned in and whispered. This inquiry left Song Huilan utterly bewildered. Pregnant? What do you mean pregnant? Liuli is pregnant? Who told you that? Song Huilan responded, her face filled with confusion. Bai Yufeng, noticing her reaction, exclaimed, is she not pregnant? Based on my understanding of you, it's evident you are not lying. Could it be that I misjudged? Yet, the retching she had witnessed certainly resembled her own experiences during pregnancy. It was indeed curious. When she had called Gu Feng earlier, he had mentioned that Liuli had no dietary restrictions. However, upon arriving, she was refusing all seafood and even spicy, stimulating dishes. Murmuring to herself and recalling the scene of Su Liuli retching on the sofa, Song Huilan's heart jolted. Wait, Yufeng, could it be that this girl Liuli is truly pregnant? Sure. Can you speak a little softer? You just mentioned that pregnant women should avoid seafood, correct? Those with child must certainly steer clear of cold foods. When you were pregnant with Gu Feng, didn't the doctor specifically advise you on this? Indeed. Song Huilan nodded vigorously. The two women continued their hushed discussion. Both experienced mothers well-versed in such matters. As their conversation deepened, the unease grew, yet they could not definitively ascertain whether Liuli was truly pregnant. Huilan, speculating here will not suffice. You should ask Gu Feng directly. If it is true, he should tell you the truth. Casting a glance toward Gu Feng, the matter of grandchildren left Song Huilan with no hesitation as she strode towards him. Xiao Feng, come out for a moment. Your mother has something to inquire about. Gu Feng watched as his mother and Aunt Bai whispered for what felt like an eternity, a vague sense of unease settling in his heart. Rising to follow his mother, they stepped outside the shop, and he deliberately glanced around. Song Huilan lifted her gaze to meet Gu Feng's. Mother, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite unnerving. Under his mother's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Feng suddenly felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Xiao Feng, speak honestly with your mother. Is Liuli pregnant or not? Ah, mother, how did you know? The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized how inappropriate they sounded. By posing such a question, he had essentially confirmed the matter, and Song Huilan's heart surged with excitement at the revelation. Indeed, it is true. Gu Feng, such a significant issue, and you chose to keep it from us. Liuli is expecting, and you dared not to inform the family? If anything were to happen to that girl, your father would certainly break your legs. Chapter 58. The Irresistible Allure of a Grandson. Please, mother, I intended to tell you. I simply couldn't find the right moment. You must not mention this to Grandma. I worry it may be too much for her health to bear. My dear boy, you do care about your grandmother. While I could remain silent, this matter is bound to come to light eventually. How long do you think you can keep it from her? Song Huilan remarked, her heart heavy with concern. If Grandma were to learn that her future granddaughter-in-law was pregnant, who knows how her heart would react? Never mind. We shall find an appropriate time to inform her. How long has Liuli been pregnant? Has she seen a doctor? Though the early stages of pregnancy may not present many symptoms, there are numerous precautions to consider, particularly concerning her diet. Perhaps I should take Liuli to the hospital tomorrow morning? I can call the chief physician at the first hospital of the imperial capital to arrange an appointment. Upon hearing his mother's words, Gu Feng's expression shifted in alarm, and he quickly interjected, "No, mother. I have already taken Liuli to the Moto Maternal and Child Hospital for a checkup. The doctor assured us that everything is normal. We can wait until the 16th week for a follow-up, given that she is only a little over a month along. Frequent hospital visits are unnecessary as long as Liuli's health is confirmed." Very well. I shall refrain from making contact for now. By the way, is Liuli still residing in the dormitory? Should we bring her out? Currently, she may not feel much discomfort, but as her pregnancy progresses, it will become increasingly apparent, and living in the dormitory will surely pose inconveniences. To be honest, I do plan to bring Liuli out. I requested 40 million from you, and I intend to purchase a villa near Fuxing University for Liuli to reside in regularly. Ah, is that so? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Is 40 million sufficient? If not, I can have Xiaoya transfer another 40 million to you. Song Huilan's words left Gu Feng momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same mother who used to haggle with him? 40 million wasn't enough, and she was willing to add another 40 million? Indeed, the allure of a grandson is profound. Xiao Feng, what did you say? Gu Feng muttered quietly, but Song Huilan, momentarily lost in thought, did not catch his words. No, mother, I simply meant that for now, it is sufficient. The price of 40 million for a villa in Moto might not even be adequate, considering that properties in the city center often exceeded tens of millions. After confirming his future daughter-in-law's pregnancy and exchanging a few more words, Song Huilan led Gu Feng back into the shop. Su Liuli had changed her clothes, and Bai Yufeng was holding a bank card, preparing to settle the bill. Yufeng, allow me to pay. Hello, how much is in total? Before Bai Yufeng could present her bank card, Song Huilan stepped ahead to the cash register, ready to retrieve her own card, but Bai Yufeng raised her hand to stop her. These clothes are a gift for Liuli. Don't rush. Here, let me swipe the card. Not giving Song Huilan a chance to pay, Bai Yufeng placed the card on the counter. Ma'am, there are a total of 12 items, amounting to 68,900 yuan. I have arranged for a discount. You only need to pay 68,000 yuan. The total cost for the 12 items was nearly 70,000, shocking Su Liuli to the core. The prices in the imperial capital were indeed more daunting than those in Moto. Each article of clothing averaged close to 5,000 yuan. As Bai Yufeng completed the transaction, the task of carrying the items naturally fell to Gu Feng. Fortunately, the driver was following closely behind. Gu Feng and the driver each took several bags and turned to head outside the mall. With so many items, they needed to place some in the car first. After waiting outside the clothing store for 5 to 6 minutes, Gu Feng and the driver quickly returned to join the others. Xiao Feng, accompany Liuli and your grandmother. We're heading to the second floor, where they sell gold and silver jewelry. Song Huilan gestured for Gu Feng to follow Su Liuli in caring for his grandmother, while she turned to follow Bai Yufeng ahead. As Bai Yufeng and Song Huilan walked side by side, a short distance apart, Bai Yufeng could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, Huilan, so, is Liuli pregnant or not? Eager to hear the confirmed news, she felt an irresistible curiosity. Logically, she shouldn't divulge this information, having just promised Gu Feng to keep a secret. Yet, her friend had already discerned the truth. Moreover, if Bai Yufeng hadn't hinted, she, as a mother, would still be in the dark. Out of both emotion and duty, she felt compelled to share. Yes, it's been over a month. It's true. I knew it for certain. Oh my, this is truly magnificent news. Standing beside Song Huilan, Bai Yufeng was filled with exuberance. Gu Feng, accompanying his grandmother, and Su Liuli, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing her exclamation. Su Liuli seemed to sense something amiss. Her bright eyes curiously turned towards Gu Feng. What news had Bai Yufeng heard that excited her so? Unbeknownst to Grandma, should she learn of this good news, her excitement would undoubtedly surpass Bai Yufeng's by 1,000-fold. Bai Yufeng, could you lower your voice? Bai Yufeng's exuberant reaction startled Song Huilan. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Listen to me. We should first inform Gu Feng's father about this. And as for the old lady, let us keep it under wraps for now. Bai Yufeng leaned closer to Song Huilan and whispered into her ear. Understood. Gu Feng had the same sentiment. They needed to find an appropriate moment to inform Grandma. As they ascended the escalator to the second floor, Gu Feng and Song Huilan continued their hushed conversation, while Su Liuli, walking alongside her grandmother, cast her bright eyes towards Gu Feng. "Did you tell Auntie?" With Yu Feng and Song Huilan engaged in quiet discussion. Su Liuli, being perceptive, could easily detect the underlying tension. "Liuli, it wasn't me who brought it up. It was Mother and Aunt Bai who guessed." As Gu Feng spoke, a flush of crimson crept across Su Liuli's cheeks, and she tightened her grip on her grandmother's arm, biting her lip like a child caught in mischief. "Were you two children whispering about? What do you mean by guessing? Xiao Feng, what did your mother guess?" Curious. Grandma looked at Gu Feng as they rode the escalator together. "It's nothing, Grandma. Just a trivial matter." He shook his head calmly, striving to keep Grandma from suspecting anything. Gu Feng was not prepared to elaborate, and Grandma did not press further. After all, it is quite normal for young people to harbor little secrets, and as an elder, she did not possess such overwhelming curiosity. Chapter 59. Directly calling her mother. Upon arriving at the second floor, which featured a variety of gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade and precious stones, the prices range from a few thousand to tens of thousands, and even into the hundreds of thousands. "Liuli, your grandmother has gifted you a bracelet, and your aunt has offered you a necklace. What do you think?" "Mom, I've already received a necklace," she replied. "What?" After finally deciding what to give, hearing my son's words made Song Huilan's heart seethe with anger. "You little rascal, why would you refuse a necklace? Are you trying to provoke your mother?" With a roll of her eyes at Gu Feng, Song Huilan gently grasped Su Liuli's wrist. "Liuli, come over here and take a look. Besides the necklace, there are also bracelets. How about your aunt gifts you a bracelet? The jade bracelet from your grandmother seems a bit too mature for you. A bracelet would be more exquisite." As she linked her arm with Su Liuli's, she dared not let her mother-in-law hear this. If she did, and learned that Song Huilan deemed her gift too old-fashioned, she would surely be displeased. "Aunt, you really don't need to buy me a bracelet. I'm not used to wearing them. Truly not necessary." With her future mother-in-law assisting her, they arrived at the counter. Gazing at the array of extravagant jewelry before her, Su Liuli's delicate face displayed a hint of distress. She was being deliberately modest. She genuinely did not wish to acquire a bracelet. "Liuli, wearing jewelry can be uncomfortable at first, but you'll grow accustomed to it over time," Bai reassured her. "I see you have ear piercings. After you and your mother-in-law select the bracelet, I'll gift you a pair of earrings." The term mother-in-law from Yu Feng left Su Liuli momentarily stunned. After all, she would eventually be her mother-in-law. "Liuli, if I were you, I would just call her mom right now." "Ha ha ha." Yu Feng laughed heartily, leaving Su Liuli momentarily dazed. Even Song Huilan appeared somewhat bewildered. "Yu Feng, what are you thinking?" "Liuli, let's not mind her. And we'll take you to see bracelets at other stores. Come on." Ignoring Yu Feng, Song Huilan led Su Liuli down the corridor. After a lengthy search, they finally stopped at a lavish jewelry store. "This shop is quite large. They should have a more comprehensive selection inside. Let's take a look." Allowing herself to be drawn inside, Su Liuli glanced back towards Gu Feng, who was assisting his grandmother as they followed closely behind his mother into the store. The jewelry store was bustling with customers. At the front counters, each salesperson appeared to have 5 or 6 patrons. They made their way to the bracelet section. "Hello, welcome. Here are this year's new bracelet designs. The quality varies, and so do the prices. Please take a look and see if there is anything you fancy." The sales assistant, adorned in white gloves, greeted them with a warm and genuine smile. "Liuli, take a look and see if you like anything," Song Huilan encouraged, pointing towards the counter. Since they were selecting a gift, it was only natural to consider Su Liuli's preferences, with so many styles available. There must be something that caught her eye. "Aunt, I do not say you don't want it. If you don't choose for yourself, I shall have to pick out several for you." "Several?" Su Liuli paused, a bittersweet smile gracing her exquisite face, to minimize the number of items. She decided to choose for herself. She turned her gaze towards the bracelets displayed at the counter. Upon seeing Su Liuli take the initiative, Song Huilan's expression softened with relief. "Xiao Feng, tell Grandma when you gifted Liuli the necklace." "You rascal, how are you pursuing Liuli?" With nothing else to do, Grandma playfully held Gu Feng's hand, smiling as she inquired. "Grandma, would you believe me if I said it wasn't me pursuing Liuli, but rather Liuli who confessed her feelings to me?" Gu Feng replied with utmost seriousness, causing his grandmother to chuckle with delight. "You little brat, you've always been audacious. With your appearance, unless Liuli has poor taste, how could she confess to you?" The old lady's words were sharp, catching Gu Feng off guard. He hadn't anticipated such a remark from her. "Grandma, I am at least your grandson. Surely you wouldn't belittle me so? Precisely because you're my grandson, I understand you well. Now tell me, how did you win Liuli's heart?" The elderly lady continued her interrogation, forcing Gu Feng to slightly alter the narrative of his confession before regaling her with the tale. As Gu Feng stood in the hall, detailing his confession, Su Liuli and Song Huilan were selecting bracelets, while Bai Yufeng moved towards the earring section to pick out earrings. "Hello. I would like to see this bracelet," Su Liuli said, her gaze fixed on a platinum bracelet named Starry Night. The bracelet, entirely silver white, was adorned with two charms, a pentacle and a crescent moon. "Certainly, ma'am." The sales assistant opened the display case, about to retrieve the bracelet Su Liuli had chosen when two girls approached the counter. One of the girls, dressed in a short skirt, stood behind Su Liuli and pointed at the Starry Night bracelet. "Excuse me, I would like to try on the Starry Night bracelet," she exclaimed just as the sales assistant was about to hand it to Su Liuli. "I'm sorry, miss, but this lady was here first," the sales assistant replied, placing the bracelet on a tray and offering it to Su Liuli. "Ma'am, please take a look first. If you're satisfied, I can assist you in trying it on." First come, first served was merely a minor matter, and Su Liuli didn't give it much thought, preparing to reach for the bracelet. However, before she could extend her hand, the girl beside her snatched the bracelet from the tray. "I've seen it before. I'm just trying it on before purchasing it outright. If you're not planning to buy, perhaps you should look at other styles." As she spoke, she brazenly donned the bracelet in front of everyone. "This young lady, what do you mean by this? Do you not understand basic courtesy?" Song Huilan's expression grew cold. It was intolerable for her daughter-in-law to have her desired bracelet snatched away at the last moment. "Courtesy? Ma'am, your words are rather severe. You have not purchased this bracelet, and as an unsold item, we have every right to buy it. Now let us pay." The girl pulled out her bank card, not even bothering to inquire about the price before instructing the sales assistant to process the payment. Standing there, the sales assistant appeared quite troubled, accepting the card, which would count as her sales performance. But how could she explain the situation to the two customers before her? "What are you waiting for? I told you to swipe the card. Didn't you hear?" The girl expected the sales assistant to quickly take the card and complete the transaction, but to her surprise, the assistant hesitated. "Ma'am, this lady was here first, and regardless of whether she buys it or not, she should be allowed to try it on first. Perhaps you could let her try it before purchasing?" The sales assistant suggested gently, her tone polite. However, such words were intolerable to the two girls. The short-skirted girl's face soured, her triangular eyes glaring angrily at Su Liuli. "Fine, let her try it on," she coldly retorted, roughly removing the bracelet and thrusting it towards Su Liuli. Thinking the girl had relented, Su Liuli reached out, only for the girl to suddenly release her grip, causing the Starry Night bracelet to fall to the ground. By sheer coincidence, one of the charms, the star, broke off upon impact. "Oh dear, why didn't you catch it? Now look, it's broken." The girl smirked, a hint of mockery evident in her expression. "What's happening? What's going on?" At that moment, Bai Yufeng returned after selecting her earrings, and Gu Feng and his grandmother also approached. Upon seeing the bracelet on the floor, Song Huilan's face darkened. "This young lady, did you intentionally drop the bracelet? What does my catching it have to do with it?" Su Liuli stood there, her complexion pale as jade, her voice calm, yet resolute. If she truly cherished it, a kind word would suffice, and she would gladly yield it. Such behavior, however, was beneath contempt. Standing firmly, her brows slightly furrowed, she maintained a composed demeanor. Upon hearing such words, Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng could not help but exhibit a hint of astonishment. From Su Liuli's demeanor, she had always remained silent, exuding an air of tranquility and modesty, her personality leaning towards introversion. They truly did not anticipate that she possessed such a spirited side. "Humph, do I need your permission for something I cherish?" It was clearly you who failed to catch it, resulting in the bracelet falling and shattering. "How can you blame me?" "Yes, it was undeniably your lack of attention." After the girl in the short skirt spoke, her companions chimed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli remained unperturbed, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, radiating an extraordinary calmness. "Ladies, this place is not devoid of surveillance. Whether you deliberately dropped the bracelet or if I failed to catch it, a glance at the footage will reveal the truth. My reluctance to engage in a dispute does not imply that you can take advantage of me. However, you may have your wish. This necklace is rightfully yours." After Su Liuli's statement, the expressions of the two girls turned quite sour. They had intended to vex her, but ended up feeling vexed themselves. "Huilan, impressive. Your elegance is commendable, embodying both gentleness and resilience. Your Gu Feng has truly found a treasure." Listening to Su Liuli's assertive yet composed words, Bai Yufeng silently gave Song Huilan a thumbs up. With her perfect balance of softness and strength, Su Liuli embodied the ideal daughter-in-law envisioned by all elders. Not even their grandmother could hide her astonishment. "Ladies, the starry bracelet has been damaged. I kindly request you to either compensate or purchase it. At that moment, the store manager made a timely appearance. The girl in the short skirt clearly remained unconvinced. Buy it. Let us settle the bill. She tossed her bank card onto the counter. The manager smiled, taking the card with both hands. Very well, miss. Please follow this sales assistant to the checkout. After handing the card to a nearby saleswoman, the manager added, ma'am, I'm afraid we only have this one starry bracelet in stock. Would you care to check if there are any other styles you fancy? If so, I can apply a 10% discount for you. After the manager's words, Song Huilon gently tapped Su Liuli's hand. Liuli, why not take a look at the other bracelets? If none catch your fancy, I can arrange for a custom-made one identical to this. No need, auntie. I can simply choose another. Su Liuli hurriedly waved her hand upon hearing that Song Huilon intended to order a custom bracelet. Given the already exorbitant price, adding custom fees would undoubtedly escalate the cost. Hello, I would like to try on this one. Certainly, miss. I will fetch it for you. The manager opened the counter and retrieved the four-leaf clover bracelet chosen by Su Liuli. In comparison to the starry bracelet, this one appeared more understated. Let me assist you with putting it on. As Su Liuli extended her wrist, the manager personally adorned her with the four-leaf clover bracelet. It must be said, the bracelet looked stunning on Su Liuli's wrist, enhancing her beauty significantly. It suits you beautifully. Your fair skin complements this bracelet perfectly. Simple yet elegant. After fastening the bracelet on Su Liuli, the manager did not forget to bestow a compliment. We will take this bracelet. Estandin bisait Su Liuli. Song Huilon glanced at the bracelet and promptly decided to purchase it. Madam, the price after the discount is 163,000 yuan. Please scan the membership code over here, and I will also present you with a small gift. The manager maintained a pleasant demeanor, pointing to the QR code on the counter. You are the self-operated store in the Guomao building, correct? Is a membership still necessary here? Gu Feng inquired of the manager, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Before entering, she had already noticed that this was a self-operated store, implying that they were essentially shopping in their own establishment. The notion of a membership did not apply here. I apologize, madam, but there are indeed no memberships at self-operated stores. This QR code merely leads to a chat group where new jewelry styles are frequently recommended. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to scan. Oh, I see. Then I will scan it anyway. Song Huilon took out her phone and scanned the distant QR code. After successfully joining the group chat, the manager produced 2 toy bears as complimentary gifts. Liuli, these earrings are a gift from Aunt Bai. Please keep them. As they exited the store, Gu Feng handed over the meticulously chosen earrings to Su Liuli. Mom, it's getting late. Should we head back now? Song Huilon approached Gu Feng's grandmother, realizing it was time to return after spending some time out. With the elder's consent, they all left the mall together. Upon arriving back at the manor, after a brief chat in the living room, Gu Feng stood up, winking at Song Huilon before departing. Gu Feng, Liuli, you two keep your grandmother company. Xinghua, come with me for a moment. Song Huilon rose, taking Gu Xinghua's arm and leading him toward the bedroom. The bewildered grandmother remained seated on the sofa, conversing with Gu Feng. Once in the bedroom, Gu Xinghua appeared utterly confused, unsure of what his wife was plotting. Dear, what's the matter that's so secretive? A significant matter. A matter beyond your imagination. As Song Huilon spoke, she pointed her abdomen. Gu Xinghua hesitated for a second, then gulped. Dear, are you? Get lost. Chapter 61, Restoring Health. You ought to know your age. How could I be pregnant? Gu Xinghua's words nearly sent Song Huilon into a fit of fury. So, you meant your abdomen? Gu Xinghua looked utterly speechless. Anyone would have perceived it the same way, given her earlier gesture. I can't be bothered to argue with you. What I mean is not that I am pregnant, but that Liuli is. Those few short words, when they reached Gu Xinghua's ears, sounded like thunderclaps. What? You mean that girl Liuli is pregnant? His expression was one of shock, his voice rising several octaves. Anticipating her husband's reaction, Song Huilon raised a finger to her lips. Shoo, keep your voice down. Mom doesn't know yet. Wait, dear, are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you? Regaining his composure, Gu Xinghua's eyes brimmed with skepticism. This was all too sudden, and he was wholly unprepared. In response to Gu Xinghua's inquiry, Song Huilon could not help but roll her eyes. Do you think I would joke about something like this? Liuli is truly pregnant, and it's been over a month. Who? Ha ha. That little scoundrel Gu Feng has given us such a tremendous surprise. Pregnancy is no trivial matter. As the mother-in-law, you should promptly take the child for a checkup at the hospital. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Gu Xinghua's face. Checkup for what? The two of them already had examinations in Modu, and both Liuli and the baby are perfectly healthy. Xinghua, think carefully. While this is joyous for our family, what about Liuli's family? She is a girl. We must consider the broader implications. An unwed pregnancy would undoubtedly have significant ramifications for Su Liuli, as elders, they needed to be mindful. You're right. I'll have a word with Xiao Feng and urge him to visit Liuli's family as soon as possible. Once he has done that, we can pay them a visit ourselves. We must seek their forgiveness as prospective in-laws. Gu Feng resolved firmly. For the sake of his daughter-in-law and the child she carried, they were willing to face any challenges. Yes, I was thinking the same. We shouldn't tell Mom about this just yet. It's still premature. The elder hasn't even recovered from the joy of our son bringing home a girlfriend. If we spring this news on her that Liuli is pregnant, it could be overwhelming. Agreed. Understand. After discussing for quite some time in the bedroom, Gu Feng and Song Huilan emerged. Liuli, are you hungry? Annie has asked the kitchen to prepare some chicken soup for you. It's best to eat light before bed. It's good for your health. Standing beside the sofa, Song Huilan beamed as she gazed at Su Liuli by Gu Feng's grandmother. Mom, is the chicken soup still light? Gu Feng smacked his lips, his expression peculiar. Why does it concern you? It's not prepared for you. Wang Ma, please prepare a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. But make it lighter. Yes, madam. Before Su Liuli could express her desire for the soup, Song Huilan had already instructed Wang Ma to head to the kitchen. Huilan, why do I sense something off about you? Are you hiding something from me? The grandmother sat quietly on the sofa, one hand resting on her cane, her gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. She had felt something amiss at the clothing store, and upon returning home, her daughter-in-law's demeanor intensified that feeling. No, Mom, what could I possibly hide from you? I was merely thinking that Liuli is quite frail and looks weak. I want to help her strengthen her body. Offering an awkward smile, Song Huilan hastily explained. Indeed, Huilan just mentioned to me that Liuli's health seems delicate, that if her nutrition doesn't keep up, her immunity will decline. Since she is here, we should help her recuperate. Gu Feng chimed in, though the grandmother's eyes remained skeptical. Xiao Feng, come with your father. He wishes to speak with you. Oh. Setting down his cup, Gu Feng rose to follow his father into the bedroom. After a brief interval, the two emerged. Liuli, tomorrow morning, Annie will take you out. The capital is vast. Is there anywhere you'd like to visit? Returning to the sofa, they caught the tail end of Song Huilan's inquiry to Su Liuli about her preferences for outings. Mom, isn't your company busy? Not at all. No matter how busy I am, I can always spare time for Liuli. Annie, I'm open to anything. This is my first visit to the capital. And I'm not sure what's fun. Having hardly traveled before university, this was indeed her first experience in the capital, leaving her uncertain about where to go. In that case, I'll pick a few enjoyable spots for you to explore tomorrow. The family engaged in casual conversation for over an hour. Afterward, Wang Ma presented the prepared black-bone chicken soup on the coffee table. Liuli, do taste it. Wang Ma was the head chef, and her culinary skills were quite commendable. Gently lifting a bowl of soup, Song Huilan offered it to Su Liuli. Thank you, Auntie. Su Liuli accepted the soup, while Song Huilan served a bowl to the grandmother, leaving Gu Feng and his father, Gu Feng, momentarily neglected. My dear, how does it taste? The grandmother, holding the soup, watched as Su Liuli took a small sip, unable to suppress her curiosity. It's delicious. I've never had such flavorful chicken soup. Traditionally, chicken soup carried a slight, gamey taste. But this bowl had none at all, with a faint aroma of lotus root. If it's good, drink more. There's plenty left. I'll serve you another bowl once you finish. Seeing Su Liuli enjoy the soup brought a smile to Song Huilan's face as she held the spoon, ready to serve more. Thus, after consuming 2 or 3 bowls, Su Liuli finally felt satisfied. Mom, it's getting a bit late. Shall we retire for the night? Noticing Su Liuli's fatigue, Gu Feng stood and suggested. All right, let's head back to rest. Xiao Feng, Liuli's room is next to yours. Please escort her back. Song Huilan gestured toward the innermost part of the first floor. There were 4 bedrooms on the first floor, and to facilitate matters, Gu Feng's grandmother's room was also arranged there. Liuli, let's go back to rest. Good night, Grandma, Su Liuli said, rising and waving her delicate hand to the grandmother. Good night, my dear. The elderly lady responded with joy upon receiving the farewell wave from her granddaughter-in-law. Mom, I'll escort you back to your room. Jinghua, you go ahead. Their rooms were on the second floor, and hearing Song Huilan's words, Gu Jinghua strode up the stairs. Meanwhile, Gu Feng led Su Liuli back to his room, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he plopped down on the bed. Auntie and Uncle know about it? Standing gracefully at the door, Su Liuli hesitated, brushing her hair back as she looked at Gu Feng. Yes, they're both aware. Gu Feng nodded. Su Liuli's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of nervousness. What should I do? What do you mean, what should you do? Gu Feng replied with a casual smile. You were joking. What did Uncle and Annie say? They said I should quickly take you home to apologize to Grandpa. Once he give me a good beating, they'll bring gifts and formally propose. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli froze in shock. Propose? Did Uncle and Annie really say that? Of course. I wouldn't dare deceive you. However, Liuli, I must request something from you. Chapter 62. Like a marrying granddaughter. Gu Feng approached Su Liuli, feigning a pitiful expression. What is it? Sensing something amiss, Su Liuli took a small step back. When Grandpa scolds me, could you please speak a few kind words on my behalf? If I end up missing a limb, we'll take care of you too. At this, Su Liuli could not help but burst into laughter. Having thought Gu Feng was about to say something serious. With her delicate hands, she placed one over her mouth, pretending to ponder for a moment before responding. I might help you plead, but it depends on your performance. With a haughty huff, she added a touch of charm to her demeanor. All right, I shall strive to perform well and earn my dear wife's intercession. Dear wife, I am not your dear wife. At Gu Feng's playful words, Su Liuli's face flushed crimson. Turning away, her clear, water-like eyes met Gu Feng's gaze. It's getting late. You should return to rest. Good night. Huh? Can I not leave? Gu Feng feigned a pitiful expression as Su Liuli ushered him out. No. What if Uncle and Annie see you? Hurry back to sleep. Or I'll tell Grandma you're bullying me, and she'll scold you. With her head held high, revealing her graceful neck, Su Liuli, with her grandmother's backing, resembled a proud swan. You may let me return to rest, but can I have a reward? Gu Feng grinned, pointing to his cheek. Su Liuli, standing before him, looked ethereal. After a moment's hesitation, she clasped her hands behind her back, tiptoed, and gave him a light peck on the cheek. All right, now go back. Gu Feng lingered, unwilling to leave, so Su Liuli had to gently push him out of the room. Good night. As she held the door, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him and added good night. All right then, good night. With the door closing, Gu Feng had no choice but to return to his own room. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Gu Feng, dressed and ready, opened his door and encountered Su Liuli, who was also heading out. You're up so early? Spotting Gu Feng, Su Liuli was taken aback. She had thought she was the early bird, only to find him awake as well. Aren't you? Perfect timing. The air outside is fresh. Let me take you for a stroll in the yard. Taking hold of Su Liuli's delicate hand, they made their way to the courtyard. Upon reaching the living room, they were both startled to see 3 people seated on the sofa. Mom and Dad, Grandma, you're all up so early? It was barely 6 o'clock, and they were surprised to find both parents and the grandmother already awake. Gu Feng was not surprised by his grandmother's early rising, as elderly individuals typically sleep less, and she often woke up early. To his astonishment, he discovered that his parents were also up at such an early hour. Good morning. Liuli, you seem quite fatigued from yesterday's shopping spree. Why don't you rest a bit longer? Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, Song Huilan rose and swiftly approached them, instinctively drawing Su Liuli closer to her side. Auntie, I can't sleep. Can't sleep? Is something bothering you? As soon as Su Liuli mentioned her inability to sleep, Song Huilan's tone became filled with concern. No, I'm perfectly fine. Realizing she might be misunderstood, Su Liuli waved her hands anxiously and continued to explain, I might have gone to bed too early last night, which caused me to wake up quite early today. Oh, that's all right then. Waking up early allows you to breathe in some fresh air. Xiao Feng, since you didn't get a chance to explore the house yesterday, why don't you take Liuli outside for a stroll and help her get acquainted? Sure. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, having had the same intention. Liuli, let us go. She acquiesced, following closely beside Gu Feng as they both exited the living room of the villa. Once they had left, Song Huilan returned to her seat on the sofa. Mom, today I plan to take Liuli out for a walk. Would you like to join us? She inquired of Gu Feng's grandmother, fully aware of the elderly lady's fondness for lively company. After all, it was a rare occasion for her granddaughter-in-law to visit. She surely wanted to accompany them. Is it really appropriate for an old woman like me to tag along while you youngsters are out having fun? What is inappropriate about it? Can't you see that Liuli is quite fond of you? Yesterday, during our shopping trip, she stayed right by your side. If you join us, you'll have a chance to chat with her. During the shopping excursion the previous evening, aside from trying on clothes and making purchases, Su Liuli had indeed remained close to her grandmother-in-law, indicating her fondness for the older woman. Ha, Huilan, you speak the truth. Liuli truly is quite close to me. After living so many years, I have only Gu Feng as a grandson, and now that I'm with Liuli, it feels as if I have a granddaughter. I'll go change into something else, and then we can all go together. The elderly lady's heart brimmed with joy, her smile unwavering since the previous day. As they stepped outside the villa, Su Liuli was taken aback by the breathtaking scenery of the Gu estate. How vast is this place? Standing at the entrance of the villa, she gazed into the distance, her voice filled with wonder. Hearing her words, Gu Feng grasped her wrist gently. I'm not sure exactly how large it is, but it's certainly expansive. Up ahead, there's nothing but lawns and greenery. I'll take you to the back. Watch your step. Leading Su Liuli around the villa to the backyard, they were greeted by an enormous artificial hill, behind which stood 2 pavilions whose purpose was unclear. And there's a pond. Are there fish in it? As her gaze shifted from the hill, Su Liuli suddenly noticed a large pond in the distance. There are fish. Come, let me show you, Gu Feng said, intrigued by her curiosity, and he led her straight to the pond. This pond was built by my father. It contains many fish. Gu Feng's father, had few hobbies, and fish-keeping was one of his rare passions. Arriving at the pond, they stood by the railing, catching glimpses of numerous fish swimming below. From a distance, the pond did not appear very large, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite spacious, with a diameter of nearly 20 meters. Chapter 63. Can you save it? As for the fish within, they varied in size, but notably, most were ornamental, exhibiting striking beauty. There's a fishing platform nearby. Would you like to try your hand at fishing? Noticing Su Liuli's keen interest in the fish, Gu Feng guided her to the fishing platform. As the morning air turned cooler, he ensured to provide her with a plush cushion before she sat down. Do you think I can fish? Su Liuli asked, taking her place on the chair, her lips curling into a smile. You should be able to, he replied, envisioning that if she didn't possess some skill, she would have posed a question. Well, I wouldn't say I'm proficient, but I do have some understanding. Before attending university, I often went fishing at the reservoir with my grandfather. Su Liuli reminisced about how each time she craved fish, her grandfather would take her to the reservoir. Their fishing equipment was rudimentary, yet they always managed to catch a good number of fish. Then give it a try, and see if you can catch any here. As he spoke, Gu Feng retrieved a red bucket from nearby, explaining that if she did manage to catch fish, they could place them inside the bucket. They could enjoy a fish dinner later that evening. Crabs and turtles were off limits, but fish could be consumed in moderation. As per the doctor's advice regarding the necessity of protein, taking the fishing rod, Su Liuli expertly baited the hook. Gu Feng stood beside her, silently observing. Fishing requires patience, and he was in no rush. A few minutes later, I got one, Su Liuli exclaimed eagerly, prompting Gu Feng to rush over to assist her with the rod. Wow, it seems to be a big one, judging by the pull on the rod. The fish she had hooked was certainly substantial. Liuli, step aside, let me take over. Su Liuli complied, allowing Gu Feng to take hold of the rod with one hand while tightening the line. Slowly, a dark red fish began to surface. What kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful, Su Liuli gasped, having never encountered such a striking fish in her life. I'm not sure, Gu Feng admitted, lacking knowledge about fish species himself, but estimating that the fish weighed around 5 pounds. After considerable effort, they finally managed to place the sizable fish into the bucket, which was nearly filled to capacity. Liuli, you're in for a treat tonight. I'll take this back, and we can ask Wang Ma to prepare it as steamed fish, Gu Feng exclaimed cheerfully, while Su Liuli expressed a hint of concern. This fish isn't poisonous, is it? In nature, the more vibrant the creature, the more likely it is to be venomous. And given the fish's striking appearance, she harbored doubts about its safety. It's highly unlikely to be poisonous. Don't worry, Gu Feng reassured her, confident that his father would never allow a toxic fish to inhabit the pond. Come, let's head back. He placed the fishing rod back in its resting place, holding the red bucket in one hand while clasping Su Liuli's hand with the other as they made their way back. Upon returning to the living room, Gu Feng's father and others were still seated on the sofa, engaged in casual conversation. Notably, his grandmother had changed into a new outfit, the very one Su Liuli had gifted her the previous day. Hey, what are you two kids doing with that bucket? Song Huilan inquired, approaching Gu Feng and peering into the red container. Is there a fish inside? Mom, we just caught a fish from the pond. We'll have Wang Ma prepare for dinner. Sound great. We were just thinking of having fish. Song Huilan responded with a smile, accepting the bucket from Gu Feng. You two go relax in the living room while I take this to the kitchen. All right, look at you, my son. Now you can fish? Gu Jingguo remarked, his expression one of pride upon hearing that his son and daughter-in-law had caught a fish from the pond. It was a rare moment that his son shared a similar interest with him. Not exactly, Dad. It was Liuli who caught it. This fish must weigh over 5 pounds. Liuli? Ha ha. Fishing is a wonderful way to cultivate patience. Liuli, you have a delightful hobby. When you have the time, I'll take you to a larger fishing venue. Gu Zhanggua chuckled heartily, while his grandmother suddenly raised her hand, calling out, Liuli, come here to Grandma. Disregard your uncle. He behaves like this whenever fish are mentioned. Please assist Huilan in placing the fish into the kitchen, ensuring there's ample water. Tonight, let the two children enjoy a fresh fish meal. All right, Mom. You two continue your conversation. I shall attend to it immediately. With a smile gracing his face, Gu Zhanggua traversed the living room to stand beside Song Huilan. My dear, why are you standing there in a daze? Place the fish into the fresh fish tank in the kitchen. Without sufficient oxygen, it will suffocate. As Gu Zhanggua spoke, Song Huilan's expression turned uncertain. The The more she gazed at the fish, the more familiar it appeared, as though she had encountered it before. Darling, doesn't this fish seem quite familiar to you? This fish, what is wrong with it? You don't realize until you take a closer look. Upon seeing the dark red fish in the red bucket, Gu Feng's mouth fell open, his eyes nearly popping out his head. His elation shifted to despair. This is my blood-red dragon. Gazing longingly at the fish within the bucket, Gu Feng suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Shu, lower your voice. This is your blood-red dragon? Song Huilan murmured, stealing a glance at Gu Feng. Knowing her husband's passion for fish, she recalled that this blood-red dragon had cost over $1 million at an auction abroad, once weighing less than 3 pounds. It had taken years of care to reach its current size, and now, unexpectedly, it had been caught by their daughter-in-law. Yes, dear, this is indeed my blood-red dragon. Can you please save it? His expression filled with sorrow, he lamented the money spent. For he had nurtured this fish for years and could hardly bear to see it consumed. I wish I could save it, but what will your daughter-in-law eat? It's just a fish. I can always send you 2 more another day. Don't speak of just one blood-red dragon. Even if it were every fish in the pond, if your daughter-in-law desires it, I would ensure they are all prepared. No, it has taken so long to raise it to this size. Could you consult with Liuli about this? Just moments ago, she had been praising her daughter-in-law's delightful hobby. But now, the fortune was astonishing. Amidst thousands of fish in the pond, only this blood-red dragon had been caught. You want me to negotiate? It's your fish. You should negotiate. With that, Song Huilan carried the red bucket directly to the kitchen. The fish must be placed in the kitchen's fresh fish tank swiftly, or it would not survive for long. Watching his wife depart with the bucket, Gu Feng hesitated, glancing at the guests in the living room engaged in idle chatter. Resolute, he strode into the kitchen behind Song Huilan. His precious fish was on the verge of being steamed. He had to seize the moment to take a closer look. A minute or two later, after placing the fish into the fresh fish tank, Song Huilan returned to the sofa. Mom, what is Dad doing in the kitchen? Seeing only his mother emerge, Gu Feng instinctively inquired. Your father is studying the fish. Studying the fish? Yes, he is contemplating how to prepare it deliciously. Song Huilan chuckled awkwardly, wary of revealing to her son and daughter-in-law that his father was heartbroken over a fish. Liuli, I made some bird's nest soup for you this morning. Do have a little. By the way, when do you plan to return to school? Annie, we intend to head back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Is that too soon? Song Huilan raised an eyebrow at Su Liuli's plan to return to the bustling metropolis. Would it be possible to return in the afternoon instead? The afternoon works too. Tomorrow is Sunday. We have no pressing matters. So whether we leave in the morning or afternoon is fine. Since Auntie suggests it, we shall return in the afternoon. Very well. Annie will arrange it for you. You can go back tomorrow afternoon. Our Liuli is truly obedient. Mom, you chat with Liuli. I'll check if breakfast is ready. After a brief exchange, Song Huilan once again made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Gu Feng standing before the fresh fish tank. Ignoring him, she proactively assisted Wang Ma and the others. Wang Ma, how is the quality of the bird's nest? Madam, rest assured, I personally selected this bird's nest early this morning. Its quality is exceptional. That's wonderful. At 7:30, Wang Ma and several aunts brought out the prepared breakfast. Su Liuli rose to assist her grandmother to the dining area. Liuli, start with some bird's nest soup. See how it tastes. As Su Liuli sat down, Song Huilan promptly scooped a spoonful of bird's nest into a small bowl. Thank you, Auntie. Silly girl. There's no need to be polite with Annie. With a beaming smile, she accepted the bird's nest from Song Huilan. As Su Liuli resumed her seat, Gu Feng immediately raised his own small bowl. Mom, may I have some bird's nest to try? It was no exaggeration to say he had never tasted bird's nest before and had no idea what it might taste like. What do you wish to eat? Gu Feng held out his bowl, and Song Huilan took it, looking puzzled as she asked again. Bird's nest. Just a little will suffice. No need for too much. Why would you want bird's nest? It's not appetizing. Let me serve you a spoonful of millet porridge instead. It's delicious and good for your stomach. Here. As Gu Feng gazed at his mother in disbelief, she dramatically scooped an overflowing bowl of millet porridge. Su Liuli, holding her small bowl, stared blankly at Gu Feng, whose expression was quite comical at that moment. You're quite biased. No matter how good millet porridge is, I wanted to taste the bird's nest. With a light sigh, he accepted the full bowl of millet porridge from his mother. He then sat down with it, and Su Liuli gently leaned toward him, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, "Let me feed you a bite. It's very sweet." She quickly scooped a generous spoonful of bird's nest from her bowl and held it to Gu Feng's mouth. "Hurry and eat." Holding it up, Gu Feng remained in a daze, while nearby, his grandmother and the uncle and aunt across the table turned their attention to them. Hearing Su Liuli's words, Gu Feng quickly opened his mouth and finished the spoonful of bird's nest. Noticing this, his grandmother exchanged a knowing glance with Song Huilan, both smiling silently. During breakfast, under Song Huilan's attentive care, Su Liuli consumed 3 bowls of bird's nest, though a small portion of it ended up in Gu Feng's stomach. Liuli, come here and help Annie change into some clothes. Let us take a break and set out to have some fun around 9. After everyone had eaten their fill, Song Huilan gestured for Su Liuli to follow her to the bedroom to change clothes. Confused, Su Liuli could only follow behind, as they walked into the bedroom one after the other. What does my mom intend to do? What else could it be? It's certainly more gifts. The kind you can't be allowed to see. The grandmother, leaning on her cane, observed her eldest grandson and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon entering the bedroom, Song Huilan did not go to the wardrobe to retrieve clothes, but instead took Su Liuli's hand and led her to the bedside. Come, Liuli. Sit down first. Regarding your pregnancy, Gu Feng has already informed Annie. As Song Huilan spoke, Su Liuli's face flushed like a blooming lotus. Her hands clasped tightly in nervousness. Silly girl, don't be anxious. Actually, Annie hasn't yet had the chance to teach that brat a lesson. Your grandmother is still unaware of this matter. When the opportunity arises, Auntie and your uncle will tell her, and we shall all rally to support you. As she spoke, Song Huilan pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Su Liuli. Annie, I'm not angry. There's no need to punish Gu Feng. Her voice was barely a whisper, her eyes trembling slightly. Child, you are still considering his feelings? How fortunate Gu Feng is to have found a girl like you in his life. Even if Annie does not punish him, your grandmother will surely take action. He will inevitably face some consequences. With a wry smile, Su Liuli shook her head. After living with her mother-in-law for so many years, she understood her temperament too well. Once she learned of this situation, she would undoubtedly intervene to defend her granddaughter-in-law and the baby in her womb. While the two were having a heart-to-heart in the bedroom, Gu Feng outside suddenly sneezed several times for no apparent reason. Xiao Feng, have you caught a cold? Would you like Grandma to have someone brew some ginger tea for you? Leaning on her cane, Grandma's gentle and kind demeanor radiated warmth. No need, Grandma. I'm not sick. He shook his head, feeling no discomfort at all, unaware of the reason behind his unexpected sneezes. In the bedroom, upon hearing her aunt's words, Su Liuli could only silently wish for Gu Feng, hoping he would suffer less in the future. Liuli, your aunt called you over mainly to impart some advice. During the early stages of pregnancy, although there may be no noticeable changes, one must still be cautious. Particularly regarding this matter, it must not occur. The doctor should have mentioned it as well. Song Huilan spoke plainly, and Su Liuli understood her meaning all too well. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is one's emotional state. If anything is troubling you, do not hesitate to call your aunt. In my eyes, you're like my own daughter, and you should regard me as family as well. Do you understand? As her words concluded, a wave of warmth washed over Su Liuli. She never anticipated that her future mother-in-law would express such sentiments. With her eyes glistening, she nodded earnestly, "Thank you, Aunt." "Oh, silly child, how many times must I tell you? There is no need to thank me." With an affectionate pat on Su Liuli's head, Song Huilan turned to retrieve her bag, rummaging through it until she produced a black card adorned with golden lettering. "Liuli, this is an unlimited card with a daily limit of 200,000 without requiring a password. Anything beyond that will necessitate entering a code, which is Gu Feng's birthday. Keep it. When you're feeling down, treat yourself to something nice. Since I'm far away from you, you must take good care of yourself." Chapter 65. The Ninefold Heaven Amusement Park. As the card was placed in her hands, panic flickered in Su Liuli's eyes, and she hurriedly shook her head in refusal. "Aunt, I cannot accept this card. It is absolutely necessary. With this card, I will have faith that you can take care of yourself. You want to reassure me, don't you?" Before she could return the card, Song Huilan gently pressed her hand upon the back of Su Liuli's. "But Aunt, this card is too valuable. I truly cannot accept it. Without a password, one could spend 200,000. What if I were to lose it? Liuli, are you saying you no longer wish to heed your aunt's advice?" She feigned seriousness, her expression resolute. Given her strong personality, Su Liuli felt conflicted, unable to argue against her. Having held a prominent position for many years, Song Huilan understood the importance of seizing the moment, denying Su Liuli further opportunity to hesitate as she pulled the chair back to the table. "Come, Liuli, it's getting late. Your aunt will take you out for some fun. Put the card away. Keep it for yourself, but do not mention it to that brat Gu Feng." Before departing, she made sure to whisper this to Su Liuli. As she grasped Su Liuli's wrist and exited the bedroom, they found Gu Feng in the living room, sharing amusing anecdotes from school with his grandmother. Upon seeing his mother arrive with his girlfriend, Gu Zhenghua and the others turned their attention toward them. "Hey, Mom, didn't you ask Liuli to accompany you to change clothes? Why is she still in this outfit? I couldn't find anything suitable. Liuli said this outfit was just fine. ISNT that right. Liuli, With a wink directed towards Su Liuli, understanding her mother-in-law's intention, she subtly nodded in agreement. This outfit looks lovely, Aunt. Ha ha ha. Since the child says it looks good, wheel on, then wear it. I have a few meetings today and cannot join you for fun. Xiao Feng, you're in charge of your grandmother and Liuli. Pay extra attention. Rising, Gu Zhengwa chuckled as he patted Gu Feng's shoulder. All right, Dad. You can rest assured. I will take care of Grandma and Liuli. Good. Nodding discreetly, Gu Zhengwa picked up his Yongshan suit. Mom, dear, I'm off now. Liuli, make sure to have fun with your aunt. Yes, thank you, Uncle. Positioned next to Song Huilan, Su Liuli appeared quite obedient. Without lingering, Gu Zhengwa turned to leave the living room. Outside the villa, 3 luxury business cars were lined up, each with 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses standing by the front doors. As Gu Zhengwa appeared, the driver of the middle car hastily opened the door. After Gu Zhengwa entered, all 3 vehicles started simultaneously, gradually departing toward the Gu family manor. Mom, has Dad been this busy lately? Watching his father leave, Gu Feng turned to Song Huilan with curiosity. Before he entered university, his father frequently attended meetings, but never had he seemed this occupied. The economy is currently in a downturn, and international financial turbulence has begun to affect the domestic market. Financial turmoil? Could it be a financial crisis? A hint of shock crossed Gu Feng's eyes. He had never heard of any financial turmoil before his rebirth. It hasn't reached that extent yet. Now, enough with these idle discussions. Assist your grandmother as we go out. Liuli, would you like to visit the amusement park? The amusement park in the capital is incredibly fun. Having already gone shopping the previous day, today he planned to show his daughter-in-law something different. Yes, I'm open to anything. Having attended university in the Magic City for several years, she had never visited an amusement park, and the prospect sparked some anticipation within her. Xiao Feng, help your grandmother. Let us set off. All right, Grandma, I will assist you. Supporting his grandmother, Gu Feng led the group out of the villa. The vehicles outside had long been prepared. Upon their emergence, the driver opened the electric door to welcome them aboard. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at the amusement park just as the clock struck 9 in the morning. Wow, is this for real? So many people. Stepping out of the car, Gu Feng gazed ahead, spotting a long queue at the ticket booth filled with eager buyers. The Ninefold Heaven Amusement Park. I believe I've heard of it on television. Liuli, the Ninefold Heaven Amusement Park is the largest amusement park in the entire capital, bar none. It is called Ninefold Heaven because the park's architectural style is tiered, with each tier featuring different attractions. Once we enter, we'll explore the first tier. Song Huilan softly explained, while Gu Feng cast a worried glance at the lengthy line, saying, Mom, let us not dwell on the origins of Ninefold Heaven just yet. We need to figure out how to get tickets first. Today is Saturday, and in addition to locals, many tourists from across the country are here. At this rate, if we delay any longer, the queue will only get longer. Don't worry. I prepared in advance. She retrieved 6 tickets that she had asked Xiao Yu to purchase, handing 2 to the driver behind them. Mr. Liu, please join us for some fun. I'll call you in advance when it's time to return. Ah, thank you, madam. The driver's face lit up with surprise as he gratefully accepted the tickets from Song Huilan. Gu Feng held the tickets in his hand, astonished that his mother had considered everything so thoroughly. With tickets in hand, they needed only to scan them ahead. After a simple passage through the machine, they entered the amusement park, where the first sight to greet them was the enormous Ferris wheel in the distance. What a gigantic Ferris wheel! A strand of her beautiful hair fluttered gently as Su Liuli gazed upward, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Liuli, the ticket I bought is an all-access pass. You can enjoy any ride without limit. There's a carousel over there. Would you like to take a ride? Not far from the entrance, alongside more than 20 rocking cars, stood an unusually large carousel. Holding Su Liuli's hand, they approached the carousel, and upon finding the staff to validate their tickets, Song Huilan led Su Liuli forward. Grandma, would you like to take a ride and have some fun too? Gu Feng chuckled, half joking. The atmosphere was so lively that Grandma, who had been wearing a cheerful smile, suddenly froze upon hearing her grandson's words. You little rascal, how old do you think I am? You want me to leave my old bones here, don't you? She grumbled playfully and turned toward a row of rocking cars. Xiao Feng, may I play on this? Chapter 66, Uncle, don't you like fish? Huh, Grandma, are you sure you want to play? Gu Feng looked bewildered. His grandmother's childlike spirit truly shone as she expressed her desire to ride the rocking car. Holding the amusement park pass, Gu Feng approached a rocking car, assisted his grandmother onto it, and then activated the vehicle with the pass. The familiar tune played, and the elderly lady on the car was thoroughly enjoying herself. In the distance, his mother, Song Huilan, and Su Liuli were also having fun on the carousel. Only Gu Feng stood there, grinning foolishly. After a while, perhaps feeling a tad bored, Grandma slowly climbed down from the rocking car. Nearby, An elderly woman with a little girl about 2 or 3 years old was also playing on a rocking car. Seeing this, Grandma smiled and struck up a conversation. "Oh, dear sister, is this your granddaughter?" "Thank you. This isn't my granddaughter. It's my great-granddaughter. My grandson and granddaughter-in-law went to work, so I brought the child out to play." "A great-granddaughter. How wonderful." Upon hearing that the little girl was a great-granddaughter, Grandma couldn't help but feel envious. She glanced back at Gu Feng standing next to her and sighed. "Oh, when will I have a great-granddaughter?" Gu Feng felt somewhat amused and exasperated at her words. A great-grandchild would surely come. It was just uncertain whether it would be a great-granddaughter or a great-grandson. 10 minutes later, Song Huilan returned with Su Liuli. The first tier of the amusement park mainly housed children's attractions, so they didn't linger long before moving to the next few tiers. They played through nearly all the available attractions. When they encountered some rides that seemed a bit dangerous, they refrained from letting Su Liuli try them, fearing any potential mishaps. After having lunch at the amusement park, they went to ride the Ferris wheel in the afternoon. Grandma was as joyful as a child while riding it. They spent almost the entire day at the amusement park, and as the clock approached 6 in the evening, Song Huilan sensed the time and called the driver, leading them to return to the Gu family estate. "Liuli, how was your day? Did you enjoy it?" In the car, Su Liuli sat between Song Huilan and Grandma. Her porcelain-like skin slightly flushed and nodded, saying, "Yes, I had a lot of fun." Having spent the whole day at the amusement park, her face radiated with happiness. "As long as you're happy, when you have time in the future, let Gu Feng take you back to play often." Seeing her daughter-in-law so joyful, Song Huilan felt deeply satisfied. Upon returning to the estate, they found Wang Ma instructing several aunts to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, Gu Zhengguo's convoy slowly entered the estate. Upon arriving in the living room, they happened to find Gu Feng and the others chatting on the sofa. "Father, uncle, how was it? Liuli, did you have fun today?" Gu Zhengguo cheerfully sat down beside Song Huilan, waving his hand for Gu Feng and Su Liuli to sit quickly. "We had a wonderful time. If it weren't so late, we wouldn't have wanted to come back." Song Huilan responded with a smile. "Really? Alas, I truly lack fortune. If I weren't so busy, I would have insisted on joining you for the fun." His tone was filled with a sense of helplessness. He too longed to partake in the merriment, yet found himself unable to break free from his responsibilities. After chatting for a moment, Wang Ma entered the living room to inform everyone it was time to go to the dining room for dinner. Upon arriving, a few exquisite small dishes were served first, followed by the chicken soup that had been simmering all afternoon and the steamed fish placed on the table. When Gu Zhengguo saw the crimson dragon fish on the plate, his mouth involuntarily twitched. Internally, he felt a pang of bitterness and could hardly bear to look. "Come on, everyone, let us eat. Liuli, take what you want. Otherwise, Auntie can only help you." "No need. Auntie, I can serve myself." Su Liuli quickly shook her head at Song Huilan's offer. The memory of last night was still vivid, and if she let Auntie serve her again, she might end up feeling nauseous tonight. "Liuli, try the fish you caught. How does it taste?" Gu Feng, sitting beside her, placed a generous piece of fish in her bowl. Taking a small bite, her eyes sparkled, and her delicate brows lifted slightly. "It's so tender. This fish is delicious." "Is it? Then I shall try some too." Hearing Su Liuli's praise, Gu Feng took a piece for himself. After savoring it, he found it to be as exquisite as she described. "Mom, Grandma, you both should try it. It's delightful." Upon hearing this, Grandma and Song Huilan each took a small piece to taste, while Gu Zhengguo remained the only one who had not reached for his chopsticks. "Uncle, do you not like fish?" Noticing Gu Zhengguo's sorrowful expression, Su Liuli glanced at Gu Feng beside her and couldn't help but whisper her inquiry. No. No. Uncle loves fish very much." Gu Zhengguo waved his hand dismissively, while Song Huilan struggled to suppress a laugh. "The fish is already prepared. Hurry and take a piece to try." Holding back her amusement, Song Huilan picked up the fish head and placed it directly into Gu Zhengguo's bowl. Watching his beloved fish lie motionless in his bowl, Gu Zhengguo's heart felt a tumult of emotions. Crimson Dragon, you've died for a worthy cause," he muttered to himself, realizing that for the sake of his daughter-in-law and the little one in her womb, the demise of this Crimson Dragon was not in vain. Feeling somewhat relieved, Gu Zhengguo began to eat the fish head. Within 2 minutes, the head was completely devoured. He didn't spare the remaining pieces of fish either. Within a few mouthfuls, the 5-pound Crimson Dragon was reduced to a mere pile of fish bones. After finishing dinner, they chatted in the living room for 2 hours before everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Gu Feng awoke to find only himself, Su Liuli, and Grandma left in the house. Gu Zhengguo and Song Huilan were nowhere to be seen. "Grandma, where did Mom and Dad go so early in the morning?" Gu Feng asked curiously as he sat down on the sofa beside Su Liuli. "I don't know. They left early, saying they had something to do." "We don't need to wait for breakfast. Let us eat." Liuli, you're going back to the Magic City today, right? If you have time, remember to come back often to see Grandma. Thinking about her grandson and daughter-in-law leaving soon, her mood inadvertently turned a bit somber. With a complexion as radiant as a pearl and a glow like beautiful jade, Su Liuli quickly moved to sit beside Grandma. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll come back to see you whenever I have time. Good. Grandma will be waiting for you. After finishing breakfast, Gu Feng and Su Liuli found that his parents still had not returned. With nothing to do, they decided to stroll outside the estate, enjoying the beautiful surroundings. Although it was quite far from the city, the scenery was picturesque, truly a splendid place. They played outside until noon, and, sensing it was almost time, the two returned to the estate, just in time to see Song Huilan and Gu Zhangguo coming back. Mom and Dad, where have you two been this morning? Chapter 67 Private Plane versus Green Train. Just as they were about to enter, they heard voices behind them and turned in unison. Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, Song Huilan expressed her surprise. You two, where have you been? We didn't go anywhere. Just took Liuli for a stroll around. Oh, then come in. They all entered the villa together, where Wang Ma had prepared lunch. After a brief tidying up, they went to the dining room to eat. Liuli, after a light lunch and a brief respite, your aunt will escort you to the airport. Thank you, Aunt. Su Liuli nodded quietly in affirmation, while Song Huilan wore a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After their meal, the family took a moment to rest in the living room before gathering at the entrance of the villa. Mom, Zhangguo and I will take the two children to the airport. You needn't accompany us. All right, drive carefully. Understood, Mom. As they departed under their grandmother's reluctant gaze, Gu Feng and the others boarded the car bound for the international airport of the imperial capital. Throughout the journey, Song Huilan engaged in quiet conversation with Su Liuli. Upon arriving at the airport, Gu Feng was surprised to find his mother's secretary waiting with a throng of people. Sister Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Liuli, this is Sister Xiaoyu, my mother's assistant. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gu Feng's eyes as he introduced Su Liuli to the woman beside him. Sister Xiaoyu, Miss Liuli, greetings. With a smile, Wang Xiaoyu greeted Su Liuli, her face briefly reflecting surprise at Liuli's beauty, which surpassed her photographs by leaps and bounds. Chairman, everything is prepared. I have checked with the crew, and we can board at any time. Behind Wang Xiaoyu stood 5 or 6 individuals, notably burdened with numerous bags and packages. Excellent. Liuli, allow Sister Xiaoyu to escort you and Xiao Feng back. These items are prepared by your aunt. They are basic supplements that you may indulge in whenever you wish. She gestured towards the items they carried, mentioning that she had specifically chosen them that morning for her daughter-in-law's enjoyment. Aunt, I cannot possibly consume so much. It matters not. Take what you can. Once you arrive in the Magic City, remember to call me to let me know you arrived safely. Time is of the essence. You must board now. Without affording Su Liuli a chance to decline, Wang Xiaoyu ushered the group toward the airport. Miss Liuli, let us proceed with the check-in. With no other choice, Su Liuli followed Gu Feng into the airport. After watching the two enter, Song Huilan and Gu Zhangguo turned to return to the estate. Inside the airport, Gu Feng glanced around, unable to suppress his curiosity. Sister Xiaoyu, shouldn't we be purchasing tickets? We haven't bought our plane tickets yet. My mother has made arrangements. You two haven't purchased tickets yet. Wang Xiaoyu chuckled and shook her head in response to Gu Feng's remark. No need for tickets. We will be flying on the chairman's private jet to the Magic City. What? A private jet? How generous of my mother. Gu Feng muttered quietly, feeling a mix of emotions. He could not help but think about the stark contrast in treatment between himself and the son and daughter-in-law. When he traveled to the Magic City for school, he had prepared nothing and endured a grueling journey by hard seat on a green train for over 10 hours. To his astonishment, this time he was upgraded to a private jet. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng, I recall that the last time you went to the Magic City for school, you bought a hard seat on the train, right? How did you know? Gu Feng's expression transformed into one of dismay as Wang Xiaoyu's words struck a chord. Beside him, Su Liuli regarded him with a look of disbelief, recalling their first encounter when he had clutched a black plastic bag. Had it not been for his youthful appearance, she might have assumed he was a student collecting bottles for extra change before the semester began. Of course I know. The chairman informed me. Wang Xiaoyu laughed heartily again. Faced with such mockery, Gu Feng opted for silence, recalling the discomfort of his long train journey. Gu Feng, why didn't you fly? The distance between the imperial capital and the Magic City is considerable. Even if you didn't fly, you could have taken the high-speed train. As they walked, Su Liuli, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance, inquired curiously. In response to her curiosity, Gu Feng could only shrug and explain, I wish to fly. But due to the start of the school year, all the tickets were booked a month in advance. As for the high-speed train, I couldn't secure a ticket either. With both options rendered futile, he had no choice but to resort to the green train. The most frustrating part was that even on the green train, Only hard seats were available, with no sleeper cars to be found. After changing trains twice and enduring considerable hardship, he finally arrived in the Magic City. While others seemed to have smooth travels, his experience felt akin to a pilgrimage to the West. Gu Feng's bitter explanation elicited a chuckle from Su Liuli, whose delicate nose crinkled as she suppressed her laughter. You are quite unfortunate. Liuli, you mock me. He defended himself, hoping to elicit her sympathy, only to find her laughing unabashedly at his plight. Not to mention, aside from Su Liuli and Wang Xiaoyu, the several employees from the group ahead were also struggling to contain their amusement. It was truly unexpected to witness the heir of the Jojo group facing such a disheveled situation while attending school. With a face full of embarrassment, he was escorted to his mother's private jet, emblazoned with the Jojo group's gilded logo. Upon noticing their arrival, the crew promptly welcomed them aboard. Several flight attendants began arranging the items while the head steward guided Gu Feng and his companions directly onto the plane. Approximately 20 minutes later, the aircraft prepared for takeoff. After requesting a blanket for Su Liuli, Gu Feng leaned back and closed his eyes, unaware of how much time passed before the plane announced its imminent descent at the Magic City airport. Minutes later, the aircraft landed smoothly. Outside, vehicles awaited their arrival as the group exited the airport and boarded their transportation to Fuxing University. Upon reaching the school entrance, they initially anticipated disembarking and walking in, but the security guard promptly raised the barrier. Sister Xiaoyu, how can an outside vehicle enter the school? Of course it can. If you can donate several experimental buildings to Fuxing University, your vehicle would also be allowed entry. Wang Xiaoyu gestured from the passenger seat. Gu Feng was momentarily speechless, realizing that access was granted due to financial influence. Several teaching buildings indeed constituted a significant investment. As they drove to the girls' dormitory, the sight of their entourage, laden with packages, attracted the attention of many fellow students nearby. What a family background. What is going on? I have no idea. Who is that? Looks like senior Sister Su, the campus beauty. As the convoy arrived at the girls' dormitory, passing students halted in their tracks, whispering amongst themselves. Xiao Feng, let's help Liuli carry her things upstairs. After an entire afternoon on the plane, you should rest for a bit, Wang Xiaoyu suggested, holding a box of supplements as she turned to Gu Feng. Before returning, the chairman had specifically instructed that they assist in delivering the items to the dormitory. Gu Feng knew he could not enter the girls' dormitory. All right, Liuli, you should take a moment to rest. I'll take you out for dinner tonight. With that, he returned to the boys' dormitory alone. Miss Liuli, shall we proceed? Sister Xiaoyu, you needn't call me Miss Liuli. Just Liuli will suffice. Su Liuli, with her slender waist gently twisting, turned her body slightly, unaccustomed to being addressed so formally. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile. Very well, Liuli. These items were personally selected by the chairman, so please remember to consume them moderately once you return. As the large group entered the girls' dormitory, Wang Xiaoyu continued to speak. Understood. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. Hearing Su Liuli's words of gratitude, Wang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of emotion. Given Gu Feng's family circumstances, combined with Su Liuli's striking beauty, she had anticipated a rather aloof demeanor from her. Yet, she was pleasantly surprised by her approachable nature. With a bashful yet charming visage, she exuded an endearing allure that even left this woman somewhat dazed. A group of individuals entered the dormitory, ascending the stairs for quite a while before finally arriving at the door. Raising her hand, she gently knocked, and upon hearing a sound from outside, Wang Mani hurriedly rolled out of bed, slipping on her slippers to open the door. The moment her eyes fell upon Su Liuli, a flash of delight crossed her gaze. Liuli, you finally returned. I missed you terribly. Grasping Su Liuli's wrist, she attempted to pull her in for a warm embrace. Yet, midway through the motion, she froze, noticing the crowd standing behind Su Liuli, her expression momentarily blank. Liuli? Dong Jia and Lu Xiaoyu also climbed out of bed, and upon spotting the group behind Su Liuli, they were struck dumb. Hello, everyone. I am Liuli's elder sister. I came to help her bring some items and apologize for the disturbance, Wang Xiaoyu said with great courtesy. Upon hearing the woman claim to be Su Liuli's sister, Wang Mani quickly stepped aside. Hello, sister. Please come in. Thank you. Nodding with a smile, Wang Xiaoyu entered the dormitory, setting down the items she carried, followed by the others placing their belongings as well. The already cramped floor felt even more congested with the addition of these items. Observing this, Dong Jiajia's curiosity piqued, and she quietly tugged at Su Liuli's arm, leading her aside. Liuli, how come you have so many sisters? Liuli, the items are delivered. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave now. Having completed their task of delivering the items, Wang Xiaoya and her companions prepared to depart. Xiaoya Jia, let me see you off. No need, Liuli, just relax in the dormitory. The car is right below, and we will leave by vehicle. Stay obediently in the dormitory, understood? After speaking to Su Liuli, she waved goodbye to Wang Manny and the others. Goodbye, everyone. Before departing, she made sure to close the dormitory door. Once Wang Xiaoya and her group had left, Wang Manny and the others gazed down at the substantial heap of items on the floor. Premium Jiao, rare bird's nest, cordyceps, century-old ginseng tea, massage device. Staring at the pile, Wang Manny looked at Su Liuli in disbelief, swallowing hard. Liuli, what does your sister do? How much did all of this cost? Dong Jiajia, gripping Su Liuli's arm, suddenly had a revelation. Wait, didn't you say you went to Gu Feng's house to play? How come you returned with all these items? Before Su Liuli could respond, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, That sister just now. She can't be Gu Feng's sister, right? Did his family send all these things? One after another, they spoke, leaving Su Liuli with no opportunity to interject. Once their chatter subsided, she softly explained. These were sent by Gu Feng's mother. The sister, just now, is an assistant to my aunt. What? Sent by Gu Feng's mother? Upon hearing Su Liuli's clarification, the three of them were momentarily stunned. What kind of family could afford to send such lavish gifts and send so many people to deliver them to the dormitory? Ahem, Liuli. Does Gu Feng have any brothers or similar relatives? I feel like I could pursue that, Dong Jia joked, and upon hearing this, Su Liuli looked back with a charming glint in her eyes. It seems he doesn't Jia. You truly are quite the flirt. Hee, I'm just joking. All right. With so many items, I can't possibly consume them all by myself. If you all would like, feel free to choose some. Wow, really? Hearing Su Liuli say they could partake, Wang Manny's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment while the others were preoccupied with the items on the ground, Su Liuli approached the wardrobe to retrieve her sleepwear, preparing to change and rest for a while. As she peeled off her dress, her delicate shoulders were revealed, and her fair skin glistened like a water lily. Her soft, snow-like arms and elegantly elongated legs rendered her figure utterly flawless. Wow, Liuli, your figure seems even more perfect now. It looks like you've grown. Such envy. As she gazed at the changing Su Liuli, Dong Jiajia's tone was filled with admiration. Jiajia, what are you saying? Our Liuli has always had such a beautiful figure. Ahem, Liuli, is there anything among these items that can help with that? Wang Manny asked cautiously, her hands gesturing in front of her. What? Having changed into her sleepwear, Su Liuli feigned confusion, her lips curling into a smile as she inquired. Help with what? The kind that can grow bigger? Grow bigger? Where? Su Liuli continued to act oblivious, while Dong Jiajia and Lu Xiaoyu struggled to contain their laughter. All right, Liuli, you dare to tease me? Let me teach you a lesson. Rolling up her sleeves, she reached for Su Liuli, initially intending to merely provoke Wang Manny, but was taken aback when the latter dared to retaliate. In a fluster, Su Liuli blushed deeply, hurriedly pleading for mercy. Oh, Manny, I was wrong. I truly don't know if there is. Why don't you check the instruction manual? Chapter 69. The peak competition goes live. With Su Liuli blushing and begging for mercy, Wang Manny finally ceased her playful assault. Indeed, Liuli, your touch is exquisite. Wow, Manny, how can you say that? I think you are the real seductress here, Dong Jiajia remarked with a knowing expression, while Wang Manny wore an expression of sheer enjoyment that could send shivers down one's spine. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Liuli, after sitting on a plane for an entire afternoon, you must be exhausted. Go lie down and rest for a bit. We'll help you put these items away in the wardrobe. Okay. Hearing Wang Manny's words, Su Liuli nodded in agreement without a second thought. After placing her changed clothes into the wardrobe, she turned to climb onto her bed, preparing to sleep, when she suddenly remembered she hadn't called to report her safety. Hurriedly, she took out her phone and called Song Huilan. After a brief chat lasting about 10 minutes, she hung up the phone, finally at ease as she closed her eyes. As for Gu Feng, he stood outside the dormitory, knocking on the door for quite some time with no response. Are they not in the dormitory? Today is Sunday. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai are likely at the internet cafe, playing games. And Zhang Tiniu is 90% likely with his girlfriend. Taking out his keys from his pocket, he opened the dormitory door. Sure enough, it was just as he had suspected. The entire dormitory was devoid of life, completely empty. Stepping onto the balcony, Gu Feng pulled out his phone. While on the plane, Annie had sent him a text, roughly detailing that the promotional plan for peak competition had been finalized. Furthermore, she had found the villa he requested, though the price was somewhat steep. After reading the message, Gu Feng pondered briefly. There were many matters to discuss, and it would be difficult to convey everything over the phone. For convenience's sake, it would be best to visit the company. Picking up his phone, he dialed Annie. Hello, Annie, I need to go to the company now. Please have Lu Qi prepare for a meeting in half an hour. Understood, President Gu. I'll make the arrangements right away. In the secretary's office, upon receiving Gu Feng's call, Annie immediately stood up, clutching her phone as she swiftly made her way to the technical department. At that moment, Lu Qi was configuring the game music, and the submitted music was exceptionally good. According to the normal process, everything could be completed today. Manager Lu, President Gu will be here in half an hour for a meeting. Please prepare the conference room. President Gu is coming? Lu Qi, who was directing the work, paused in surprise. In about an hour, he had planned to organize everyone for the final adjustments, not expecting his boss to arrive at that time. All right, I'll make arrangements and head to the conference room shortly. Good. Is there any issue with the submitted music? No issues. The production is excellent. While the tuning is simple, the effect in the game is particularly impressive. Lu Qi nodded with a smile, somewhat surprised by the quality of the game's background music. That's great. If anything comes up, feel free to discuss it with me. I'll get back to work. Gu Feng was on the verge of arriving, necessitating the early preparation of the conference room. After speaking to Lu Qi, Annie turned and departed. Meanwhile, Gu Feng arrived at the foot of the Yunding Technology building 20 minutes later. Without lingering, she strode purposefully into the office building. Upon taking the elevator up, she found Annie, attired in professional attire, waiting in the elevator for quite some time. CEO Gu, are we all prepared? Yes, everything is ready. Supervisor Lu and the others are awaiting you in the conference room, Annie replied as she led the way. Upon reaching the conference room, she opened the door, and as Gu Feng entered, everyone, including Lu Qi, rose in unison. CEO Gu, please, everyone sit down. There is no need for such formality. Lu Qi, how is the launch of peak competition progressing? When do you plan to officially go live? Barely settled into her seat, Gu Feng cut straight to the point. Lu Qi, without hesitation, stood up and responded firmly. If the final testing goes smoothly, we will launch tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning? Gu Feng was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated Lu Qi would suggest a few days more. She was surprised that he intended to go live the very next morning. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Feng subtly nodded. Very well. As the head of the technical department, you may arrange the specific launch time. Annie, please introduce the promotional plan you have prepared. Certainly. CEO Gu, we plan to collaborate with an advertising agency to embed advertisements in several upcoming hot television shows, films, and variety programs. Simultaneously, we will allocate a portion of the budget for offline promotions. The 30 million allocated for promotion was indeed quite extravagant for Yunding Technology at this juncture. Therefore, the promotional plan not only included placements in variety shows, dramas, and films, but also the hiring of brand ambassadors. CEO Gu, during the mid-promotion phase, we also intend to organize a university league across various colleges in the Magic City. If the results are favorable, we might consider expanding the league to a national level. Annie elaborated, subsequently placing the implementation details of the promotion before Gu Feng. The proposed plan appears commendable. We may proceed with its execution. Without even glancing at the documents before her, Gu Feng nodded in agreement. CEO Gu, I have 2 additional matters to report. The launch of peak competition requires not only the technical department's involvement, but also planning and publicity. Should we consider establishing a planning department and a publicity department for better operation? Your reasoning is sound. These 2 departments may indeed be formed. As for the supervisors, we can initially select 2 of the more capable senior employees. If none are suitable at present, you may serve as the interim head. The company's rapid growth necessitated departmental expansion, a notion Gu Feng had already contemplated. Even if Annie had not brought it up today, he would have proactively suggested the expansion. CEO Gu, there's one more thing. The company currently lacks senior leadership. Should we enlist the help of a headhunting firm to assist in this regard? With over 100 employees, only she and Lu Qi could effectively manage the company's operations. Lu Qi primarily oversaw the technical department, leaving all other matters for her to decide. As a mere secretary, she found herself overwhelmed. Very well, you may contact the headhunting firm, and I shall conduct the interviews myself. Gu Feng acknowledged Annie's valid point. Still attending Fuxing University, he found it challenging to manage all company affairs. Hiring an experienced individual to oversee operations would allow him to focus on the broader strategy. All right, I shall reach out to the headhunting firm shortly. With Gu Feng's consent, Annie felt an involuntary sigh of relief. Had Gu Feng declined, a multitude of responsibilities following the launch of peak competition would undoubtedly fall upon her shoulders. Even with 4 hands, it would be impossible to manage. If all goes well, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast next Saturday after the launch of peak competition. CEO Gu, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Just prepare for the feast. By the way, CEO Gu, where shall we dine? Lu Qi, shedding his earlier stern demeanor, interjected with a sudden smile. I crave spicy and sour noodles. Very well, you all choose the location. I shall only be responsible for the expenditure. Is that true? CEO Gu, you must prepare for a considerable expense. After sharing jovial banter in the office and confirming that Gu Feng had no further matters at hand, Liuli rose, accompanied by several key members of the technical department. To return, taking advantage of the evening's time, they aimed to conduct the final adjustments for peak competition, ensuring a smooth launch the following morning. By the way, have you found the villa I asked you to help locate? Gu Feng, watching everyone depart, did not rush to rise but instead turned to her side. Yes, CEO Gu. I found a rather appealing house. I visited it. The area is not vast, situated in the villa district behind Fuxing University. Due to architectural reasons, there are only 2 standalone villas, while the rest are townhouses and stacked houses. I would recommend one of the standalone villas. Annie explained softly, believing that Gu Feng's intention to purchase a villa was undoubtedly influenced by considerations of privacy and comfort. Although townhouses and stacked houses were cheaper, they could not compare to the merits of a standalone villa. How large is it? What is the total price? 460 square meters, 3 stories. I inquired, and the total price is at least 60 million. Upon uttering the figure of 60 million, Annie couldn't help but reveal a slight wry smile. The price seemed exorbitant. 60 million would afford financial freedom in first and second-tier cities, making it hard to fathom someone spending such an amount on a house. While 60 million is not entirely unacceptable, Gu Feng mused quietly. In the Magic City, even the most expensive apartments in the city center cost over 100 million. Given the amenities surrounding Fuxing University, a standalone villa priced at 60 million could be deemed reasonable. CEO Gu, should I have the agent arrange a meeting with the homeowner so you could discuss it in person? Yes, please do. Ideally, it should be scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. After 4 o'clock. I have classes in the morning and early afternoon, but I will be available post-4. CEO Gu, I will contact the agent to check the homeowner's availability and confirm a timing with you. Arranging a meeting with the homeowner would naturally depend on their schedule, so she needed to reach out to the agent to ascertain the feasibility. Let us conclude for today. Contact me if any matters arise. Having addressed all necessary issues, it was time for him to return to Fuxing University, where he would dine with Su Liuli later that evening. Absolutely, CEO Gu, I shall see you off. As Gu Feng prepared to leave, Annie turned to escort her. Only after Gu Feng had taken the elevator down did Annie return to the company. Not heading to her office, but directly to the technical department. Liuli, inform everyone that we must work diligently tonight to ensure peak competition goes live flawlessly tomorrow morning. We cannot disappoint CEO Gu. Rest assured, Secretary Annie, our technical department is prepared to work through the night. We will not leave the company this evening. Very well. I will account for your overtime, and dinner is on me. After concluding her conversation with Liuli, she gathered everyone for a meeting to expedite the establishment of the planning and publicity departments. HR, in addition to your basic recruitment tasks, please reach out to the headhunting firm. Inform them that we seek a highly capable vice president, preferably with experience in gaming or technology. Salary is negotiable. Understood, Secretary Annie. Additionally, let it be known that for the right candidate, a high salary is not an issue. Got it. As Yunding Technology operated at full throttle, Gu Feng was already en route back to Fuxing University. Seated in the back of a taxi, her profound gaze was fixed outside the window. Tomorrow, peak competition would officially launch, and despite having experienced it once before, she felt an inexplicable twinge of nervousness. Would this iteration of peak competition, too, capture the nation's attention in a brief span, much like it did 5 years ago? The young man arrived at Fuxing University, lost in thought. He was suddenly jolted back to reality by the voice of the taxi driver. They had indeed reached the entrance of Fuxing University. Oh, we've arrived. Thank you, sir. Coming to his senses, he promptly paid the fare and hurried through the school gates. As the clock struck 6:30 in the evening, there was no time to return to his dorm. He made his way directly to the girls' dormitory. Once downstairs, he retrieved his phone and dialed Su Liuli's number. Beep. Beep beep. The first attempt went unanswered. No one picked up. Did she not hear it? The automated message indicated that the call was not being answered, leaving Gu Feng with a look of confusion as he pressed redial. After a series of beeping sounds lasting several seconds, the call was finally answered. Hello, came a drowsy voice. Gu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Liuli, are you still not awake? Su Liuli, reclining on her bed with her long, graceful legs draped over the blanket, recognized Gu Feng's voice. A soft, sleepy acknowledgement escaped her lips, but she quickly became alert. Gu Feng, what time is it? She sat up anxiously, but before she could check the time, Gu Feng's voice rang out again. Don't bother checking. It's almost 7. Are you hungry? Get ready. I'll take you out for something to eat. 7. Oh, wait for me. I'll be right down. In a flurry, Su Liuli hung up the phone and hurriedly changed her clothes. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, with Wang Manny and the others soundly asleep. She quickly donned an outfit and, with no time to tidy up the balcony, dashed downstairs. A few minutes later, flushed and out of breath, she stood before Gu Feng. Observing her disheveled hair and flushed cheeks, Gu Feng instinctively reached out to tuck a stray lock behind her ear. How many times have I told you not to rush? Running down those stairs could lead to a serious fall. His tone was devoid of reproach, instead imbued with genuine concern. I know. I'll be more careful next time. I'm starving. Can we go eat something now? With a sweet smile lingering on her lips one moment and a slight pout as she clutched her stomach the next, she pleaded. Of course. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Leaning against Gu Feng, they chatted as they strolled outside. They soon arrived at a street lined with food stalls, and Gu Feng guided Su Liuli along the road until they halted before a restaurant specializing in spicy and sour noodles. You and T want to eat spicy and sour noodles, would you? Well, I'm kind of craving it, Su Liuli replied shyly, her eyes sparkling as she nodded slightly. She had never been particularly fond of spicy and sour noodles before, but for some reason, tonight, she had a sudden yearning for them. Let us get some spicy and sour noodles then. Come on, let's go in. Since Su Liuli desired the dish, he couldn't refuse. He took her hand and confidently entered the establishment. Could we please have 2 bowls of spicy and sour noodles? Sure. Would you like the mild or medium spicy? Mild will be perfect. Please use less chili. With the order placed, they settled into a corner table. The aroma of the spicy and sour noodles wafted around them, and Su Liuli felt a surge of anticipation. Although she had never been particularly enthusiastic about the dish, tonight felt different. A few minutes later, the server brought 2 steaming bowls of spicy and sour noodles. Here you go, 2 bowls of mild spicy noodles. Enjoy. The server set down the bowls and left, and Su Liuli couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the steaming dish. Go ahead and eat. Don't wait. Okay, I'll dig in now. She picked up her chopsticks and cautiously took a bite. Finding a bit bland, she decisively reached for the vinegar jar and poured a third of it into her bowl. Watching her from across the table, Gu Feng grimaced. To him, that was no longer spicy and sour noodles, but merely vinegar-soaked noodles. Liuli, isn't that too much vinegar? Isn't it sour? He could already taste the sharp tang on his own palate, taking small bites of her noodles. Su Liuli looked up at Gu Feng and shook her head. Not sour at all. It's just right for me. The mild spice is a bit lacking. Can I add some more chili? You want to add more chili? All right, go ahead. With hardly a moment to spare, Gu Feng gently pushed the chili jar toward her. Taking a spoon from a jar, she scooped 2 generous spoonfuls of chili while he watched. Liuli, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? As she continued to enjoy her noodles, she barely lifted her gaze. It's an old saying, sour girls and spicy boys. If you're indulging in both sour and spicy, could it be that you're expecting twins? A smile involuntarily crept across Gu Feng's face as he imagined the idea of twins. I don't know. Is there such a saying? It might not be accurate. Perhaps I'm just craving it. Just eat. Otherwise, it will get cold and lose its flavor. She raised her delicate hand, urging Gu Feng to eat. Watching Su Liuli relish her meal, Gu Feng also began to indulge heartily. The mildly spicy noodles were just to his liking. After dinner, he escorted Su Liuli back and, upon returning to the boys' dormitory, was startled when Jiangyu suddenly appeared from nowhere. Gu Feng. The unexpected voice startled him. Jiangyu, are you trying to give me a heart attack? His heart raced as Jiangyu stood there grinning, leaving Gu Feng utterly speechless. I didn't mean to scare you. You're just lost in thought. Gu Feng, do you know that something major has happened in the 2 days since you returned home? Jiangyu pulled him over to the computer desk with an air of mystery. Major? What major thing? Unable to glean anything from Jiangyu's demeanor, Gu Feng turned his attention to the bed where Xiao Kai and Zhang Tiniu exchanged knowing glances before getting up. For you, it's a monumental event. Would you like to hear about it? They feigned suspense as they joined Jiangyu. Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, I'll 1T listen. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. Gu Feng sensed their deliberate withholding of information and decided against pressing further. As expected, the moment he declared his disinterest, Jiangyu and the others became anxious. Hey, Gu Feng, you're not playing by the rules. You're supposed to beg us to tell you. Jiangyu's incredulous expression reflected his surprise at Gu Feng's reaction. I might not get a straightforward answer, even if I ask. He resolved to drop the matter. Just as he was about to rise, words caught in his throat. The 3 of them would surely not sleep well tonight if he left them hanging. All right, you win. I'll tell you what happened. Remember when you confessed to Sister Sue on the playground? Someone took the initiative to post your photo on the confession wall and even dubbed you a love saint. As Jiangyu spoke, Zhang Tiniu interjected, yes. I also heard that someone wants to form a dating club and wants you to be the president. Before a full second had passed after Zhang Tinyu spoke, Xiao Kai immediately chimed in, but that is not all. I heard that some boys even hung your photo on their wall, and before confessing, they have to light incense for you. The absurdity of it all left Gu Feng nearly stumbling under the table. What? Light incense? They have to light incense before confessing to me? Are you joking? His eyes widened, casting a skeptical glance at Jiang Yu and the others. Having anticipated his disbelief, Xiao Kai took out his phone and opened the confession wall right in front of Gu Feng. Don't believe me? Take a look for yourself. As the phone was presented before Gu Feng, he was taken aback by the background on the confession wall. It was indeed his own photograph. This image, captured during his enrollment registration, had unexpectedly become the backdrop for the wall of declarations. Upon closer inspection, the pinned content above boldly proclaimed, Saint of Love column. The very first post read, Esteemed Saint of Love, please bless me with success in my confession tomorrow. On behalf of all members of Dorm 346, I extend our highest respects to you. Below, his own photograph was displayed alongside two apples placed prominently in front. See, we did not deceive you. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising that everyone was so exhilarated. Sister Su had spent over 3 years at Fuxing University, and not only had she never had a boyfriend, but she had scarcely interacted with any males. And look at you, having just arrived at the university, yet you've successfully captured the heart of the campus beauty. Such prowess. It would be an understatement to merely call you a saint of love. With a playful smirk, Jiang Yu proclaimed this, and unbeknownst to them, from behind, he produced a poster. In the midst of Gu Feng and his companions' bewildered gazes, he approached the door and unfurled the poster entirely. It unmistakably featured Gu Feng himself. Stunned, Gu Feng stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yu had somehow procured a poster of him. Jiang Yu, where did you get this poster? It's enormous. We have the real deal right here in our dorm. There was no need for a poster. Xiao Kai and Zhang Tinyu looked on, perplexed. Jiang Yu turned around and solemnly replied, This is a matter of faith. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. I can't have Gu Feng's image hanging behind the door all the time. As for this poster, just check the school's printing shop. They have samples posted outside. I can't even count how many copies they've made in just the last few days. Chapter 72, A High Level of Awareness. Respected Saint of Love, I beseech you, grant me swift liberation from my single status. I have brought you oranges as an offering. Rolling onto his bed, he retrieved 2 oranges, placed them in a dish, and set it behind the door. Gu Feng stood there in a daze, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Utterly speechless. Forget it. With your approach, even if you prayed to the matchmaker, it would be a challenge for you to find a girlfriend. Muttering this, he decided against further discourse, rising to wash up on the balcony. After freshening up, he returned to his bed, lying quietly with his eyes closed, slipping into dreams after a few minutes. The next morning, Monday, with a full schedule ahead, the 4 of them rose early to have breakfast together at the dining hall before heading to class. Being freshmen, they were subject to strict school regulations, and their instructor was already waiting at the door. Good morning, instructor. Good morning, students. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and the others, Lu Bo greeted them with a cheerful smile. However, his expression paused slightly when he spotted Gu Feng, and he reached out to grasp Gu Feng's arm. Gu Feng, wait a moment. Startled by the sudden hold, Gu Feng halted, and Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai turned to see their instructor detaining him before continuing towards the classroom. Instructor, is there something you need? Gu Feng inquired. Puzzled. Ahem. Yes, there is a matter. Director Gao asked me to inquire if you would be interested in becoming the president of a student club. Lu Bo's round face bore an awkward smile. President? Upon hearing this title, Gu Feng raised an eyebrow and promptly asked, It's not the president of the Hand-in-Hand Love Club, is it? It seems you have already caught wind of the news. Gu Feng, you may not be aware, but in the over 100 years since Fuxing University was founded, no freshman has ever held the position of club president. If you agree, it would mark a historic moment for the school. As the absurdity of the situation unfolded, Gu Feng felt overwhelmed and hastily waved his hands in refusal. Instructor, please spare me. A club president must either be extraordinarily talented or possess exceptional organizational skills. I am merely a simpleton. I know nothing. This is akin to asking Zhang Fei to embroider. Internally reluctant, he had no interest in becoming the president of a love club, let alone any student council. Surprised by Gu Feng's swift refusal, Lu Bo hesitated for a moment before cautiously suggesting, Since you don't wish to be the president, how about a vice president? Rest assured, there will be no actual responsibilities, just a nominal title. The credits for being a vice president are quite substantial. With an innocent grin, he winked at Gu Feng. Lu Bo's insistence made it difficult for Gu Feng to decline. All right, Fine, I'll be the vice president. But you must promise me that it will only be a titular role, and that I won't be tasked with anything. No problem. It's settled then. Now hurry off to class. Task accomplished. Lu Bo waved Gu Feng off and hurried towards the director's office. Director Gao was primarily responsible for student organizations, and given the school's strong desire to establish clubs, he had asked Lu Bo to inquire, with Gu Feng agreeing to the vice presidency. The establishment of this club was now almost a certainty. As Gu Feng entered the classroom, he made his way to the last row in the corner. Gu Feng, what did the instructor want? Xiao Kai asked eagerly before he had even settled into his seat. They want to establish a club and have me serve as president. A club? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up at this news. I told you, the school is planning to establish a club. Gu Feng, I've made up my mind. I'm joining the Hand-in-Hand Love Club. Me too. Me too. Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai chimed in one after the other, raising their hands in excitement. Gu Feng, we actually want to join as well. Yes, we all want to join. Their exclamations were so loud that the entire class, comprising dozens of students, could hear them clearly. Upon learning that a club was about to be formed successfully, everyone eagerly expressed their desire to join. Fortunately, the teacher arrived just in time. Otherwise, it would have been quite the chaotic scene. As the first class progressed, Annie sent a text message announcing that the peak competition had officially launched. Once the first class concluded, Gu Feng stepped out of the classroom, intending to call Annie to inquire about the company's status. However, before he could dial, the instructor unexpectedly appeared. Instructor, is there something else you need? Gu Feng asked curiously, holding his phone with a finger hovering over the dial button. Gu Feng, I consulted with Director Gao regarding the name of the Hand-in-Hand Love Club, and he thinks it's not quite suitable. He suggests we rename it to the Psychology Club. Would you have any objections? None at all. Gu Feng nodded immediately. He had no qualms about the name change, whether it was to the Psychology Club or any other name. Great, I'll arrange that right away. After speaking with Gu Feng, Lu Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him, and as he turned to leave, he couldn't help but murmur, a director indeed. That name change is quite astute, showcasing a high level of awareness. Once Lu Bo departed, Gu Feng finally dialed Annie's number. Upon hearing that everything was normal at the company and that the data for peak competition was steadily increasing, he felt a sense of relief. Returning to the classroom, he prepared to commence the second class. The instructor for the second class, hailing from the graduate school, had a rather engaging teaching style, captivating the attention of all the students. Before they knew it, lunchtime arrived. Su Liuli was scheduled for a mock defense in the afternoon and had no time to eat with them. So Gu Feng had to settle for lunch with Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai. As for Zhang Tiniu, he naturally went to accompany his girlfriend. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory for a brief rest before attending afternoon classes again. Once his classes concluded, it was 3 o'clock, and Su Liuli had yet to send a message, indicating that she was likely still queued up for a mock defense. They had agreed to meet at 4 to visit the landlord and view the property, leaving them with less than an hour to spare. 20 minutes later, Annie called to inform him that the real estate agent and the homeowner were waiting outside the villa, simultaneously sending the villa's location to Gu Feng's phone. Chapter 73, 5,000 members. The location was in close proximity to Fuxing University, and according to the navigation route, it would take approximately 10 minutes on foot. 10 minutes later, he arrived outside the villa. The surrounding area was comprised of uniform row houses, making this solitary villa quite conspicuous. Upon approaching, he noticed a man and a woman standing still. The man was dressed in a suit, presumably the agent, while the woman appeared to be around 40 years old, accompanied by an adorable little girl of about 5 or 6, sporting 2 ponytails. Hello, are you selling the house? You must be Mr. Gu? The two gazed at Gu Feng with surprise. Yes, I'm here to view the property. If it's convenient, please show me around quickly. He pointed to the villa beside him, which bore the same house number as the one Annie had sent him. Certainly, the agent chuckled, turning to push open the villa's grand entrance. Gu Feng, at roughly 20 years of age, certainly defied expectations. Who would have imagined that the owner of a multi-million villa could be such a young man? This is Ms. Yu, and this is her property. Allow me to show you around in detail. The agent continued. Ms. Yu, would you like to join us, or would you prefer to rest in the living room? I'll take the little one to the living room. You may proceed with your viewing, perhaps in a less than cheerful mood. The woman remarked tersely before leading the little girl directly to the villa's living room. Once they had departed, the agent formally began guiding Gu Feng through the villa. They toured the exterior, which featured a spacious front yard and 2 independent parking spaces. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by a crystal chandelier, genuine leather sofas, and wooden furnishings. The decor was undeniably luxurious. Mr. Gu, this villa spans 3 floors, with 3 bedrooms on both the first and second floors. The 3rd floor contains an additional bedroom, a media room, and a game room. If you're interested, you could enjoy singing and gaming at home as well. The agent elaborated, while Gu Feng surveyed the surroundings, feeling quite satisfied. It was evident that the owner had invested considerable thought into the design. If this villa appeals to me, we can discuss the price next, Gu Feng concluded. Excellent. The house is quite satisfactory, and now we simply need to negotiate the price. The two descended to the living room, where they found Yu Elon rising, holding her daughter's hand. What should I call you, miss? Miss. Yu Elon paused at the term, then smiled and shook her head. Given my age, Mr. Gu should rather call me Annie. She was nearing 40, while Gu Feng was merely in his 20s. A full 2-decade difference. I'm Yu Elon, and this is my daughter, Tong Tong. Are you satisfied with the house? After a brief introduction, Yu Elon directly inquired about the property. It's quite nice. May I ask, with such exquisite decor? It's clear you must have put a great deal of effort into the design. Why are you selling it? The business has not been thriving, and I require funds. Yu Elon replied matter-of-factly to Gu Feng's question. What price do you intend to sell this house for? 69 million. 69 million? Such a considerable sum surely warrants negotiation. However, before Gu Feng could voice his thoughts, the agent interjected. Ms. Yu, you may not be aware, but property prices have been gradually declining lately. This house is indeed in a prime location and is a standalone property, yet the asking price of 69 million is somewhat elevated. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Elon replied, 66 million, that is my final offer. I purchased this house for nearly 7 million, and the renovations totaled over 3 million. Mr. Gu should be aware of the surrounding property values. 66 million is absolutely the lowest I can go. If it weren't for urgent financial needs, I wouldn't even consider this price. Yu Elon spoke with earnest conviction, while the agent glanced at Gu Feng, evidently seeking the buyer's perspective. Frankly, the price of 66 million was indeed very reasonable. He was taken aback by Yu Elon's straightforwardness in dropping the price by 3 million, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to counteroffer. 65 million. If that works for you, we can sign a contract right now. Upon hearing this, Yu Elon's brow furrowed as she fell silent for a solid 10 seconds. After a moment of internal conflict, she finally nodded. Let us proceed with the contract. There was no choice. The house had been on the market for several months, and while there had been many viewers, very few were genuinely interested in purchasing. If Gu Feng was willing to offer 65 million, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity, uncertain of when another suitable buyer might appear. Very well. If that's the case, please accompany me to the office where we can formally sign the sales contract. The agent was internally ecstatic at the prospect of selling a villa valued at 65 million so effortlessly. With a commission of at least 1%, that would amount to 650,000, yielding a commission of nearly 300,000 for this transaction. Following the agent, they went to the office to sign the sales contract and transfer the payment to an escrow account. After completing the necessary procedures, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. It's too late today. We'll handle the transfer formalities tomorrow morning. If there are no further questions, you may both go about your business. I will contact you tomorrow morning, the agent concluded. All right, Gu Feng replied, turning to leave the agency. Upon returning to campus, he received a call from Su Liuli. After sharing dinner that evening, they finalized the property transfer the next morning and received the keys to the villa. His schedule was rather packed, and Su Liuli was busy preparing for a thesis defense, leaving her no time to inform him about the house. Before he knew it, Friday arrived. Just as he finished his last class, before Gu Feng could exit the classroom, the instructor suddenly entered. Gu Feng, come to my office. Lu Bo gestured emphatically at Gu Feng, a knowing smile on his face. Hey, Gu Feng, the instructor called you again. I bet it's about the club. Do you believe it? Jiang Yu teased, standing beside Gu Feng. This past Tuesday, the psychology club had been officially established, and he, along with Xiao Kai and Zhang Tiniu, had registered. To their surprise, there had been a long queue outside the registration classroom. Ultimately, they had to relocate the registration site to the playground. Yet even there, it was still crowded. In contrast to other clubs actively promoting their recruitment, the psychology club hardly needed to advertise. Everyone was eager to join. I believe it. You all go ahead and eat. I'll check it out. Handing his textbook to Jiang Yu, Gu Feng strode out of the classroom. Arriving at the instructor's office, he found Lu Bo cheerfully seated, sipping tea. Gu Feng, come sit here. He motioned toward a chair in front of him, urging Gu Feng to take a seat promptly. Do you know how many members we have in the club today, for days after its establishment? Lu Bo inquired, a gleam in his eye. How many members? Gu Feng responded, extending 5 fingers in front of him. 500? He guessed, slightly taken aback. Even the student council Wun Ti have 500 members. No, 5,000. Including students from the graduate school, the psychology club has surpassed 5,000 members. What? 5,000? Gu Feng could hardly believe his ears. How many students were there at Fuxing University? How could 5,000 have joined the psychology club? Gu Feng was astonished, and Lu Bo, the instructor, was equally taken aback. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Accompany me to the administrative building for a meeting. A meeting at the administrative building? What kind of meeting? Gu Feng was bewildered, completely unaware of Lu Bo's intentions. The principal, Lin, is holding a conference and has specifically requested your presence. I have no choice in the matter. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Grasping the thermos before her, the instructor rose and made her way towards the office door. Noticing that Gu Feng had not followed, she returned to seize his arm. Fear not. I merely wish to address some management suggestions regarding the club. You may listen in. Chapter 74. I am thunderstruck. Lu Bo hurriedly exited, providing no opportunity for inquiries. He swiftly approached the administrative building, where the conference room was located on the far left of the first floor. By the time Lu Bo and Gu Feng arrived, the room was already brimming with various school leaders. So many people. His pupils dilated in shock. During his 4 years at the University of Revival, he had never encountered such a crowd. Teacher Lu, student Gu Feng, please take a seat over here. Director Gao, with his prominent belly, hastily arranged seats for the two as they entered. With so many leaders present, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Settling silently, Gu Feng discreetly glanced at Lu Bo beside him. Shoo. I'm also nervous. Let me collect myself first. His hands rubbed nervously against his knees, beads of sweat forming on Lu Bo's brow. Observing this, Gu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the instructor would be even more anxious than he was. 2 minutes later, Principal Lin and her assistant entered the conference room, prompting everyone to straighten up. Apologies for keeping you waiting. As she took her seat, Principal Lin scanned the room, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Gu Feng. You must be student Gu Feng. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. A smile graced her face, and the principal's words left Gu Feng momentarily speechless. Awkwardly rising, he mustered a smile. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Principal Lin. Huh. The room erupted in bewildered laughter. Lu Bo's eyes nearly rolled back in disbelief. I did not expect student Gu to be so humorous. Please have a seat. With a hearty laugh, he gestured for Gu Feng to sit down promptly. Director Gao, please provide us with a report on the status of the various school clubs. The meeting commenced in earnest, with Gu Feng and Lu Bo attentively listening. The meeting did not last long. Within half an hour, the pertinent issues have been thoroughly discussed. Student Gu Feng, the psychology club currently boasts over 5,000 members, while our entire student body, including the graduate school, totals less than 20,000. You certainly place a considerable burden on me as principal. A student club with 5,000 members, amidst a total student population of merely 20,000, was indeed quite remarkable. Nonetheless, it was commendable to see such enthusiasm among the students. Director Gao, I hear the presidency of the psychology club is still vacant. I appoint you as president. Remember to organize plenty of activities. Yes, principal. The director, being but a humble official, dared not disobey a grand principal's command. Thus, after a brief 5-minute chat, the meeting finally concluded. Phew, it's finally over. Lu Bo exhaled deeply as the meeting adjourned. Instructor, I have matters to attend to. Please, do not let me keep you from your lunch. I shall take my leave. Exiting the administrative building, Gu Feng waved at Lu Bo and hurriedly jogged away. Su Liuli was still waiting for him at the school gate, and he had no time to linger. This child is in quite a rush. Lu Bo muttered quietly, watching Gu Feng depart as he made his way to the school cafeteria with his thermos in hand. At the school gate, Su Liuli, adorned in a flowing white dress, gazed longingly into the distance. After a few moments, a familiar figure rushed toward her. Upon spotting Gu Feng, Su Liuli's lips curled into a sweet smile as she gracefully approached him. You're late. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she looked at Gu Feng. I'm sorry, Liuli. I just came from a meeting. A meeting? What sort of meeting? Her large, bright eyes gleamed with curiosity. That is something I can't explain just now. Follow me. I wish to take you somewhere. Taking her delicate wrist, he led her towards the villa. It was Friday, and he finally had the time to show her the property. How did your thesis defense go? Did you pass? Yes, I did. Her delicate features radiated joy. She had not expected to pass on the first try. That's wonderful. I have a splendid place to show you, Gu Feng said. And soon they arrived outside the villa. Su Liuli, filled with confusion, gazed at the impressive structure. What is this place? Your new home. My home. In response to her astonished expression, Gu Feng produced a key card and tapped it against the door sensor, causing the entrance to slowly swing open. Come in and take a look. As they entered the villa and stepped into the living room, Su Liuli gradually regained her composure. You've been pregnant and living in the dorms. It's inconvenient. You'll stay here from now on, and I will take care of you. Gu Feng, isn't this house a bit too extravagant? I'm not sure I can get used to it. While she did not oppose living together, the luxuriousness of the house was overwhelming. It was not the sort of residence one would expect for someone merely expecting a child. This arrangement is not solely my decision. It is also the desire of your future mother-in-law. Would you like to call and confirm? He chuckled, knowing she would hesitate. As predicted, upon hearing this, Su Liuli immediately shook her head. I wouldn't dare. Ha ha ha. Just relax and enjoy living here. What would you like for lunch? I can cook for you. You can cook? She looked at Gu Feng incredulously, clearly skeptical. I want scrambled eggs with tomatoes. All right, wait a moment. I haven't bought the groceries yet. I need to go out first. Leaving Su Liuli to wait patiently in the living room, Gu Feng went out to purchase the necessary ingredients. After a busy hour, he finally prepared lunch. After they both enjoyed their meal, Su Liuli returned to her dormitory to pack her belongings. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Feng took a taxi to Yunding Technology. Peak competition had been launched for several days, and the promotion was gradually underway. During this time, Annie had been sending him updates via text, and, out of concern, he felt it necessary to visit the company in person. Chapter 75, University Autumn Recruitment. Arriving at Yunding Technology, he stepped out of the elevator, where Annie and Lu Qi immediately approached him. President Gu, you're here. President Gu. The data for peak competition has been compiled, and I will brief you shortly. Annie stated, while Lu Qi stood beside her, holding a stack of data files, his expression brimming with excitement. The data growth since the launch of peak competition had exceeded everyone's expectations. Nearly everyone who had tried it had given it glowing reviews. Even before the official promotion began, the data was already impressive, and once the promotion was fully underway, the figures would undoubtedly soar. No rush. Let us first visit the technical department. You two accompany me. Of course, President Gu, Annie replied, quickly stepping aside to clear the way. Accompanied by the two, Gu Feng made his way to the company's technical department. Compared to other departments, the technical department housed the most employees and had the largest office space. As Gu Feng entered, the individuals hunched over their computers immediately perked up, showing great enthusiasm. Lu Qi, how many people are currently in the technical department? There are a total of 42, with 32 working on the peak competition project, 2 managing the server room, and the remaining 10 maintaining several smaller games. The previous employees of Yunding Technology, along with members from the peak competition project team at Magic City University, had recently brought in additional staff as well. In a company of over 100 employees, the technical department comprised half of that number. All right, let us head to the meeting room. After a brief tour, where everyone was hard at work, Gu Feng felt it inappropriate to linger too long. Upon arriving at the meeting room, he found it empty except for himself and the 2 companions due to the lack of prior notice. President Gu, should I notify everyone to gather for a meeting? Annie inquired softly as she stood beside him. No need. It's nothing of great importance. Let us just have a simple chat among the 3 of us. Lu Qi, don't you have data to report? Please share it now. Certainly. Here are the current download and access statistics for peak competition. In just a few days since its launch, the download count has exceeded 100,000, with an average daily active user count around 20,000. I spoke with Secretarian, and since the major promotional campaign hasn't yet commenced, we can anticipate a significant surge in numbers once it begins. As the document was presented before Gu Feng, he picked it up, listening to Lu Qi's words. In just a few days, the download count has surpassed 100,000, he murmured inwardly, his expression tinged with surprise. He had never anticipated that the current data for peak competition would surpass that from 5 years prior. Back then, during its first week of launch, the download figures barely reached 30,000 before the promotional efforts even began, with daily active users numbering only in the thousands. The remarkable performance this time was truly unexpected. Lost in thought while examining the data, Annie hesitated for a moment before interjecting, President Gu, I believe the impressive figures could be attributed to Magic City University. The computer science department has been actively promoting peak competition over the past 2 days to showcase their educational achievements. This influence extends beyond just the students of Magic City University to many surrounding institutions. Magic City University? That makes sense, Gu Feng replied, closing the document with a smile directed at Lu Qi. Do you suppose this wave of publicity from the computer science department is the handiwork of Professor Wu? At this, Lu Qi wore a grin, yet remained silent. As a student of Professor Wu, he knew that the university's free promotion was undoubtedly thanks to his esteemed mentor. However, out of respect for the professor's stature, he refrained from directly informing Gu Feng. The data looks promising. Following the large-scale promotion, we should expect remarkable results. How are the arrangements for the promotion coming along? When can we expect it to commence? The advertising placements have been completed, and we should begin the full-scale promotion within a week at the latest. Excellent. President Gu, there's one more thing. With the summer just passing, we are about to enter the autumn recruitment season. Should we participate in the recruitment fairs organized by various universities in Magic City? The annual autumn recruitment is a bustling time for nearly all universities in Magic City, with numerous companies seeking to hire fresh graduates. Some fourth-year students even prepare a month or two in advance for the recruitment events. Absolutely. The autumn recruitment is a rare opportunity to acquire talent. I plan to expand several projects and aim to recruit 100 students from the computer software development department. Additionally, I will be hiring another 100 to fill various departments. The profits from peak competition during this period should be sufficient to support the expansion of other projects. 200 people, Annie exclaimed, her mouth agape, while Lu Qi appeared equally astonished, gulping nervously. President Gu, isn't that a bit excessive? The technical department is adequately staffed. We shouldn't need more than 100. Just because we don't need them now doesn't mean we won't in the future. These 100 recruits will require time to acclimate. Otherwise, we might find ourselves scrambling for temporary hires when subsequent projects launch, which would be too late. This is the only time we can hire so quickly. During other periods, the HR department wouldn't have such efficiency. Have there been any updates from the headhunting agency? Gu Feng inquired. After several days, we've yet to receive any news about the management talent we requested from the headhunters. I contacted them this morning, and they indicated that they are in discussions. They assured me that they will send candidates for interviews within 3 days, likely 3 to 5 individuals. The criteria are stringent, requiring experienced management talent, which indeed poses a considerable challenge. Nodding subtly at Annie's words, Gu Feng took out his phone to check the time. Su Liuli should be wrapping up soon. By the way, regarding the dinner invitation, let us schedule it for this Saturday at 6 in the evening. Annie, please arrange for a more upscale venue. Rising to his feet, he nearly forgot about this matter. He had promised everyone that once peak competition was launched, he would treat them to dinner. As the boss, he certainly could not go back on his word. Understood, President Gu. I'll inform them right away. Thank you, boss. Annie nodded in agreement, her excitement evident, while Lu Qi, overjoyed, clasped his fists in gratitude and even performed a slight bow. Once the company matters were settled, Gu Feng hurried back to the university, dialing Su Liuli's number. She informed him that she was still packing and would need about half an hour longer. Arriving downstairs to wait, he spotted 2 figures emerging from the female dormitory 20 minutes later. Su Liuli was wheeling her suitcase, while Dong Jejia carried a large pile of bags. Hey, Gu Feng, nice to see you, Su Liuli exclaimed cheerfully as she approached him, pulling her suitcase. Dong Jejia joined in, greeting him with equal enthusiasm. Hello, senior, Gu Feng replied politely, acknowledging Dong Jejia as well. Liuli, with Gu Feng accompanying you to your new place. I can relax. Take your time on the way. If your roommates give you a hard time, come back and let me know. I'll bring Manny and Xiaoyu to help you, Dong Jejia declared, raising her fist and striking a fierce pose. Roommates? Bullying? Gu Feng stood silently, perplexed. Wasn't he Su Liuli's roommate? It seemed that Dong Jejia was threatening him instead. Jejia, everyone is very nice. They won't bully anyone. Please let Gu Feng take me. You should head back now, Su Liuli said, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment as she gently pushed Dong Jejia away. All right. I'll head back. Remember to call us when you get settled in. Bye. Dong Jejia waved her hand enthusiastically before slowly making her way back to the dormitory. Watching her enter the building, Su Liuli playfully turned around, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Gu Feng. Shall we go? Of course. I'll carry these things, he replied, taking over the remaining items while Su Liuli maneuvered her suitcase. He was surprised at how heavy they turned out to be. Liuli? Gu Feng began, his tone laced with curiosity. What is up? She asked, slowing her pace as she walked ahead with her suitcase. Glancing back at him with her sparkling eyes. I'd like to ask, who is your roommate? Puffed. Su Liuli paused momentarily, then couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her joy blooming like a flower. After a while, her enchanting gaze met Gu Feng's, and she softly explained, of course it's you. When I went back to pack, Jejia and the others asked where I was going, and I said the kindergarten job required me to stay on campus. With her long eyelashes fluttering, she thought it was necessary to lie. If Dong Jejia and the others discovered she was moving in with Gu Feng, she could only imagine the gossip that would ensue. They might even suspect she was pregnant. Listening to Su Liuli's explanation, Gu Feng chuckled, shaking his head. He now understood why Dong Jejia had made such comments. It was because Su Liuli hadn't been entirely truthful. The villa was conveniently located near Fuxing University, and, as they conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the living room. We'll be staying on the first floor. Please sit here, quietly while I tidy up the room. Alright, Su Liuli. I'll go cut some fruit for you. With nothing else to do, Gu Feng began organizing the room while she headed to the kitchen. Once inside the room, he made the bed and started to unpack the bags, which contained various skincare and toiletries. After arranging those, he opened the suitcase, finding only 2 square boxes remaining inside. What'd be in here? Curiosity piqued, He opened one of the boxes and was greeted by a delightful, subtle fragrance that wafted toward him. Gazing intently at the contents within, Gu Feng could not help but widen his eyes. Inside lay a few delicate pieces of lingerie, 2 perfectly rounded cups, adorably petite. Ah, in white, black, and blue. Avert thine eyes, avert thine eyes, he muttered to himself, removing the items one by one and placing them into the wardrobe. Could this box possibly contain lingerie? As he opened the box, his suspicions were confirmed. It held several clean pieces of underwear, predominantly in black and white, adorned with dainty floral lace, exuding a youthful charm. After a brief pause, he picked up a piece of lingerie, just as he was about to rise and place the garments in the wardrobe. Achoo! He turned his head, unexpectedly sneezing. With both hands gripping the lingerie, he instinctively rubbed his slightly uncomfortable nose with the back of his hand. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Su Liuli entered, clad in slippers. Upon seeing Gu Feng standing there, clutching her black lingerie and inhaling its scent, her mind went blank. The air thickened, time seemed to freeze, and the two stood in a daze, gazing at each other for a good 3 seconds. "W, what are you doing?" A flush of crimson crept across Su Liuli's cheeks as she stood there, her mouth slightly agape. "No, Liuli, let me explain. I just want to put the clothes in the wardrobe. These clothes should stay in the box. I'll take care of it." Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly snatched the lingerie from Gu Feng's hands, hastily placing it back in the box and covering it. Cradling the box, Su Liuli hesitated, glancing at the wardrobe before finally tiptoeing to place the box on the top shelf. "Gu Feng, while those clothes have been washed, they're still not clean. Can you, next time, be more careful? Or you might end up with mouth ulcers." "Mouth ulcers? What mouth ulcers?" Gu Feng was left utterly flabbergasted. "Liuli, you must have misunderstood me." With her cheeks flushed, Su Liuli realized from his words that there had indeed been a misunderstanding. "I genuinely intended to place the clothes in the wardrobe. There was no other intention." As he earnestly attempted to explain in front of Su Liuli, her clear and serious gaze indicated her disbelief. "I'm going to make dinner for you now. Don't touch that box," she admonished before leaving. Gu Feng felt as though he had been turned to stone, utterly aghast at the misunderstanding. "Liuli, I truly meant no harm. I am not a pervert," he lamented in despair. Collapsing onto the bed, Gu Feng was filled with regret, wishing he had never opened the box. The radiant image he held in Su Liuli's mind had vanished in an instant. However, reflecting on the situation, he realized it was not surprising she had misconstrued his actions. Anyone in her position would likely perceive him as a pervert. After lingering in the room for a moment, he rose and made his way to the living room, only to find no trace of Su Liuli. Continuing into the kitchen, he discovered her, clad in an apron, busily preparing a meal at the stove. "Ahem, Liuli, what are we having for dinner?" he asked awkwardly from the kitchen entrance. "Tomato and egg noodles. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly." "Great." He settled at the dining table, and before long, Su Liuli emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. "Liuli, I still want to explain. It truly wasn't what you saw earlier. I was merely trying to put the clothes away when I unexpectedly sneezed and rubbed my nose with the back of my hand. Just then you walked in. You must believe me. I am not a pervert." He spoke with sincerity, his expression earnest. Su Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes, smiling as she nodded. "Let us eat." The simplicity of her words conveyed a singular meaning. She did not believe him at all. In Chapter 77, Bedtime Ghost Stories, Su Liuli immersed herself in her meal, taking small bites of the tomato and egg noodles. Her exquisite cheeks flushed like fire, despite her composed demeanor. Images of Gu Feng bringing her lingerie close to his mouth lingered in her mind. As he sat at the table, his gaze shifted from Su Liuli to the noodles, and in that moment, he suddenly realized he had little appetite. Jumping into the yellow river wound tea cleanse me, he mused silently, knowing that any further explanation would only solidify Su Liuli's belief that he was a pervert. The only option left was to eat in silence. In less than 10 minutes, Su Liuli had polished off her bowl of noodles, while Gu Feng still had more than half left. Glancing at his bowl, Su Liuli's charming eyes flickered with concern. "Are the noodles not tasty? If you want something else, I can make it for you." Gu Feng hadn't eaten much and assumed she might not like his cooking. As she spoke, she rose with her bowl, intent on heading to the kitchen to make a fresh meal. "No, don't make anything else. The noodles are delicious. I'm just not very hungry," he said, awkwardly smiling while holding his chopsticks. Given his current mood, he could hardly eat another bite. "Then have some fruit. I just cut those, and they're very fresh." She gestured towards the coffee table, where a platter of fruit sat. "All right, you go sit in the living room. I'll clean up." With a nod, Gu Feng decisively stood up, taking the ceramic bowl from Su Liuli while also grabbing his own bowl from the table, turning towards the kitchen without a backward glance. After washing the two bowls, he found Su Liuli seated in the living room, her long, fair legs elegantly draped over the sofa, a remote in hand as she watched television. Upon seeing Gu Feng approach, she picked up a toothpick and speared a piece of fruit. "This apple is so sweet. You should try it." Sitting upright, as Gu Feng took his seat, her delicate form leaned against him, preoccupied with feeding him fruit. She remained blissfully unaware that her entire body had nestled into his embrace. The sweet fragrance enveloped him, and as he gazed at Su Liuli's exquisite face, with her long, dark lashes casting shadows over her enchanting autumn-like eyes, his heart raced, momentarily forgetting to open his mouth. Open your mouth. Eat the apple." Gu Feng remained silent, prompting Su Liuli to pout her soft lips, her gaze filled with affection. "Oh, okay." Realizing this, Gu Feng quickly opened his mouth, swallowing the apple piece on the toothpick in one swift motion. "Delicious. This apple is really sweet," he exclaimed, chewing appreciatively. After feeding him a piece of apple, Su Liuli took the toothpick and speared another piece for herself. Perhaps feeling the fruit platter was too far away, she lifted the entire platter into her lap. Engrossed in her television program, she nibbled on the fruit, occasionally offering pieces to Gu Feng. 3 full episodes of the drama later, the clock struck 9. "I'm going to wash up. You stay here and watch TV," she said softly, rising gracefully and making her way towards the bedroom, gliding past the coffee table. Watching Su Liuli walk away, Gu Feng adjusted his posture, returning his gaze to the television. Half an hour passed. Just as he began to wonder why Su Liuli hadn't returned yet, he saw her approaching, clad in a white nightgown. Her long, slender figure, smooth legs, and delicate, porcelain-like skin were breathtaking. "Liuli, I'm ready. Do you want to wash up? There's a bathtub in the bathroom. It's very comfortable." Her pure, beautiful eyes shimmered with shyness, as this was the first time she wore sleepwear in front of Gu Feng, making her somewhat uneasy. After staring at Su Liuli in a daze for a couple of seconds, Gu Feng snapped back to reality and promptly stood up. "All right, I'll go clean up. You stay here and enjoy some TV." With that, he strode towards the innermost bedroom. Gu Feng hurriedly departed, leaving Su Liuli with a curious gaze cast downward at herself. Clad in slippers and snugly wrapped in her pajamas, she noted the lace trim adorning the collar and cuffs, revealing nothing at all. "Why does he seem so frightened of me?" She bit her soft lip lightly, murmuring to herself. Making her way to the bedroom, she quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face. When Gu Feng emerged once more, Su Liuli was leaning against the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Ahem, Liuli, it's getting late. Perhaps you should head back to rest?" With the clock nearing 10, although the next day was Saturday and she had no classes, staying up too late could be detrimental to her health. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli glanced at her phone and, realizing the time was indeed late, reluctantly turned off the television. They walked out of the living room one after the other and gently pushed open the bedroom door, whereupon Su Liuli instinctively turned around. "Are you going to stay in the same room as me?" Her fair, delicate neck flushed with a rosy hue. With so many bedrooms on the first floor, surely they each had enough space for themselves. "No, I worry that you might be scared sleeping alone. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I leave." As his words raced through his mind, Gu Feng felt a sense of pride in himself for such a clever excuse. "I am quite particular about my sleeping arrangements and might take a while to fall asleep. Why don't you head back to rest?" Though she verbally declined, her heart longed for Gu Feng's company, not out of fanciful thoughts, but genuine apprehension. In the dormitory, sharing space with many had posed no issues. But in such a grand villa, with each having their own room, she found herself easily prone to insomnia in unfamiliar surroundings. With Saturday ahead, she need not rise early. So it was no great matter. "Come on, let us go inside." With a single hand, he pushed open the door and, taking Su Liuli by the wrist, led her to the bedside. He pulled over a chair and gestured to the spacious bed. "Sleep now." "All right." A small dimple appeared on her face as Su Liuli lifted the covers and happily nestled into the bedding, her hands clutching the blanket, leaving only her head exposed. "I'm going to sleep now," she spoke softly, her eyes fluttering towards Gu Feng by the bedside. "Sleep well, I'll turn off the lights." He raised his hand to extinguish the bedside lamp, leaving only the faint glow from the hallway. Lying in bed, Su Liuli closed her eyes, her fair skin taking on a delicate blush under the dim light. About 5 or 6 minutes later, her previously closed eyes fluttered open, her eyelashes quivering. "Gu Feng, I can't sleep." "Can't sleep? Would you like me to tell you a story?" "Sure." Upon hearing that Gu Feng would narrate a story, Su Liuli's interest piqued immediately. "All right, I'll tell you the tale of not looking in the mirror at night." In the anticipation of Su Liuli's gaze, Gu Feng began to earnestly recount a ghost story. Initially unable to sleep, her anxiety deepened with each word he spoke, causing her to clutch the blanket tightly. revealing only her eyes. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Gu Feng suddenly chuckled and stood up. Liuli, I'm going to rest now. Sleep early. After a brief pause, he turned to leave. Wait, could you stay a little longer? I'm scared. Her voice was soft, having heard a ghost story. Sleep was now the furthest from her mind. Gu Feng's expression faltered, hesitating as he replied, but I'm tired. I want to lie down and rest. Chapter 78, A Genius in the Performing Arts. To enhance his performance, Gu Feng even raised a hand to cover his mouth and yawn. Su Liuli lay on the bed, observing the effort Gu Feng was putting into his act. With her keen intellect, she easily discerned his intention. However, she had no intention of calling him out. The bed is quite large. You can lie down beside me to rest. She gently shifted, making room for Gu Feng. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng couldn't suppress a smile that threatened to break free. Ahem. All right, then I'll make do for one night. He feigned modesty, quickly moving to the side, changed into his sleepwear, and swiftly dove under the covers. Good night, she whispered softly to Gu Feng before closing her eyes. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, an arm unexpectedly reached beneath her, and in the next moment, she found herself in Gu Feng's embrace. The sudden motion made Su Liuli gasp, her hands instinctively bracing against Gu Feng as her cheeks flushed with panic. Gu Feng, we can't hurt the baby. Her voice was barely audible, filled with both shyness and anxiety. For reasons unknown, being held by Gu Feng rendered her entirely powerless. Don't worry, I won't move. I'm just holding you. In his arms, Su Liuli resembled a frightened little rabbit. Really? Really? I promise. I'm just holding you. Nothing more. Upon uttering those words, Gu Feng himself was taken aback, recalling a well-known adage about boys. I'm just snuggling, not going in. With Gu Feng's assurance, Su Liuli gradually relaxed. She lowered her hands and leaned her head against his chest, her body tense and rigid, but ultimately surrendering to Gu Feng's embrace. With her delicate form nestled against him, Gu Feng felt a surge of emotions. After 5 minutes, Su Liuli could no longer resist the urge to shift slightly, her long, graceful legs curling up. What's wrong? Noticing her unusual movement, Gu Feng opened his eyes in confusion. Nothing. It just feels like something is poking me. With a slight arch of her brow, Su Liuli instinctively reached out, and upon seeing this, Gu Feng's expression changed, hastily raising his hand to stop her. No. He firmly grasped her hand before it could descend further, embarrassment flooding his face. Huh? Gu Feng's unusual reaction left Su Liuli puzzled. Perhaps it was her inexperience, as she still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Liuli, there is nothing there, just go to sleep. He leaned back slightly, trying to maintain distance, aware that this was not something to be grasped at. Seeing Gu Feng's movement, Su Liuli's gaze faltered as realization dawned upon her. You. A blush crept up her cheeks at a visible pace, her curled legs frozen in place, her head buried deep in Gu Feng's embrace, too mortified to look up. This was utterly embarrassing. She had almost reached out just moments ago, risking social death in front of Gu Feng, with Su Liuli shyly hiding in his arms. Gu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. One arm encircled her waist while the other rested on the blanket, slowly closing his eyes. The next morning, they remained asleep until nearly 8 o'clock. After rising, Su Liuli prepared to change her clothes, and Gu Feng, initially intending to stay and watch, was unceremoniously pushed out of the room. With no other choice, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. A simple meal of boiled eggs and milk awaited her. Finished just as Su Liuli emerged from her room. Dressed in a black sweater and jeans, her figure was nearly perfectly outlined. As the weather grew cooler, wearing a skirt seemed increasingly impractical. Approaching the dining table, she sat down, eyeing the prepared eggs and milk. Eat an egg. He handed her an egg, and as she took it, she paused mid-peel, her brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Gu Feng inquired, sensing something was amiss. Faced with his concern, Su Liuli stammered. Her cheeks flushed, unable to articulate her thoughts. Are you feeling unwell? Gu Feng pressed on, and seeing his earnest worry, she finally whispered, I feel a bit uncomfortable. It feels a bit bloated. One hand rested on her abdomen as she lowered her head, her face crimson. She was unsure of the cause. But since returning from the capital, she had been vaguely aware of this sensation, which had now become increasingly pronounced. Bloating? Let's have breakfast first. After we've eaten, I'll take you to the hospital. Understanding the gravity of the situation, and realizing that this is no time for jest, Gu Feng ensured Su Liuli had a hearty breakfast. The two then exited the villa and hailed a taxi to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital lobby, Gu Feng navigated effortlessly to the registration desk. After obtaining the medical card, he returned to Su Liuli's side, concern etched on his face. How are you feeling now? It seems like the issue has resolved itself. Taking a moment to assess, she realized the morning's swelling had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. Wait, let's consult the doctor. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, Gu Feng deemed it prudent to seek professional advice. Soon, it was their turn. Entering the consultation room with the medical card in hand, the female doctor, after inquiring about Su Liuli's condition, immediately asked if she was pregnant. Yes, I'm nearly 2 months along. That explains it. Hormonal fluctuations during pregnancy can lead to such developments, though typically this occurs after 3 months or during breastfeeding. Doctor, is this normal? Should we conduct further examinations? No need. The doctor replied. Just ensure you rest adequately and consider switching to a larger size of undergarments to avoid excessive constriction. There is no major concern. Given that you are in the early stages of pregnancy, I advise against medication or unnecessary tests. After a few brief instructions, Gu Feng and Su Liuli left the consultation room together. Where are we going now? Standing beside Gu Feng, Su Liuli inquired softly, tilting her head. First, we need to buy some clothes. The doctor has already indicated that your current attire is unsuitable. Since we have the morning free, let us shop for some looser garments. Chapter 79. You truly are a pervert. They stepped outside the hospital, where a nearby shopping mall waited. Walking side by side, they arrived at the closest mall, which had a slightly different layout from others, with the lingerie boutiques located on the 3rd floor. Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, they paused in front of a lingerie store. Would you like to wait here while I go in a shop? Su Liuli spoke softly, her hands clasped in front of her. I'm going in with you. A glance revealed that not only ladies' lingerie was available, but men's as well, with many couples browsing together. Oh, Gu Feng insisted on accompanying her inside, and Su Liuli said nothing more. As they entered the lingerie section, it became evident that unlike other stores, there were no sales assistants present. To select appropriate undergarments, one simply needed to take a sample and inform the staff of the size, who would then fetch a new set. Gu Feng followed closely behind as Su Liuli browsed ahead. After several laps around the store, she had yet to find anything suitable. Are none of them to your liking? No. I don't have any particular requirements, just something that fits. How about this one? She casually pointed to a rather conservative black bra. All right, we'll take that one. Now, let us find 2 more in different styles. What about this one? Su Liuli felt shy to choose herself, so Gu Feng stepped in to help. However, the selections he made were far less conservative than hers. After picking out 2 or 3, the most modest one was adorned with lace trim. Really, how about this piece? Suddenly halting in front of a particular set, Gu Feng pointed seriously at it. Upon hearing him, Su Liuli glanced in the direction he indicated, and immediately her face flushed crimson, her indignation causing her to lightly stomp her foot. You truly are a pervert. With a soft huff, she marched in front of Gu Feng, grasping his wrist and hastily leading him away. That particular piece she could never imagine wearing. It was far too revealing. Am I really a pervert? Gu Feng chuckled. Liuli, I merely intended to tease you. Don't take it to heart. I was just being a bit silly. The label of pervert seemed to be one he could not shake off now. Having gathered the chosen garments, they approached the staff, who promptly retrieved the requested items from the warehouse based on Su Liuli's size. Moments later, several brand new, unopened sets were presented to them. Hello. Please note that all lingerie selections are final sale. Kindly proceed to the front desk for payment. Thank you. After receiving the clothes, they walked to the checkout. The clock now reading 10 in the morning. By the way, there's a dinner gathering tonight. Would you accompany me? Gu Feng suddenly remembered that as the host, he was expected to treat guests, and he thought it would be nice for Su Liuli to join him. Is it convenient for you to take me? If not, I can dine with Jia and the others. Not all. It's quite convenient. We still have time. Let us explore the mall a bit longer. How about catching a movie this afternoon? With nothing else on our agenda, it would be delightful. Sounds great. Let's stroll around first, and then go watch a movie after lunch. Elated by the prospect of the film, Su Liuli intertwined her arm with Gu Feng's, leading him through the mall. Contrary to expectations that her pregnancy might hinder her stamina, Su Liuli surprised him by energetically guiding him for 2 hours. They wandered from 10 until 12:30, while Gu Feng began to feel his legs grow weary, yet Su Liuli remained vibrant and full of energy. He had no doubt she could continue shopping for another 2 hours. Liuli, shall we grab a bite to eat? I'm feeling a bit hungry. I only had an egg for breakfast, and my stomach is starting to grumble. All right, let's eat. What would you like? Today it's my treat. She looked at him with a playful, slightly haughty gaze, reminiscent of a little heiress. You're treating? I'll have to think carefully about what I want. Cool, mate. Let us check out the options upstairs. The dining establishments were located on the 5th and 6th floors of the mall. Riding the escalator to the 5th floor, they found a predominance of hot pot and barbecue restaurants, along with a few places serving grilled fish and Western cuisine. Shall we have Western food? Many dishes were unsuitable for Su Liuli, and after walking down the corridor for several meters, they found that the Western restaurant was the most appropriate choice. Sound good? I've never had Western food before. Linking her arm through Gu Feng's, they entered a relatively unassuming Western restaurant. Despite it being a Saturday, the lunchtime crowd was sparse. Upon their entry, a server clad in a black vest warmly approached them. After understanding their needs, she seated them at a window-side table. Sir, madam, here is the menu. Liuli, what would you like to eat? Gu Feng asked as he took the menu and began to peruse it, while also inquiring about Su Liuli's preferences. Steak. All right, we'll have 2 portions of filet, well done. And 2 Caesar salads, please. Certainly, sir. Would you like some red wine with that? No, thank you. He shook his head. Not only was Su Liuli pregnant, but given her limited tolerance for alcohol, 1 glass of red wine would likely necessitate him carrying her back later. The restaurant was quiet, allowing for prompt service. In no time, their 2 well-done filet steaks and salads were served. Let us eat. MHM. Su Liuli softly replied, awkwardly grasping the knife and fork, struggling to cut her steak. Meanwhile, Gu Feng, having rarely dined in Western restaurants, was equally unskilled in using such utensils. Excuse me, do you have chopsticks? Please bring me a pair. Gu Feng called out. I'm not accustomed to this knife. Nearby, 2 burly men in casual attire, with faces marked by excess weight, waved at the server. Upon noticing their call, she hurried over. Good day, sir. You need chopsticks? Yes. Little lady, please bring us 2 pairs of chopsticks. We're not accustomed to these foreign utensils. Despite his imposing appearance, the man was exceedingly friendly. Upon hearing this, the waiter promptly retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from the front desk and presented them to the 2 gentlemen. The establishment had anticipated such requests, having encountered patrons desiring chopsticks in the past. Old Zhang, let us eat quickly. We still need to pay a visit to President Liu. Today is truly unfortunate, having to queue for a meal on a Saturday. Fortunately, this place is less crowded. The 2 brothers chatted merrily, as the other restaurants in the mall were bustling with waiting patrons, leaving them no choice but to dine here. After savoring their steaks and salads for 20 minutes, they rose to settle the bill and exited the Western restaurant. Let us head to the cinema. Chapter 80, The Freedom of Popcorn. Throughout the meal, the thought of watching a movie lingered in their minds. Once they finished dining, Su Liuli could hardly contain her excitement, eagerly taking Gu Feng's hand as they made their way to the cinema. Upon arriving, she scanned the newly released films and opted for an animated feature. The movie was set to commence at 2 o'clock, leaving them nearly an hour to spare. Shall I get us some popcorn? I'll buy 2 buckets for you. Gu Feng offered, rising as he noticed a throng of people purchasing popcorn from a distance, with small buckets priced at 38 yuan and large buckets at 58 yuan. Indulging in popcorn while watching a film is indeed a delightful experience. However, upon glimpsing the price, Su Liuli hesitated. 38 for a small bucket? That's far too expensive. She firmly shook her head, grasping Gu Feng's arm. Come with me for a moment. With that, she turned and led him away, leaving Gu Feng perplexed, unsure of where she intended to take him. They took the elevator from the 6th floor to the 1st, exiting the mall and pausing at the entrance. Su Liuli glanced around, her gaze eventually settling on a distant tricycle. Let us go. They approached the tricycle, and it was then that Gu Feng realized it was selling popcorn. An elderly woman operated the stand, and despite its humble setup, everything was impeccably arranged, revealing her penchant for cleanliness. Hello, young ones, would you like some popcorn? The grandmother inquired. Yes, Granny. How much for the popcorn? Su Liuli asked. 15 for a small. 18 for a large, the grandmother replied. Let us get a large one, Su Liuli decided, reasoning that a small portion would likely not suffice for the 2 of them, given the length of the movie. Upon hearing Su Liuli's choice for a large bucket, the elderly lady set to work, engaging in cheerful conversation as she prepared the popcorn. Are you 2 off to shop in a mall? She asked. Yes, Granny. We're getting popcorn to watch a movie, Su Liuli replied. Oh, off to watch a movie, are you? Such a beautiful girl, and so thrifty too. Young man, you've truly found a treasure, the grandmother remarked, causing Su Liuli to blush slightly, while Gu Feng could only smile sheepishly. In under 10 minutes, the grandmother had finished preparing the popcorn. As she prepared to bag it, both Su Liuli and Gu Feng were taken aback by the sheer volume. The grandmother presented them with 2 large white plastic bags, brimming with popcorn, an amount that could easily fill 4 or 5 of the large buckets sold outside the cinema. Granny, this is far too much, Gu Feng exclaimed, swallowing nervously. It's a large size, so naturally it should be plentiful. A little less wouldn't suffice. She replied with a wink. Now, take your popcorn and go enjoy your movie. Each with a hefty bag in hand, Su Liuli returned to the mall, her spirits lifted with the newfound freedom of popcorn. Liuli, how did you know there was an old lady selling popcorn? I didn't even notice, Gu Feng inquired curiously, having overlooked it before entering the mall. I guessed, she replied with a bright smile, leaving Gu Feng momentarily speechless. Once they returned to the cinema, with less than half an hour before the film began, they settled in the waiting area to enjoy their popcorn. The sight of them drew curious and envious glances from those around. Moments later, a mother with her child approached them. "Excuse me, young man, where did you get that popcorn, and how much did it cost?" she asked. "Oh, we bought it from a vendor outside the mall for 18 yuan, Gu Feng replied. 18? Oh, thank you." Upon hearing the price, the mother's eyes widened in disbelief. She thanked them and immediately took her child out of the cinema, undoubtedly heading to purchase popcorn herself. After her departure, others who had been resting in the area began to leave as well. Within a short span of time, many returned with large bags of popcorn, and the waiting area was now filled with patrons, each clutching their own sizable bag. Those who had just purchased the large buckets inside could only lament their choice, wishing they had ventured out as well. "Liuli, do you think we inadvertently helped the old lady with her sales?" Gu Feng chuckled, munching on popcorn, noticing that their bags still brimmed with the treat. Su Liuli's bag was similarly full. At this rate, they might not finish it even after the movie. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, the film finally began. They entered the viewing area, captivated by the 2.5-hour animated feature. As they exited the cinema, they had consumed a significant portion of their popcorn, with about a third remaining. "I think I might have overindulged," Su Liuli admitted, patting her abdomen and looking at Gu Feng with a hint of distress. "I feel the same. If it comes to it, we might have to eat less for dinner," he suggested, acknowledging that he too had eaten quite a bit. Stepping out of the cinema, Gu Feng checked his phone to find that Annie had sent the reservation details for dinner. The time was set for 6 o'clock, with everyone gathering outside the restaurant at 5:30. There were a total of 93 people, as some from the technical department remained due to the peak competition. With an hour to spare before 5:30, Gu Feng and Su Liuli decided to rest a bit in the mall before hailing a cab to the restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant just as it turned 5, Su Liuli marveled at its grandeur. "What a high-end place. Are we really dining here?" she asked, standing beside Gu Feng with wide-eyed curiosity. "Yes, indeed. Let us head inside," he replied. Annie had already reserved a table, and all he needed to do was provide the name. As they entered the luxurious establishment, the front desk staff greeted them warmly. Upon confirming the reservation, a dedicated attendant escorted them to the 3rd floor. "Sir, here is your reserved table. 2 of our staff will be nearby. Feel free to call upon us if you need anything. Enjoy your meal." Standing at the entrance, the server directed Gu Feng and Su Liuli into the grand dining hall, which spanned nearly 300 square meters. To the left, there were 6 round tables. To the right, another 6 with a long rectangular table in the center. A plush red carpet covered the floor, and crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling. "Goodness, will there really be so many people in such a vast space?" Su Liuli guandered the mouth, scanning the room with curiosity. "Yes, there will be close to 100 people," Gu Feng confirmed. 100 people? Su Liuli's pupils widened in astonishment, her eyes betraying her shock. When Gu Feng mentioned a dinner gathering, she had assumed it would involve just a few people sharing a simple meal. To her surprise, there were over 100 attendees. How could there be so many? Could it possibly be a class reunion? Tilting her head, she gazed at Gu Feng with a charming look, struggling to fathom what else could warrant such a large gathering aside from a reunion. While Su Liuli was taken aback, Gu Feng simply smiled and pulled out a chair beside him. "Please have a seat." After she settled down, he leisurely explained, "It's not a class reunion. It's a company team-building event." The notion of a company gathering left her even more perplexed. Having just enrolled in school, was it possible that Gu Feng had already secured a job? Gu Feng had not intended to keep anything from Su Liuli and was prepared to share details about Yunding technology with her. "You see," after a thorough explanation lasting 5 or 6 minutes, Su Liuli finally grasped that her boyfriend was, in fact, the owner of a company. "You're incredible. Was the request for me to produce music the last time because of you?" A flash of realization struck her as she recalled the previous project of composing music, which had astonished her at the time, considering she was merely an ordinary student. It now seemed plausible that her involvement was indeed due to Gu Feng's influence. In response to her inquiry, Gu Feng admitted, "It's not entirely because of me. The company intended to hire students from universities in Magic City to create the game's background music to control costs. I merely recommended you." He shrugged, his tone calm and unbothered. Nevertheless, Su Liuli understood that, as a company owner, Gu Feng's recommendation held significant weight for the employees. "Isn't this a case of using your position for personal gain?" she teased, a small dimple appearing on her cheek as she maintained a playful smile while looking at Gu Feng. "Ah, that's a bit exaggerated. I'd say it's more like a favor," he replied, just as their quiet conversation was interrupted by the opening of the private room door. Annie and Lu Qi entered with a group of company personnel. Upon spotting Gu Feng, they quickened their pace and approached him with hurried steps. "President Gu," they greeted, their curious eyes darting towards Su Liuli. "Ah, You all have arrived, Gu Feng acknowledged, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. With so many people entering, it would be inappropriate to stand in the middle of the hall. Yes, we will arrange for everyone to be seated right away. Following his instructions, Liuli and Annie swiftly guided the attendees to their respective places. As over 90 people settled down, once everyone was comfortably situated, the two returned to Gu Feng's side. Their gazes fell upon Su Liuli, and both Liuli and Annie could not hide their astonishment. Their surprise stemmed not from the fact that Gu Feng was accompanied by a girl, but rather from the stunning beauty and figure of Su Liuli. Such breathtaking allure and exceptional talent would put even television stars to shame. Noticing their reaction, Gu Feng smiled lightly. Allow me to introduce her. This is my wife. Upon hearing this, Liuli and Annie were left utterly flabbergasted, with Liuli almost choking on his own saliva. Meanwhile, Su Liuli's mouth fell agape. Her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Gu Feng, unable to comprehend his introduction. Who is your wife? She whispered close to Gu Feng's ear, her delicate fingers expertly pinching the soft flesh at his waist. The sudden jolt of pain caused Gu Feng to inhale, sharply hiss. I am sorry, dear. You better be. The constant address of wife made a faint blush creep on his Su Liuli's cheeks. After chastising Gu Feng, she turned her attention toward Annie and Liuli. Hello. I am Su Liuli. Upon hearing her introduction, Annie was the first to respond, saying eagerly, Hello, Miss Su. I am Annie, and this is Liuli, the head of the technical department. With Annie having initiated the greeting, Liuli naturally followed suit, beaming widely to reveal his two front teeth. Hello, boss lady. Liuli's remark, though humorous, left Gu Feng momentarily speechless. As for Su Liuli, she appeared completely bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. Let's sit down quickly. Gu Feng cleared his throat to dissipate the awkwardness, taking Su Liuli's hand and leading her to the long table in the center. The table could accommodate about 8 or 9 people comfortably. After securing Gu Feng's approval, Annie gathered several department heads to join them, including the newly appointed heads of the publicity and planning departments. President Gu, you're already acquainted with Finance Supervisor Du Jingjing and HR Supervisor Zhao Nan. These two are Shun Yaxian, the head of the planning department, and Wang Gang, the head of the publicity department. I believe I need not introduce them further. Annie smiled gently at the group before continuing. This is Miss Su. As Annie introduced Su Liuli, the four exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, greeted, Hello, President Gu. Hello, boss lady. Liuli's earlier address had been heard clearly, and they recognized this as an opportune moment to win favor with Su Liuli. From their social experience, making the boss lady happy was often more important than pleasing the boss himself. In unison, the four addressed her, causing Su Liuli to rise awkwardly, her small eyes darting nervously among them as she hurriedly replied, Hello, Miss Su, please take a seat. Everyone, please sit down as well. Once everyone was settled, Annie raised her hand to signal the waiter to bring the menu. There were no fixed dishes. Everyone could order what they liked, as per Gu Feng's previous request. 20 minutes later, the prepared dishes began to arrive at the table. Miss Su, would you like some juice? I can fetch you a glass of fresh juice. Although drinks were placed before everyone, Su Liuli only had plain water in front of her. Noticing this, Annie stood up to request a glass of fresh juice from the waiter. Annie, no need to trouble yourself. I'll just have plain water, Su Liuli replied. It's no trouble at all, Annie smiled in response, disregarding Su Liuli's polite refusal as she signaled the waiter to prepare a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. After returning and taking her seat again, Su Liuli suddenly inquired, Annie, didn't Tiwi speak on the phone before? Your voice sounds so familiar. She recalled Annie's voice from the earlier contact with the company's representative. Yes, Miss Su. I was the one who called you before. The background music you created for the game is remarkable, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. What? The game's background music was created by the boss lady? Liuli's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he realized that the music for Peak competition had come from Su Liuli's talent. In his astonishment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he and T criticized the work, or he might have faced dire consequences today. No wonder the background music was so impeccably crafted. It was your handiwork, Miss Su. Sitting beside Annie, Liuli did not shy away from flattery. Miss Su, you're not only stunningly beautiful, but also incredibly talented. You truly are a paragon of excellence. Indeed, saying you are a celestial being would not be an overstatement. The others nodded in agreement, and Su Liuli, unable to withstand such lavish praise, felt her cheeks flush as she sat beside Gu Feng, a bashful smile adorning her exquisite face. At that moment, Gu Feng stepped in. Let us start eating. We can chat while we dine. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and was the first to serve himself. Following his lead, everyone began to dig into their meals. As they enjoyed their dinner, which lasted from 6 to 9 in the evening, It became a full 3-hour affair. An hour and a half prior, dinner had concluded, yet none of the young attendees chose to depart, engrossed in lively conversation. As time slipped away, it was only Anne's timely reminder that prevented them from lingering past 9 o'clock. And, please take my card to settle the bill. The password is 594250. I handed her a bank card, as she had made the reservation at the restaurant, allowing her to handle the payment since it was my own money. Very well, Mr. Gu, she replied, accepting the card with both hands before following the server to the front desk to complete the transaction. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, and returned alongside the server. Just as Gu Feng was about to reclaim his card, and, with an awkward expression, confessed, Mr. Gu, the total expenditure amounts to 63,000 yuan, but the card has insufficient funds. She handed the card back to Gu Feng, her eyes betraying her embarrassment. She had just attempted to complete the payment, only to find that the card had been declined after 3 attempts, not a single cent processed. What? No funds? This card represented his savings from his school days. While not an exorbitant amount, it certainly should have contained several tens of thousands. How could it be empty? The server had indeed confirmed the lack of funds when attempting to charge a mere 100 yuan. Taken aback, Gu Feng momentarily lost his train of thought. Settling the bill was now the utmost priority. His other card lay in his dormitory, and retrieving it would take at least an hour. Overhearing their conversation, Su Liuli gracefully rose and produced a gold-embossed black card from her handbag. Sister Anne, use this card to pay. Gu Feng turned to Su Liuli, astonished. Liuli, the bill is several tens of thousands. Your black card? He intended to express that Su Liuli's funds might not suffice. But his words faltered upon seeing the card she held aloft. A black card. His mother, Song Huilan, possessed one as well. Without a second thought, he accepted the card from Su Liuli's hand, examining its intricate design. It suddenly occurred to him that she had seen a gold card at the bank while managing business affairs for the company. Gold cards were reserved for VIP customers, allowing them to bypass queues and gain direct attention from the bank president. As for the black card, this was her first encounter, but she reasoned that its VIP status must surpass that of the gold card. Miss Su, the password. For small transactions, no password is required, she replied, her words leaving everyone astounded. Small transactions? 63,000 is considered a small transaction? Su Liuli's revelation sparked a wave of incredulity among Lu Qi and Du Jingjing, who exchanged worried glances. All right, I'll do it now. Accepting Su Liuli's assertion, and followed the server back to the front desk, swiftly completing the payment. Returning to the hall with the receipt in hand, and promptly handed the bank card to Su Liuli before presenting the bill to Gu Feng. The upscale establishment boasted an average expenditure of nearly 600 per person. This is a supplementary card for my aunt. Please take it. Rather than placing the card back in her bag, she extended it toward Gu Feng. In her perspective, he clearly needed the money, as evidenced by his inability to cover the meal's cost. With the card in use thus far, it seemed practical to let Gu Feng benefit from it. A supplementary card? For me? He instinctively pointed to himself, surprised by Su Liuli's intention to gift him the card. Yes, I have no use for it, she explained. The daily limit is 200,000, exceeding that requires a password. Leaning closer to Gu Feng, she whispered sweetly, the password is your birthday. After placing the card into his hands, Su Liuli returned to her seat, clutching her handbag. Am I now to live off your generosity? Gu Feng jested. But to Anne and the others, this comment resonated differently. Their previous conversation now made sense, and they realized why their young boss was so well off. He had married a wealthy wife. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Everyone, don't stay out too late. Rest well. Liuli, let us go, Gu Feng announced, as it was indeed time to prepare for their departure. As they exited, Lu Qi and the others resumed their seats. Wow, Mr. Gu is living off a woman? Lu Qi remarked. How can you say such a thing? Anne's expression darkened, and Du Jingjing shot an irritated glance at Lu Qi, realizing the gravity of his words. Lu Qi quickly attempted to retract his statement. No, I didn't mean it that way. He had merely recounted Gu Feng's own words, not intending to imply anything derogatory. And what's wrong with living off someone? You wish you could. Zhao Hunan interjected, stifling a laugh. As Gu Feng and Su Liuli departed, he remained blissfully unaware that his offhand remark had inadvertently cast him as a gold-digging pretty boy. To Su Liuli, he appeared eccentric. To his employees, he was a mere pretty face. And to his classmates, a charming romantic. Not a single normal image could be found. Chapter 83, A True Misfortune. The two returned to the villa together, with Su Liuli leading the way to her bedroom to change into more comfortable attire before joining Gu Feng on the sofa to watch television. Let us go home next Friday, Gu Feng suddenly suggested. Home? To my place? She asked. Yes, back to your house. We should have gone this week. But Su Liuli hadn't mentioned it, and I still need to buy gifts for the elders, so we'll have to postpone until next week. All right, I'll call my grandfather in advance, Su Liuli agreed, and Gu Feng reached for a cup on the coffee table. We should go shopping for gifts tomorrow. In addition to presents for the elders, he also wished to purchase a car. Transporting so many gifts by train would be quite inconvenient, so acquiring a vehicle seemed more suitable. As the two enjoyed their television time in the living room, far away in the capital, within the Gu family estate, Song Huilan perused her phone, a joyful and excited smile gracing her face. Nearby, Gu Zhenghua stood before a fish tank, holding fish food, quietly observing his wife's delighted demeanor. Within the tank, a large, dark red fish darted about, reminiscent of one that had previously been devoured, albeit slightly smaller in size. This particular fish had just been air freighted from abroad. It was essential that the daughter-in-law not let it meet the same fate as the last. Dear, what is you grinning like that? Did your company's stocks rise again? He inquired, placing the fish food aside and sauntering over to the sofa. Setting her phone on her lap, Song Huilan shot him an exasperated glance before muttering, if stocks rose, would I be this thrilled? I'm happy because my precious daughter-in-law has finally wised up. Wised up? What do you mean? Gu Zhenghua was bewildered by her words. Look, before Liuli left, I gave her my supplementary card, and it hadn't been used until today when I received a message about a 63,000 yuan charge. Glancing at the message on his wife's phone, Gu Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback. Wow, you're happy because the child spent money? What kind of logic is that? But wait, are you sure it was Liuli who made the purchase? What do you mean? Song Huilan's brow furrowed slightly. Then she shook her head. Impossible. I told Liuli not to mention the card to Xiaofeng. Moreover, I'd already transferred 40 million to Xiaofeng last time. He should not be lacking in funds. Murmuring softly to himself, Gu Zhengua's previously jovial expression transformed as he heard the figure of 40 million. His mouth agape in disbelief. What? When did Xiaofeng ask you for 40 million? Why are you so agitated? Just a few days ago, that child mentioned wanting to start business. Wait, he wouldn't be asking you for money too, would he? As the words trailed off and he observed his husband's expression, Song Huilan's gaze sharpened slightly. This rascal demanded 40 million from you, yet he dared to request 80 million from me, his father. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. With a face full of indignation, Gu Zhenghua was not merely upset about Gu Feng's dual request for money. Rather, he was incensed that while Song Huilan was asked for 40 million, he, as the father, was asked for 80 million. This was utterly unfair. Gu Zhenghua, what do you mean by this? Is this a matter of how much money is involved? That little rascal. When he returns next time, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. Initially pleased by his daughter-in-law's spending, he was taken aback when, barely 2 minutes later, the thought of Gu Feng made his blood pressure soar. In a villa located in the Magic City, Gu Feng was seated on the sofa, watching television with Su Liuli. Unbeknownst to them, their parents were in a furious uproar. Huff, Liuli, are you cold? Not at all. Su Liuli shook her head. Wait, why do I feel so chilly? I'll go fetch a blanket. Rising, she walked towards the bedroom, retrieved a blanket from the cupboard, and draped it over herself before returning to the sofa, feeling significantly warmer. Liuli, take this card back. It's the supplementary card your mother gave you. I wouldn't dare accept it. He pulled out a black gold supplementary card and offered it to Su Liuli. Upon seeing Gu Feng returning the card, Su Liuli declined to accept it and explained, I still have money. I don't need it for now. I don't need it either. It's a gift for you, just keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy. Without further ado, he insisted on placing the card back into Su Liuli's hands. Gu Feng's insistence left Su Liuli with no choice but to stow the bank card back into her bag. She had to keep it safe. Without a password, 20,000 could be spent in a day, meaning losing this card could lead to significant losses. After watching television for about half an hour and feeling the time was ripe, Su Liuli and Gu Feng prepared to head back to their rooms for rest. Just as Gu Feng was about to follow Su Liuli back, he found himself blocked at the door. Liuli, what are you doing? Nothing. It's getting late. We should return to our rooms to sleep. Peering through the crack of the door, Su Liuli poked her head out, her face innocent as she gazed at Gu Feng. You must let me in first. I need to grab a few pieces of clothing. Determined to trick his way in, Gu Feng was taken aback when Su Liuli seemed to see through his ruse, showing no intention of opening the door. I want to let you in. Last night, you deliberately told ghost stories to scare me. As punishment, you will keep vigil in an empty room tonight. Having said this, she shot a glance at Gu Feng and swiftly shut the door. Standing at the threshold, Gu Feng rubbed his nose, realizing he would likely be sleeping alone that night. This little girl certainly held a grudge. Murmuring to himself, he made his way to the adjacent bedroom. Once Gu Feng entered his room, the door that had been firmly shut slowly creaked open, and Su Liuli cautiously peeked out. Had he truly gone back? Hearing no sounds, She felt reassured enough to open the door fully. Sneaking quietly towards the living room, she filled the cup with warm water and hurried back to her room. Closing the door once more, she placed the cup on the bedside table, lifted the covers, and was just about to burrow into bed when, cough, cough, cough. Ah, Gu Feng, when did you come in? Her face reflected disbelief. She hadn't anticipated that during her brief absence. Gu Feng had already taken a seat on her bed. His movements were astonishingly swift. If you had delayed a moment longer, I would have fallen asleep. Sitting upright while clutching the blanket, Gu Feng chuckled playfully. Oomph, now that you're here, it's so late. I can't just kick you out. Pouting. Su Liuli naturally slipped under the covers. However, scarcely had she lain down for a second when her entire body found itself nestled in Gu Feng's embrace. Gazing at him, Su Liuli's cheeks flushed, her breathing quickening. What are you doing? Nothing. Your hands are cold. I merely wish to warm them. As his words fell, Su Liuli shuddered slightly, not expecting Gu Feng to extend his hand inside. Thankfully, he merely rested it quietly atop hers. Had he squeezed, she would have been unable to bear it. This moment lasted for roughly 10 seconds. After that brief interval, with her face crimson, Su Liuli looked up. I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. Chapter 84. Maybach. All right, let's sleep. With no further ado, Gu Feng slowly withdrew his hand, gently guiding Su Liuli to lie down properly, his palms still warm, seemingly reluctant to part from the softness he had just encountered. I'll turn off the light. Receiving Su Liuli's consent, he switched off the bedside lamp before lying down, and thus, the night passed in silence. The following morning, the two rose early. The weather outside was pleasant, with only a gentle breeze. After breakfast, Su Liuli donned an additional jacket. The temperature outside was noticeably cooler than before, and she needed to ensure the health of the baby within her. Where shall we go first? Exiting the villa, they walked side by side to the roadside. First, let's go buy a car. You want to buy a car? When Gu Feng had mentioned going out to buy gifts for his grandfather yesterday, while watching television, he had not indicated anything about purchasing a vehicle. Your home is near the Magic City. Carrying things and taking a train is inconvenient. Buying a car will make future travels much easier. Finding Gu Feng's reasoning sound, Su Liuli continued, what brand of car are you planning to buy? I'm not sure yet. We'll first explore the suburbs. There are numerous 4S shops in the southern suburbs of the city. Let's check those out first. To be honest, he had considered last night that since they were buying a car, it should be a good one, as it might be useful in future business dealings. For those in the business world, a car is not merely a means of transportation, but rather a symbol of status. Of course, he was uncertain when this trend had begun. Taking a taxi with Su Liuli to the suburbs near the Magic City. They had barely stepped out when several 4S shops came into view. Following the road, they soon arrived at an extraordinarily luxurious 4S store. Rolls-Royce. Before his rebirth, his vehicle had indeed been a Rolls-Royce, perfectly suited for when he was on the verge of successfully taking over his mother's Jiuzhou group. However, it was clear that it was not suitable now. Coming to a halt in front of the Rolls-Royce dealership, Su Liuli's expression tightened. She had thought he intended to buy a Rolls-Royce. Thankfully, Gu Feng only glanced a few times before moving on. Continuing forward, he inadvertently caught sight of a brand new Maybach parked in front of the 4S shop. Though it was also a luxury car, the Maybach was somewhat more understated than the Rolls-Royce. Liuli, let's go take a look. Instantly captivated, he led Su Liuli straight to the Maybach 4S store. Upon their arrival, a sales representative promptly approached them. Hello, sir, welcome. May I assist you with a designated sales representative? No, this is our first time here. Gu Feng replied, shaking his head. Upon learning that it was their first visit, the sales representative beamed. Sir, madam, I will be at your service. Is that acceptable? Oh, certainly. That Maybach outside seems nice. Do you have any in stock? He pointed towards the Maybach parked outside the 4S shop. Maybach, sir. The vehicle parked outside is a limited edition Maybach S680, intended for display purposes. Initially, I presumed that Mr. Gu Feng was merely interested in purchasing a Mercedes-Benz. However, it was quite unexpected that he expressed interest in a Maybach. The sales representative stood in place, momentarily uncertain of which model to recommend. I would like to take a look at the Maybach, Gu Feng stated. The Maybach? Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Despite harboring doubts about Gu Feng's ability to afford such a luxury vehicle, the sales representative, adhering to her professional duty, felt compelled to guide him through the experience. Sir, the Maybach is a high-end model. Aside from this display vehicle, we only have the limited edition outside. If you wish to purchase one immediately, I can consult with my supervisor, she explained, standing beside Gu Feng and Su Liuli. How much is this vehicle? Gu Feng inquired. This model, also an S680, is priced around $3 million, with the final cost nearing $3.5 million, the sales representative replied. And the limited edition outside? The final price for the limited edition is approximately $6 million. I can provide you with a detailed breakdown shortly, she added. It must be noted that the sales representative's service was commendable. From the moment they entered until now, she exhibited not a hint of impatience, which pleasantly surprised Gu Feng. Xiaoling, are those your clients over there? Just as the sales representative was guiding Gu Feng and Su Liuli, a woman, also clad in work attire, hurried over and gently pulled her aside. Xiaoling, that customer has visited 2 or 3 times already, and this time they are likely to place an order. These 2 young individuals are probably just here for a look. You should let them browse while you attend to the long-time client, she whispered, though the woman spoke softly. Gu Feng and Su Liuli were close enough to catch the gist of the conversation. Wang Jia, they are also here to view a vehicle. It would be rather inconsiderate to leave them unattended, the sales representative replied, torn between her duty and her conscience. During her training, they had emphasized the importance of customer service. A complaint could significantly impact her monthly earnings. You're being quite obstinate. Last month, you only made 1 sale. If this continues, the manager will surely let you go, Wang Jia retorted. But, Wang Jia, could you please attend to that customer? Attend to them? If they make a purchase, who will receive the credit? With a dismissive pout, she expressed her reluctance, as she was not a saint, and neglecting her clients for others did not sit well with her. Fine, if a sale is made, it will count as your achievement, Wang Jia conceded. Thank you, Wang Jia, the sales representative whispered, not lingering on the matter, and returned to Gu Feng and Su Liuli to continue presenting the vehicle. May I ask, how long have you been working here? Gu Feng inquired calmly, his curiosity piqued. Not long. This is my 2nd month, she replied. Oh, your 2nd month, I see. A flicker of understanding crossed Gu Feng's face. It explained why she seemed different from the other sales representatives. Sir, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Never mind. If it had been another sales representative, they likely would not have been eager to assist us in looking at the Maybach, he remarked with a hearty laugh. A statement that rang true. Having viewed the car sufficiently, Gu Feng decided, please inquire with your supervisor about whether the limited edition S680 can be purchased immediately. There is no need to waste any more time. Upon hearing his words, the sales representative appeared taken aback, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with that vehicle? The final cost is around 6 million. Yes, 6 million. Can I take it home today? If so, please calculate the exact price. His tone was composed, and his demeanor serene, leaving no room for doubt that he was serious. Very well, please have a seat. Sir and madam, I will consult with my supervisor. Given that it was a display vehicle, she was uncertain about its availability and needed to seek approval first. She gestured for Gu Feng and Su Liuli to take a seat in the waiting area, and before departing, she kindly placed 2 cups of water in front of them. 6 million. Isn't that price rather steep? Are you truly going to buy it? Su Liuli, sitting nearby, pressed her legs together, casting a skeptical glance at Gu Feng. Indeed, he replied, lifting the water cup to take a sip with a cheerful smile. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the sales representative hurried down from the upper floor, her expression suggesting positive news. Sir, this vehicle is available for sale. I will now calculate the precise price for you. Would that be acceptable? She held a pen and paper, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect of a sale that could secure her performance metrics for months. Certainly, Gu Feng straightened in his seat, placing his water cup back on the table. The base price of the vehicle, plus luxury car tax, and additional fees. She meticulously added up the costs, taking into account that additional features for immediate purchase had not been included. The total came to approximately 610,000. Upon hearing the calculated price, Su Liuli suddenly interjected, could you possibly offer a further discount? Certainly, madam. My maximum authority allows for an additional discount of 50,000 on the base price. Typically, luxury vehicles require numerous optional features, but I can apply for no add-ons if you prefer. Of course, if you have specific needs, additional features can be included. The final price would be 605,000. This is the lowest price I can offer you. Her authority was limited to this extent. If Gu Feng and Su Liuli were unsatisfied, they would have to consult with a higher authority. 605,000 is still rather high. Can it be 6 million? All inclusive? Gu Feng pressed, asserting that one should always negotiate when shopping. Sir, I will check with my supervisor. Please hold on. Given Gu Feng's insistence, the sales representative seized the opportunity to ascend to the upper floor and inquire, though she herself was uncertain if a deal at 6 million could be struck. After about 5 minutes, a middle-aged man with a pronounced belly descended alongside the sales representative. Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, a jovial smile spread across his round face. Good day, sir. May I know your name? Gu, he replied succinctly. Mr. Gu. The sales representative just briefed me on the situation. If you place an order today, I can offer an additional 30,000 discount. That brings the price down to 602,000. Would that be acceptable to you? The pricing for such imported vehicles is relatively transparent. 602,000 is indeed the lowest price we can offer. Perfect. 602,000. I will pay by card and take the car home now. Gu Feng affirmed decisively. It was evident from the representative's demeanor that 602,000 was the bottom line, especially since no additional features had been included. Please proceed with the payment. Excellent. Sir, please wait a moment while we prepare the contract. Do you have any specific requests for the handover ceremony? We can prepare accordingly. The manager beamed, clearly delighted at the smooth transaction. The surrounding sales representatives cast envious glances, astonished at the sale of a $6 million luxury vehicle, something the sales representative had scarcely dared to dream of. The earlier Wang Jia felt a mix of emotions as she watched. I'm in a hurry, so let us skip the handover ceremony. I still need to take Su Liuli shopping for gifts for my grandfather, and I don't have much time to waste here. Understood. Please wait a moment. The sales representative swiftly prepared the contract, and Gu Feng signed it. Staff members began printing temporary license plates. Approximately half an hour later, all procedures were completed. The sales representative respectfully handed Gu Feng his bank card. Mr. Gu, the temporary license plate has been prepared, but today is Sunday, so we cannot register it. Please provide me with a location tomorrow, and I will have our staff accompany you for the registration. Is that agreeable to you? Yes, that works. Upon seeing Gu Feng nod, the manager personally escorted the two out of the 4S dealership. After a brief inspection of the vehicle lasting about 10 minutes, with no issues found, he removed all the protective film from the car. He opened the passenger door for Su Liuli to get in first before seating himself in the driver's position. Fastening his seatbelt, they set off. The car started, gradually pulling away under the watchful eyes of many. Once the vehicle was completely out of sight, the manager let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Xiaoling, splendid job. This month's sales champion is undoubtedly yours. Get ready to collect your bonus. Thank you, manager. He responded, giving a light pat on the sales staff's shoulder. As the manager returned to the dealership, unable to contain his joy. Xiaoling, you are remarkable. A $6 million luxury car, and you close a deal just like that? Truly enviable. Sitting quietly in the driver's seat, Su Liuli was like a curious child, peering here and there, occasionally glancing back at the rear seats. Liuli, do you know how to drive? Gu Feng asked, casting a sidelong glance at her with a faint smile. Turning her head back, she paused for a moment before saying, I have a driver's license, but I don't know how to drive. Huh, you have a license but cannot drive? The revelation nearly caused Gu Feng's CPU to overheat. In contrast, Su Liuli's intelligent eyes reflected a sense of entitlement. Indeed, I obtained my license in my freshman year, but I haven't touched a car since. However, your car is quite peculiar. Why does it lack gears 1 through 5, and even a reverse? What does the gear signify? She pointed at the gear. And Gu Feng opened his mouth, feeling quite helpless. Not dwelling on the gear issue, he continued to explore other features. Before long, the two arrived in the city center. After parking the car, they ventured into a shopping mall together. What is your grandfather like? Su Liuli pondered carefully, following Gu Feng. It seemed he had no particular preferences. I usually bring back some food whenever I go home. Perhaps I should bring some supplements this time. I'm not quite sure what to buy, but supplements should be a safe choice. All right. They took the elevator upstairs, soon arriving at a specialty store for supplements. An array of products was available, including some supplements gifted to her by her grandmother. However, those were primarily suitable for pregnant women, making them inappropriate for her grandfather. After a lengthy selection process lasting 20 minutes, they ultimately chose 6 items: ginseng, deer antler, and various others. Concerned that 6 items might not suffice, they also visited a clothing store to purchase 2 new outfits. With their arms full of goods, they returned to the villa. As it was Monday tomorrow, Su Liuli decided to return to her dormitory that night. Living alone in the villa felt rather dull, so she opted to accompany Gu Feng back to school. The following morning, the staff at the 4S dealership proactively contacted them regarding the registration. Due to class commitments, they could only reschedule for the afternoon. The morning flew by, and as the second class was about to conclude, Gu Feng turned to the side, noticing Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai both sound asleep. What's going on with them? They've been sleeping all morning. Zhang Tiniu, sitting nearby, responded, I got up around 5 this morning to use the bathroom, and those two were sitting on the bed playing games. I thought they had woken up early, but it turns out they hadn't slept at all. With a disdainful expression, Jiang Yu remarked that they hadn't slept, nearly short-circuiting Gu Feng's brain. Up all night gaming? Yes. A new game just launched called Peak Competition. Upon hearing the name, Gu Feng's expression turned animated. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai had spent the night playing Peak Competition. Is it really that captivating? Oh please, you clearly haven't played it. Download it tonight and give it a try. It's really fun, Zhang Tiniu earnestly suggested, resting his head on the desk. Their hushed conversation soon caught the attention of the teacher at the podium. Students in the back, class is not over yet. please be quiet. Shoo. Zhang Tinyu raised a finger in a shushing gesture, quickly lifting his head while also waking Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai, groggily awakening and exchanging confused glances. They had forgotten what had transpired. You two, wake up. Class is almost over. You can sleep when you return to the dorm at noon. Oh. They mumbled in low voices, sleepily gazing at the podium, their faces marked with distinct red imprints, causing Gu Feng and Zhang Tinyu to burst into laughter. After a long wait, they finally reached the end of class, barely having time for lunch as they swiftly returned to the dormitory to continue sleeping. Zhang Tinyu had plans to go out with his girlfriend, leaving Gu Feng alone at the classroom door. Hey, why are you left all by yourself? Is no one here to have lunch with you? A melodious and cheerful voice rang out from behind. Gu Feng turned to see Su Liuli, clad in a khaki top, beaming at the classroom entrance, her skin radiant and her eyes sparkling like clear water, happily gazing at him. Liuli, he exclaimed internally, quickening his pace to reach her. Aren't you supposed to be at a meeting this noon? Yes, I just finished the meeting. If I hadn't come over, who would accompany my little boyfriend for lunch today? She puffed up her cheeks and skillfully linked her delicate arm through Gu Feng's. Little boyfriend? A boyfriend is a boyfriend. Why call him a little boyfriend? Of course he is a little boyfriend. Aren't you young? Her elegant gaze remained tranquil as she regarded Gu Feng, an air of scholarly grace enveloping her. Young? Where am I young? Gu Feng chuckled oddly, while Su Liuli's face froze, as if she suddenly grasped something. You pervert. I meant young in age, not otherwise. She released Gu Feng's arm, stepping back in a huff, her captivating demeanor utterly charming. Once again labeled a pervert, Gu Feng shrugged in resignation. Indeed, young in age, I never claimed otherwise. Liuli, what are you thinking about all day? Huh? Truly, you take after Zhu Beiji. Always turning the tables. After pouting, she stepped closer to Gu Feng again. You're treating me to lunch today. I want to eat at the cafeteria. Her stomach growled audibly, and she tugged at Gu Feng's arm, leading him toward the school cafeteria. After having lunch with Su Liuli at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they were escorted by the 4S dealership staff to the vehicle administration office for registration. Once the license plate was registered, before Gu Feng could return to school, Annie suddenly called. Hello. Gu Feng answered, having parked outside Fuxing University. Mr. Gu, the employment office at Fuxing University has contacted our company and would like to speak with you. The employment office? What do they want to discuss? The autumn recruitment. Given that the employment office had reached out to the company, it could only be regarding the autumn recruitment. Yes. They mentioned they'd like the head of the company to come to the school for a presentation to prepare for the autumn recruitment. Additionally, they want to secure more positions for the school and inquired about how many universities we are considering for recruitment. Every graduation season is notoriously known as the unemployment season, with many fresh graduates struggling to find suitable employment. Thus, the pressure on the university's employment office is apparent. Setting aside the company's reasons, as a member of Fuxing University, he naturally wished to see his alma mater thrive. What is the scheduled time for the presentation? Tentatively this Friday. All right, I understand. I'll agree to it. Today is Monday, with still some time before Friday, so there's no need to rush. Just as he intended to hang up, Annie seemed to have more to report. Is there anything else? The headhunter has identified several suitable executives for you. When would you be available for me to arrange a meeting? Upon mentioning the executives, Gu Feng recalled that this matter had nearly slipped his mind. He realized he was free this afternoon. Could he schedule a meeting? Mr. Gu, these individuals are currently in the office. If you have the time, you could come over now. In the office? Very well. I shall head over immediately. Without time to exit the vehicle, he sent a quick message to Su Liuli, then drove straight to Yunning Technology. At that moment, in the president's office, 3 men and 3 women were present. Annie stood by the reception sofa, while the remaining 5 were seated. Secretary Annie, I find the company's working environment rather average. Is this a newly established firm? One formally dressed man inquired, his tone suggesting a lack of enthusiasm for the company. Mr. Wong, you may be unaware that the company has been established for many years, though it was only recently taken over by Mr. Gu. Many years? He murmured softly, not pursuing the matter further. 20 minutes later, a brand new Maybach gracefully arrived at the company entrance, and a security guard promptly opened the gate without asking for any specifics. Exiting the vehicle with fluidity, Gu Feng moved towards the elevator, ascending to the office floor and, after passing the reception, directly approached his office. As the door swung open, Annie and the 5 seated individuals turned in unison. Upon seeing Gu Feng, Annie hurriedly approached him, holding the interview materials. Mr. Gu, you have arrived, she said softly, presenting the documents. Mr. Gu, Annie's address caused the 5 individuals on the sofa to rise in quick succession. Greetings, Mr. Gu. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. Given Gu Feng's youthful appearance, seemingly in his 20s, they were taken aback to discover he was the president of the company. I apologize for my tardiness. Please take a seat. As Gu Feng gestured, his gaze swept over the 5 individuals. The first 4 received only a cursory glance, but he paused, taken aback. At the sight of the last woman, Su Liuli, what an extraordinary coincidence this was. Indeed, Gu Feng, having entered, found it hard to believe his eyes as well. In such a vast metropolis, he had not expected to encounter such an unexpected alignment of fates. Please take a seat. We shall discuss one at a time. Annie, please arrange for us to have a detailed conversation in the conference room in 5 minutes. With a nod to the group, Gu Feng exited the office. As he left, Su Liuli remained silent. In such circumstances, even if they were acquainted, they must feign unfamiliarity to avoid any appearance of impropriety. In the conference room, aside from himself, Lu Qi and Du Jingjing were present. Soon, Annie ushered in the first candidate, none other than Mr. Wang, who had previously inquired about the company. Wang. Mr. Wang, according to your resume, you previously served as a project manager in the technical department at Gu Feng Technology Group. May we pose a few technical questions? Certainly, Wang responded, displaying an air of relaxed confidence as he took his seat. Lu Qi, though merely a soon-to-be graduate, possessed a wealth of knowledge in computer technology, perhaps more than even some seasoned experts. He posed 3 questions in succession, and Wang answered each with ease, demonstrating his undeniable expertise. Impressive, given your project management experience, your leadership abilities must also be commendable. Now, let us discuss your expected salary. Lu Qi was prepared to move on to the next stage, but unexpectedly, Wang stood, directing his gaze towards Gu Feng with a faint smile. I apologize, Mr. Gu. I fear I may not be well suited for your company. Out of courtesy, I will complete the interview, but as for any future collaboration, I think it best to decline. His words, though polite, conveyed a singular message. The temple is too small to accommodate such a grand Buddha. Ah, I see. Very well, since Mr. Wang has made his decision, we cannot insist. Perhaps we may collaborate in the future. Annie, please escort Mr. Wang out. In job hunting, beyond salary, one must also consider the company's scale. Gu Feng was not surprised by Wang's decision, having worked in large firms for years. He understood that transitioning to such a small company, regardless of salary, might not appeal to everyone. Given the current economic climate, such a small firm could easily face collapse, rendering any promised high salary mere empty words. Next, the subsequent 2 candidates presented one as lacking in capability and the other sharing Wang's sentiments regarding the company's size. Only the final 2 remained, and Gu Feng turned to Lu Qi, offering a wry smile. I hope we do not end up without a single candidate. The 4th interviewee then entered. Chen Jingyang, hello. I see from your resume that you have entrepreneurial experience, though your venture failed due to economic downturns. Is that correct? Du Jingjing inquired, holding Chen Jingyang's resume. At 33, he appeared significantly older, particularly with a streak of white in his hair, leading one to believe he was over 40. Indeed, I founded Jingyang Trading Company. At its peak, we were preparing for financing and an IPO. Yet, as fate would have it, the company went bankrupt and I, its founder, became burdened with substantial debt. Substantial debt? How much? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued by Chen Jingyang. In his previous life, having interviewed many candidates, from departmental managers to high-level executives, it was his first encounter with someone willing to disclose their debt. A debt of over 13 million. That was indeed considerable. However, Mr. Chen, I commend your honesty in discussing your liabilities. Gu Feng's admiration was genuine. Chen Jingyang's entrepreneurial experience alone qualified him for the position of vice president at Yunding. In response to Gu Feng's praise, Chen Jingyang merely shook his head. Emergiu, yuyist. Even if I were to remain silent, the background check would reveal everything. Why waste our time waiting for it to surface? Indeed, even if you do not mention it, I will discover it during the background check. I am someone who does not suspect those I employ, nor do I doubt their capabilities. So what do you think? Are you interested in joining my team? The vice president position comes with a tentative annual salary of 1 million. While an annual salary of 1 million for a vice president might not be particularly high in this city, Yunding's stature promised potential for rapid growth and subsequent salary adjustments. Mr. Gu, are you truly willing to hire me? Chen Jingyang's expression grew serious, and he felt a pang of anxiety, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his palms. The anguish he had endured since his bankruptcy was beyond what most could comprehend. It was no exaggeration to say that such a fall from grace could drive an ordinary person to madness or despair. I am willing. If you feel this is suitable, we can sign the contract immediately. Aside from the drawback of his bankruptcy and debt, Chen Jingyang possessed almost no flaws. He held a prestigious finance degree, had studied abroad for 2 years, and boasted ample management experience. Such a talent was exceedingly rare to find. Mr. Gu, thank you for your trust. I am eager to join and will not disappoint you. Overwhelmed with excitement, He rose and bowed deeply to Gu Feng. In the midst of adversity, the warmth of timely assistance far surpasses mere embellishments, and Gu Feng's consent to allow him to join the company transcends the simplicity of providing help. It is an immense act of grace. Unable to secure a position at Yunding, he must continue his quest for employment, burdened by a staggering debt of over 13 million, a sum that may never be repaid within his lifetime. Chapter 88. Jealousy? Annie, accompanied by General Manager Chun, heads to the Human Resources Department to finalize his employment. Bringing in the last interviewee. Aside from Chen Jingyang, there remains one final candidate. Shortly after Annie departs with Chen Jingyang, Yu Ilan enters, greeting Gu Feng and the others with a nod. General Gu, good to see you both. Please take a seat. It's a pleasure to meet again. Gu Feng gestures for Yu Ilan to sit, offering a calm smile. I hadn't anticipated encountering General Gu once more. Yu Ilan responds succinctly, her hands placed before her. Before her arrival, Gu Feng and Lu Qi had already perused Yu Ilan's resume, which overall was commendable, though her familial background rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Chen Jingyang's significant debt parallels the unfortunate fate of Yu Ilan's previous company, which had also undergone bankruptcy restructuring. The most awkward detail was that the chairman of the bankrupt company happened to be her husband. I have reviewed your resume to some extent regarding Nantian Group. I must admit I am not well acquainted with it. Du Jingjing began the routine interview, while Gu Feng and Lu Qi observed quietly from his side. Approximately 10 minutes later, the interview concluded. In comparison to Chen Jingyang, Yu Ilan undoubtedly fell short, yet her extensive experience in public relations and crisis management at Nantian Group remain impressive. Ms. Yu, we have gathered a general understanding of your situation. Thank you for waiting in the lounge for 10 minutes. We will inform you of the interview results shortly. Gu Feng withheld a nod, and Du Jingjing dared not suggest otherwise, allowing Yu Ilan to leave first. Once she exited, both Lu Qi and Du Jingjing turned their gazes toward Gu Feng. General Gu, Ms. Yu's capabilities are indeed commendable. But according to the background report provided by the headhunter, her husband is also facing substantial debt. Given the principle of familial unity, Ms. Yu is inevitably tied to this burden. What are your thoughts? With 5 candidates in total, the first 3 were unsuccessful, and although 2 promising candidates emerged, both carried significant financial encumbrances. Reflecting on the situation proved rather vexing. Lu Qi, what is your perspective? After a brief contemplation, Lu Qi replied, General Gu, I believe we can proceed. Firstly, the financial department is overseen by Sister Jingjing. Any significant fund misappropriations would pass through her for your approval. Furthermore, you recently mentioned the adage of distrust those who are suspect, but trust those who are not. If we wait for the headhunter to find another candidate, it may take too long. His voice faltered, trailing off. And what else? Gu Feng inquired. Moreover, our company is indeed modest and lacks the allure for individuals with executive qualifications. Lu Qi concluded. His candid observations bore merit. Then let us proceed. Notify Annie to finalize Ms. Yu's employment. Gu Feng assented decisively. With other projects awaiting initiation post-competition, there was little time to squander on deliberations. Receiving Gu Feng's nod, Du Jingjing rose to coordinate with Annie for the onboarding process. The offices of the 2 vice presidents were already prepared. If the formalities were completed today, Ms. Yu could commence work tomorrow. As Du Jingjing led Yu Ilan out of the office, she found her still awaiting the interview results in the lounge. Congratulations, Ms. Yu. You've successfully passed the interview. She quickly corrected herself. Oh, I should address you as General Yu. Rising, Yu Ilan's face lit up with evident delight upon hearing Du Jingjing's words. Thank you, Director Du. Thank you, Supervisor Liu. And thank you, General Gu. General Yu. Next, let Director Du take you through the onboarding process. This Friday, there will be a promotional event at Fuxing University aimed at preparing for the autumn recruitment. Given your experience managing a public relations team, I entrust this task to you. You may discuss the specifics with Secretary, and standing beside Gu Feng, Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle. General Gu, you're already assigning work to General Yu before she even completed her onboarding? Gu Feng, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose. It seems I might have been a tad hasty. I merely wanted to give her a heads up. There are still several days until Friday. Understood, General Gu. Yu Ilan nodded in agreement, following Du Jingjing toward the Human Resources office. Once the tasks were mostly delegated, Gu Feng accompanied Lu Qi to the technical department. After assessing that there was little to address, he finally descended to leave. Upon reaching his vehicle, he first called Su Liuli, learning that she was heading back to campus. Su Liuli promptly indicated that she would wait at the school gate. After a 30-minute drive, the Maybach came to a gentle stop. Exiting the car and closing the door, Gu Feng prepared to search for Su Liuli, but before he could spot her, 2 girls approached him from a distance. As the weather grew cooler, Their attire betrayed no fear of the chill. Dressed in form-fitting skirts of contrasting colors, with black stockings and heels, they stood about 5'6". Their alluring eyes sparkling and smiles inviting. "Classmate, are you waiting for someone?" The girl in the white dress tossed her hair back and flashed an enchanting smile at Gu Feng. As they approached, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. If his assumptions were correct, these two were likely attempting to strike up a conversation, undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the sleek Maybach behind him, a vehicle that commanded attention near the school gates. "Gu Feng," a cool yet familiar voice pierced through, and Su Liuli, clad in casual attire, strolled over. With an elegant gait, she approached Gu Feng and skillfully entwined her arm with his, arching an eyebrow as she directed her gaze at the two girls. "Ladies, do you have something to discuss?" Upon scrutinizing Su Liuli's flawless visage, one could discern a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes. "Nothing. Sorry for the interruption." The two girls, taken aback by Su Liuli's presence, exchanged awkward pleasantries before quickly retreating. After they had walked some distance away, Su Liuli turned to Gu Feng with an adorable look. "Do they look good?" "Not as good as you," Gu Feng replied, pulling her closer and playfully wrapping his arm around her waist, chuckling. "Are you feeling jealous?" "Not at all. I'm not jealous." Despite her face betraying a hint of jealousy, Su Liuli steadfastly denied it. "Ha! All right then. Would it be acceptable if I chatted with them a little more next time?" "Dare you?" she huffed, lifting her chin defiantly, her gaze narrowing slightly. Sensing trouble, Gu Feng swiftly retreated, keen to maintain distance from her playful grasp, fearing another pinch at his sides, which would be unbearably painful. "Liuli, I was merely jesting." He raised his hands in surrender, understanding that a true gentleman knows when to bend, especially in the presence of his girlfriend. At Gu Feng's plea for mercy, Su Liuli cast a haughty glance away. Yet a smile crept on her lips. Chapter 89. Gu Tongshueth, no, Gu Feng, my little brother. You'll cook tonight, and I'll forgive you. Standing with her long, delicate legs planted firmly, Su Liuli shot a glance at Gu Feng, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. "Absolutely. What do you wish to eat? I shall prepare it. Let us keep it simple with some spicy and sour shredded potatoes." "Very well, spicy and sour shredded potatoes it is. Come, let us go buy the ingredients." Striding confidently with Su Liuli toward the nearby supermarket, they procured ample ingredients before returning to the villa together. Once donned in an apron, Gu Feng entered the kitchen to cook while Su Liuli settled in the living room to watch television. Initially intending to assist in the kitchen, she was, however, gently pushed out by Gu Feng's insistence. After about 10 minutes, the spicy and sour shredded potatoes were ready, while the main dish was still in preparation. He also whipped up a plate of cold tofu shreds. "Liuli, come over, it's time to eat. Let's see how it tastes." He picked up a pair of chopsticks, keeping one for himself while extending the other pair towards Su Liuli. Taking the chopsticks from Gu Feng's hand, she first picked up a few strands of shredded potatoes and savored them delicately. The tangy and spicy flavors delighted her palate. "You should try it." "All right, let me have a taste." Similarly, Gu Feng took a bite of the shredded potatoes and nodded subtly. It must be said, after such a long hiatus from cooking, this stir-fried dish truly tasted delightful. "Not bad, indeed quite delicious. I'll fetch 2 bowls of staple food, you just sit here patiently." At that moment Su Liuli, holding her chopsticks, was eagerly consuming the shredded potatoes, too engrossed to respond. Returning to the kitchen, Gu Feng dished out 2 bowls of rice and brought them to the dining table. In less than 10 minutes, the two had devoured the simple fare of 2 small dishes, leaving the plates spotless. Gazing vacantly at the 2 empty plates, Gu Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks, cautiously looking at Su Liuli. "Are you full?" "Very full, so stuffed." Sitting in the dining chair, one hand resting on the table, the other gently caressing her now rounded abdomen. Before the meal, her belly had been quite flat. Now, it resembled a small hill. As Su Liuli felt satisfied, Gu Feng glanced down at the half bowl of rice before him and then at the 2 empty plates. Ultimately, he resigned himself to finish the remaining rice in his bowl. To his amazement, he had never realized how much Su Liuli could eat despite her slender figure. He had barely touched the dishes. "Did you not eat enough?" With her delicate features and bright, expressive eyes, she looked at Gu Feng. "No, I'm quite full. You go sit in the living room and watch television. I'll clean up." Rising, she took the empty bowls and plates and organized them before rushing to the kitchen. Observing this, Su Liuli picked up a nearby paper towel to wipe the table and then walked to the living room to turn on the television. After washing the dishes, Gu Feng joined her in the living room, where Su Liuli was happily engrossed in a variety show. Just as the program approached its most exciting segment, an unexpected advertisement popped up. "Explore the vast world. Savor the flavors of life. Peak competition awaits your challenge." Oh, an advertisement for a peak competition? sitting beside Su Liuli. Gu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering an ad for peak competition while merely watching a variety show. The abruptness of the advertisement struck him as rather unnatural. What a clumsy ad. Isn't a bit awkward? Su Liuli turned to look at Gu Feng, and hearing his words, he could only smile. I'll have them redesign it tomorrow. As they sat together watching television, Su Liuli gently massaged her leg with one hand. Having walked quite a bit that day, her calves feeling sore. When she had previously worked part-time in kindergarten, walking over 20,000 steps a day had been no issue. She wondered why she felt so fatigued now with the slightest movement. Is your calf bothering you? Let me give a rub. Sitting beside her, Gu Feng leaned down and placed her slender legs onto his lap, gently kneading her calves. A soft, involuntary gasp escaped her lips, and Gu Feng's expression turned peculiar. Su Liuli, realizing her sound was somewhat inappropriate, blushed and quickly redirected her attention to the television. They continued watching television on the sofa until 10 o'clock, and, sensing it was time, Su Liuli and Gu Feng made their way to the bedroom. Retrieving a bath towel from the wardrobe, Su Liuli prepared to head to the bathroom. Upon seeing this, Gu Feng instinctively prepared to follow her in. However, before he could approach the bathroom door, Su Liuli raised a hand to stop him, fluttering her long eyelashes before swiftly closing the bathroom door. Oh, I had hoped for a romantic bath together, but it seems that won't be possible now. After both had finished their showers, they lay quietly on the bed. The schedule for Tuesday and Wednesday remained quite full, and before long, it was already Thursday. At 4 in the afternoon, having just completed a class, Gu Feng prepared to return to his dormitory. However, before he could exit the teaching building, he encountered Director Gao, who approached him with a broad smile and a noticeable belly. Gu Feng, wait a moment. Could you spare a few minutes? I need to discuss something with you. Looking at Director Gao, Gu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of flattery from the man. What do you need me for, Director Gao? It's nothing too serious, but it's not convenient to talk here. Shall we head to my office for a more detailed discussion? Sure. After all, he was the head of the student council. Gu Feng couldn't refuse him. He readily agreed, and Director Gao led the way upstairs to his office. Once there, he gestured for Gu Feng to take a seat while pouring him a glass of water. Gu Feng, the reason I called you here is that I hope you can assist me with a small favor. I heard from Teacher Liu that you only wish to hold a nominal position as vice president in the club. I understand your sentiments. Students of your caliber, with such integrity and outstanding academic performance, typically wish to remain unperturbed by the mundane affairs of the club. As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa across from Gu Feng. Integrity and outstanding performance? Director Gao, you're stunned. Gu Feng was taken aback by the unexpected flattery from the director, who was extolling the virtues of a student in such a manner. After such a short time at the school, how could he already know about Gu Feng's academic prowess? Director Gao continued. Principal Lin has tasked me with managing the psychology club, which currently boasts 7,000 or 8,000 members, far larger than the student council. I've arranged for numerous management personnel, yet organizing activities remains quite a challenge. Gu Feng began to grasp the situation. Director, you're not suggesting that you want me to organize activities, are you? His heart sank slightly. What he had discussed with Liu Bo about merely holding a nominal position clearly indicated that it would not be that simple. No, Gu Feng. My dear brother, it's not too complicated. All you need to do is attend a meeting and perhaps say a few words if necessary. The majority of those joining the psychology club are doing so because of your reputation. If you, as the vice president, do not participate in such a significant event, the impact would undoubtedly diminish. All right, thank you so much, Gu Feng. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. You're too kind, Director. If anyone should be treating, it should be me treating you. You're busy with your duties. I wouldn't want to impose. Having agreed to the request, Gu Feng felt it unnecessary to linger in the office any longer. As he stepped out, Director Gao immediately reached for his phone to make a call. Hello, Teacher Liu. I've managed to secure Gu Feng's cooperation. After all, he is a vice president. He will certainly lend me some face. We can discuss it later. After sharing a hearty laugh, Director Gao hung up the phone. Exiting the teaching building, Gu Feng noted it was nearly 4:30. Today, Su Liuli had classes scheduled, and she had an employment guidance meeting in the evening, leaving her no spare time whatsoever. There was no alternative. He was left with but two choices: either return directly to the dormitory and join Jiang Yu and others for dinner after 6, or seize the scant hour available to visit the company. Since Chun Jingyang and Yu Ilan had joined the firm, he had yet to set foot in the office, relying solely on the daily reports provided by Annie. Ultimately, he decided to visit the company. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for him, as the owner, to have not visited even once since the arrival of two vice presidents. He hastily exited the campus, driving his Maybach straight to Yunding Technology. Without prior notice to Annie or the others, he arrived at the front desk, where the receptionist appeared utterly astonished. "Mr. Gu, please hold on. I will call Annie to come and greet you," she said, quickly picking up the phone and dialing. In less than 2 minutes, Annie, dressed in professional attire, hurriedly approached Gu Feng. She was equally taken aback by her boss's unexpected presence. "Mr. Gu, what brings you here?" "Just passing by. I thought I would drop in." "Where Chun and Yu?" "Mr. Chun is in his office, and Mr. Yu is in the conference room. Since you're here, Mr. Chun has some documents that require your attention. He has submitted several promising projects that he believes warrant investment and wishes to seek your opinion." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng took a few steps forward. "Let us go to Mr. Chen's office first." After guiding Annie to the office door, he gently knocked, and a deep voice from within beckoned. "Come in." Setting aside the documents in his hands, Chun Jingyang looked up at the entrance. Upon seeing Annie, his expression remained neutral. But the moment Gu Feng stepped in, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Mr. Gu, you've arrived. Please have a seat." He maneuvered around his desk to warmly invite Gu Feng to sit on the sofa. "Mr. Chun, you should also take a seat. I'm merely here for a casual visit. Are you satisfied with the office? How has work been these past few days? If you need anything, feel free to discuss it with Annie. The company will do its utmost to accommodate." By habit, Gu Feng began with the customary pleasantries upon encountering Chen Jingyang. "Mr. Gu, I am quite satisfied," Chen replied with an awkward smile, adopting a serious tone. "About those projects," Annie interjected at an opportune moment from behind Gu Feng. Hearing this, Chen Jingyang recalled the projects and quickly rose to retrieve 3 substantial folders from his drawer. "Mr. Gu, here are 3 project proposals. Please take a look." The first one is a game submitted by Lu Qi from the technology department, Dimensional World. After perusing the contents of the proposal for a full 20 minutes, Gu Feng took a deep breath and remarked, "Lu Qi is indeed a genius. The game's premise is entirely distinct from Pinnacle competition, yet it captivates me even more. This project is a go. Mr. Chun, you will oversee its development while simultaneously managing Pinnacle competition." "Understood, Mr. Gu," Chun Jingyang replied eagerly. As Gu Feng continued to peruse the remaining 2 proposals, one pertained to solid-state battery development, and the other was a real estate project situated in the outskirts of the metropolis. "Mr. Gu, this solid-state battery proposal was meticulously prepared by the project team. In half a month, there will be a forum on this topic. The battery industry is burgeoning, and this represents a significant opportunity for us," Chen Zhengyang articulated, revealing his thoughts candidly, though he ultimately deferred to Gu Feng's judgment. "Both of these proposals are commendable. Please inform me in advance regarding the forum meeting in half a month. As for the suburban land, let us hold off for now. Managing so many projects simultaneously may strain the company's finances. One cannot overreach. Pinnacle competition has only recently launched, and we are about to develop Dimensional World, not to mention the solid-state battery project in the near future. I simply lack the bandwidth to engage in real estate at this juncture." After roughly an hour of discussion in the office, as 6 o'clock approached, Gu Feng prepared to depart. Just then, another knock echoed from the door. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Chun." "Secretary Annie, I apologize for the interruption," Yu Elan said, appearing at the office entrance with a stack of documents in her arms. "Ms. Yu, please, come in and have a seat." Upon recognizing Yu Elan, Chun Jingyang stood once again, urging her to settle down promptly. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." "Mr. Gu, I heard from a front desk that you were here. I've come specifically to find you. The head of the employment office at Fuxing University has been attempting to arrange a meeting with you and has contacted me multiple times. Would you like to meet with them?" If it were any other school, she would have dismissed the request on Gu Feng's behalf, but Fuxing University was his alma mater. After considerable thought, she felt it necessary to consult Gu Feng. "When do they wish to meet me?" Gu Feng inquired, his expression one of surprise. "Why would the employment office suddenly want to see him? They said they can accommodate your schedule. Tomorrow is Friday. I have classes in the morning, so if a meeting is necessary, it can only be arranged for the afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon works for me. Annie, please assist in scheduling it." "Certainly," Annie promptly responded, eager to comply with Gu Feng's directive. Remaining in the office for a little over another hour, as the clock struck 6:30, Gu Feng prepared to leave. Noticing that most employees had already finished for the day, the promotion of Pinnacle competition continues, and the data is looking promising. "Mr. Chun, please keep a vigilant eye on it." "Rest assured, Mr. Gu, this is my responsibility," Chun Jingyang assured him as Gu Feng departed the office, accompanied by several colleagues, and made his way to the elevator. Upon arriving on the first floor, he drove back to Fuxing University. After dinner, Su Liuli was still in a meeting, leaving him to return to the dormitory alone. To his surprise, he found Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu already there. While he expected Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai to be in the dorm, Zhang Tiniu's presence was unexpected. "Tiniu, what is going on? Did you not accompany your girlfriend today?" Gu Feng smiled as he observed Zhang Tiniu, who was engrossed in a game on his bed. The three were absorbed in their phones, clearly engaged in a gaming session. "Gu Feng, you're back. Did you only just notice? You've been playing for a couple of minutes since I walked in. Gu Feng chuckled, bemused by their focus. Juning went out shopping with a few roommates, and I returned since I had nothing to do. By the way, Gu Feng, would you like to download a game and join us? It's incredibly fun, Xiao Kai exclaimed, his fingers never ceasing their motion as he spoke, only briefly looking up before returning his gaze to the screen. Is it really that entertaining? I'll give it a try, Gu Feng decided, finding it a pleasant way to pass the time. As he climbed onto his bed, he pulled out his phone to download Pinnacle Competition from the App Store. 10 minutes later, as he successfully logged in, Jiang Yu and the others had just completed a game. Come on, let us team up. Gu Feng, I'll send you an invite. As they began their 4-player match, they played together from 7 until 9 o'clock. During this time, Su Liuli called to inform him that the employment guidance meeting had concluded and that she would be staying in the dormitory for the night, urging him to rest early. After hanging up, Gu Feng continued to enjoy the games with Jiang Yu and the others. As the clock approached 11, feeling utterly exhausted, he decided it was time to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and the others appeared energized, seemingly unaffected by fatigue. I say, we have class tomorrow morning. Shall we call it a night? All right. I haven't had a proper rest in days. I'll turn early tonight, Gu Feng concluded, prompting Jiang Yu to glance at her phone and also decide to retire for the night. With only Zhang Tiniyu and Xiao Kai remaining, they realized that continuing to play held little appeal, and thus, they set aside their phones and opted for sleep. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. The 2 morning classes passed without any notable events. After class, everyone gradually rose and exited the classroom. When Gu Feng and Jiang Yu reached the doorway, they discovered a throng of people blocking the entrance. What was going on? What was happening ahead? Unable to exit the classroom, Jiang Yu tiptoed to peer outside. After much effort, they squeezed through the door and followed the direction of everyone's gaze down the corridor, where Gu Feng instantly spotted Su Liuli in the distance. Wow, Senor Su, and so many stunning beauties. If it were merely Su Liuli, it wouldn't have been so captivating. But behind her stood several others. Ning Yongyong from the Dance Academy, Lan Feier from the Finance Academy, Bai Yaxin from the Computer Science Academy, and Xia Yin from the Business Administration Academy. Jiang Yu's mouth fell open in astonishment at the sight of so many beautiful girls, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. No wonder the area outside the classroom was so congested. Upon seeing Gu Feng, Su Liuli's eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully approached him. The others behind Xia Yin exchanged glances. That must be Liuli's boyfriend. Wow, a little boyfriend. Let us go see. The brightly dressed group followed closely behind Su Liuli. Upon reaching Gu Feng, Su Liuli, with a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, informed him, I'm going to have lunch with friends and we'll host a career presentation in the afternoon. All right. Gu Feng responded absent-mindedly, instinctively nodding. With 7 or 8 pairs of sparkling eyes fixed upon him, even his thick-skinned demeanor felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hello, little boyfriend. We're taking Liuli out for lunch. She insisted on letting you know in person. Xia Yin's playful remark left Jiang Yu and the others momentarily dumbfounded. Little boyfriend, would you like to join us for lunch? No need to pay. It's on us. Right, it's on us. Laughter erupted as they teased Gu Feng, exclaiming how fortunate Su Liuli was. In that moment, all eyes were on Gu Feng, and he felt as if he had become the center of an absurd spectacle, akin to Zhu Beiji falling into the silk cave. Truly, a romantic figure. Let us take a photo for remembrance. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, Jiang Yu whipped out her phone and snapped a picture of Gu Feng from behind, ensuring that Su Liuli and the other seniors were also in the frame. All right. Xia Yin, Yongyong, stop teasing him. Gu Feng, we'll head off to lunch. I'll call you after the presentation. After quietly conveying this to Gu Feng, she turned to her companions. Let us go. We need to review the presentation script this afternoon. Little boyfriend. Bye-bye. Goodbye, little boyfriend. They each waved farewell to Gu Feng before departing, leaving him to respond with a smile, uncertain of what else he could say. Once Su Liuli and her group had left, Gu Feng turned around, startled to find a crowd of classmates lingering in the corridor, all gazing at him as if admiring a priceless treasure. Let's go eat quickly. He patted Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai on the shoulders, hurrying down the corridor. If he lingered any longer under their scrutiny, he would surely suffer public humiliation. Gu Feng, you're amazing. Incredible. Truly incredible, Jiang Yu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. He never imagined he would witness such a scene, a multitude of beauties surrounding a single man, and that man was his roommate. Ignoring Jiang Yu's teasing, they all made their way to the cafeteria for lunch. Annie had already coordinated with the school leadership, and at 2 o'clock, she would be bringing Chen Jingyang to the school. Chen Jingyang was responsible for the Yunding presentation, while Annie would accompany him to meet with the leaders of the school as career office. Chapter 92, 100 Employment Positions. After waiting in the dormitory until nearly 2, Gu Feng strolled leisurely to the school gate. Before long, an Audi appeared at the entrance. After verifying identities, the security guard promptly let them in. In the passenger seat, Annie spotted Gu Feng waiting by the roadside. After exiting the vehicle, she was joined by Chun Jingyang and his assistant. Mr. Chun, please head to the venue first. I'll accompany Mr. Gu to meet with Principal Wang from the career office. Annie said, turning to Gu Feng. All right, Mr. Gu, I'll go ahead to the venue. Call me if you need anything. With that, Chun Jingyang and his assistant got back into the car, while Gu Feng and Annie walked towards the administrative building where the career office was located. Soon, they arrived outside the administrative building, where the career office was at the corner on the first floor. They approached the office door, which was wide open, allowing them to hear the clear sounds of conversation inside. Knock, knock, knock. Annie gently tapped the door, and upon hearing the sound, the two individuals inside turned to look at the entrance. Hello, we are from Yunding Technology, here to speak with Principal Wang. Annie introduced themselves, and upon hearing they were from Yunding Technology, Vice Principal Wang, a man in his 40s or 50s, hurried to stand up. Ah, esteemed guest from Yunding Technology. Please come in. He greeted them eagerly. Although he showed no particular reaction upon seeing Annie, his demeanor changed upon recognizing Gu Feng, his expression momentarily taken aback. He remembered meeting Gu Feng at a previous meeting, but had forgotten his full name. Principal Wang, I am Gu Feng. Yes, Gu Feng. What brings you here? I apologize, Principal Wang, for failing to introduce you. This is Mr. Gu, our president at Yunding Technology, Annie said, standing beside Gu Feng and taking the initiative to introduce him. Hearing this, Vice Principal Wang's mouth fell open in astonishment, completely taken aback. Principal, he is the president of Yunding. A teacher behind them whispered, and upon hearing this, Principal Wang finally regained his composure. Ah, Mr. Gu. Mr. President. Ms. Annie, please come in. Ha! As the saying goes, this is like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Families not recognizing each other. Had I known Mr. President was one of us at Fuxing University, I would have sought you out directly, cheerfully inviting Gu Feng and Annie to sit down. Vice Principal Wang personally went to the water dispenser to pour 2 cups of warm water. Principal, I can do it myself. Gu Feng quickly stood to accept the water. Mr. President, your accomplishments at such a young age truly put us to shame. Having a student like you at Fuxing University is indeed our fortune. With a smile plastered on his face, showering compliments, Annie struggled to suppress her amusement and directed her gaze elsewhere. Meanwhile, Gu Feng felt equally uncomfortable. Having just received praise from Director Gao, he was now subjected to the same from the vice principal, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Principal, I heard from Director Yu that you have tried to contact her several times to discuss matters regarding the autumn recruitment. Not keen on lingering in small talk, Gu Feng decided to take the initiative to inquire since the vice principal had not broached the subject. Indeed, I have reached out to Director Yu numerous times. With graduation season approaching next year, as the vice principal overseeing employment, I must consider the future of our graduating students. He confessed candidly, to be honest, I have already met with the representatives from the companies participating in this autumn recruitment. While I don't have any extraordinary requests, I simply wish to secure more employment positions for our students. As he spoke, Vice Principal Wang sat upright, his gaze fixed on Gu Feng. From Director Yu, he had learned that Yunding Technology was offering over 200 job positions. Such a large-scale recruitment far exceeded that of some major corporations in Magic City, which was why he persistently sought to negotiate for more positions. We understand your concerns, Principal Wang. Our company adheres to the principle that ability determines placement. The recruitment and assessment standards are consistent. As long as our students from Fuxing University excel, securing employment should not be an issue. Upon hearing Anne's words, Principal Wang couldn't help but display a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Secretary Anne, I comprehend your sentiments. The crux of the matter is that these students are rather similar in their lack of work experience. If your esteemed company could allocate additional spots for our institution, it would facilitate greater employment opportunities for our students. Brother Gu, considering you're also a member of our school, I implore you to grant us a few more slots. Referring to him as Brother Gu felt more affectionate, as Principal Wang was indeed a person of warmth and sincerity. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but wonder if Vice Principal Wang was somehow related to Director Gao, given their strikingly similar manner of speech. Principal, our Human Resources Department has prepared approximately 200 recruitment slots. How about reserving 100 for Fuxing University? 100 employment slots. Brother Gu, are you serious? To request half of Yunding's employment slots in one breath. This is truly exhilarating. Indeed, Gu Feng laughed heartily. After all, we are family. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the soon-to-be graduates. He raised his water cup, only to realize the simplicity of acquiring 100 employment slots was an unexpected delight. Brother Gu, the presentation will commence shortly. Shall we proceed to listen to the briefing? Having achieved his objective, Principal Wang deemed further idle chatter in the office unnecessary, preparing to escort Gu Feng to the presentation venue. Certainly, upon hearing Principal Wang's invitation, Gu Feng and rose in unison, following the lead of the instructor ahead, and trailed closely behind, while Gu Feng and Principal Wang engaged in quiet conversation as they walked side by side. The presentation was to be held in the basement level of the teaching building, where the expansive auditorium could comfortably accommodate over 1,000 attendees. Besides this auditorium, the other two classrooms also had their doors open, with large screens displaying the podium at the front. The first 2 rows of the venue were reserved for corporate representatives, and as Principal Wang entered, all the company representatives stood up, including Chen Jingyang, who was seated at the far corner. Teacher Zhao, are we all set? When will the presentation commence? Principal Wang approached the podium, and a tall, slender young teacher quickly stepped forward. Everything is ready. We can begin at any time. Excellent. Let us not delay further. We shall commence now. Brother Gu, take a seat beside me. He indicated the space next to him, which had originally been reserved for the accompanying teacher, but due to Gu Feng's presence, the teacher and had to find seats at the back. Chapter 93, The Presentation. As the lights illuminated the podium, Ning Yongyong, adorned in a resplendent white evening gown, was the first to grace the stage. I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed corporate leaders attending this presentation. On behalf of the administration of Fuxing University, I welcome you all. As her words fell, a thunderous applause erupted within the auditorium. The presentation officially begins. May I invite Mr. Qian from Gu Feng Group to take the stage. Please give him a warm welcome. Upon concluding her remarks, a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood up from the far-right seat of the front row, exuding an aura of refinement. Gu Feng Group. Gu Feng sat beside Principal Wang, his mind racing with thoughts. He was indeed familiar with Gu Feng Group, a venerable conglomerate, prior to his rebirth. He had encountered the chairman of Gu Feng Group at a business gala, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. Greetings, I am Qianyu, the Human Resources Director of Gu Feng Group. I am delighted to receive the invitation from the university's leadership. You may not be well acquainted with our group. So before I delve into the job positions and salary offerings, allow me to provide a brief introduction to Gu Feng Group. As Qianyu spoke into the microphone, images began to scroll across the large screen behind him. After a few minutes of introduction, he transitioned to the core topic of employment opportunities. The group intended to recruit 20 outstanding graduates from Fuxing University, covering positions in computer technology, design, logistics, finance, and more. The remuneration is quite generous. Please take a look. Each position comes with a different salary structure, but overall, the compensation is very appealing, especially for a listed company. The minimum salary standard is 8,000 yuan, and this applies equally to fresh graduates and interns. We offer 10 days of paid vacation annually, along with various allowances. If you're interested, please submit your resumes during the autumn recruitment season. We will arrange interviews within 3 days. After nearly 10 minutes of his presentation, Qianyu set down the microphone and departed from the podium. A listed company, indeed. It was said that the interviews for listed companies were exceptionally rigorous, with initial, secondary, and final rounds. Securing a position would be a remarkable achievement. Were you thinking, they are only hiring 20 individuals? Do you realize the number of graduates in our cohort? Including the graduate school, we number in the thousands, competing for a mere 20 positions, unless divine intervention occurs. It is nothing short of a fanciful dream. Within the venue, students whispered among themselves, clearly intrigued by Gu Feng Group, yet aware of the daunting challenge posed by its status as a listed company. Following Gu Feng Group, more listed companies took to the stage, with each subsequent firm announcing even fewer recruitment slots. At one point, Su Liuli, clad in an elegant black gown, appeared, glancing at Gu Feng with evident surprise before continuing on her way. After 5 or 6 presentations from listed companies, the stage was graced by representatives from smaller to medium-sized enterprises. An hour later, Su Liuli, in her black dress, elegantly approached the podium. Now, I invite Mr. Chun from Yunding Technology to take the stage. Please give him a warm welcome. After announcing, she cast a playful glance at Gu Feng, winking before turning to leave. Oh, she is teasing me. Raising a hand to touch her nose, Su Liuli, that little minx, dared to flirt before such a large audience. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jingyang strode confidently onto the stage. Grasping the microphone, he greeted everyone briefly before commencing his company introduction. Yunding Technology is a tech company. Although it has been established for a relatively short time, it has experienced rapid growth. Recently, they launched a game called Peak Competition, which many gaming enthusiasts among the students may have heard about. There wasn't much to elaborate on, So he proceeded to discuss the projects the company had developed. Yending Technology is the developer of Peak Competition? Goodness, if I manage to secure a position, might they reward me with a few exclusive skins? You dreamer. Many have never heard of Yending Technology, but the mention of Peak Competition piqued the interest of everyone present. The company intended to expand significantly and was seeking numerous recruits. For Fusheng University, approximately 100 recruitment slots were available, primarily in software development, design, finance, and business management. What? 100 positions. Chun Jingyang's announcement caused an uproar within the venue. The previous companies had offered no more than 30 or 40 positions. Yet Yending Technology was looking to hire 100. Dear students, if you are interested, you may submit your resumes at the onset of the autumn recruitment. We will conduct interviews within a day. There will be only one round of interviews, and you will receive immediate notification regarding your employment status. Next, he addressed the issue of salary and benefits. Although Yending Technology may be a smaller company, its remuneration package is even more generous than that of some listed companies. Brother Gu, your company's benefits are quite impressive. Wang, seated beside Gu Feng, chuckled lightly. To be honest, the salary package offered by Yending Technology was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. The salary is acceptable. The company is in its developmental phase, and a more favorable compensation will undoubtedly motivate everyone to work diligently. After all, having managed large corporations, he profoundly understood how much a better salary could inspire employees. Expecting employees to toil away for meager compensation was nothing short of wishful thinking. Chun Jingyang announced the salary and benefits on stage, igniting a wave of excitement among the students below. In contrast to those publicly listed conglomerates, it was evident that smaller enterprises like Yending Technology offered a much more accessible entry point. Not only were the salaries comparable, but the number of vacancies was also significantly higher. Truly, it was an ideal opportunity. Within a mere 5 minutes, Chun Jingyang set down the microphone and departed from the podium. Following him were representatives from a series of smaller companies, whose benefits paled in comparison to those of the previously mentioned public companies and Yending Technology. The job fair extended from the afternoon until dusk. And as the clock struck 6:30, the final speaker from an advertising firm concluded, marking the end of the event. Gu, my friend, do you have time for dinner tonight? I must express my gratitude for the 100 job placements you secured for our school, Principal Wang inquired politely. However, I may not be available this evening. I need to assist Su Liuli in preparing to return home, so I must leave early, came the response. Very well, let us arrange for another day, Wang agreed, nodding in understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned to depart. As the crowd began to disperse, Annie and Chun Jingyang joined Gu Feng. And just as they were about to exit the lecture hall, a familiar voice echoed from distance. Apologies, but we do not have time. The voice was chillingly cold, laced with a hint of displeasure. Following the sound, they spotted Su Liuli and Ning Yongyong standing together, with a middle-aged man of considerable girth positioned before them, clutching a business card and wearing a rather lascivious expression. Upon witnessing this, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened, his expression unreadable as he strode purposefully towards Su Liuli. Excuse me, but if you are unavailable for dinner this evening, I happen to be in need of a secretary. Would you consider this opportunity? He inquired, presenting a business card with a sycophantic grin directed at Su Liuli. The fervent gaze directed towards them made Su Liuli and her companions feel a wave of revulsion. Not interested, Su Liuli replied icily, attempting to bypass him and exit the classroom, only to be met with his obstinate obstruction once more. This is an exceptional opportunity. Feigning modesty now may lead to regret later once you leave school. He leered, his gaze lingering on Su Liuli and her friends. Had he not been an invited guest of the school, they would have relished the chance to slap him. The autumn recruitment has not even commenced, and you are already so desperate to poach talent? Gu Feng remarked with a sardonic smile as he approached Su Liuli. As Gu Feng suddenly appeared before her, Su Liuli stood momentarily stunned, gazing at him with warmth in her eyes. My little boyfriend has arrived. The sight of the young man elicited a joyful expression from Ning Yongyong and the others. Who are you? Lu Ji's demeanor shifted, now appearing slightly perturbed. I am her boyfriend, Mr. Lu. Are you certain you possess the qualifications to ask my girlfriend to be your secretary? Gu Feng's tone remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed his simmering anger. Su Liuli held immense significance in his heart, treated with the utmost care, and he would not tolerate anyone's attempt at disrespect. Do you think I'm not qualified? Lu Ji laughed mockingly. I could bury you in cash. Do you believe that? As his words hung in the air, Annie and Chun Jingyang approached Gu Feng, positioning themselves protectively beside him. Mr. Lu, tread carefully. This is our CEO. Annie's expression darkened as she realized the absurdity of Lu Ji's bravado, questioning his sanity. Excuse me, you are the CEO? Lu Ji's incredulous expression shifted from arrogance to shock as he finally recognized Gu Feng as the owner of Yunding Technology. Their company had a multi-million contract with Yunding, and he was, after all, the client. Just moments ago, he had boasted of burying Gu Feng with money, but now his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "My apologies. I did not recognize you," he stammered, quickly altering his stance to one of contrition. "Liuli, let us depart," Gu Feng stated, ignoring Lu Ji's attempts at apology as he turned to leave with Su Liuli and the others. "Annie, is that Lu Ji from Shiguang Advertising?" Gu Feng queried, glancing back at Annie as they exited the lecture hall, pulling Su Liuli along. "Yes, CEO," Annie replied, her nerves heightened by witnessing Gu Feng's anger. "I have seen their advertisements on variety shows. The designs are quite jarring. Let's terminate our contract with this advertising agency." With that chilling remark, Gu Feng walked away with Su Liuli, leaving the others in disbelief. As they watched Gu Feng and Su Liuli stroll away, Ning Yongyong and Lan Fei exchanged glances, marveling at the unfolding scene. The little boyfriend, the domineering CEO. Indeed, the tales of novels often mirror reality. As they whispered among themselves, they gradually made their exit. Gu Feng's words still echo in my mind, Chen Zhengyang remarked, turning to Annie. "If we withdraw our advertising investment now, we may incur significant losses. What should we do about the CEO's? Mr. Chun, we shall follow CEO Gu's directives. The capabilities of Shiguang Advertising are indeed subpar. They are unworthy of our trust." Annie interrupted, decisively making her way to the car. Following Gu Feng, Su Liuli quietly trailed beside him, occasionally stealing glances at him. "If you wish to observe, do so openly. There is no need for furtive glances," he teased. "I wasn't sneaking glances. I was simply looking openly," she retorted, slightly flustered that he had noticed her attention. "Were you upset just now?" "Somewhat. There's no need to be bothered by such people. Tonight, I shall prepare dinner for you. What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed, anything is fine. Very well then. I can cook a variety of dishes. As long as they have names, I can prepare them." "Then I want to eat you," Gu Feng declared with utmost seriousness. "Gozing Su Liuli to blush crimson. You're always so inappropriate." With a huff, she chose to ignore him and walked ahead gracefully. After purchasing the ingredients and enjoying dinner, they decided to retire early, as they needed to leave for home the next morning. Early the next day, they loaded the prepared items into the car, and Gu Feng, with Su Liuli, set off. The distance was not great, requiring only about 3 hours by car. Longhai City, Happiness Village. Following Su Liuli's provided directions, Gu Feng set the navigation, and they departed together. By 9 in the morning at Shiguang Advertising Company, President Lu Tao sat in the conference room, silent and brooding, flanked by many others who remained equally mute. "I demand to know what is happening. Who can explain this?" He finally erupted. "Why has Yunding Technology decided to suspend our collaboration?" His voice was icy, revealing the fury simmering within him. The sudden pause of a multi-million contract was nothing short of catastrophic for their modest company. "President Lu, I dispatched someone to inquire with Yunding. They mentioned that our advertisement designs did not meet their requirements and that they would seek other advertising firms." An assistant murmured cautiously, acutely aware of Lu's volatile temperament. "Did not meet their requirements? They could have requested revisions. Why abruptly suspend the collaboration?" Lu fumed, his years of experience in managing a company allowing him to see that the primary cause for the suspension could not simply be attributed to the quality of the advertisements. Seated beside Lu Ji was already a bundle of nerves, his mind racing with the implications of the unfolding crisis. Lowering his gaze to the documents before him, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead and palms involuntarily. Others may remain oblivious to the reasons behind his distress. Yet he was acutely aware that had he not offended Gu Feng yesterday afternoon, the advertising contract with the company would not have met such an untimely demise. Chapter 95, 3-month suspension. "Mr. Lu, please reach out to Secretary and of Yunding Technology right now. I simply wish to understand the rationale behind this." Struggling to contain the anger bubbling within, he slammed his palm down on the table, the force of the impact causing everyone in the conference room to flinch in unison. "Mr. Lu, this." Lu Ji's face was etched with despair. To contact Annie now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Observing Lu Ji's evident turmoil, Lu Tao's expression hardened as he questioned, "What's the matter? Is it inconvenient to make contact?" "And no, Mr. Lu. What I mean is that given they have decided to terminate the contract, reaching out may be futile. Instead, we ought to focus on securing additional business." There was no way he could make that call today. A contract worth several million, so abruptly dissolved. I must comprehend the reasons. Unwilling to accept the situation, Lu Tao's resolve strengthened, and noticing Lu Ji's distress, his gaze turned icy as he pressed, "Mr. Lu, is it possible you know something regarding Yunding Technology's sudden cessation of cooperation? During your visit to Fuxing University for the presentation yesterday, did you encounter any leaders from Yunding Technology?" At these words, Lu Ji shivered, hesitating before wiping the perspiration from his brow. "I did meet someone. Who did you meet?" Lu Tao continued to probe, and Lu Ji, with great reluctance, replied, "I met with President Shun, as well as Secretarian." "Secretarian? She is President Gu's secretary. How could she possibly attend the presentation? Could it be that President Gu was present as well?" The mention of Gu Feng caused Lu Ji's lips to twitch violently, his complexion paling to an almost sickly hue. Busy wiping away the sweat, he remained silent for a protracted moment, prompting Lu Tao to lose his patience and demand once more, "Mr. Lu, what is going on? Can you provide me with an explanation?" "Mr. Lu, The words hovered on his lips, yet he genuinely did not know how to elucidate the matter. Should he confess that his actions of harassing the man's girlfriend had led to the company's losses? To voice such a statement in front of so many would not only incite Lu Tao's wrath, but would also render him too ashamed to remain in the company. "Fine. If you won't speak, summon Xiao Zhang in here." The Xiao Zhang Lu Tao referred to as Lu Ji's assistant, who had accompanied him to Fuxing University and certainly knew what had transpired. Witnessing this, Lu Ji's heart raced with anxiety, and he quickly interjected, "Wait, Mr. Lu. Yesterday, I merely had a misunderstanding with President Gu. I never anticipated he would suspend our company's collaboration. If you grant me the opportunity, I will personally apologize, and I am confident we can salvage the partnership." His words were filled with conviction, yet those present were not easily deceived. Yunding Technology had clearly indicated their cessation of collaboration and would not retract their decision lightly. Lu Ji's assertions were merely a stalling tactic. "Mr. Lu, it is not that I lack faith in you, but this collaboration is exceedingly vital for us. I wish to understand the nature of the misunderstanding between you and President Gu that could prompt such drastic measures to terminate our partnership." Lu Tao stated with an air of righteous inquiry. Lu Ji had occupied the position of vice president for many years, cultivating loyal confidence and, at times, dismissing Lu Tao's authority altogether. To Lu Tao, this moment presented an opportune moment to assert his dominance. During the presentation, I intended to find a secretary, but was unaware that the individual in question was President Gu's girlfriend. This misunderstanding is significant. After all, she is someone from our client's side, and I would never dare to provoke her. Lu Ji's face darkened. As the vice president, he felt utterly humiliated at this moment. "A secretary? Mr. Lu, you truly have broadened my horizons. You sought a secretary not through the Human Resources Department, but opted to search personally? Should it be so, would you like to take the position of HR supervisor?" Lu Tao mocked, eliciting a shudder from the HR supervisor in the distance, whose face turned pale at the suggestion. Good heavens! If the HR supervisor were to be replaced by Lu Ji, what would become of him? Would he be demoted? Since the situation arose from his actions, Mr. Lu must also bear the responsibility. Effective immediately, I hereby relieve Mr. Lu of his position as vice president and impose a 3-month suspension. Upon uttering this decree, the room fell into stunned silence, with everyone exchanging incredulous glances. Lu Ji, unable to believe his ears, turned towards Lu Tao in utter disbelief. "Mr. Lu, I have devoted myself diligently for so many years. You wish to dismiss me over this minor incident? I refuse to accept this." His face was ashen, taken aback by Lu Tao's audacity to seize this opportunity to force him out. "A minor incident? Lu Ji, our company is not expansive. A contract worth millions can simply disappear at a moment's notice, and you dare to label it as trivial? Furthermore, I have not stated you are dismissed. I merely impose a temporary suspension of 3 months. After 3 months, your position will be reassigned, and we shall discuss which department you will be allocated to subsequently." With that, he dismissed the meeting, leaving no room for Lu Ji to respond. As Lu Tao exited the conference room, the attendees rose in hushed conversation, gradually making their exit. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling conference room was left desolate, with Lu Ji slumped in his chair, consumed by regret. Had he foreseen such a consequence, he would never have attended that presentation, nor would he have instigated trouble with those girls. Yet now it was far too late. On the city's South Ring Road, Gu Feng drove swiftly, following the navigation towards their destination. Beside him, Su Liuli cradled a plush toy in her gentle embrace, her gaze tenderly fixed out the window. Since the start of the semester, this marked her first return home, eliciting both joy and trepidation within her. The joy stemmed from the prospect of reuniting with her grandfather, while the fear was rooted in the little life growing inside her. Concentrating on the road, Gu Feng remained silent, allowing Su Liuli to enjoy her quietude. After 2 hours, they entered Longhai City, with just under an hour's drive remaining. He turned to her and asked, "Liuli, would you like some water?" He had prepared warm water in a thermos before their departure, intending for her to stay hydrated during the journey. Drawing her gaze from the window, Su Liuli shook her head gently. "I'm not thirsty. Would you like a sip? I can feed you." Assuming Gu Feng was in need of hydration, she reached for the thermos, poised to bring it to his lips. "No, I'm not thirsty either. I noticed you have been quiet. Are you worried that grandfather will scold you? Rest assured, I have everything in hand. I am prepared for whatever reprimands he may bestow upon me. Just don't end up injured. Do not misunderstand. I am not concerned for myself. Rather, I worry about being incapacitated and unable to care for the two of you." Keeping his eyes on the road, Gu Feng chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Liuli. Initially serious, her demeanor brightened at his teasing, and she covered her mouth, giggling joyfully. "Really? Then I should inform grandfather in advance, so he can give you a proper scolding." Chapter 96. A handsome young man tilting her head playfully. Su Liuli burst into cheerful laughter. Gu Feng, upon hearing this, felt a bitter smile tug at his lips, his face turning a shade of green. "Please, I was counting on you to intercede on my behalf. You, my dear girl, not only refuse to advocate for me, but seek to fan the flames instead. If you truly push me to my limits, you may just find yourself mourning my absence." Noticing Su Liuli's spirits lifting considerably, Gu Feng continued to jest as he drove. Half an hour later, as they drew closer to their destination, Su Liuli retrieved her phone to call her grandfather, but the number rang unanswered. How peculiar. Why isn't grandfather picking up? A hint of confusion flickered in her delicate eyes as she hung up and pressed redial. The line rang, but still no response. Moments later, a familiar voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Su Liuli sat in the passenger seat, repeatedly attempting to call, prompting Gu Feng to inquire, "Is your grandfather not answering? Did you inform him of our return before setting off?" "Yes, I did. I told him the day before," she replied. "However, I always arrive by train in the afternoon, so he assumed I wouldn't be home until later and left his phone behind." She explained that it was difficult to clarify over the phone, which is why he only mentioned that he would come over with Gu Feng, without elaborating further. "It's all right. We are nearing the village. Perhaps your grandfather simply didn't hear the phone," Gu Feng reassured her. "It's common for the elderly to miss calls due to poor hearing." "All right then." She glanced at her phone for a few seconds before placing it back in her bag. After exiting the highway, the road transformed into a quaint country lane, and the familiar surroundings began to envelop them. 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at Xingfu Village. What a large village! A massive archway stood before them, proudly displaying the words Xingfu Village. Also known as Xingfu Town, it was considerably larger than an average village. "From here, we continue straight to the back. And that's where my home is," Su Liuli advised softly, noting that the road ahead was somewhat bumpy and urging Gu Feng to exercise caution. The journey to her home would take approximately 2 to 3 kilometers along a narrow one-way road, making it challenging for vehicles to pass one another. Nodding simply, Gu Feng drove on, feeling a modest confidence in his driving skills. A minute or two later, the car came to a gradual stop as a tractor, billowing black smoke, approached from the opposite direction. "Ah, Liuli, it seems we have to reverse," Gu Feng sighed, realizing that his earlier optimism had quickly been dashed. The narrowness of the road meant that the tractor occupied nearly the entire lane, rendering any attempt to pass impossible. "Wait, don't rush," Su Liuli interjected, raising her hand to halt him. As the tractor drew nearer, to their surprise, it turned directly into a nearby field. "Let us go," she said, her bright eyes sparkling as she glanced at Gu Feng. With her cue, he shifted the car back into gear and continued onward. Eventually, they reached a small square and parked. Once the vehicle was steady, they observed several elderly folks sitting nearby, basking in the sun and chatting leisurely. "Hey, is that Liuli?" one of them exclaimed. "Liuli? Is it really her?" She asked back. The group, previously engrossed in their conversations, gathered around as Su Liuli and Gu Feng stepped out of the car. Grandma Long, Aunt Lu, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Bai. Suddenly confronted with so many familiar faces, Su Liuli, who had grown up in this village, found herself slightly overwhelmed, and Gu Feng stood awkwardly beside her, his demeanor stiff as he forced a smile at each greeting. "Liuli, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome young man," one elder remarked. "Oh my, our Liuli has grown up and found herself a partner. Where are you two getting married? Make sure to tell Aunt Zhang in advance. She'll help with the preparations. I heard that the daughter-in-law from Lu Chun's family just had a baby boy, and he is quite adorable. With Liuli's looks, their children will surely be beautiful. Young man, where are you from? What kind of car is this? It looks longer than my own. It must be quite expensive, right?" And how old are you? A barrage of questions left Gu Feng's head spinning, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Su Liuli stepped in just in time. Grandma Wang, Aunt Zhang, everyone. My grandfather is still at home waiting for us. We should head back now and chat with you later. Oh wait, Liuli, I just saw your grandfather. He went to the pig farm on the back mountain. He said he had some work to do. Uncle Zhao pointed towards the hills. Upon hearing that her grandfather was not at home, Su Liuli paused and looked at Gu Feng. Let us drop off our things at home first, and then we can drive to the back mountain to see him. All right. They unloaded their gifts from the trunk, exchanged brief greetings with the elders, and followed Su Liuli along the path. This was the village's recreational square, and they needed to walk a couple of 100 meters down the narrow path to reach her home. The surrounding houses were old, and the alleyways were quite narrow, making it challenging for vehicles to navigate. Arriving at an old house, they found the gate locked. Su Liuli tiptoed up to the eaves, and, after a moment, she managed to retrieve 2 keys from above. Grandfather is forgetful, so he keeps spare keys here just in case, she explained as she unlocked the gate. The quaint and tidy courtyard exuded a sense of history and charm. Let us leave our things here, Su Liuli suggested, glancing at the slightly dilapidated house. She felt reassured upon seeing that Gu Feng didn't seem to mind its condition. Shall we go check out the pig farm where Grandpa is? She asked. Sure. I've never seen a rural pig farm before. This will be a great opportunity to explore it with you, Gu Feng replied with enthusiasm. After placing their belongings down, they exited the courtyard and returned to the square. Gu Feng started the car again, following Su Liuli's directions towards the back mountain pig farm. How many pigs are in the farm? Gu Feng asked casually, resting one hand on the steering wheel. I'm not sure of the exact number, but there should be several hundred. The farm belongs to the village collectively, and everyone visits it from time to time. Before the new year, aside from the pigs sold, each household receives some pork as well, Su Liuli explained while Gu Feng listened intently, focusing on the road. Before long, they arrived at the pig farm. The environment was picturesque, nestled between the mountains and rivers. To their surprise, there was no foul odor at all. They parked outside the entrance to the pig farm and stepped out to explore. How peculiar. Why is there no smell here? Gu Feng mused. These are mountain pigs, and they roam freely among the hills. The land stretches far and wide, so it's not smelly at all, Su Liuli replied, gesturing towards the towering mountains surrounding them. Following her lead into the pig farm, they soon encountered an elderly man clad in gray work attire, holding a shovel. Upon seeing Su Liuli and Gu Feng, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Liuli, my dear. Grandpa Bai, you're here. Ah, it's really you, Liuli. It's been so long. Didn't your grandfather say you were returning in the afternoon? Why are you back so early? Confirming her identity, Grandpa Bai hurried over, his face lighting up with joy. I came back early. Where's my grandfather? He asked in the breeding room. Come, I'll take you to him, he said, setting down his shovel and leading them towards the breeding area. Liuli, is this young man your boyfriend? He seemed quite nice. You have good taste, Grandpa Bai remarked, glancing at Gu Feng, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile as he offered his compliments. Hello, Grandpa Bai. I'm Gu Feng, he introduced himself. Gu Feng? Ha ha. A delightful name. This young man, your grandfather is undoubtedly pleased. Having watched Su Liuli grow up since childhood, he has long regarded her as part of the family. When he saw this girl return with her boyfriend, the old gentleman was quite excited. 2 minutes later, following the elder into the breeding room, there were only 3 individuals present, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman. Beneath them lay a small piglet, with the old man facing away from the entrance, the room reverberating with the piglet's anguished cries. It was clear without a doubt that the elderly gentleman was indeed the grandfather. The 3 were busy with their tasks, while Gu Feng and the others silently stood by, refraining from intruding. Grandfather Bai, what are you doing? Gu Feng inquired, puzzled by the piglet's frantic screams echoing in his ears as he glanced at the elder beside him. Young man, we're castrating a pig. Castrating a pig? What does that entail? Growing up in the capital, Gu Feng had never encountered the term castrating a pig before. As Gu Feng continued to probe, the elder erupted into hearty laughter. Su Liuli, noticing this, cautiously tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve, a clear indication for him to cease his questioning. Young man, having grown up in the city, it is perhaps understandable that you are unfamiliar with this process. Castrating a pig is essentially a procedure for neutering, akin to the ancient practice of castrating eunuchs. The pigs we raise in our village are predominantly male, and once they reach maturity, they can become quite frisky. If we do not castrate them, these pigs will not only expend their energy recklessly, but also fail to gain weight. After the elder's explanation, Gu Feng cast a silent glance at his grandfather, who was still turned away from him. Accompanied by the piglet's wails, 2 round objects were tossed aside, leaving Gu Feng shuddering involuntarily. The sight was both bitter and alarming, as his heart raced with trepidation. He realized he had stumbled into quite a situation. The old man was indeed capable of castrating pigs, and imagining what might occur if he became too irate sent chills down his spine. What are you dawdling for? Are you frightened? The elder regarded Gu Feng with a peculiar expression, noticing the tension on his face, staring at the bloody remnants in the distance. Gu Feng cautiously swallowed hard. No, it's just castrating a pig. Why would I be afraid? It's not like they're going to castrate me. His earnest declaration provoked a fit of laughter from Su Liuli, who, after a prolonged bout of giggles, continued, You may be in for trouble. If you provoke grandfather, be wary that he might just treat you like a little piglet. She raised her delicate hand, mimicking a slicing motion. Strangely enough, that singular gesture sent a shiver down Gu Feng's spine. After all, were it not for that very procedure, Su Liuli would not be expecting a baby. If the old man were to become incensed, anything could happen. Girl, why have you returned so soon? As he released the small piglet beneath him, the grandfather approached Gu Feng and Su Liuli, removing his gloves. The now emasculated piglet anxiously paced back and forth, seemingly still in shock. What is this? The elder, though slightly gray-haired and wrinkled, was remarkably spry. Grandfather, this is Gu Feng, the young man I mentioned to you over the phone. Su Liuli spoke softly, her hands clasped nervously, feeling a bit shy about introducing her boyfriend to her family for the first time. Upon hearing this, the elder beamed and greeted warmly. Hello there. Young man, how was your journey? Are you tired? I still have some work to attend to. If you two would like, you can return home for a bit. At this moment, the grandfather's demeanor seemed quite amiable, though it remained uncertain whether this attitude would persist. Grandfather, I'm not tired. If you need help, I'd be more than willing to assist. No, that won't be necessary. We can manage on our own. If you and Liuli prefer to stay here instead of heading home, that is perfectly fine. The elder, Su Zhengxiang, swiftly waved his hand in refusal, asserting that such tasks were not suited for a future grandson-in-law. Old Su, if the lad is willing to help, let him lend a hand. It's rather dull, just waiting around, suggested a nearby elder. Gu, grandfather will take you to change your clothes. I'll tell you, catching piglets is quite an adventure. Liuli, weren't you the one who loved catching piglets when you were little? Care to join? However, Gu Feng hurriedly interjected, Grandfather bye. Liuli felt a bit carsick on the way back. Let her wait here. Given her pregnancy, any vigorous activity was best avoided, especially catching piglets. All right, Liuli, you stay here. The elder acquiesced before leading Gu Feng toward the changing room without looking back. Once dressed in suitable attire, the two exited through a side door of the breeding room, stepping into a small pig pen filled with a number of piglets. As they entered, the little piglets scampered in all directions, frightened by their presence. Gu, feel free to catch a couple and place them in that cage over there for your grandfather to handle later. Grandfather bye. Do the piglets go straight to the mountain after they're processed? Standing still amidst the chaos, Gu Feng watched as the piglets dashed around, oblivious to their impending fate. Indeed, once they are castrated, they are sent up to the mountain. As he spoke, the quick-witted elder seized a piglet and placed it into the cage. Observing this, Gu Feng bent down and, after considerable effort, finally managed to catch one, cradling it tightly as he tossed it into the cage. The cage had openings at both ends, allowing the piglets to enter from one side and exit from the other. These piglets were a mix of those born to sows on the mountain and those procured from elsewhere. The pen contained dozens of them. So Gu, how is the piglet catching? Isn't it fun? The elder chuckled heartily, his hand grasping a piglet by its hind leg. The cage was nearly full, requiring a brief pause before they could continue. Yes, it's indeed enjoyable, Gu Feng replied politely, nodding slightly. While fun, the task proved to be quite physically demanding, as he found himself sweating profusely after only a short while. In contrast, the elder appeared unfazed, as if it were merely a casual affair. During my youth, there weren't many entertainment options, so I enjoyed catching piglets, lambs, and calves. It was then that I learned the skill of pig castration. Decades have flown by, and now Liuli has grown up so much. The elder reminisced, lost in thought. Liuli has had a tough life, having grown up under her grandfather's care. She has always been remarkably thoughtful, practically raised by all of us. Gu, you must treat her well in the future. Everyone in our happy village is family. The elder's laughter echoed as he concluded, prompting Gu Feng to respond with a grin. Rest assured, grandfather bye, I wouldn't dare bully Liuli. It's she who bullies me. As the two enjoyed their jovial banter, an hour slipped by unnoticed, and all the piglets in the pen had been secured in cages. Gu, let us head out. You've worked hard today. When we return, let old Su prepare a delicious meal for you. His cooking is quite renowned in our happy village. Exiting the pig pen, they found Su Zhengxiang still engaged in the castration procedure. Upon seeing Gu Feng, he paused his work. Feng, from now on, I'll call you Feng. What would you like to eat tonight? How about roasted suckling pig? Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the pig castration, he planned to bring back a piglet for roasting that evening for his granddaughter and future grandson-in-law. Having changed into fresh clothes and hearing the elder's inquiry, Gu Feng promptly replied, "Grandfather, I'm not picky. I'll eat whatever you prepare." "Very well. Let us indulge in roasted suckling pig this evening, allowing you to savor Grandpa's culinary prowess." "Old Su, are you truly preparing roasted suckling pig? My. Just the thought of it makes me yearn to join you for a meal." Upon hearing the phrase roasted suckling pig, Grandpa's lips quivered slightly, and he could not resist the urge to smack his lips in anticipation. "Ha ha, I see you are quite eager for a drink. Just in time, Liuli has returned. Let us all gather together tonight and revel in the merriment. I shall prepare several additional dishes." "Splendid." In light of Su Zhengxiang's warm invitation, Grandpa's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet he graciously accepted without hesitation. Having lost his beloved spouse early on, and with one son residing far away, his remaining son in the village has his own family, leaving the elderly gentleman to dine alone most days. As he was about to attend to the last 2 piglets, a phone call suddenly interrupted him. Gu Feng, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward to assist Grandpa by holding down the hind legs of the little piglet. Despite its small stature, the creature possessed considerable strength, making it quite a challenge to restrain. With a small knife in hand, Grandpa gently sliced open the skin, meticulously extracting 2 round organs, and with a swift, decisive motion, discarded the severed pieces aside. The air was pierced by the pitiful cries of the piglet, and yet Grandpa did not forget to apply a white powder from a nearby container to treat the little one. "Grandpa, what is this?" Gu Feng inquired, his expression filled with skepticism as he regarded the powder, which bore no resemblance to any medicine. It is veterinary medicine, used for hemostasis and to combat inflammation." As he spoke, he instinctively grabbed the last piglet and pressed down on its hind legs, the old man's knife descending with precision. The little piglet squealed in pain. Unbeknownst to them, Su Liuli had quietly approached from behind Gu Feng, her face frozen in shock as she witnessed Grandpa dispatch the final piglet. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Grandpa, did you not say you were going to make roasted suckling pig? What about this last piglet?" Prompted by her reminder, Grandpa suddenly realized that this last little piglet was indeed meant for roasting and should not be slaughtered. Gu Feng appeared to grasp the situation, casting an awkward glance at the squirming piglet beneath him. The little creature's large, dark eyes widened in alarm, its mouth agape as it cried out in distress. One swift cut would have sufficed. Now, having narrowly escaped slaughter, it was still destined for the chopping block. If he were in the piglet's position, his heart would surely be shattered, contemplating the thought, "Old Deng, allow me to serenade you. Thank you for being a source of warmth throughout the ages. Old Su, you must reconsider. If it is to be slaughtered anyway, why subject it to this torment?" Elder Bai interjected, puffing his cheeks in disapproval. In response to his friend's teasing, Su Zhengxiang wore a look of resignation. "I am growing old, and my reflexes have dulled. I simply did not think of it." With the task halfway through, it was imperative to see the procedure completed. Resolutely, he finished the task at hand and gently placed the piglet into a nearby bag. "I shall go register it. I will tidy up upon my return." Transporting the piglet home necessitated proper registration in the logbook, which could later be offset against work hours or settled at the end of the month. A few minutes later, after completing the registration, Su Zhengxiang returned, carrying the piglet in the bag. "Xiaofeng, Liuli, let's be on our way."